participate in the Warcraft tournament, and then I lost. I had to drive home. It was a long drive.
That is a long drive, yeah.
It was very sad, mate. But yeah, it's great to be here.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. As you say, it does bring back a lot of memories, even just from the tournaments that we've done here in the past, in terms of the StarCraft 2 tournaments that have gone down here. Legacy, in essence, with Serral falling second to Neeb back in the day. 2017, I think it was?
Yeah, that was Neeb's year.
Yeah, it definitely was. And then Serral went on his rampage for 2018. But anyway, that's by the by, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit more once again. Let's take a look at what's to come here, because we have a lot to go through for our pre-show. We can take a look at the open stage. Now, there are effectively 32 players in 4 groups that are going to be trying to vie for technically 8 spots in that knockout bracket that's going to be coming later on. Let's take a look at Group A. I'll start with you, Roddy, for Group A. What stands out from you here?
Okay, a lot of things, but the one that I want to mention is Starnan, because that is a name that we haven't seen forever, but he once upon a time actually made a top 4 in DreamHack Bucharest 2012 or 2013 or something. He's a player that basically quit playing in the Swarm host era, so towards the end of Heart of the Swarm, where he just was not enjoying himself anymore. He's a last-minute replacement of the Danish Protoss Papi Joe, who missed his bus, so unfortunately he couldn't make it. But yeah, just a little chat with him. He's going up against Harstem, so that's a PvP. Yeah, just a guy that said, hey, I've actually been playing a bit of StarCraft again. It's a lot of fun. I was like, people got good, eh? He's like, yeah, but it's not that bad. I was like, oh, what's your MMR? He's like, 4.9k. And I was like, man, you were top 4 in the DreamHack once upon a time, and now we're 4.9k, which really goes to show. He's like, yeah, but it's been a while. I was like, yeah, that's true. So super cool to see a proper old school name that maybe was never a megastar, but was definitely a big name in Europe once upon a time, to just play a little bit of StarCraft again in the year 2023.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, there's some favorites in there, like your Lambos, like your Mana, DRG, of course, coming in. Let's move on to Group B here, Ben, as I'll ask you about this one. Of course, we have 1 Terran in these open stages to try and battle it out. It's going to be Hero Marine taking on the Protoss and Zergs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big story for me. There's 1 Terran, it is our Lord and Savior, Big Gabe, over there, rocking it out. And, you know, you've got some other big hitters in this group. I mean, Nightmare, he's no slouch. I know he didn't do too well for me over in that team league, that little son of a gun. But he's been playing very good since then. And whenever you watch him play on his keyboard and stuff, that kid is fast. And DNS, Rail, I think that's going to be a nice one for Hero Marine, though.
Can you believe that he's complaining about Nightmare not doing well in his team league? I picked Oliveira, okay? And he was all right, but he definitely wasn't as good as he was in Katowice, James. Like, that's the first thing I told him after he won. I was like, hey, why didn't you do this in my tournament? He's like, oh, sorry.
Fair to say he made a slight upset occur in the World Championship. Let's move on to Group C here as well and see all of those Protoss and Zergs battling things out. Again, quite the bracket here, Rotterdam, to get things going. Some big names there.
Yeah, this is actually probably the most stacked one out of all of them. I did want to mention quickly in the previous bracket, we also saw Fire. Super cool to have him. Young French Protoss. He's been a super good player for quite some time. But just like Reynor once upon a time, he wasn't old enough to participate in the ESL Pro Tour. But on the 24th of May, that young man from France finally turned 16. So he's here, first big event. Tough one for him, first round Gabe. But yeah, Fire is proper good, so that's going to be exciting. Group C, I think this is the most stacked one out of all the open brackets, brackets that we have. You look at Gerald. Imagine the run that he would have to make it into the knockout bracket. He has to defeat Ragnarok, then he probably has to defeat Skillers, and then in the final round he could run into Showtime. Like, that's just an insanely tough bracket. Showtime probably somewhat happy with his draw, but even Cristiano in the second round could already be very scary.
Yeah, very difficult, very grueling, and even if you get into that knockout bracket, it doesn't get much easier, of course, as we can allude to that. We'll allude to that a little bit later on, of course, and talk about how that works out. Let's take a look finally at Group D. Now, do bear in mind all of these groups, these will not be played on the mainstream. We're going to be watching the winner stage, which is coming up later, but we're just kind of filling you on all of the details, all the nitty-gritty for what's going down. So Group D here, Ben, when you look at this, again, some big names, I would say. Quite a stacked group as well.
I was just thinking, Ken was talking about Group C being super stacked. I mean, every little group stage is actually pretty hard to get through. This reminds me of the MLG days where you had to really slog it out all the way, but Hero's obviously the big name over here. You got a Laser, Petit Droga, Creator, Trigger. I mean, those are all very, very solid players. And the other guys that are going up against as well, no slouches.
All right, I'm going to contradict myself immediately.
Okay.
That's the most stacked. There you go, yes. No, I was going over them before, and I was like, C definitely stands out compared to A and B. Yeah. But yeah, D is incredibly tough, where you've got Hero, you've got Trigger as well, who's incredibly good. And in the top side of the bracket, a couple of big names. E-Laser, always very dangerous.
Creator and Drogo, first round.
Yeah, I mean, Drogo is obviously still a big name, but definitely Creator, E-Laser. yeah, those are top-tier players that could have actually gone very deep in this tournament if we would have seeded them elsewhere.
There's a lot of Protoss hopefuls, but I think a lot of people have their eyes on your hero, your creator in that bracket, especially to try and move on and push forwards. But now let's take a look at the winners stage. We have 2 brackets that we're going to be kind of breaking down here and watching a lot of the games throughout today. And of course, all of these come in from those regionals that were played out, Ben. And well, Group C and Ds were stacked in the open stage, but here in the winners stage, it's all kind of stacked.
I mean, this is beastie, man. I mean, you cannot avoid the fact that Maru and Reynor going up against each other in the first round of the winner's stage. That is legitimately, like, finals worthy.
Quite the anomaly.
Like, Reynor and Maru, for, like, the last couple of years have been very arguably, like, top 3 players of the whole world, right? So, yeah, absolutely amazing to see those 2 go at it. Spirit's been absolutely on the up and up. He is no slouch. Him against Astrea should be pretty close. And then, yeah, it doesn't get any worse the further down you go.
And what is very important to mention is that this is not one of these group stages where it's like, oh, Maru, Reynor, they're both going to advance anyway, right? No, that's actually impossible. Because if you win 2 series straight, yeah, you get seeded into the playoffs immediately.
Yes.
But if Reynor or Maru loses, one of them is obviously going to lose, they can already not be seeded into the playoffs anymore immediately.
Yeah.
They would have to drop down. They can still get seeded deeply into the knockout stage, but they will not immediately be top 8 in this tournament. So that Reynor Maru series is not just an amazing one to start the tournament off with, it actually matters.
Yes. Yeah. So if you are in the winners stage and you were eliminated straight away, so loss, you go into the second round of the knockout stage. Likewise, if you make it on another round, but then you lose, you go into the third round of the knockout stage. So again, it's similar to what we've had at previous tournaments, previous DreamHacks, in fact, where you have that knockout stage constantly running along the tournament as it continues, right?
It's just important to keep in mind that this is not good old double elimination. It's not like, oh, 2 guys are going to advance. No, you've got 4 players. Only one of them goes directly into the playoffs.
Yes.
And that's winner bracket only. Now, of course, if one of them loses, they still have a chance of going very far and eventually making playoffs. But only 4 players at a time duke it out for 1 slot in the playoffs. So it's basically a single elim with a couple lifelines.
Yeah, there are a few lives, but it is still grueling, especially, again, as we mentioned, for those open stage players. Let's take a look at Group B then and familiarize ourselves with the 8 players that are over there. As we have Serral versus Kelazur, Dark versus Classic, Haas versus Clem, and Gumiho versus Cure, a TVT that I'm going to be paying particular interest in, Ben, because Cure's in an interesting state.
It was kind of funny. We walk over and see Cure in the practice area, and he's, you know, his arm, it's in a cast. Like, and I was like, can you play? And he's kind of like, so. And I'm like, that does not spell confidence for me, you know, coming from a big fan of Cure, because he's obviously a really damn good Terran. But yeah, there's some matchups here, like Dark Classic. That is truly, that's one from like 2017 era where Classic was absolutely one of the best Protosses in the world, and Dark, yeah, he's super damn good, isn't he?
Classic had just picked up as well by Twisted Minds, as he'll be playing over in G8, so that's exciting to see Classic be picked up. But yeah, Kyo's kind of turned up as a real-life SCV going up against Gumiho, and the thing about it is Kyo was playing so awesome as well.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a shame for me, Roddy, but we'll see.
That's very unfortunate timing. I do think that Clem got incredibly lucky because he actually was originally supposed to be playing against Olivero in this round, and obviously the statements have been made. We're all very sad that Olivero is not here in the end. We wish it was otherwise. Obviously, we can't change that anymore. But Clem, he has nothing to complain about. He goes from playing a TVT against Olivero to now playing TVP, the matchup in which I rarely see him lose against Haas. That's a night and day difference. So Clem definitely got lucky. And yeah, I echo those sentiments about Cure, obviously, that's sad. And Ben, Dark, has he been impressive lately? Like,
you know, that new kid on the block, I'm loving what I'm seeing from him.
Oh, but, okay.
You know, like, just to give Gumiho a bit of love as well, like, seeing him in the game as because he's one of the players that came back from the military. I know it was a while ago, but he really slugged it out. Like, he took out Hero. He narrowly lost out to Dark in the qualifying match 2-3, but that was some of the best Gumiho I've seen, so I'm looking forward to see what he can bring in this tournament.
Yeah, he was this close in a tournament that was absolutely stacked. Every single game, just hard opponent after hard opponent after hard opponent.
And he really gave it his all. You could really see that.
Yeah, Gumi is forever underrated, man. Like,
I would agree with that. Yeah,
Kevin goes with like the most underrated GSL winner of all time, and it actually might be. When you see how he won it, he went up against Maru, beat Maru, beat like Sue in the finals and stuff, and then it's kind of like, oh, is Gumiho good? And people are like, It's okay. And
There is actually a good chance that Gummio makes it through the playoffs here immediately, and that would obviously be a successful run for him if he immediately makes top 8, and he's a dangerous guy for anyone in the top 8 to face. But it's 2 series for Gummio, guys. It's a TVT against Cure, who's literally in a cast, and then maybe a TVT against Clem, and even though Clem is red hot at the moment,
TVT
that's
is
still
a vulnerability.
TVT against the Korean. Like
Gummio's good at it, man.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, let's take a look at the prize pool as well that is up for grabs here for all of these players, as we have, of course, first place will be $15,000 as well as those 1,500 points. However, those points for first specifically are going to matter for seeding because the winner goes on to the World Championship directly.
And where is it?
I'm going to have to juggle balls here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where it is.
Okay.
Trying to get information out of me. I see what you're
Is it in
doing.
the castle of you, James? Are you hosting it in Krakow?
It's in the Kalaris Dome, Roddy. We're going to all the locations. Okay, so beyond that, though, so many players get money here, Roddy, which is exciting because, you know, you come out to this tournament, you're participating, and you're arguably going away with something.
Now, normally your eyes always go towards the top. You're like, oh, what does first place get, second place get? Okay, that's a lot of prize money, that's a lot of EPT points. But out of the 48 players that will participate, so open bracket and seeding stage, 40 of them will walk away with at least $300.
Yeah.
And that's super cool because if you're just a community member who comes to Sweden to have a good time, meet some of your favorite players, meet some of the guys that you're memeing with in Twitch chat, now you win a single series, you actually have $300 as well. Like a couple guys are going to win money that have probably never won money before. So yeah, huge kudos to the massive payout distribution. Like imagine if this would have been happening in Ben's days. Ben would have actually had an impressive with all those top 32 finishes in your glory days, man.
I love that you bring it up, Kevin. Yeah, I'd have actually been walking away with a little bit of dosh, Kevin. $300 here or there. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. You know, it was a rough time finishing top 8 and not getting anything whatsoever.
I know, we joke about it. But in my Warcraft 3 days, like
top 3 only.
Yeah, like the biggest tournaments of the years, you had to finish top 3 to get anything. And then maybe there was one tournament was like, it's top 8, and we're like, yeah, we all have a chance.
ESWCs who were so happy about it. It's like, yes, now we can make 2K, baby.
Yeah. So it's super cool to see that so many of these guys are going to walk away with at least a little something, and there's hopefully a lot of good memories and fun participating in the tournament. Because of course, there's only going to be a select few that can truly dream about the top 4 and the top 8. But it's super awesome to see that everyone can get something.
I'm glad Ben's crying into his money winning in another game at the moment, bless him. But anyway, we will move on. Let's take a look at the qualified players for that winners stage here, of course, as we do have the 16 ready to go. And here are the standouts as it does sit. Of course, all of these guys came through from their regional in order to be able to find themselves a spot there. So technically, it's very important, as we were mentioning, Roddy, because you kind of give yourselves a few lives here in order to be able to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, very important is even an understatement. It's just like what we did online matters so much coming into this weekend. Those are no longer qualifiers. No, that's just part 1 of the entire tournament. And of course, we still have an open bracket and people are allowed to dream. But basically, everything that we did online for those 3 weeks from Tuesday to Sunday, every single day, that all led up to this. And basically, we're just continuing the tournament. But instead of having a region lock tournament, now it's the Wild Wild West. And now the Koreans will duke it out with the Europeans and the Americans, etc.
Yeah, an opportunity for these guys to go deep in the tournament and then potentially meet the open stage players in that knockout bracket. And again, they have quite the task ahead of them. We have the schedule for today coming your way too, as we have a lot of best of 3s to cover throughout the day. Again, we are focusing on the winner stage here on this stream. Not only that, but also there are other streams that are going to be covering the winner stage games, and there are community streams that are going to be covering some of those open stage streams, games. So if you want to actually check in on all of the extravaganza of StarCraft that's going on, then you can, as we've got lots of TBDs, but that's basically Ben, because we're just waiting for the brackets to get filled out in the winner's stage.
Absolutely, and I mean, with lineups like this, you have no idea how to predict who's going to make it, right? Like Maru, Reynor, that is 60-40 at best, and it's like, for who?
yeah, true. It depends. I don't know why my mind went to 40-40 just then. That's an old meme, but you know.
Golden.
Yeah, that's we need Mr. Bitterback, you know, we need Mr. Bitterback for some interviews. But anyway, that's the group stage A. We can look at the schedule for group stage B as well, as we have more best of 3s later on. We'll start things off for group stage B with Dark versus Classic. That's a banger.
40-40.
40-40, there you go.
No, I think all these opening matches are very close. Solar, Byun, like your guess is as good as mine. A while ago I would have said Solar, but lately I actually think that Byun is looking amazing in TVC, so decisive. And overall, I think we can address that minor elephant in the room. These Terrans out there, they've been doing all right on this patch and this Apple. It's when it got all announced, we're like, oh no, it's going to be a Zerg Fiesta all day, every day. But it's actually been Terran waving the scepter in the GSL. You think of the World Championship, you think of some of the online cups that keep on happening. Of course, Serral is still Serral, Reynor is still Reynor. We got Dark in the mix as well. Like Hero can obviously have a great run, but those Terrans, they're kind of quiet, James. And if the Terrans are quiet, you know they're happy.
I've never seen Ben smile so large on this desk before. Look at him over there. It was basically back to GOM TVT over in GSL, and you're...
It was the same.
Yeah, it was. It was top 4 Terran, eh? But, like, I mean, obviously Terran's been doing well, but, you know, it feels like Serral is the guy that's really stepping up and just showcasing that, you know, class is permanent kind of thing, because he's been doing so well regardless, and he goes up against like one of the best TVZ players in the world with Clem, very on the regular, and still absolutely does super well.
All right, well, thank you, of course, to our partners that are here for the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters, as we've got Monster, US Air Force, Blizzard, and ESL Shop, who are providing all of the positive energy here and action for the StarCraft that is to come. Our first match coming up is the Reynor versus Maru match. Reynor, of course, has made it here via a bracket played because, unfortunately, MaxPax was unable to attend. So how are we looking at this? Reynor versus Maru. It is a big fixture to start things off.
It's a ridiculous fixture to start things off, and I actually feel like we're not even ready yet to get this hype, right? Because normally this is where we have one of the big boys against a challenger, and we praise the challenger a little. Like, both of these guys are incredibly accomplished. Obviously, Maru is the most accomplished Korean player of all time. Reynor, even though he came up a little bit later in the era of StarCraft 2, what he has done in these last few years is truly impressive. He became a world champion. He made it to 2 more world championship finals. He was obviously in the finals of BlizzCon and in the finals of Katowice, where he played against Serral. So Reynor has been amazing, but over the last 6 to 9 months, Reynor did not quite have that same flair as he had when he made those crazy runs. Now, I don't think anybody out there is like, oh, Reynor doesn't have it anymore. We know that he still has it, but even if you are Reynor and you're so experienced, it's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking to see that guy as your first opponent on a Friday afternoon entering a DreamHack weekend. Like, that's just insane.
I'm getting word that the players are almost ready. Ben, short thoughts before we get into this?
I would say, like, normally if it was like a month ago, I'd have been like, oh, I think Maru's the big favorite actually, just because it has been a bit of a bumpy road for Reynor. But Reynor, over the last month, he said he's been going hard. And a Reynor that's practicing, that is a scary Reynor. I still think Maru might have it, but I mean, this is a match to look forward to.
Yeah, Maru, I feel like he's coming into tournaments and trying to go on a tear since Katowice, because we all know what happened.
This is like the first time they play offline since Katowice 2 years ago.
Oh, true.
Right? Because, like, obviously they don't run into each other very often, and we didn't have crazy amount of lands. Back then, Reynor won, but that was in the group stage and obviously a different map pool and a different patch. Like, I think it's an insane weekend, or an insane best of 3 to start off a weekend full of StarCraft.
All right, well, let's get into it. Let's check in with our commentators here before we get into the first StarCraft action for the day.
Thank you very much, James. It is indeed time for our very first series of the tournament. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Pig. I mean, it's going to be Reynor versus Maru. What a series to start off with.
Oh, we're getting the nice drops right from the get-go. I mean, as they were saying on the desk, you know, we're used to day one starting off a little bit more chilled out, but we're changing up the format. Things have been getting exciting. The ESL Masters here in Jönköping is going to be kicking off with the 2 big dogs going at it, a Zerg versus Terran match, and the only downside is that it's not a best of 7.
If this was a best of 7 to get started with, it may as well be the grand finals. I mean, the matchup alone already says enough.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to kick off the day with this, of course. Seeing those players work through at the same time as the open stage players are all fighting to get as deep into that knockout bracket and beyond as possible. That's going to be a really exciting turn to see exactly which way the matches are going and developing over the course of the days. And we are here to eat up every little bit of it. We've got so many matches already lined up for day 1. And of course, 2 more days of action-packed StarCraft coming in right behind it.
All right, let's bring it to Rachel on the main stage to introduce the players.
Thank you so much, guys. You've done a wonderful job hyping up how big this match is to start things off. But I see a ton of you out in the audience already. I know you at home are excited. We've got Maru, we've got Reynor to kick things off here at ESL StarCraft 2 Masters Summer 2023 Finals. Let's see our players a little bit closer.
All right, well, this is going to be awesome. A nice, bright, early start for these two absolute kings of the game. Zerg vs Terran, a very interesting matchup, and one where we've seen Reynor dominate the early game of this matchup over the last few years, revolutionize it, little adjustments, which have now spread across the meta, like splitting your queens into multiple groups to cover the ground, creep spread, dominating the map. He's been the king of that. But Maru is the king of surviving to the end game and dominating when he gets there.
Yeah, we oftentimes talk about the meta as commentators. We talk about the so-called standard. But honestly, players like Maru are the ones that decide what is considered to be the standard. He plays what is considered to be the most conventional StarCraft 2. I mean, he does mix in a little bit of cheese, of course. He's not afraid to build a bunch of barracks on the other side of the map. But generally speaking, he likes playing that very macro-focused style. And I do think we'll probably see that as well in this particular series. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first 8 minutes, anything goes for Maru, but when it gets past that, whether he's ahead or behind, there's a good chance of him turtling up and trying to go longer. And these VODs, I mean, Reynor came over and had a chat to us just beforehand, and I believe he said this is exactly what the map order will be. This is how it always goes in this matchup.
Yep.
So no surprises. Babylon being picked first for Maru, Reynor taking Dragon Scales, Royal Blood to remain. Maru removing Altitude and Cistern, the two really big, wide open maps that are very hard to turtle on for Terran, very good for Zerg. And of course, Reynor removing Grespin and Neo-Humanity, the best maps for just turtling up in the late game.
Yep. We've been talking to quite a few of the players over the last few days, and all of them agree that Turtle Terrans are not their favorite style to play against right now. And Neo-Humanity and Grespin are pretty good for those split map scenarios, so it makes a lot of sense that Reynor decides to eliminate them out of this particular best of 3. But that's exactly it. It's a best of 3 for now. Best of 5s are going to be coming up, of course, later in this tournament too, and then you can only eliminate a single one.
Yeah, best of 3 is pretty intense as well. There's not a lot of room for error in these matches. You know, I don't mind this map pool for Reynor because I do think he has a lot of consistency in the early game, getting ahead and dominating through there.
Yep.
But there are some nasty tank positions. Babylon is just a short push distance in total. Royal Blood, there's that corridor where if they get tanks down below that cliff, it is a nightmare for Zerg. And Maru lately has shown some of the biggest range of any Terran vs Zerg player out there. Like, you never know if it's going to be a battle cruiser, a mech opening. Is he just going to dive in with a Hellbat timing? Or is he going to go 3 command centers straight into Biomine? The range of Maru here is going to give a lot of problems for the Zerg.
All right, here we go. Game number 1 of this best of 3 series and of the tournament. We find ourselves on the map Babylon. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, he is Reynor.
And his opponent in the bottom right side of the map, representing Onside Gaming, it's Maru.
What a game to start the tournament with. Maru versus Reynor could literally be the grand finals and nobody would be surprised. These two are so incredibly good. But anyways, right from the get-go, we've got Maru going for the low ground barracks. I would not be surprised if he decides to add on another one as well, or this could just be a wall up.
This is a gasless build.
Yeah.
This is actually really interesting. And it's a 15 hatch, 15 pool for Reynor as well. So Reynor's going to have those super fast queens out early. And with this build, usually I think it's a 3 command center, right? Like this is like
it should be, yeah.
The super greedy, like you get a few Marines out to deny the Overlord, you get a command center, then a 3rd command center into 3 racks, right? Like it's just skip the heli and skip the tech, raw economy and bio. It's a good way to take advantage of the short rush distance on this map, and scouting is absolutely essential as the Zerg. If you can realize what's happening, you can play quite greedy. But if you mess up your opening even a little bit and don't understand what's happening, things can go sideways very quickly.
So I was actually on the same flight as Reynor, going to this event, and he mentioned, you know, I'm not really too worried about Maru. I've got some quote-unquote cheeky builds planned. Now, I don't know if he still has cheeky builds planned, because it's been a couple of days, but there's no denying that maybe, sure, he's going to scout, but he could also just throw down a Roach Warren at any point and send some units across the map.
Absolutely. This sort of build, very weak to Ravagerling or Baneling boss. Both of those can be very powerful ways of attacking. That's going to be a reactor coming out. Those 2 Marines will eventually nag the Overlord kill, nab that one, but only after it gets a decent amount of scouting info. Reynor's already building extra Overlords, Queens, and drones behind this, so he should be able to limit that damage. And he's going to need to start another Overlord momentarily. We can already see those minerals building up. We know that Maru's going to go 3rd command center, but Reynor will not be able to confirm that.
Exactly, and that's always, he actually puts it down right as the Overlord dies. That's always something you really want to know as the Zerg player, how much aggression can I expect right here from the Terran? He decides to put down his own third hatchery as well. Reactor over here. I mean, all of this is a pretty clear giveaway. The Terran's going to be sitting back at least for the next couple of minutes. So Reynor can probably drone up until at least 4:30 or so, but it's always difficult, right? Like, when do you start making army? When do you stop droning? That's the main question that Reynor has at this point in the game.
Yeah, with these sort of pressure builds, you're going to see a lot of Marines with Stim pressuring a few minutes from now. Maru might get antsy and move out with just 8 Marines, see if he can put on some pressure and force a few more Zerglings. But oh my, what's that, Luco? That's a Roach Warren going down.
Yeah.
Do you think he's actually going to commit really hard?
Well, it's a 3-minute Roach Warren, and I don't see Zergling speed anywhere. So he certainly plans on building a bunch of them. 2 Overlords coming up right now as well. I think this is going to be a pressure build, where he's trying to make sure that Maru is, well, crossing his T's and dotting his I's. I don't think he's going to go for a complete all-in here, but he certainly needs to deal some sort of damage, or it could just be defensively, but I honestly would be surprised. He does fire up 4 additional drones here.
You know, I don't mind the defensive Roach, actually, but he's going to go 4 Roaches, and the thing is, if you just go for a few Ravages, you can pick off those depots, and it's just 5? Yeah, it's just 5 Roaches,
Yep.
Loco, so that's actually a very minimal commitment. As long as he can get a depot or 2, that's not too bad.
6.
The problem is with a bunker and repair, and yeah, 6th Roach queuing up is kind of odd, but there are still drones coming. Reynor's going to look for a bit of damage, then he's going to pull back. Now, Roaches keep you very, very safe, but you have to be careful. If they have a 3rd command center, you commit a whole bunch of money to army units this early. I mean, 38 workers to 33 might sound good in theory. When there's 3 mules getting dropped at a time, the Terran is economically ahead right now.
Maru definitely has got a big power spike coming up as well. You can see Stimpack as well as combat shields right there on the production tab. This is before the factory. Those 2 upgrades are going to finish up right around the same time, and Maru's units are suddenly going to be significantly more powerful. And there are those awkward moments where you're moving across the map with the Roaches right around the same time as those upgrades finish up, and you get shut down really hard. Look at the amount of Marines already. I love this, by the way, from Maru. Only moving with a small group of units. He's like, guys, I only have about 8 Marines. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Reynor isn't believing that for a second. He's like, yeah, sure, there's only 5 Marines, man, but he's not got that many Roaches and Queens, and it is a short rush distance. This map, towing that line of Zerg greed, right? As a Zerg player, you want to build as much economy as you can, delay building army to the last possible moment. On this map, that is very dicey. It's difficult to balance that line. 8 more drones just queued up, and the Marines are coming out. He starts another Roach, but he's got very few right now. He's got to be careful. Those Marines and those Roaches are going to stumble into each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he catches himself in that tall grass right over here, in this side of, or line of sight blocker right here in the middle, that could be a disaster. 1 creep tumor kill, at the very least it confirms all of those Marines that are moving across. Mass road production right now. Is there enough though for the Zerg? I mean, Stimpack is done.
No, Maru can definitely commit and look for some damage, but Reynor, good positioning so far. Nice transfusers going down. The damage output of those Marines is insane. Great focus fire for Maru, already taking down 6 Roaches.
Yeah, he is going to be pushed back here eventually. Not that many losses on the side of the Zerg, but probably a little bit more than he was hoping for, right? If he would have had those additional Roaches finished, I think he would have felt a lot more comfortable. Maru, by the way, also just marching across the map, right? Medevac's only just now coming up. Classic Maru move here, but it certainly can get a little bit dangerous. If Zerg was making units there the entire time, all those Marines would have gone down for essentially free.
I'm not comfortable as a Zerg fan looking at a 4-worker advantage at this stage of the game, Loco. This does not feel good for Reynor economically because the double upgrades are far ahead for Maru. So he's got double upgrades coming in faster. Double upgrades just starting now for Reynor. He's only ahead a couple workers as Reynor with a 4th base just starting. It feels to me like there's going to be a Marine tank army coming. And Reynor is not going to have any room for mistakes. The next few minutes of this game, he needs to land perfect engagements. He's going to need to land corrosive biles on siege tanks. Can't let these drops catch him off guard at all. Reynor has very little room to make those mistakes. He's going to have to be on his A game for these mid-game harassment period. If Maru snipes the 4th base, for instance, he might just run away with this game.
Power spike coming up as well for Reynor here in about a half minute from now with 1-1 as well as Roach speed finishing, and that's something that Maru is aware of too. He's just trying to snipe whatever he can for the time being. This is usually one of those builds right here from the Zerg where you're just trying to defend and eventually obtain the victory when you get to the late game. I don't think Reynor is going to go for a big 1-1 speed attack, especially right now with the Hive coming up and 10 additional drones. There's 2 of those Infestors coming up as well. That's something that, well, for example, Dark really likes to do in pretty much every single one of his games. I think that Reynor's strategy here is to just, well, try to survive, try to make sure that this map goes as long as possible and maybe even tire Maru out a little bit, right? I mean, some of the maps we've got coming up will make that a little bit easier for Maru if he wants to go a complete split map.
Keep in mind, I think Reynor's the one who might gas out first, though. I really feel like for him, he wants to get to Hive, but he's going to want to do something quickly with it. The fact that he's going Ling speed makes me feel like he wants to go back into Zergling, Baneling off this. But Hydrogen goes down, so it is indeed going to be Lurker Tech. Nice engagements for Maru, cleaning up some creep, getting ready. Maru has got 8 racks on the way. He's been pumping tanks for a while, and he's building up for a killer 3-base push. Reynor now might have a massive worker advantage, but he's still building workers, and that's where Reynor gets in trouble. Because if he thinks it's going to late game, he's not comfortable there unless he has a crazy amount of money. But right now, these drones that he's been building in the last 2 minutes, they don't have time to pay for themselves before the killer push moves out from Maru. So Reynor, he's got to get forward on this map. He needs to find a way to delay this push. But Babylon is so bloody claustrophobic. I don't know how you slow this push down.
No, we do see the Lurker Den coming up. We have the Hive finished here as well for the Zerg. He's getting a Viper. Keep in mind, he does have Infestors. I think those units with their fungal growth ability are going to be absolutely critical. But look at Maru, already pre-splitting some of those units, making sure that not literally everything, just like that, is going to get caught. He does grab quite a few of them, but siege tanks are joining in, and those 2 fungal growths did very little for the Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, the second one landed, the first one completely whiffed, but look at that. Maru gets in, gets a few workers. Now, as Reynor, losing a few drones, a few gases, not the end of the world. It's about keeping his army alive and doing nothing but army production. He's going for 2-2 on the range. Lurker Den is almost ready, but I don't think there's any upgrades, nor is there Hydras just yet. What is amazing is that Reynor's so far forward on the map, creating space that's slowing down Maru's push. And even then, he's got to buy another minute. It's a while until Lurkers hit the field. It's a while until those Vipers have Blinding Cloud. Reynor may need to let Maru even deny this central base. He's got to be very patient.
There's no 4th command center with this for Maru, though, so he needs to deal some sort of damage, but I think he may very well be getting it. Look at that army from the Zerg. It doesn't look very impressive at all. 2-2 is finishing up here for the Zerg. He does have energy right now on his Vipers as well, so maybe Parasitic Bombs, Blinding Clouds, they can buy him time, but ideally what he wants is Lurkers.
Yeah, the Lurkers are essential, otherwise the Bio can push forward. How can he get in range of these siege tanks as well? The Bio's stimming in. Maru knows he doesn't want to give him that time to get up to that Hive Tech. The Vipers are hiding behind the hatchery. The Roach is stuck in a corner.
Yeah.
Oh no, terrible positioning for Reynor, but big Fungals land.
Yeah, those fungal growths are absolutely amazing right here for the Zerg. There are the Lurkers finishing up. He doesn't want to move them too far forward because then they get in range of the siege tanks. Speaking of which, though, he's pulling them into range right now with those abductions. An incredibly close engagement right here for Reynor, but he may be able to hold on. Maru, though, decides to stim forward. He's going after the Lurkers right now, and if he gets the Lurkers, he gets the hatchery.
Everything going in for Reynor, trying to hold on. One Lurker survives. A lot of the Bio goes down, but all the drones have fallen on that base. The Roach Ravager numbers are in tatters. The last Lurker falls. The hatchery goes down. Maru with a decisive 3-base push.
GG.
Uses his map pick wisely, and that was a killer way to finish game 1.
What a game to start the tournament off with, man. That was already on a razor's edge right there, right? If that attack would have hit just a little bit later, Lurkers would have been out. We would have had 2-2 upgrades for the Zerg finished. And that push, it would have looked, well, almost silly.
Yeah, it's really tough. You could tell Reynor's game plan was to buy time against Maru, but Maru just methodically spread forwards like you pointed out. He sieged on the ridge. He didn't just grab the army and shove through the middle of the map and eat those big Fungals. He dodged the first one, only lost a few Marines to the second one, and then he said, hey, it's just Roach Ravager. This is not that scary an army. If you don't have Banelings or any Infestor energy, I can push into you. And once the Terran has pushed the creep back and spread those tanks out, and they're kind of on the Zerg base, I mean, what's the play for Reynor? Technically, probably you want to give the base up and go around for like a backstab or give up that.
Yeah, but then you lose the 12 o'clock position too, and it's...
Yeah,
then you lose
Bio
your
can
4th.
split into your 4th base.
Yeah.
Like, it's a terrible position to be in, and it's just the size of the map. It allows these pushes to be so strong for Terran.
I don't think he was too happy here with the first 2 fungal growths. Like, he did get a second fungal off that was pretty good, but no follow-up. And I think if he would have had just a little bit more Infestor energy here, he probably would have been able to just barely stay alive. In the end, though, too much attack right here for Maru. I mean, this was also do or die for Maru, right? Like, he needed to deal some sort of damage. He didn't have another command center on the back of it, unless he started one up and I missed it, but I don't think he had one at the very least when he first moved across the map. Excellent game number 1 right there for Maru. I mean, I always like looking at Maru whenever he wins games. He always just sits there. He's like, yep, just another day at the office, boys.
A fountain of emotional outbursts.
Yeah.
You know, no, he's so focused because he knows it's a long day, and he's like, you know, hey, this is just game 1, series 1. This doesn't mean anything yet. I've won championships many times before. got to stay focused throughout. And I think what is so good here is the pattern recognition for Maru. I think from the first Roach he saw in that game, he immediately knew what Reynor's plan was. Because think about it, that whole style, 3-base, super delayed 8-racks push with Bio Tank and 2-2. Why wasn't there more urgency? There wasn't more urgency because he knows that if you push too early, Reynor's going to stuff it with the Roaches and the Infestors. He's going to get you. But if you take too long and you give him time for the Vipers and Lurkers, that is when the Zerg hits the power spike. Unable to get there in game 1. Let's see if he can do it in map 2. In the bottom right side, it's Reynor. Representing Basilisk.
And his opponent, the man who's been dominating the Korean region for, well, about a decade at this point. We're looking inside of the main base of Maru. A stone cold killer. Beautiful game number 1 right there from him, though. I think you actually need to hit the nail on the head there, because this is the style, the one that Reynor played in the previous game, that, for example, Dark is very fond of. And I can imagine that Maru plays against Dark quite a bit. I mean, he's here at the tournament too, of course. We should be seeing some of him later as well. Regardless, that is a style that Maru has a lot of practice against. Now look at this. He's going for something that looks somewhat similar if you don't watch that much StarCraft 2. It's once again going to be a wall of right here on the low ground, but it's going to be a double Rex. One of the tricky things right here for Zerg is to try and figure out, is it a triple Rex? Is it a double Rex? How do you know?
Yeah, I think it's, especially when you're playing against Byun, it's crazy because he does so many weird follow-ups to this. I would say Maru has a very high percentage of going 3rd command center, then factory, then starport, and doing the double marine drop. Very rarely does Maru go above 3 Reapers. He does, though, mix it in occasionally, but it's like 1 in 10 games or something like that. So just a standard 3 Reapers is what Reynor's going to expect. Reynor's gone for a more standard 16 hatchery opening this time around. And definitely an interesting way to see how things adapt and adjust. These maps are considered a little bit favored for the Terran at the moment, is the consensus among the pro gamers, is that the current map pool, lots of good Terran maps, and, you know, the Zergs are so afraid of Maru's turtling, they have to get rid of Gressven and Neo-Humanity. But these maps, Babylon, Dragon Scales, I think have some fantastic aggressive pushes from the Terran.
Yeah, like Maru is good in that turtle game, right? Don't get me wrong, he's very strong when it comes to playing the late game, and he's more than happy to play the late game too. But it's not like his mid-game pushes, his early game play is weak by any stretch, right? The guy is incredibly good when it comes to playing, well, all ranges of Terran. And obviously, in order to be a world-class player, you need to know how to play multiple styles. And even though his late game is incredible, I don't even know if it's necessarily his strongest part of the game. I think him just playing what we consider to be, once again, normal gameplay is just incredible.
I'm really interested to see, does this Reapers, does he actually dive a little bit more and do the circle in the main? Because this is always my big question, is it worth throwing these Reapers away, or is it more worth keeping them alive to deny creep? Because you're not going to have any more pressure after this for a while. There is 4 racks coming up behind it. It's going to be a very aggressive mass marine push follow-up, but the Reapers perfectly survive. Great defense by Reynor. None of them go down. 3rd hatchery, very delayed, finally starts. The Reapers are going to start to chip away at it.
Yeah, and if you're going to go for a big marine push, honestly, dealing some damage to this hatchery is not bad whatsoever. Now, Link Speed is going to finish up in just a moment. He's going to need it as well, man. These Reapers are actually putting in some work. Yeah,
that's really bad for Reynor. And already, this hatchery is not as good as the other one against the 4x Marine push,
not at all.
It's so much closer, which means the Marines are going to stim in there. You're going to be fighting them off creep. That's going to be about 2 minutes from now. About 5 minutes 30 is a scary moment in the game for Reynor. Maru is, I think, playing smart tournament StarCraft. First kind of series of the entire tournament. There's a little bit of rust getting out to a land, getting used to the setup, getting used to the new stage.
Yeah.
If you can be the one dictating the pace and playing aggressive, you're really putting the onus on Reynor to play fantastic scouting, reactive StarCraft, to read exactly what you're up to. You're just following a build you've done many times before. You know how to disguise it. You know how to hit your timing attack. And I think this is a very big test for Reynor, because defending this against the best Terran in the world is so damned hard.
Yeah, and you brought up the 3rd base location, right? It's simply because it's shorter. Maru is going to be able to arrive there significantly quicker. He can march his unit straight through the center of the map, and the attack will just simply arrive like 10 seconds earlier than it would otherwise. And it's going to be really difficult for Reynor to hold on. Also, because, again, you brought it up, he's a big fan of playing the triple CC style here, and we don't actually see that coming out of Maru here at all. He's just got a bunch of additional barracks. Reynor needs to make sure he figures this out, but how do you do it? He doesn't have Overlord speed here. He's not even close to an Overseer. I mean, we see an attempted Overlord scout at this point. He's counting the Marines. He's like, okay, I've seen 5 of them right now. Is that really all there is?
There's a cool detail that Reynor's doing, because Reynor's going to have his information denied, but he's got lots of Overlords free at home. So when he sees the move out, he can react with mass Zergling very quickly. And he's being very active with his Zerglings. He's not letting Maru sneak out. This is good because it gives Reynor some flexibility, but he needs to build...
he's even bringing all of the SCVs here. Well, not all of them,
the Byun? Yeah, that's a big SCV pool. That's crazy, but he spots the SCVs. Spinecrawler goes down. He can give up his third base as Reynor.
He needs to.
Yeah, just give up the third.
Oh, he's going through the center. I think he's going for the natural here instead.
Banelings will be ready, though. The Banelings are going to start morphing. There we go. 9 Banelings on the way.
10.
Maru, if he can focus these down, that will be an incredible move that's so hard to pull off on creep.
Stimpak, combat shields are done. Maru's micro is impeccable. The question is he going to be able to target fire down those slow Banelings? I mean, the Reapers here being alive is actually super nice.
Oh, the SCVs! A few of them go down, but the Marines are still alive. Reynor needs more Banelings. He's trying to morph more right now. The Baneling nest is gone. It gets focused down. Baneling's going after the Marines, but there's a gap in the creep. Nice spreadies for Maru. Maru takes down all the Banelings, and he is on top of the Queens. Extra Zerglings and Banelings coming out. The Marines are double stim. They are very, very low. Reynor, does he have the numbers? This is so close.
Yeah, I think he does. Eventually, he's going to clean this up, I believe. And at that point, of course, Maru is down significantly in workers because he used them offensively. Ooh. Another Stimpak allows Reynor to get a point on the board. That Baneling Nest timing was clutch.
Yeah, if that was any later, oh, he'd be in a bit of trouble. But great scouting for Reynor, and I love that he always had a bit of extra supply free. You know, there's nothing worse than seeing those Marines and SCVs move out, and you're already hitting your supply cap. He already had a bit of supply free. He pulled so far back with the Banelings.
You've been watching my stream, SC Pig. Watching somebody hit supply blocks as soon as the Terran moves out.
I think that's our experience as washed-up casters, mate. I'm trying to copy Reynor's build. I'm like, why am I always supply blocked? I don't know. It's tough. But yeah, good focus fire and like decent spread here from Maru. He was happy to lose some SCVs as long as he can get in there quickly enough and take it all down. Luckily, those extra Banelings morphed just in time.
This connection over here, that one right over there, is what ultimately allowed Reynor to stay around in this game. But obviously, that's because of the creep, right? The creep spread just simply allows him such an advantage when it comes to the speed. Baneling speed, of course, was not going to be around for another, well, rest of the game. That probably was never going to finish in this particular match, but... yeah, usually on creep against slow Banelings, we do see Terran players. I think if this was Clem maybe playing, or maybe a Byun, we usually do see them splitting ever so slightly better, and that may have been what he needed here.
You know, it's interesting because I was saying, you know, just put on the pressure on your opponent, make them play a clean, perfect game. It's such a good way to start a series at the beginning of a tournament. I wasn't expecting him to pull the boys. I was like, whoa, he's putting some hot sauce on this to start the day, you know. He was trying to douse Reynor in those spicy strategies. But Reynor, I think, is going to have a big confidence boost from that because, you know, he's often talked in interviews in the past. We said, you know, what do you expect from Maru? And he always says, well, Maru, best turtle late game player, complete god, but he often just does a crazy, silly opening. If you can survive his weird shenanigans in the first 6-7 minutes, you can be way ahead. Well, he's tied up the series. He's got a chance to close it out. We're on Royal Blood in the bottom left side. Representing Basilisk, it's Reynor.
And his opponent all the way in the top right, we have Maru. Royal Blood, the map neither of these two apparently wanted to play, or at least not very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Maru's still very happy with it, but it's not Babylon, you know?
Exactly.
I always feel like for Zerg, right, Reynor's on the bottom, the third base in a straight line to your natural, if tanks ever get in the kind of ledge area down there, that's where it's really scary. There's like this whole channel, just around this area.
There's like 17 locations on this map for good for siege tanks.
So many, so many. So I wonder if Reynor like tries to just expand all along the left of the map, goes for like the triangle, takes the fourth out front of his main base. But for now, of course, it is just going to be that 2-Rax Reaper opening again. Maru and Byun, they have used this build more than any other build in the last 3-4 months of StarCraft. They love the ability to apply pressure, and oh my gosh, I said he almost never does this?
Yeah.
This is so rare.
And maybe because it is so rare, it's something that Reynor is also not really thinking of, right? I mean, the previous 2 games probably will give him a pretty good indicator of what type of series Maru is playing. In game number 1, we saw essentially a 3-base all-in. In game number 2, a 2-base all-in. Yeah, maybe going for a 3rd barracks is not outside of the realm of possibilities right here for Maru. Question is, though, is Reynor going to be able to figure this out, right? So the 2 barracks here at the front, they get spotted very easily. I mean, he doesn't even really need to see them, apparently. But the 3rd barracks in the main base can definitely catch you off guard.
And on this map, those Reapers rally to the right. So you're not going to see that this is a 3-racks until the 4th Reaper arrives at the front of your natural. That's the moment where Reynor's going to go, oh, what? This is a 3-racks. And he's going to have very little time to respond. He's not able to get his drone out of his base to take the 3rd hatchery. Quite frustrating. And good sport trick does keep that worker alive. Maru, of course, looking for any Reap attacks and he can enact upon the Zerg. And Reynor's completely pulled off gas. So he doesn't have the option to go for like roaches or anything like that. It's just going to be Queens, Zerglings, and that nice early Ling speed.
Yeah, how are you now going to take a 3rd base until the Ling speed finishes, though? That's one of the questions. He actually gets one of the drones. Reaper is running low, but good shuffling right there from Maru, putting it in the back. He's probably going to try and sneak out a 3rd base here eventually, but you're kind of forced to queue up additional Overlords and Queens. Yeah, there goes Queen number 4.
I mean, it's all about surviving, right?
Yeah.
Getting the 3rd isn't even important here because the Naturals just started at 3 minutes for Maru. It's frustrating to not get it down, but more important is that you don't let these Reapers kill a Queen. If they kill a Queen, things get very bad very quickly because you start losing that transfuse potential. Every Zergling, every drone that goes down is a problem. Ling speed's almost here. It does feel like Reynor's made it through the scariest part of this, but he doesn't have an economic advantage. You know, he's just up a couple of workers and he has snuck that drone out the right side.
He needs to be careful, though. If he starts it up again, we may see a similar situation as in the previous game, but this time around against 6 Reapers. Either way, though, Ling speed is finishing up. Reynor is going to take the 3rd in the triangle location. And the early game, I mean, Reynor has survived, right? And you mentioned it. It's all about survival here. He doesn't really need to do any damage to these Reapers just yet, but what are you going to do with him right now if you're Maru, though, right? You have all these Reapers sitting around. You may as well try and get some value, but you also don't want to throw them away.
Yeah, he's being very conservative, Loco.
Yeah.
9 Reapers, and he's only forced 13 Zerglings. I mean, we could argue Reynor's playing greedy, right? Like, I've seen Solar in this scenario, and he will build 40 Zerglings, no matter what, pretty much. Like, and that's what I feel you need to stop that many Reapers. But if Maru sits at home, then it's very good for him coming across the map. That's going to be nice for Maru if he can force a lot more Zerglings, but he's being a little tentative. He's a little afraid of Reynor coming out with an ambush, a big surround of Zerglings and catching them. Reynor's getting away with murder on the greed front. His drone count is starting to explode.
Yeah. Usually the main counter against these Reapers is having a solid amount of creep, and that is something that Reynor is setting up very nicely right now. Moving around with these Reapers through the center of the map, not really going to happen. There's still a little area over here, though, that can force out those Zerglings, but the Queens are available. I'm really liking the start here for Reynor. Now also starting up the +1 Carapace. That's interesting.
Yeah, Reynor not feeling he can afford double upgrades right now. He's kind of in this in-between. He doesn't know exactly. He knows, okay, there's definitely 3 barracks out, so, you know, there's a lot of follow-up pushes that can be scary. Going double upgrades, that's going to delay your lair and your Baneling speed so long. So Reynor is kind of going a few drones, a few Zerglings. Squeeze in 1 upgrade, squeeze in the Baneling nest, add a few more drones. He's trying to balance many different things while he feels out exactly what the follow-up is. And Maru, no sign of a 3rd command center in sight. His first medevacs just starting up. He's going to have a big pack of Marines supporting a big stim medevac push, and that is one of the most interesting scenarios, because the grenades can really help you out, but most players will fumble the micro and the Reapers will just go down.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be critical right here for Maru to, well, that was a good start for sure. It's going to be critical for him to micro these units really nicely. That +1 infantry weapons is not going to connect with this attack, but it's probably going to finish up here eventually. The problem is, if he pushes too late, he's facing off against the Zerg with Baneling speed. And fighting with Banelings on creep, it doesn't really matter, well, how good your micro is. I mean, it does matter how good your micro is, but it's going to be very difficult to get a good trade if you're going to go for some sort of 2-base all-in. But I think that's what we have right here from Maru. Still no 3rd command center.
Yeah, he's taking another gas. A 4th gas before 3rd command center is a big commitment. The creep spread's very far out. Reynor's looking for a 4th on the left of the map.
Ooh.
This is going to be a good catch if he can get the full surround. Nice micro for Maru so far. Wedges himself in a corner, but the Lings will get the surround. Every single Reaper falls. At the same time, it looks like that 4th base gets cancelled. Double drop on the left does get a bit of a pickup for that. But for Reynor, you've simplified the game. You now just need to worry about the drop, re-establish the 4th base, and you're large and in charge in this game. He's got a massive advantage economically.
Yeah, I really like this position right here for Reynor. The main problem he could run into is if he assumes that there is a 3rd command center out, and he just starts droning a 4th base or something along those lines. But Reynor is very diligent with his scouting information. He's been running Zerglings around this entire series so far. I think it's safe to assume he will do so here again in a moment as well, but he should see this move out. Maybe he's already read his opponent properly here, though. Yeah, he just knows what he's playing against. Bane speed is about 20 seconds away, I would say. If that finishes up, this push is going to be shut down.
Definitely want to see Reynor look for backstabs and surrounds. The secret to defending these 2-base pushes is if you don't get a big crushing engagement, it gets really bad for you, right? So if you can split off him from reinforcing this position and then come in from two sides, you can sandwich it very well. It's all about giving those Marines nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Reynor seems to be setting up something from the right. Coming in a little disjointed though. The Southernling Bane Force does surround one tank. The Marines in a very good position though. That was a really bad fight for Reynor. He needed to come in with the full wraparound from the rear. He comes in around a corner with that army and he loses his third base.
I do not like that engagement right there for the Zerg whatsoever. Still, he decides to retreat this location pretty quickly, moving the drones on down south instead, but he needs to try and clean up those siege tanks. You were talking about the siege tank positions at the start of this particular game. There's a load of locations where you can hide them. Now this time around, we do have Zerglings coming in from all sides, and this engagement was substantially better.
That was a beautiful engagement. I mean, he'd already thrown away so many units in the first fight. I thought Reynor might be down and out, but he says, no, 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 I don't go down without a fight. Reynor has often been called the comeback kid, and that's because when he gets behind, he digs deep and he fights much harder than most players out there. He becomes an entirely different level of opponent, but losing the third and the fourth was a problem. He's back to 3-base mining, but with no extra hatcheries down, it's going to be tough. The next wave of Maru is still going to have a killer amount of lethality to it, and he's got the third command center coming up behind it.
Yeah, third command center will finish up here very soon. He's going to need it as well because his main and his natural are going to run out relatively soon. The next few minutes, at the very least, Maru is going to need new mineral fields. Liberator's coming up as well, man. Maru is just playing hyper aggressively so far in this tournament. Reynor up with his back against the wall here for a little bit, but I think he's feeling good now.
Absolutely. 1-2 upgrades are kicking in for Reynor, so he takes a single upgrade advantage. That's very nice for the Zerg. But it's the lack of hatcheries that are a problem. He's trying to expand forwards towards Maru.
Yeah.
And that's something that I always am a little bit, I feel kind of dicey looking at it. If you crush the front, this is great. He's got a good creep highway. He's got dominance there. But, I mean, you're going to allow Maru to slow siege this angle. He's going to be able to put tanks in amazing positions, Liberators on the ramps. How do you defend that with Zergling Baneling?
Exactly. He's going to need to... well, somehow, some way, clean up this army. Yeah, there's a little bit of a Zergling run by, but luckily here for the Terran, he did have everything rallied on top of that supply depot, but still 2 siege tanks going down.
Yeah, 2 siege tanks is a good catch there. Reynor really doing very well, and rounding him. The Marines get sent home, gets a tank on the front as well. Reynor playing fast, fluid StarCraft right now. But Maru, those Marines are just not letting the Banelings connect on them, and anytime they find the Zerglings alone, they gun them down.
This is a low eco game, though, for both players. Neither of them has an army that can trade super efficiently if microed well, at least from the opponent, so they need to be careful they don't get too carried away. Liberators right now flying around as well, and with 2 of them sieged up like that, I mean, you can try Queen, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to go forward and defend, but... actually, that's a trap. That's a trap. That is not good for Reynor. He's going to get 1 or 2 Marines. And can he get anything else? Not really. Nice plays here by Maru. Reynor, he doesn't have burrow just yet. It's going to kick in now. Maybe hide some units, but of course the scan will go down immediately, cleaning that up. But look at that. We've got Banelings all over the map setting themselves up. Nice little traps there for Reynor. Double Liberator production continuing. Maru wants to keep that harassment. You can tell he's not adding a 4th command center, right? He's not going second factory. It's just Marines, tanks, Liberators. He's trying to throw Reynor off his game. He's really trying to keep the pressure up and not let Reynor ever feel comfortable.
I think Maru is also thinking about the game right now, though, as far as like the longevity goes, right? So he does fire up a 2nd factory right now. He probably doesn't really want to get the game to go in that distance, but he needs to be careful. Zerg can very easily outproduce him here over the next couple of minutes if he's not paying very close attention. Reynor hasn't had a whole lot of workers for the majority of the game, but he's now getting to a point where he's going to feel really good about it. He's now going up to, well, about 80 workers here. Hive is coming up. He's ready to transition towards higher tech units. And if Maru is going to be caught with this army of his right now, I mean, he is mixing in Liberators, but he needs something else as well eventually.
No upgrade advantage for Maru is big. Remember, we're used to looking at this setup in the game with Terran being up an upgrade for a large period of it. In this case, 2-2 is going to finish. Hive is ready. I mean, Reynor might even start 3-3 up earlier than the Terran, which could be incredible for him. He's up to 77 workers, which is a pretty solid economy. He is lacking creep on the flanks, but look at that. Catching some Liberators, really nice plays, and ambushes the Marines on the left. Reynor is really playing very good StarCraft, and I think a lot of us going to this tournament were saying, you know what, Reynor hasn't looked too flash hot up to his normal standards over the last 6 months. We knew this first series of the entire tournament would be a big indicator of which sort of Reynor's showing up, and I think we know that it is the absolute A-grade Reynor.
Maru ready to go for his next attack wave, and this is a really big one this time around. He's probably going to try and create a choke on that base in the center of the map. Immediately though, Reynor sends in a big counter-attack. Keep in mind, this is before any of those hive-tech upgrades, but Vipers are coming out, and once again, Siege tanks get caught in the natural. I mean, maybe the previous Zergling run-by was a trap. Reynor decides to just simply give up on that base entirely. This particular run-by, though, is amazing.
That is huge, Reynor. I love that he's being so active. I mean, think about it. This is what brought Reynor to prominence back in the day as a young gun. His Zerglings would always be everywhere that the opponent didn't want them, and he's doing it once again, but he's running out of hatcheries. If he gives up this base, then he's suddenly in a big spot of bother. He's going to need to fleece around this army. That's an awkward position to do it.
Yeah.
Tanks and libs are spread, even one all the way up on the cliff on the high ground. Vipers coming in with the blinding clouds. Maru focuses them down.
Yeah, the Vipers are gone right now, but 2 blinding clouds did connect with at least some of that army. He's going to be forced to back off, but that siege tank, once again, in a beautiful position. It is going to get shut down.
Wow.
Reynor seems to be 1 step ahead, only a really small step, but a step ahead on the opponent. He does need to be careful, though. Here come the reinforcements of Maru.
Nice on Burrow in the natural, making those SCVs evacuate once more. But another
Whoa!
wave. Whoa!
Massive Baneling landmine. GG is called right away. And Reynor obtains the victory.
Whoa, there's burrowed Banelings, and then there's that Loco. There must have been at least 20 Marines going down there. And that is the stylish play that we know Reynor can pull off. He's coming into this tournament with some ill intent.
Very fun series to start this tournament off with, though. Reynor versus Maru. It's going to be Reynor here who obtains the victory. A very aggressive Maru. Do you think he's going to keep playing like this the entire tournament long?
I think Maru wanted to just put the pressure on his opponent from the start. I think he's going to do a lot more of that, but he might be a little bit more careful as things go on. Either way, you can see the Basilisk rep there, Reynor. Very happy with that performance. Let's head over to the desk.
Thank you, boys. That's right. We see Reynor marching on 2-1 against the powerhouse of Maru here for our first round. And I did think in this series, maybe it was going to be over a little quickly considering games 1 and 2, but that third game comes out on Royal Blood, Ben, and we see Reynor making it happen with Burrow.
I mean, it came in real clutch there, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was a big, big explosion. Like, after the first game, I was actually kind of worried for Reynor, because that was just a smooth, easy game for Maru, where he's just like, I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, and he just pushed Reynor, and Reynor just didn't stand a chance. But then he started whipping out the kind of weird Maru builds that he kind of can be known for, like that SCV pull. I haven't seen somebody do that in a long time, especially at this caliber. Then here he went for like 9 Reapers early on and didn't really get anything done with it. He felt scared, like he went back home a lot of the time and then was like, can I do anything? He killed 2 Lings and 1 drone in the first like 5 minutes with them. So yeah, definitely get the damage done that he was looking for.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of the moments from this game as well, Rotterdam, as we start things off with Maru putting in some big pushes.
I think Babylon Maru looked incredibly clean from the very beginning till the very end, especially the tank positioning here towards the end. And Reynor was quick with all of his transitions. Hive was done, he was working towards his lurkers, but then you have a couple lurkers on the way and you see this monstrous Terran army at the bottom of this ramp. Eventually Reynor is forced to fight before the amount of units that he would love to have. Was just a kind of perfect game by Maru. I don't even think that Reynor played a bad game on Babylon. I just think Maru played excellent in this one.
And definitely is able to push on and get himself the victory from all of this. And then Reynor having to come back in this series here, Ben, as we watch as Maru starts this off good. And yeah, as you say, with that push that he goes for with the SCVs going into game number 2, I thought, oh, well, maybe this will do something, but Reynor does hold on.
Yeah, I was actually like hoping for some good grenades there from the Reapers, just getting to get stuff done, but you really saw the supply just dwindle. Like Todd is here, he's like immediately looking at that, and these Baneling connections,
they were good enough.
Yeah, they were good enough. They didn't look it, but they were good enough. And then Reynor's just holding here, he's got good queen energy, and that supply really speaks for itself. But yeah, if there's one thing I have to talk about on Babylon as well, just the mineral count. That fight was going on, by the way. Reynor's minerals were over 1k, so he was really stumped there for lava, I think, and Maru, it just never went above 50.
And final game on Royal Blood. At first, it looked pretty good for Maru because Reynor tried to get both of the tanks here, gets the first one rather quickly, but then you don't get the second one. And at this point, every Zerg player is like, uh-oh, that's not good. But Reynor got a much better second fight. Sure, he lost the hatchery, didn't really lose a whole lot of workers, but now still getting the cleanup in the end. I think that was good enough for Reynor to stabilize. And then we saw some of that old school Reynor magic with non-stop run-bys. He was relentless, and these are the kind of run-bys that are really hard to execute because the Zergs, obviously you need to be careful that you don't throw away too many links, but I think Reynor got in and out whenever he needed to.
Yeah.
And this, of course, was a beautiful engagement as well. Even if the Vipers maybe were a tiny bit early, look at the sheer amount of links and Banes coming in from the top.
So many Lings were able to get this round here, so very impressive. And then after this, again, as you were mentioning before, Ben, as you were mentioning, Roddy, backstage, the Burrow comes in huge against Maru.
Yeah, there was another big one, I think, earlier on the left side when Maru had like 20 or so Marines, and then suddenly we saw him pick up only 8 Marines, so clearly there were some Burrow Baneling connections there as well.
Yeah,
That's why Maru eventually started scanning, like, the moment he moved out of the third base, he's like, okay, I know what's happening right now, but did not see those final few Banes. Big moves by Reynor. We've joked in the past, we're like, Reynor, you need more Burrow, and he's like, oh my god, can you guys just shut up about Burrow? It's really not that good. Well, it came in pretty handy today.
He'll remember this. He'll remember this. He'll leave a mark. Like, yeah, can I whip out Burrow here and there? Because a Zerg that's utilizing Burrow properly, that is a way scarier Zerg. Because like at any moment, you have to be so careful moving out on the map. But yeah, Maru, the like kind of game that he brought today, he wanted to be in the face of Reynor, and Reynor could keep up, obviously. And it's very nice to see that Reynor's coming into this tournament off kind of a bumpy little road that he's had over the last couple of months.
Yeah, but maybe if Maru doesn't make the overcommitment at the third and he would have just picked up those tanks, and there is a good chance that the run-bys are going to be a whole lot less successful because Maru is going to have more units defensively. I think maybe at Maru at one point got a bit ahead of himself, thinking that this game is as good as over, but Reynor showed some of that old school fighting spirit, and it's a great performance for Reynor. Definitely the victory that I think this young man needed as well, because it hasn't been all rainbows and butterflies over the last few months.
Right,
so this is just an excellent best of 3 for him to kick off the week.
And that bracket that Maru drops down to, that just got a lot scarier for everybody else that's over in there, right?
Yes, definitely so. Of course, he goes down to the lower bracket here in this, and then if he loses down, well, I mean, technically, he's guaranteed now in the knockout bracket eventually. It just depends where the entry point actually happens. But as you can see here, Reynor, he's a fast boy, Roddy.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love Reynor, we know he's a fast player, but these APM numbers, I always feel they're a bit inflated with rapid fire and low repeat rates.
The unpure players out there.
You don't like rapid fire, boy?
Yeah, they're building 300,000 links in 0.1 second. Like, I'm not buying those numbers, but we obviously know that both of those guys are very fast. Maybe Maru has never really been known as the fastest guy out there, but if you ever stand behind Maru, it's beautiful because it's so effortless. Like, every click that Maru wants to make is correct. And then some kids are really fast, but you feel like they're all over the place and they have to correct themselves. Maru is just always spot on. So those numbers, as cool as they are, I wouldn't look too much into them.
Yeah, game number 1, Ben, as you were saying, in terms of clean play, Maru play, when he's effectively using that APM as he does, that's the kind of game that comes out, right? It just looks so smooth, so methodical.
Yeah, and I mean, like his build as well. Like, he went for those Marines early on, picked off the Overlord, then Reynor's kind of like, okay, what's going on? And then it was like 3 racks. Like, the whole series, Maru is playing very, very aggro builds. And the fact they pulled out that 9 Reaper into 2 base kind of all-in-y play, Reynor has been susceptible to that kind of stuff. So I don't even mind the fact that he went for something like that. But today it just didn't pay off for him.
Yeah, one last thing, because obviously we gave Reynor a lot of compliments for winning. What Maru did incredibly well in that first game is that once Reynor was forced to build a lot of Roaches and Ravagers, eventually as a Zerg, you kind of want to get rid of some of that supply in a safe manner, but still get some value out of it, and then you get into the Lurkers, right? But Maru just made it almost impossible for Reynor to ever find an opportunity to get rid of some of these units so he can make his army stronger, and then suddenly it's 200 supply Roach Ravager against 200 supply Marine Tank, which obviously favors the Terran, and I think Maru did that incredibly well.
All right, well, thank you very much, boys. Of course, we're going to go to a break now, and when we return, we're going to have Solar versus Byun. The action really doesn't tone down whatsoever here to start things off for ESL StarCraft Summer. So let's join us after this break when we have more StarCraft action. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I think about everything that I've done, challenges overcome, sacrifices I made in pursuit of being the one to take us out of the slums, ready to scrap for crumbs. A million laps on the track until I clasp my lungs, but I ain't done. Let's take it to the maximum. I spaz before a champion in class of bombs. Ain't never stop my rhythm. I'm like a massive drum. I set this beat on fire until the ashes come. I'm swinging until they finish, man, somebody better get them. Told them I was the realest, but nobody paid attention. Now you go up against them, get a ticket to the clinic. Been about my business, I wait past the limit. I'm trapped, so I react and attack without feelings. Everybody else chilling, but I'ma continue drilling. Keep hitting and hitting until I break down the building. Be the man, you gotta beat the man. So for you, it's lights out. They say be the man, you gotta beat the man. So for you, it's lights out. I'm a warrior, you know my story, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time. I got one shot, to where the crab, hold up a line, it's going down, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time. Shine, I stayed on my grind. Every boy's like a hook from Iron Mike in his prime. My eye leader, light speed is just blowing your mind, and you ain't got enough heart to try to challenge a line. I'm holding it down, toe to toe, controlling the crown. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. I'm eating you clown. I've been the undisputed champ the last 300 rounds. I'll put your lights out, now you ain't making a sound. I got one chance for glory. I'm a warrior, you know my story. It's my time, it's my time, it's my time. It's my time.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
No. Let's go back to that music. That was banging, yes. Oh, I was loving that. That's the kind of thing I'm going to be driving to when I'm going home. Oh. Anyway, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the StarCraft 2 Masters. We've got ourselves yet more epic games on the way. I've got myself Loco and Pig to talk about the next one coming up, and we've casually going to get the second game going with Solar versus Byun. So an awesome one to keep things rolling on from the Reynor and Maru match.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty exciting because Byun and Solar is a match nobody's ever seen before. This doesn't happen 26 times a week when they're dominating each other in grand finals. Honestly, it's crazy. I love looking at the stats of these two because it's like, is it 49-51 or is it 50-50? Because that's like, they are always trading matches so evenly, and it's just every time one of them wins two matches and you think they're going to start to pull away, the other one turns it around, beats him the next two times, and it's back to 50-50.
Yeah, definitely. And Byun especially, of course, online has been looking fantastic. Obviously, we saw him towards those finals when it was lots of Terrans looking really good over at GSL. So I'm looking forward to see how Byun's going to play here.
Yeah, Byun always known as a man who practices a lot, right? Like, he always plays a lot of games. So just to bring up the stats, because I was looking at the same page as you are, apparently they've played 135 tournament series against each other.
That's a lot.
Yeah, first one in 2015. So basically, you know, most weeks over the last bunch of years they've been playing at least once.
Gentlemen, well, let's check in, of course, with Byun, who, as you said, is a grinder. We saw him at the beginning of yesterday here alone playing, and no other player was here. Let's check in with Byun.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 쇼피파이 리벨리온 테란 변현우입니다. 이번 시즌 폼은 조금 잘하고 있지는 못해요. 잘하고 있지는 못하고 그렇게 못하고 있지도 않은 것 같아요. 그래서 그냥 딱 평균 정도 하는 것 같아요. 그래서 온 선수 중에 딱 평균 하는 것 같아서 제 목표는 12강 정도로 목표를 하고 있고 8강 플레이오프 가고 싶긴 한데 그래도 제 현실적인 목표는 12강 정도라고 생각하고 있어요. 일단 오기 전에 상대가 정해지기 때문에 그 상대에 맞춘 빌드를 미리 준비를 해요. 그래서 미리 저는 빌드 다 준비가 돼 있고 그 시차 같은 경우도 어느 정도 그 나라에 대한 시차에 맞춰서 좀 더 늦게 자든지 이렇게 다 미리미리 준비를 해요. 지난 1년에 그래도 만족하지 못했는데 불만족스럽지도 않았던 것 같아요. 제 생각보다 카토비ce 일단 목표가 12강이었는데 12강도 갔기도 했고 어느 정도 그래도 목표는 달성한 것 같아요. 그래도 만족은 못할 것 같아요.
I feel that might be the most realistic I've ever heard a pro gamer talk. My goal was round of 12 at the Extreme Masters Academies.
I was good, but I was also kind of bad. I was practicing hard, but I was also not practicing that much. I was kind of happy about my results, but not really.
Happy, but slightly dissatisfied. Where am I in this world? But, yeah, so I mean, great to check in with Byun, of course. As we said, Piggy is kind of a grinder. But on the opposite side, let's talk about Solar here for a moment, because Solar fluctuates in and out of looking amazing in this matchup, and then sometimes a little lost. And he kind of admits that himself, but more often than not, it is kind of a laser-focused, I am good in this matchup, and here's why.
Yeah, Solar is potentially the best defensive Zerg vs Terran player in the world when it comes to his ability to survive, and you can push the crate back. You can get him contained on 4 bases and feel like you're winning as the Terran, and when that Hive Tech kicks in, he's just going to flood across the map with lurkers. There's going to be Lingbane overwhelming you, and it can often feel like he's losing, and then bam, he says, no, I'm at Hive Tech, I'm on 90 drones, you're dead. So Solar's incredibly good at that. But on the other side, you know, I like my tea leaf predictions to look at my crystal ball, that sort of stuff. It's been a while since we've seen a bit of a unlucky Solar moment. You know, we sometimes call him the unluckiest player in the world. There's been a few unfortunate
You want to
nukes.
see another nuke, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying either he's about to just put that all in the past, he's going to have the best tournament ever, or something terrible could happen. I don't know which one.
Wait a minute. All right, Nostradamus. Calm down. Loco, before we actually get into this, I'm hearing that the players are almost ready. Your thoughts on Solar quickly?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting match for sure. I mean, these two, they face off against each other all the time. They're both ridiculously good players. I wonder, Byun mentioned like he's got some build orders prepared in advance.
He did mention that.
Yeah, we've been seeing quite a few Byun games, right? He participates in basically every tournament. And I feel like when he has something prepared, it means he's going to build a bunch of barracks, be it inside of his base, be it on the other side of the map.
Probably going to get a little bit
In Solar's
cheesy.
natural, he's going to build the barracks in the natural of the Zerg.
By the
Yeah,
same
he's
token,
mostly doing the same things over and over and over again, right?
By the same token, I would be surprised if in the first round, not everybody didn't have something prepared for their first opponent. But anyway, let's see how it goes. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentators here to bring you the action from this excellent best of 3 that is on the way as Solar goes up against Byun.
Welcome everyone, we are extremely excited to get into some more TVZ. Reynor Maru was a great warm-up for the days, EG. Apparently it gets better somehow.
I actually can't believe that we started off with such a fantastic matchup and then we get another one immediately afterwards. It feels a little weird.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not warmed up yet.
I know.
We should do some jumping jacks.
Like, is this rehearsal still, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's rehearsal, we got Reynor Maru, kind of a replay from last time, but no, this is the real thing, man. We're here. Byun Solar coming up, a match we see a lot.
Yeah.
But it's always very fun. Byun's very creative. Let's go to the stage and get our players introduced.
Thank you. As early as it is, this should be a match that, as you said, we are a bit familiar with. We got Byun and Solar. We're doing another TVZ here on stage, and these two are well familiar with each other as opponents. But in case maybe you're not too familiar with them yet, well, let's check out this quick video before we meet them.
Byun is, maybe when he like prepared something, he figured out what he was going to do when walking on stage, because it's never the same thing twice, EG.
No.
He just blanked Solar.
That's his build. That's the build he was preparing. He wasn't going to shake his hand.
He's like, yeah, I wasn't going to shake his hand. Oh, you thought I was deciding how many racks I was going to build? How many Reapers? I make that up in the game, guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's always going to be the 2 racks on the low ground, but whether or not he shakes hands, that's the real question here. So we're going to get the map vetoes, but I do expect that, honestly, jokes aside, that Byun's been loving it. He's been basically trying to prove that it's a revolution in TVZ. Now it is far more likely that you see the 2 racks on the low ground than you see a 1 rack expand, although he does mix it in. So it's kind of like flip from like a 10%, 90% thing to like vice versa. So Solar should be prepared for that portion of the opening, but the tricky thing about that 2 racks is that you really can't do much about preparing for the follow-up. It's difficult to tell what's going on after that.
That's why someone like Byun has been able to do it so repeatedly. You know, and sometimes he 3 racks, and then sometimes you pull the SCVs. I've even seen the 4 racks, because why not, apparently? Anything kind of goes, and that makes it just terrifying to play against Byun. And Byun is just creative, and it's very possible we go through the series, we don't see any of those Reapers, but you've got to prepare for it and think of it as Solar, so definitely a frustrating one, definitely an annoying play to prepare against. It's going to be a fun series, I honestly think, because these two, when they play, it's never really one-sided. It's back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, even if the games are like a 2-0, it's very rarely someone just stomps through the other guy. It's always very competitive through pretty much every aspect of the game. They can both play early, they can both play mid, and they can both go late if they need to.
Yeah, I think that it usually is pretty well matched. I mean, Solar wasn't doing so hot around the same time last year, but he had some things going on in real life. Coming into this tournament, it seems like he's been doing pretty well. He feels pretty solid about the game. And yes, Byun's openers might be tricky, but that is where Solar can defend very well and showcase his highlights and his strengths. So we do get to a mid game and a late game, actually, very often, even though Byun might have the advantage as far as knowing how the other guy's going to open. Not a whole lot of cheeses, not a whole lot of weird things, not like he's facing dark. It still does manage to work out kind of beautifully, you know, Byun's aggression versus Solar defense.
Yeah, Byun actually vetoed Ancient Cistern, by the way. I was wondering this coming in because everyone vetoes Ancient Cistern apart from Byun. Online, Byun is like, yeah, best of 3 Ancient Cistern. That seems fine. Open it up against Dark. It's like, that doesn't seem like a good idea, but he does it. Here, he vetoes it, so we're going to play a bit more of a typical kind of best of 3 map-wise. As Byun and Solar is a few moments away, our second series of the day, and this ever so important kind of winner's stage. You know, if you win 2 matches, you are straight into top 8 into the playoffs. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Not only is it just such a wonderful start to the day with these matchups, which is a little bit odd for these events, but it's also the format has made it particularly grueling if you lose right off the bat, and you can lose right off the bat. So it's actually already very stressful for both of these players coming into this best of 3. Starting off on Gresvon, in the bottom right is the red tear, and we have Shopify Rebellion's Byun.
In the top left-hand corner, our blue Zerg player from Onside Gaming, Solar.
Recently made a tweet with Neeb in a uniform again.
Yeah, man, Onside are just... I don't know what's going on, man. Like,
they're crazy.
Neeb's back in Korea,
apparently
studying, and then they're just like, hey, guess who's back? But we don't know if he is, but he might be.
But he might be. You don't know, but we might be. Actually, we already have a bit of a difference here. Byun going to go for Command Center first. So he has been mixing back in those non-2-racks, low-ground 2-racks openers. But like I said, he really has gone, at least on the online cups, right, the last 2 months, putting those 2-racks down about 90% of the time. And then every so often, okay, fine. A Command Center first, maybe a 1-racks expand. But obviously this one, the Command Center first, not anticipating anything that Solar can do to punish it. And really, there's not a whole lot. As far as a typical early pool goes, it doesn't punish Command Center first. Solar incredibly unlikely to do something like a proxy hatch.
Yeah, Blind Roach Rush is like the other kind of alternative, right? And it's like,
yeah.
But then it's just, is he going to do that first game? Gresvan, I don't think so. So I think it's a good choice. You get a little bit greedy early as Byun. He is going to go double gas, so we'll have that faster factor on the follow-up. The scary thing, of course, from Byun is, well, actually even does exactly this. This is what I was going to bring up. I didn't realize he gets the second gas so soon, but double racks, you just 2-1-1 from this. You've got strong economy. You do exactly what you love to do as Byun, which is you just have a ton of Marines, medevacs. You're on the map early. You're being aggressive. You're trading out. And the Zerg can't miss a beat because you've got that strong CC first economy back at home.
Yep, yeah, it can be pretty brutal. And the follow-ups are also, well, not unlimited, but the follow-ups can include a 2-base attack, which personally I'm not actually that big of a fan of, but I know that the Terrans have been mixing it in. So Solar is going to be able to identify this soon enough, simply with the amount of Marines that pop out. You can identify that's on a Hellion opener, obviously the CC first. It's going to be scouted by an Overlord or the Sling, either one. And then again, Solar just playing that macro game for the Zerg is going to be trying to size up exactly what the best defense is. And defending the first 2-1-1, the actual 2-1-1 attack, that's usually easy enough, even with the likes of Byun, but it's the follow-up again that's tricky.
Yeah, no, there's so many different ways to do it as well, because then you can take that third CC, or you can add on extra racks and really just hardcore go on 2 bases, right? And Byun is so capable of doing all of those. He started up Stim, he cancelled up Stim, and we're going to wait a few more moments here. I guess we're going to go Starport Reactor, and I mean, no Stim's kind of completely wild.
It doesn't make any sense for you.
Unless you play Starport on the Tech Lab
Oh
GG!
my gosh, he got scouted and he's changing it. Oh wow, okay, that's interesting.
Usually
so
just go.
Wait a minute, like what is he gonna do? Go Banshees and then a 2-1-1? Well, I mean, it's not really 2-1-1 at that point, but you get what I mean.
I actually have no idea. This is because sure, like sometimes you get scouted in StarCraft 2 games, and you're like, well, I'm gonna trick my opponent and do something else that might not be great efficiency-wise of my build, but he's expecting one thing, I'll do something else. This is like he's like a build which you don't need to not, you know, you can still go, you can still put on pressure, you still force units, but maybe now he feels, I'm going to force those units anyway because he knows it's coming. I'm going to get Cloak Banshees, which is completely unexpected, and if he completely skips Spores and double Banshee shows up, I mean, it could be really deadly.
That's true, but how late are double Banshee going to show up? I mean, it's not like he's going to be without detection, I would assume.
Well, no, I mean, if he goes like double Evos.
Yeah, actually.
Or like...
I really want to be impressed with the big brain. Oh, no. Okay. We're good. I really want to be impressed with the big brain of this, but man, I have my reservations about some later Banshee timings. But this might work out brilliantly. We actually have a single engineering bay on the way as well, which I do wonder if that's not towards a follow-up 2-base, which I'm sure Solar is primarily thinking about that, like either a follow-up 2-base or even like a 4-axe or whatever.
Single Banshee, by the way, now a medevac. What is going on? I just, every part of this build is just completely bonkers. I mean, if we don't know what's going on and we're watching it, Solar has no idea what's going on. I think Solar has a rough idea of what he thinks is going on, but it isn't what he thinks it is. One Banshee in the right place could still be very annoying here. Force drones to pull away, something you have to look at. Byun realistically should cloak before he goes anywhere near any creep, just because he wants to get in there unseen. And yeah, he's just going to start flying over and just going to go and get some drones somewhere. I mean, there's mineral lines available to him. There is one spore in the main base, but that's the only spore, I believe.
Yeah, Lair has only just started up, so this Banshee will find some pretty nice damage. And there's just like nothing Solar can do. He's just going to panic. Pull the drones every which way, hope that eventually the Banshee runs out of energy, and eventually it will, but it's already done at least that damage, right? Like, the amount of drones might not get insane, but a lot of lost mining time, a lot of panic, a lot of chaos. I was wondering if he was going to pair this up with an additional attack with the Marines on the front. So far, not going to do that, and I think that might be best. Solar did make a decent ground army to defend specifically a ground attack. The Banshee is the huge surprise. Okay, but now the medevac's out, he's going to go ahead and move on over. Lings are available. Baneling Nest was made. Were any Banelings made?
Well, maybe Solar's just like, yeah, there's a second Banshee coming. There's never going to be a Marine push. I mean, that's the logic I'm working with here, and honestly, it looks like it might work out because there's only Lings and Queens. That's a lot of Marines. This isn't just 16, right? There's a little bit more, which means that little bit of extra firepower. Ling Queen on its own will not do this. Now that Lings start to engage after we lost a couple of Queens already, and as we kite backwards, we're just doing a great job of this. We're also moments away from +1 in combat shield, which means these Marines will be even better. Now is the time to start making some Banelings, but even then, we're still a way off Baneling speed. And Byun's just going to keep on powering up. Banshee comes back in as well. We'll just sit on the edges, get a couple more drones, and just be annoying. Love what Byun's getting done so far. I feel like he's put himself in a great position as he might get some of these Banelings when they first start moving forward.
There's one thing that Byun's really good at is making the Zerg kind of confused, having, not the most ideal macro setup when we compare it to like Clem's 3CC double engineering bay all the time, right? But then still making it into a macro game. So that single engineering bay, I mean, in the past for non-Byun games was usually a sign of a, really dedicated aggression, but not for Byun. Third CC is now down, second engineer bay is on the way. He will still have, better upgrades than his opponent. Solar had to wait so long to get the evolution chambers confidently, and then only got the +1 carapace as soon as possible to avoid the melee. He is going to defend the front lines, and there is absolutely still that chance for Solar to bring this back and recover, but first he does have to stabilize, and stabilizing is proving to be a bit difficult.
It absolutely is. We've got a Banshee still picking away at an Extractor. Had a couple more drones as well. Just forces Solar to look over here, move the Spore. Meanwhile, you've got Marines on your front doorstep, and Byun's getting more and more powerful. Further upgrades are coming in. Solar's still working off of 0-0 right now, and Byun just working his way up. No creep spread allowed because of all of this map control as well. And these are all things which, even if they don't win the game for Byun right now, it sets them up so beautifully for later on. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't follow up with a couple of tanks, but those Widow Mines do just kind of accelerate. They keep the momentum going, right? So the tanks might be able to abuse this position on Grestfon perhaps, a little bit more, but obviously the Widow Mines are doing a wonderful job supporting the Marines, which have really been a highlight here. They are constantly pressuring that base. A little bit late to the pullback, but then the Widow Mines actually get a nice shot, and more Marines rally forward. SCV's under attack by Solar's run by, but the Baneling numbers, I think, are almost entirely gone. Some just got made. Will it be enough to hold on Solar's side of the map, as his run by did do a tremendous amount of damage, and look at that, to pick up the retreat. Solar now finally ahead on that supply. Yeah, he is starting to look a whole lot better. That run by was not well handled at all from Byun. I really thought he saw it coming, he raised it deeper. I thought he was going to pull the SCVs like toward the Widow Mine at least, but he just didn't do that. And because of that, you get so many SCVs, and that's extremely expensive. Now the Terran is going to struggle to keep up production, and Solar gets some breathing room instantly. The Hydra Den is coming on down. And with that Hydraless Den on the way, we are just straight into the next stage of the game, which it didn't feel like Solar was ever going to get to originally.
I thought he was going to be in a lot of trouble, but that SCV kill amount was just kind of absurd for that single Ling run by. No Banelings included, no follow-up to it. Just that Byun thought he had so much momentum. He really wanted to carry on the momentum. Everything got sent to the front lines. And it did create this awkward situation where now Byun is trying to do that damage rather than just continuing to do that damage. Now we have some Banelings running by, and there's enough to chase after. This time Byun responds quite well. He has a 4th CC already done, by the way. And yeah, we're very much heading into that later stage of TVZ.
Yeah, what a great comeback from Solar. He really was in trouble. Everything Byun did in the first 6-7 minutes was so good. That one run by did so much unraveling of Byun's setup, and now it is an even game, right? If this was an even game before, Byun would be losing. It's just he was that far ahead. We do get this reset, and like you say, the later stage of this TVZ, the micro continues, the macro continues. You see Solar heading into an infestation pit. Further down the line, he's obviously thinking Vipers, he's obviously thinking Lurkers. That to me is one of the best parts of Solar's players of late. Just the lurker style is very good for him if he can get there.
Well, I do have to mention that Byun has played some incredible late game TVZ recently. So, I mean, you know, kind of typically with TVZ, we kind of get more excited for the Terran's aggression in the early and mid game and the Zerg's defense. That's just, you know, most of the TVZs play out. And then we wonder, like, who is better of the players in that late game? And you might default to Solar because he's such a great defensive Zerg. But Byun has really been quite annoying in that late game in the best way possible. I mean, annoying to his opponents. So even though his aggression didn't end up winning him the game, he doesn't actually even have a lead, he's kind of just trying to clear up some creep, find some decent battles. I have a lot of confidence in his ability to get to that late game. Solar trying to take a bit of an engagement, actually off of creep, feeling confident, but Byun just pulling back, and he's got to respect Solar at this point, who really is starting to take over the map.
Yes, the creep spread was so heavily delayed early, and now we're going to get that out there. We're going to push it forward, get in front of some of these bases. There's that aforementioned Lurker Den coming through as well from Solar. The setup is great. Byun still has some good pressure to apply, but he's also going to have to start thinking about getting later into this game himself. He's going to have to start thinking about a Ghost Academy, some Ghost, because we're not far from the point where the Zerg just overwhelms you if you don't tech up beyond Biomine.
Yeah, exactly. It is kind of concerning. Now, Lurker Den going to finish up with the Hive, immediately start up those upgrades, and of course, Hydras are available for whenever Solar thinks it is opportune to get those Lurkers. Marines almost getting surrounded, attempts at Baneling sniping. Kind of went awry there, and Byun is forced to back away yet again. Not actually losing too much, and a couple of sprinkling of Marines all over the map, suddenly causing problems for Solar's economy.
Yep, this is what Byun does well. He's everywhere sometimes. He just drops here, he drops there. 12 drones dead already. The main drop is just not doing anything.
Hello.
In fact, it's going to get the Lurker Den now. It's not being dealt with at all. This Lurker Den's continuing to drop. We're going to have to build a new one. And that's massive because no Lurkers were made, I believe. And of course, no Lurker upgrades can start during this time as well, which is one of the main things you need for your Lurkers to be good.
You know, he just pushed back kind of the main attack. I would not be surprised if Solar was getting ready to both start up all those upgrades, but then start up a couple of Lurkers. And instead, just a couple of drops, literally 2 with a handful of Marines, has really stopped that flow. He'll be able to reset. He's not, you know, down and out because of it, but it is going to be a little more awkward as the pacing of this game once again feels good for Byun as he attacks up the middle, stimming and splitting Widowmines, splashing every which way. The supply ends up looking similar as once again Byun is attacking this position. I don't know if he can break Solar, but it is amazing how much it feels like other Terran players would be just like, you know what, I'm done on the map. You got it. I give up. And Byun just continues to reinitiate.
I was going to say, we'd love just to see a scan here, clean up this little bit of creep, because then you're right back into that super annoying position where you can hit the high ground base from the low ground as well. So you can really control this area. That Widow Mine recharges, which is very cute. We do see the big drop into the main base. Solar gets a tiny heads up, but Byun will be mostly unloaded. And this is where the new Lurker Den is. Lose a Lurker Den once, that's okay. Lose it twice, I think we're really having a bad time. Upgrade denied. Parasitic bombs on the Medivacs. We stand and fight against the Lings for a while. We'll load up in the non-Parasitic bomb Medivacs. This hatchery may be in some trouble if we can just target it down. The Vipers come back over. We'll lose one of those. Byun doesn't get the hatch, but he's going to lift up, get back, and I think he's very happy with how this turned out.
Yeah, the speed is still incredible, especially when you consider that Byun has talked about some problems with his wrist, specifically when it comes to offline play, but he is playing so fast right now. Now, Solar is keeping up for the most part, but again, his whole entire game plan, right? The ebb and flow, the usual peaceful moment that you have to get to that Lurker Den, it keeps on getting interrupted. He keeps on losing it, so he can't even get those upgrades. So the powerful, good Lurkers are even farther away. You know, plain old Lurkers might help you defend a couple of locations, but you want those upgrades.
Starting to get to the point where it's getting a little messy as well for Solar against these mines. There's just a lot going on. It's easy to miss one. It's easy to let it go off in the dead center of your army. So got to keep our eyes on those as these Hydras need to be careful chasing. Yeah, there's a couple of Banelings. There's Lings from the other side. Byun stands and fights for a while. Now some Banelings start to get through. The Bio continues to kite away. Looks as though we're good for the moment as Byun is going to just keep up the pressure. Still on the other side with a drop. That now gets cleaned out. So does he finally have some peace and quiet? No, because Byun's back on the map with the main army coming forward yet again. But 7 Lurkers on the way, ZG. This should finally be the thing that slows this game down.
It should be, you know, but again, those are unupgraded, and there are so many places to defend that if you were to instance divvy up your Lurkers 2 on each base, that is something that Byun could take care of as long as he, you know, knows to scan ahead of time. He will get that concave, he will destroy your Lurkers. So absolutely, they usually cause a real difference in that pacing, but I don't know about this game. And by the way, I love that Byun has stuck purely on Bio for this time. If he ever gets a whiff of those Lurkers, he might start adding in those Ghosts. But without those ghosts, he really has been able to be as fast as a Terran can be. Bio Widowmine just continuing to hammer this base.
Absolutely, just pushing up. We're going to see these Balins start coming through. The Viper overhead. He needs to be careful, otherwise it's going to go down. It will go down. Drop the Parasitic Bomb, gets one medevac. Byun starts to kite back once more as the Lingbane Hydra is happy to push down the ramp, but really doesn't want to chase off Creep. That's where you run into a disaster. But that means that this position is still held, but there's the Lurkers there, so Byun can't successfully drop on top. He has now got Ghosts on the way. That's an important addition to his army. It was always essential once we got later on. He really did a great job of delaying this point of the game coming around, but it is finally here.
It is, yeah. You know, we're talking about Byun a lot as he is the one pushing that aggression, but Solar, again, his defense is incredible. He has still have a lot of creep spread on the map as well, so we can see the incoming drops to the bottom left. So far able to save those bases, and he's finally getting some of those lurker upgrades. The range is done, the speed is on the way for that burrow, and he is tracking the army relatively well. I am still concerned that, you know, it's never really going to slow down, because Byun, he might slow down a little with ghosts as they can't stim, right? But he usually does a great job of continuing aggression like this with ghosts in multiple control groups, multiple attacks. So it's not the end for Solar. I love the run-by attempt again, but this isn't going to work out. By the way, a 5th base as an orbital. Byun feels that his aggression has worked out so well that he can keep that base alive without the help of a planetary.
Which, with the way he's been playing, is probably true, because Solar's not been across the map since that earlier run-by. We've not seen anything from him aggressive. But at the same time, the game's about to be very different, so it might be a bit of a miscall, as that's a great set. Parasitic Bombs, double kill, gets the Hydras to kill another. This full cleanup up on the top side is a nice little something from Solar, and just, he gets rid of some pressure that Byun had, forces him to replace quite a lot of supply, actually.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit worried for Byun now. That's going to be the biggest stop, I feel like, in his attacks for a while at this point. He scans ahead, sees a giant Zerg army. He's actually going to retreat back into Ghost, so this is where Solar also has to kind of identify, oh, okay, that unit is now in play. So whenever he overreaches, there'll be much more of a punish with the snipes. Love the Lurkers attempt to go for a run-by, but there are some Ghosts prepared for that. Byun still on the forward aggression, is paying attention, can always retreat back to some further reinforcements, but he can't retreat back to a planetary. That's where his orbital is.
Yep, absolutely. The Lurkers make a dive on the bottom side at the same time, and there's a bit of a mixture of things going on down there. As the Ghosts get sniping, the Lurkers are fighting back. It's a full-on trade out, but that feels pretty good for the Zerg. The Lurkers feel a bit more replaceable than Ghosts do. As Byun loses control in the front, he will lose this orbital, and Solar takes down 17 SCVs, pretty much all of the Ghosts, and he is going to be extremely happy. Rebuilding, already maxed. In a moment, he'll be set to go once again, and Byun, now he's going to be the one under repeated pressure. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble at this point. Now Solar can size up any engagement that he wants to take, right? Offensively off of Creep is totally fine now for Solar, who is building that bank as well. 85 drones, lots of bases, replacing Creep that has never really existed in the middle of the map, but has existed elsewhere. So now he's just going to take over the entire map. And Byun, I don't think he wants to sit back and play that kind of Maru defense game, right? But with Solar's aggression, his run-bys, those are cracklings, by the way. There's not a lot of other options most of the time, unless Solar over-dedicates. And then maybe the momentum can swing again, but that's kind of the Terran's hope at this point. Yes, the kind of the back and forth kind of aspect of it, but I really feel like at this stage we knocked down some rocks. We're just going to get ready to keep on going from Solar. He's already diving towards this bottom side where there is the Terran army in decent amounts, and obviously SimCity is on your side as the Terran, so don't overcommit through. Like you're saying, this is where the Terran can maybe get back in it. We're going to have a couple of those Ghosts going off, but at the same time, Solar, he's on the right side as well, and that's just an unprotected base. The SCVs all go down. He will chase a little while over here. Some Bayans try to clean up some of the mines. I think still, obviously, Byun is just losing out. Solar's instantly rebuilding, and he has all the bases to do this for quite a long time. Yeah.
We haven't even really gotten to the point of all the Zerg things anyways, right? Like, the Lurkers made a brief appearance. They haven't been remade, which I actually prefer in the late-game TVZ. But then I'm thinking Nidus Worms, too, right? We haven't even seen the classic double Nidus Worms, which are going to add to Byun's problems as he continues to have a tough time getting over that 150 supply, and much less up to 180 or nowhere near max. This is a very difficult game. Byun refuses to be, I guess, cornered. He's out on the map again, but he's got to be so careful about this.
Yeah, I guess activity in some way stops the Zerg from dictating the fights and getting set up with the Lurkers, but again, he doesn't feel like he's got an army to really rush in. So the moment Solar's there, he's running, he's kiting backwards, and that allows you to take some decent trades. But Solar, if he gets far enough forward, can just project, this into the next attack.
This time Planetary is here to help, which really is going to be nice. As you pointed out, the style of the game has changed. The Orbital was great in the first 15 minutes, but okay, not so much now. But as Byun dips even further in supply, that is going to be Solar's victory, a fantastic one as well. Again, Byun being the aggressive one for like 70% of that game. We talked a lot about him and his speed and his aggression and the excitement that is TVZ, but then Solar, just with that macro, the solid defense, of course, that comeback earlier on as well. This is why we always like kind of say like he deserves this championship, you know, this, that, or the other, and it's been so long since he had one.
Very, very true. No, it was, first 7 minutes was so cool from Byun. Like, it wasn't ordinary. It was like a single cloak Banshee instead of getting the snip straight away. Like, all of this trickery, and this run by obviously undid everything. I'm so surprised he didn't pull the SCVs to the right side towards the wall, because even then, at least you're kind of pushing them towards a couple of Marines, right? You probably save a few extra. And obviously during that, he didn't exactly take the best fights across the map, and that really just undid everything he'd set up for early. And then Solar survived, and he survived, and Byun did a great job, like you say, of being aggressive all the time. Solar just did a better job of surviving. And even with the Lurker Den killed off twice, even with that delay, he just said, right, well, okay, the time is reset, I've got to do it all again, but he did it again. He didn't let Byun ever break through. And obviously, moments like this were just consistently very good for Solar.
Yeah, it was a double whammy. It was a lot of Ghost traded out, and the Orbital died, of course. But, you know, even though Solar did end up, finishing this game with, Mass, Lurker, or those Nightostorms that I was talking about, it usually is such an important stopgap for the Zerg to get to those Lurkers when they're under that insane amount of pressure. So make no mistake, it's still a big deal. Those Lurker Dens were denied, but then it almost looked like it didn't matter, right? Because Solar had such a dominating way of playing that late game out, and Byun just really could not get his standing again. He couldn't get his feet set again, which is what he needed to do, because he still had enough economy and he still had the production, but he never really took those like slightly better trades. Solar didn't over-dedicate, and then it really did just add up to the point that at the end there, Solar was ahead 80 supply.
Yes. It just slowly broke down for Byun. He just slowly couldn't kind of keep up as much as he was doing so initially. Time to head into game number 2, where Byun has to, very creative game 1, has to obviously reset and maybe get that creative again in game 2. He can clearly put himself in great positions, and he can clearly, even when the game's fairly even, be very controlling. Just has to be a little bit better on that transition, has to be a bit ready, a bit more ready to play later in the game. As we have Solar up 1 on the stage here in the ESL SC2 Masters. Again, kind of crazy. Big matches so early in the day, first day. It's a new feeling for these events, TG.
It is a very new feeling. I was looking at the stats about this year. As we had pointed out, they play so often against each other in all these cups and GSL and all that good stuff. And Byun really, well, I guess in terms of matches isn't so far ahead, but 5-7 in Byun's favor. And most recently, had taken the last 2 series against Solar. I came in thinking Byun was favored, and of course he can still bring it back, but Solar definitely looking on point. I know Pig mentioned on the desk, you could just kind of go either way, right? The caster thing, but seriously, you can kind of tell when Solar is not going to have the best tournament and when he's going to have a really good tournament, and this feels like a very good tournament, Solar.
Absolutely. As we're going to start this one off in the top right-hand side of Royal Blood, from the Shopify Rebellion, our Red Terran is Byun.
In the bottom left has the blue Zerg. For Onside Gaming, he is Solar.
Barracks is on the low ground, right? Yes. Cool.
I was afraid he was going to do all 3 games today without doing this at all and make me look stupid.
Yeah, this has just been... to be fair, so originally Maru was doing this a little bit on Grezvan, and then Byun was like, okay, yeah, this is fun on Grezvan. Then Byun was like, hey, what if we do this on every map? And pretty much no other Terran followed him in this ideology, right?
Yeah.
But just Byun, he's like, that's actually really good, guys.
Yep. Yeah, I remember when it started off on Moondance, I thought that was particularly clever because you could wall and then take the 3rd CC or not. That added to the mystery again, but that was still very experimental. Very rare to see that. And then now, particularly with Byun, you're seeing it on every single map. In all the positions as well, the whole add-on dilemma of Terrans doesn't seem to phase him too much. And there's a reason for that, of course, which is that this does give you the benefit of the early game. Because there is, the amount of scouting you get from Reapers, plus the production of 2 racks versus 1, and just, the micro of Reapers. There's not a lot of the early cheeses or attacks that can actually punish this. We saw Zergs try when this was getting popular, and Byun would not have the perfect handle because he was still experimenting with it. And then for the last month and a half, I feel like, you know, Dark tries to cheese it occasionally. And it's kind of terrible. Byun's way too good at buying time and defending.
Yes. It's kind of crazy just how you can be that good with like a few Reapers just to like deny what should be so good against it. And there's a reason why Byun is the one that's doing this and not really anyone else. There's a couple of people that dabble in it, but Byun really is the master of this style. And we'll see how he does here. Already gets one Zergling early, which is nice. He's got extra Reapers coming. And it isn't going to be that aggressive behind this in terms of, you know, more Reapers. He's going to go Reactor Tech Lab, but he is adding on Barracks number 3, which means you get yourself into a very quick kind of upgrade. You get yourself into a lot of bio units. And then we've seen Byun be extremely aggressive from there in some of these games in the past.
I was waiting to see if it got 4x, but open 3. All right, so we have still continued aggression. It's not really the point of the Reapers is not to get a bunch of drones. I mean, we kind of estimate that Zergs take ling damage to this, basically, despite there being 3 Reapers instead of 1, but no drones, no queens. But Byun does sometimes find that, and it can be tricky, or he runs into lings. Okay, he's going to be all fancy about the fight,
yeah, he's just being Byun.
Okay.
Like, okay, he's not being Byun.
Never mind.
It was a cool idea until he jumped all 3 up, and you know, one of them was 1 hit from death. That was maybe not quite it, but just trying to get as much as possible. It is one of those scenarios where obviously keeping the Reapers alive is nice, but as Ling speed finishes, they're not going to do too much extra, so losing the one's like, yeah, it was unnecessary, but it's not going to be super terrible. There is going to be that second tech lab in the main base as well as Stimpak's already a good way along. If we start Combat Shield now, it's going to time together, and again, we can have a good first 3 racks push if we want to go across the map.
Yes, yeah, that's very possible. For Byun, I mean, this could still be a concerning time as he really doesn't know what Solar is doing. Roaches, mid-game, or not mid-game, but like later, early game, all in. But assuming that that is not happening, and Solar is usually the person that you would assume, yep, drones, 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 more drones. Byun can focus on his follow-up, which very well could be moving out with these Marines and trying to maybe not pull the trigger, but certainly scare Solar. Solar has got to respect all of the various options as the follow-up, as his Ling Scout, of course, can't get in, and an Overlord shouldn't be able to get in. And we haven't seen too many Zergs try and get like Overlord speed against Byun. Even though that would have helped with the follow-up scout, most of them don't do it.
Maybe most of them can't afford to do it, right? It's like,
I think that is the conundrum.
Yeah.
100%.
It's 100 gas, it's super early in the game, it slows you down in a big way, and if Byun isn't doing anything super weird, you're in trouble because he's so good aggressively. And then even if he is doing something weird, it's still 100 gas you don't have. Yeah, you know it's coming, but then the preparation, the 100 gas, it's not as many minerals mined. The entire situation just becomes that much weirder as the Overlord will see this move out, so it has a Baneling Nest on the way. A couple of Banelings feel pretty important here, just to force the Marines to split apart a little bit, or at least start target firing instead of just letting the Lings run into a lot of stimmed combat shielded Marines.
Yeah. This is a difficult push to hold perfectly. Again, not necessarily pulling the trigger and having enough units, but just not under-droning or over-droning, of course. A lot of queens does help out, especially if they have got those transfuses, and they indeed do. One queen goes down, but the Banelings are on the way. Second queen goes down as well. How long is Byun going to stick around? Third queen dies. There's still so many left over. We're still injecting, we're still creep spreading. 5 Marines went down, which I would say, you know, this is a good trade and all that, but Solar, now is the question, is he going to read the follow-up correctly? Is he going to drone when appropriate, or is he going to underestimate the follow-up? There are a decent amount of Marines coming on up here. Starport almost done, so medevacs are not involved yet, but we do have some tanks on the way too. So we didn't have any tanks last game, which would have slowed him down, but then had that beautiful position on Grespawn. He's going to try and find a position here on Royal Blood.
Yeah, I like what we've done so far. Byun, he got a bit of damage, and then he was like, okay, step back. And right now, this is not a good fight for Solar. Off creep is generally not great. Byun is trying to target fire down Banes. He's taking Lings as he steps back. He is going to get surrounded. He has to try and dive up the side. The Banes get a catch. He'll turn around for the other Banelings. Now I don't love it so much because your Marine count getting reset undoes all of your future pressure. That was a way better trade for Solar. He's caught right back up from what happened earlier. And yeah, Byun's going to be kicking himself for that.
Yeah, now there's not going to be any follow-up with those tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's way too... he's building Liberators, though. It very much looks like he's absolutely planning on doing this siege attack, right? Which, again, further forces the Zerg player to make those tough decisions. Do I take this ultra seriously, or this guy macroing behind it? Do I take it not seriously and then die to it anyways? Now it's pretty easy. You're not going to die to it. You know, maybe Ben doesn't even do it anymore. So Solar with excellent engagements. I feel like the almost mistiming of the Ling surround that worked in his favor, where Byun was just like, oh no, this is good. Oh no, it's bad. Like he just didn't anticipate that, as it was a little late. But it worked out wonderfully for Solar, who does seem to be kind of coasting at this point. And the creep spread is going to be totally fine too, something that those Marines were supposed to at least halt to a certain degree. Now they can't. I still need to do the tank push. I wonder, Wardy.
Yeah, he's going to give it a go, but his libs avoid the Lings. That's nice. I mean, you can still maybe set up some chaos. It's going to be a fun position with the tank just supporting the ramp. It's just not a lot of stuff, right? This has got to be Byun kind of saying, hey, look, I'm still scary, and Solar needs to respect it, but actually Solar could just overrun it if he really wanted to. But it's that call of like, am I really in a good position? Like identifying how much you did earlier. The libs will set up during this, and with double lib and no spores, it's going to be kind of annoying. We do jump in the main base. The first medevac's gone down. The tank is shelling away. We are killing drones. This is adding up now. We are getting some damage done, and Byun might be in an okay spot coming out of this. He will lose this final tank. We killed a few drones. Our worker count especially is very close together, and that's going to mean that Byun's army shouldn't be too far behind in the near future.
No doubt the double Liberator hitting 2 different locations while the Queens were still very helpful, maybe necessary on the front lines. Like, no doubt that was a good tactic. 7 drones go down, lots of lost mining time. But Solar did end up cleaning up the push after already having the other cleanup pretty quickly. Fit in those drones, fit in that 4th base. Still has this creep spread because this wasn't an attack that cleaned that up. And, I mean, the upgrades will even up as well. So, okay, yeah, maybe Solar took some damage. Maybe it could have been handled better, but I still feel like the momentum is absolutely on his side. Byun only now turning his 3rd command center into an orbital.
Especially the fact that now Solar can just get the Hydra Den up so much more easily. Last time he had to really fight for a moment to get the Hydra Den. He's just getting it whenever he wants to at this point. And there's another siege tank that's just kind of doing a little bit. It is a distraction though. We are going to get a few drones down here, and Overlord as well. Will we be able to get the hatchery before the respawn shows up? I actually think so. Byun scans, he realizes, oh yeah, this is a base. 5th hatchery goes down, so nice grab here. Going to turn around and get a few Lings before we play the lift up and get out of their game with the medevacs. Because we have 1 Ling across the map, that's not going to do too much. Solar is getting into those Hydras, a bit of a sturdier overall force than just pure Ling Bane. But yeah, Byun getting a little bit more done, and again, the supplies are kind of close. I know Solar's had some of the tech and everything, but I don't really feel like he's got so much tech now that it makes up for equal supplies.
Yeah, that 5th base felt like a big weakness, right? Like, if he was consolidated on 4 bases and that was a growing 5th, it's easy cancel drones are over there. It's, you know, still, if you can get 5 bases up and running, all more power to you, but that's almost seemed like a reach, and he just didn't defend it. No doubt about it, that was a easy pickup for Byun. That definitely helps his case. It was a bit of a magic maneuver. He was a bit of a magician. Look over here. Okay, I'm attacking on the 5th, actually, which he'll continue to do. Now we just call it a double-pronged attack, of course. Solar is still heading into this kind of mid to late game where he did win last game. See if he can do it again. Trying to go up a ramp against a couple of tanks, though. Not working out super well. Byun starting to get a handle on the map once again. Actually engaging on Solar's side with an intimidating army, which was not necessarily the case earlier on.
Tanks in pretty nice positions, right? Up in corners, minimizing, like, you know, potential surrounds. Still's going to pull the trigger and go. These tanks are going to get a lot of shots off. Banelings are struggling to find any connections here. An extra wave should be able to really start pushing Byun much further back now. But remember, Byun has a sizable amount of units in the bottom right as well. They should come into play soon. They're going to start making a stim for a base, and even reinforcements over here believe they can show up. The Hydras are being left alone. The Queens are fighting. Every Hydra goes down. Byun is going to take a pretty good set of fights. Like, yes, he lost a lot of tanks. Yes, he got pushed back a bit, but these are the kind of trades where the Terran can keep on pushing off of, and the Zerg is just rebuilding into the same army, which eventually the Terran is kind of meant to do very well against.
Yeah, it's too bad about those Hydras. They didn't have speed, so maybe they could retreat anyways, but Byun's double attacks are really working out here, but Solar is still stable, and if he takes a decent engagement, he will be able to get this 5th base, I think, properly secured, but that is the question. Queen still necessarily on that front line is a bit concerning sometimes, but they're doing an excellent job occasionally sniping medevacs and tanking tank shots, which, by the way, the tank count really has never gotten super high, but with Marine control being what it is for Byun, they are absolutely the scariest thing here, and Solar is having trouble dislodging this particular attack.
He really, really is. Marines just continue on forward here. Hatchery taking some damage. Queens are still pushing through. And Marines just sit here, looking pretty decent. Obviously, the tanks are in the back, and Byun, if he can just keep chipping away at that hatchery, eventually get it, that would be great. Solar knows he can't let that happen. The Balins have a good jump on the Marines. They get decent connections. Libs weren't here in time. Extra Marines showing up. We really just need to get rid of these few Banes, and as Solar turns, Byun can grab them. Only one siege tank really left here, though, so he doesn't have that much splash, but the Liberators will help us survive on this high ground. This hatchery will go down in the end. And Byun, how much further does he want to go? I feel like it's kind of time to just stop and maybe just regroup a little again.
I think so. Like, literally heal up his Marines, too. They are overstimmed at this point. Ling run by trying to find a 4th base, but there is not one, right? And, oh, okay, I was a little shocked right there. There's nothing to harass as Byun asked for a pause. Not sure. Did you notice anything?
No, I just thought he was drinking his water straight away.
Needed.
He was like, PvP straight to the water. Fastest water APM in the whole right now.
I wonder if he's feeling some delay, right? We saw that earlier.
Yeah, potentially. Couple things.
Hello.
Hello, beautiful audience. You know what's great with this setup? We can turn around and see them in person.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hi guys.
I learned Swedish when I went to IKEA.
Yeah.
Which is great, by the way. Love it.
You learned Swedish?
IKEA? No, yeah. I learned some Swedish, right? Because on the bags they say hey.
It says hey.
HEJ, right?
That's what you learned.
I learned how to say hey.
I thought it was just going to be a bit more impressive than that. I'm not going to lie.
Nope. You don't need to be impressive. Just be like, hey.
I feel like it would have been a better story if you just left it. I learned some Swedish.
Really?
Yeah.
You think that'd be a better story?
Yeah, when at IKEA I learned some Swedish. And then you just start talking about something else and I was like, wow, that's really impressive.
Would you not ask me how would you learn Swedish?
I wouldn't do you dirty like that. I'm not demi.
Okay, all right, well. I love that when like the languages kind of like they share something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like in French you can be like, hello. And then you go to like Montreal and you go up to the people and you're like, hello, in the most American voice possible just to make sure they don't like misconstrue that you can speak French.
Yeah, I got it. I got you. Quick technical pause is what's called on the screen. Been a pretty great game. I think obviously great series. The first one was very back and forth, and now the second game it definitely felt as though Solar was kind of getting off to something. You know, he defended, the map was becoming his, and now Byun's the one fighting back. Just a really great display of what we kind of setting up into this, right? Where, quite frankly, these two are very well matched for each other, and as they're very well matched for each other, you kind of get this situation where they do go back and forth. There's never really a boring game between these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you're being proven correct, Wordy, about that. These have not been boring. They've been actually kind of hard to call, right? I think, to give ourselves some credit, we're like accurately calling some of these momentum changes, right? And who has the slightly better hand, but then we point out like, oh, well, a battle could change things around. And then, hey, battles go wrong for some people. Byun gets surrounded. Solar has no defense around his 5th base, which has put him into a bit of an off position at this point. And he has now lost his 4th. As a reminder, as we finally get back into game. So we never knew what that was, but something happened. Now Byun is ready to go. It was kind of actually a perfect time to pause too, as things had slowed down. He was regrouping, ready to attack on the front lines again. Solar looking to do some harassment, didn't find a 4th base. Now gonna try and bust into that natural, and there are too many units to really do that, so maybe when the 4th base is actually planted, he can go for it, or he can set up a bit of a surround with this, but that's not enough to really surround.
No, not really. It's such a small force, doesn't feel like it'll do too much. Single link comes in from the other side as Byun is continuing to press on forward. Solar's getting the Vipers charged up. We know they are going to be big, right? Blinding Clouds can be massive against those siege tanks, maybe even some abducts if the situation lines up. And Solar preps for this fight. He knows he wants to take it. He's going to start pulling the trigger right now. First Blinding Clouds drop. There's that flank coming in just to give a bit of a better arc on this army. And Byun has it back up against the wall. He has to lift up the Marines. He has to pull back. And Solar takes the best fight I think he's taken in a long time.
That was almost clinical, right? It was like, oh, is he in trouble? Is he having difficulties defending? He certainly did on the 5th base. He couldn't find anything with his run by. And then just all of a sudden, it was perfect execution, you know? Put that up on a class and teach people how to do that. As Byun now is forced to retreat, he still has plenty of army. His 4th base is a planetary, so that is properly safe. And his +3 attack, at the very least, will be finishing very, very soon. So we have set ourselves up yet again into that late game, which Solar was able to win even after 2 denied lurker dens. In this game, he's not even trying to go for it.
Yeah, this game he's pretty happy just to sit here for the moment. The Vipers are out. Obviously, he feels like Byun's probably stuck on this kind of Marine tank composition a little bit. So he's like, okay, well, my tech is set up to deal with that. I don't need to do anything else just yet. You see these Marines coming through, blasting a bunch of Banelings. Better start to this fight from Byun. He's trying to drop in the main, but there's not much going on. He is killing 7 drones throughout this. The Vipers get some parasitic bombs on that picture-in-picture, but the main push still coming through. Queen still being traded out, and Byun just going to sit here pretty happy to keep on taking this fight. And I think overall, though, Solar's, as he cleans up, is going to get a lot of units. He did lose a hatchery. Solar's supply is just absolutely booming. His economy's not great, but if he goes right now, I think he's in a great spot.
That was kind of awkward, actually. Byun might not have been dislodged particularly quickly because the Banelings were behind the Hydras and the Queens, but the Zerg army wasn't dying quickly either. And what was dying were Queens that I think at this point are fairly easy to replace. Not really impacted Solar's ability to max out, right, and get some creeps around the map. As you pointed out, if he just goes right now, he will have a considerable supply lead, about 30 in army, right? But it is off creep. You got to respect the Sim City, and Byun does have enough units to hold on for now. But Byun's difficulty here is in that transition. His 4th base so late, no Marauders on the field, only recently adding on that 2nd factory, so now double tank production. You might eventually get to a very secure area, 4 bases, 5 bases on this map, but as of right now, pure Marine tank against someone who does have Vipers available. Well, I'm not sure they're actually ready to go quite yet. And a couple of Marines once again diving on in, looking at the hatchery, decide not to go for it. And a forced pickup. Maybe they'll find something elsewhere.
And they're going to try and jump in the natural. I mean, the big thing is that there's a push at the same time, but Blinding Clouds are going to start up. They're hitting a few of the tanks already. There's just not the Marines to stand here and really fight against this. And that means that once again, Solar's going to come crashing through. The tanks are all going down. The Marines in that corner actually did very well, and they're going to be maybe the saving grace of these last few moments, especially now these tanks get some extra Banelings as well. Solar distracted. They started off so well for him, but the last few moments have been a bit more disastrous. Byun supplies right back up there, and these Marines are still jumping one side and another, just getting some extra kills, some extra value, eventually, hopefully, trying to find their way out.
Yeah, these two not making these games easy, man, for either guy. Byun is struggling to find some concrete damage, but he is finding kind of these, you know, outside the bases at this point, I suppose. Not quite able to deny the 5th and the 6th, but the creep spread, the trades on the Banelings, some of the Hydras staying over a little too long. It is starting to be a little concerning for a Zerg player, right? Especially if they ever just suddenly disappear. There's no Banelings. Like, that could be real trouble against this very heavy Marine, very fast style, but if you get that surround, if those Hydra numbers are just actually overwhelming, which it kind of looks like it is, well, then maybe the Marines won't be enough, and they won't be here, actually, even as the Lings start to dissipate. The Marines just will not cut it, and, well, there you go, actually. Solar, with that final battle, able to take a 2-0 against Byun, kind of changing the narrative a little bit, considering, again, their very recent history and starting off his tournament very well.
No, absolutely. Solar, again, a solid victory, I think, showed some really good skills throughout this, right? The ability to come back, the ability to kind of withstand so much pressure, comfortable early, comfortable in a macro game. Byun did not make this series easy for Solar in the slightest. Solar was in a very good, very rough position at points, multiple times over, and like I say, just drew himself out of it. Looking great. If that's how Solar's going to play this tournament, he could be an absolutely top-tier contender, and I'm very excited for that. Let's go to the desk and see what they thought of this very fun TVZ.
Thanks, guys. A great cast here as we continue rolling things on, and Solar looking fantastic. He was able to weather the storm so well against Byun here. Even though the fight back came for Byun at the very end there, Loco, not to be. Solar looked great.
Yeah, I like how in that pre-game interview we heard that Byun had some spicy build orders prepared. Turns out the spicy build orders are a command center first and a double barracks opener, something he's been doing literally every single game. But anyways, it doesn't really matter all too much. Yeah, excellent gameplay right there, of course, from Solar. I mean, defending continuously, trying his very best to just not fall behind it. It's really easy, right? You just need to slip up for like 5 seconds, you lose 10 drones here, you lose a couple of workers in that area, just excellent gameplay right here from Solar.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of the moments from this series here as Solar looking like a bulwark. The defensive stance of Solar does not break against Byun, even though Byun tried some stuff, but a lot of the attacks came at the front and didn't quite break the mold here.
You know, I thought Byun had this pretty much in the bag in game one, and all these clips we're watching are kind of when Solar started to turn it around and said, no, I've got Hive Tech, I'm in control of this game. We talked about it at the start of the series, one of the best defensive Zerg vs. Terran players in the world, arguably the best at just surviving on his side of the map.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you just make your opponent have to work so bloody hard for every victory, well, we know about Byun's condition, of course, where he does struggle with that pain, and that's going to kick in the more of these long macro games. I mean, you can feel like you're winning, but you need to put Solar in the ground 6 feet under or he's going to keep fighting back.
Yeah, the pause, unfortunately for Byun, not necessarily throws him a little bit off kilter, but when you see how things are going in the flow state of this second game here, Loco, by the time we get to this point, Solar's taking a bit of a supply lead. Byun's not really hitting. I was talking to Pig about it in the back, not really kind of going for those drops kind of into the main, etc. And then from there on, Solar's always winning those frontal engagements.
Yeah. No, I think you said it perfectly with that flow state, right? Like you're trying your best to just continuously push and get that tempo going.
Yeah.
And the tempo is not just in the game, it's also mentally. You're constantly fighting, you're like, okay, lining up the left fight, lining up the right. And then as soon as you pause the game, you essentially go back to, well, zero, right? You got to once again get into the pace of the game. And I mean, Zork at that point definitely just wants to sit back and defend and eventually overwhelm you. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate right there for Byun. He's had those wrist issues for a long time. We'll see.
Yeah, nothing too gimmicky about Solar's play, just great kind of standard stable stuff here. Pig, as he's able to take the victory here, moving on, and he's going to be playing either against Scarlet or Bunny. That actually concluded, I think, right?
Yeah, Bunny did turn that series around. A rough game one where Scarlet rolled some speed veins into about 60 of his Marines at one point. Got one of the best fights I've seen.
I looked away for 1 second and suddenly the game was over. I was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, it was really cool. But game two, he managed to take out the Roach play, you know, really good Marine tank and stuff. So managed to finish her off in the end of that series. Very good play. It's going to be interesting to see that Zerg versus Terran because Solar didn't have to show any special tactics here. It was just that rock-solid defense.
Yeah.
And I feel that's his favorite spot is just, hey, you have to do something to me. It's your job to try and bring the fight. I'm just going to defend and eventually beat you.
Yeah, definitely. And that now brings us on to what is going to be our next series here, which on the mainstream will be Reynor going up against Astrea. And it's an important one, Loco, because the winner of this actually moves on into the finals bracket without having to look at the knockout bracket or even think about it. So very good for them.
That is going to be a really fun match as well. Reynor versus Astrea. I mean, Astrea has been looking incredibly good over, well, really the last couple of years, but I feel like he's really stepped it up over the last half year or so. Reynor, of course, I mean, a previous world champion. He doesn't really have any particular weaknesses, I would say, in any of the matchups. I mean, overall, it's really solid.
Late hive tech, I guess. Like
yeah, sometimes he gets a little carried away. Like maybe a half year ago, he wasn't feeling all too great, but he's clearly been practicing, and it shows.
Yeah, he's really on point. And it's cool because you go back 6-7 months, they had, you know, Home Story Cup finals against each other.
True.
They actually had a big bunch of run-ins at the end of last year when Astrea was peaking, Reynor was peaking, and there were some very exciting matches where Astrea finally beat him at a LAN, you know, and actually kind of got that monkey off his back. Astrea's looked fantastic, dominating, you know, North America or the Americas now as it's a combined region.
Correct.
He looked really solid there, and most importantly, creative. That's when Astrea is playing his best StarCraft. Not when he's doing the most standard macro Protoss play, when he's doing weird special Astrea builds.
All right, thanks, boys. It's time for a break here at the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. When we return, we have that match, which will qualify a player through into that finals bracket. We'll see you soon.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up.
Braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up. Charged up, charged up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back
And
up.
make them. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them.
And make them back up, back up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up, charged up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up, charged up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back to the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters as we are 2 series down. Don't worry, there's a million more to go today as we've got loads of StarCraft action coming to you for day number 1. Joining me here on the desk, we've got ZG as well as WOD. It's the short crew back, ready to go. Yes, I feel at home once again. All these giants, Roddy, and all these people.
I'm perfectly average according to the American consensus.
Is that true? Yeah, well, apparently so am I supposed to be, and then literally in every esport I work in, everyone's 7'5", so I'm just like, well, this is weird. Anyway, never mind. Never mind.
I was going to say I'm usually the only woman, so like I just...
Yeah, oh, okay.
I feel so tall compared to the other women here.
Okay. Well, we've got Rachel here. It's all great. So let's talk about our match. This is a qualification match for that finals bracket here, as we've got Reynor going up against Astrea Wardy. It's an exciting time. These two have gone head-to-head. Here's the schedule, and later on we'll be looking at Bunny versus Solar as well in another qualification match. So there's lots of cool stuff going on.
Super exciting, right? I mean, Reynor Astrea, very awesome. We saw that a couple times over the last year. It was really cool. In finals especially, Astrea really held his own. I would say, as of right now, I feel like that could be a very competitive series. Later on, obviously, as well, that Byun Bunny Solar match, really important one. One of these guys can get top 8 already in the tournament. Like, we're deciding that so quickly. Yeah. That's really sick. You know, I mean, for both of those guys, that would be, I think, already a very good result. Yep. Obviously, the other isn't knocked out or anything. There's just a long way to go today. It's just exciting, man. These matches have been great so far. I think we've had some great games. Yeah, agreed. If your name's in grey here, that means you've moved down to the lower bracket here, where you eventually will be going into the knockout bracket. It just depends which round you're going into. But for Reynor, Astrea, Bunny, and Solo, they have the opportunity to go to the playoffs in these next matches. And when you're looking at Reynor versus Astrea as this match that is coming up, ZG, I mean, this is a rematch of that Home Story Cup 22 final, which was also awesome to see Astrea not only solidify himself as a true household name of the scene, but just look so excellent being able to get that. Of course, he had a little bit of a slower start to this year in terms of some results, but beyond that, I think Astrea's looking good at the moment.
Well, he just the rumors were circulating, and I believe they were true, right? Rumors that he wasn't actually practicing all that much after Katowice, a little burnt out. Like, that's understandable. Practiced so much for Katowice, so it was questionable going into the Americas regional whether or not it was actually going to be a great performing Astrea, and then he won it. So obviously he's able to bounce back very, very quickly, and then it's still a bit more of a question mark because you get into the LAN, and then he beats Spirit, which I think is a actually fantastic result, especially considering the difficulty of PVT. So he really is playing quite well. Definitely a contender to Reynor with the current form.
Yeah, definitely so. Wadi, your thoughts coming into this match?
Yeah, I think a contender to Reynor. Reynor's still got to be looked at as pretty good. I was having my reservations about Reynor kind of coming in, because online when we've seen him play, WTL and everything, he's not being the dominating, like absolutely going to beat everybody Reynor, which we just expect of Reynor. You know, when you have him at such high standards, because he sets those for himself. It just didn't feel like we've seen that recently. But today already taking down Maru, kept very composed after that first game. I think that's already a very big statement. I'd be kind of shocked if Reynor didn't make it through here, and I think it'd be kind of wild if Astrea already just went straight to the playoffs as well, right? So I'm going to say I think Reynor's looking pretty good. I'm excited to see what Astrea brings to kind of mix it up, though. Yeah. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out as well. And in fact, I'm getting word that we actually do have an interview with Reynor before we actually get into this. So let's hear from good old Reynor after he was able to defeat Maru.
Hello everyone, my name is Ricardo, also known as Reynor. I'm 20 years old and I play StarCraft at a decent level. I'm really excited about this tournament. I'm glad I'm here. It's been a while since I've been in Sweden. I think my last time was in 2017. I didn't do too well because I was not that good back then, but yeah, I'm excited about this tournament. To prepare for a tournament like this, you gotta play a lot. Then I think having a general plan, a general idea of how you want to play, how you want to approach the matchups and everything, I think that's very important as well. One of the things that I always value the most is showing up at a tournament confident. Well, I had a down time, like I wasn't doing very good for a while. Now I got back on my feet, I believe. I practiced a lot and I'm confident in my skills again. Just hope I can showcase it here, but I'm confident. Obviously, I would like to win, as everyone pretty much. I think I can win, but obviously it's a very hard tournament. You have the best players in the world. I know Serral is very good as well right now, so it's going to be a challenge. Stay tuned, obviously, for my games. I think I'll show good things.
All right, that was Reynor, and here we are back at the desk executing at a decent level as we continue things on. He's a cheeky one, is that old Reynor, isn't he? I can't believe that we're still here, and he's still being as cheeky as he normally is.
Yes, he is very cheeky.
Yeah, cute. Yeah. I like it. If you think about what we're seeing here, though, between these two, of course, and you think about like what Reynor's been able to accomplish and actually move through, obviously, Wardy was saying that he favors Reynor in this matchup. What about you, ZG?
Yeah, I think you have to favor Reynor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whether or not Astrea is going to come in as that contender, right? So by contender, does he take a map away? Does he actually make it very questionable if it's going to be a victory in Reynor's favor, such as the Katowice match, which, if we recall, was a 2-1 in Reynor's favor. But then if you really remember the games, that third game was like that epic base trade where Reynor thought he was screwed as well, actually, when I talked to him afterwards. So if Astrea really is back up to that level, then there is more of a question mark than previously, I suppose, where that Home Story Cup was a little more one-sided, then it's been getting closer, and then most recently it actually was a 1-1 tie for the Team League. So if the trend continues, then Astrea might even win. But the whole off-season, right, the months between these tournaments still make it a very big question mark as their actual form offline at an event, right, with the current meta of ZVP, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and Astrea, I mean, of course, yes, plays in the Americas and things like that. And the one big contender when it comes to Zerg that he has to contend with is, of course, Scarlet. Yes, they play slightly differently, etc., Wardy, but it's still... It's a name that you can kind of stack up against Reynor and see how he may fare on this stage.
And to be fair, Astrea really stepped up when it came to playing against Scarlet during the Americas. I went into that series, I'm pretty sure I said, yeah, I think Scarlet's got this, because Astrea hadn't been looking so hot, and it kept feeling like he really pulled something out when he really needed it. And he did it again in the finals. Like, he looked really good there, way more convincing than I thought he was going to be. He really stepped up, and considering that I really expect him to practice a bit more leading up into this, simply for the fact, he said he was burnt out. He wasn't practicing. I think that probably lit a fire under him and said, hey, man, I can still do this. Look at me go. I won this thing. I think he's going to come in and you think he's going to be kind of a terrifying opponent.
Yeah. It's funny kind of almost how we know and anticipate how Reynor's going to come into a tournament like this, because sometimes we're not sure how he's going to come in, but sometimes we're like, okay, he's an absolute killer and he will be going for the championship. And right now, taking Maru as the first scalp, maybe we're on that trajectory of the latter. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the stage here to bring you this qualification match into the playoffs. Let's get it going.
Welcome back to the opening day of the DreamHack Summer Masters, where we are getting ready to hop into that PVZ. I'm joined by my good friend Benjamin Baker. No Terran, but still excited. How do you do it, Benny?
Oh, I'm doing great, honestly, and it's very nice to see both these guys. They're both real damn sweethearts. You talk to Astrea, he's just a nice guy. Reynor obviously is a little bit of a cheeky monkey, but yeah, when you talk about these guys going at it, they are damn good, and they have some scrappy series. Like, even though Reynor has been the main victor when it comes out between these two, it's never easy between them.
Well, we are excited, but so is Rachel to welcome the nerds to the stage. So take it away.
You know I'm excited, guys. It's going to be a great matchup here between Reynor and Astrea. Of course, Astrea coming in first out of that Americas qualifier. Reynor coming in first in his own little contest over Skilius and Lambo to get this spot, and both of them taking out impressive players to get to this match. Now, let's get into it and see who moves on to the playoffs.
Yeah, over the last few years, these guys have really duked out. Even though Reynor has been the victor in the last 4 matches that they've played, that does not mean it's been easy for him. 13-8 in maps in favor of Reynor, but that just goes to show that these guys really like to go for the full-on slobber knockers between them. And yeah, I think everybody that's a StarCraft fan, seeing those matches between these guys at Home Story Cups and the like, they definitely like to go at it.
Yeah, they were good at Home Story Cup 22, which the boys at the desk mentioned as well in that grand final. But we can't forget about Home Story Cup 21. Well, Astrea actually eliminated Reynor from the tournament. And back-to-back Home Story Cups, he was the best performing Protoss. At one point, we were like, oh, what kind of happened to Astrea? Has he lost it? Has he lost the passion? So he came in to ESL America's regionals. Indeed, there's a bit of a question mark. Without a doubt, still one of the best players, but we're all kind of looking at like, maybe this is the season that Trigger can take it all, or is Scarlet just going to win it? And into that grand final, I was totally with Waddy. I also thought, I think Astrea is just not quite sharp enough at the moment to duke it out with Scarlet, but he looked good in that best of 7. And honestly, while the finals was happening, he just kept on getting better, and he still did it in his own cool, unique Astrea way. And that is actually what makes it just so fun to cast Astrea and to watch him. He plays PvZ like no one else, man. We've got pylon rushes to reduce the Zealot service area to kill a third base. Like, he just does wild stuff, and it's damn fun.
He's tricky to play against, man, because as you say, he does it his way. He can do the max pack stuff where he's very good with the Stalkers and the Oracles, but he can also do his thing, as you just mentioned. And that tournament in particular in the Americas, he started off kind of shaky, but as the tournament went on, he just got better, smoother and smoother, and he went on sailing through that finals, as you said, against Scarlet.
It's an interesting map here, as we're going to kick things off on Neo Humanity, and that is the one map where Astrea likes to go for that double gate, where he does the weird pylon rush on the third base of a Zerg, where it all needs to sync up perfectly. I've seen it work and I've seen it fail, where basically the Zealots tuck themselves between pylons and a hatchery. It all sounds so bizarre. It's like, is this high-level StarCraft? Yeah, clearly, because we saw it in the finals of the ESL America Regionals, and it actually worked. He's got a cool adept follow-up, but obviously those builds are incredibly hit or miss, and if the start doesn't go quite as well as he has it in mind, yeah, then you've invested into a double gate opening with a late Nexus, a couple Zealots, a couple pylons on the other side of the map, and it's game over. And I do want to mention as well that that final map is Royal Blood. And if you guys think Hero is crazy with his bases and takes the gold very often, oh, this boy, he does not shy away from taking a very early gold on Royal Blood.
I just like this matchup between these two. Like, they're both the guys that they're well practiced, right? Like, Astrea definitely looked pretty damn good at the end of the Americas. He seems pretty confident now, 2-0ing Spirit, which that is not an easy match, but both these guys, once they're off the rails as well and they start freestyling a little bit, they can do it really damn well. Like Reynor, he can get pushed to the limits, he can be on the ropes the whole time, bounce back like a little tiger. And Astrea, he can do the exact same. Like, I really do love the matchup between these guys. Big, low-tier armies. You know, Astrea back in the day when he was first kind of approaching the top-tier echelon, it was like, he's the Zealot guy. Like, Zealots here, there, and everywhere. They both can multitask like no other. It's going to be a real damn good one.
Yeah, stylistically it's just very fun. It almost feels like these two are made for one another. And the cool thing is as well that even though Reynor is still incredibly good in CVP, definitely not invincible. We've seen Reynor drop a decent amount of maps in online tournaments. We've seen him struggle with the likes of MaxPax Online, and obviously MaxPax and Astrea have been good friends for a long time. So I'm sure that Astrea has been taking some notes, and where it feels that Reynor thrives in chaos, Astrea is always chaos. So that's what makes it such a fun matchup on paper. And that's why it has rarely disappointed in the past.
And you know what's also really good for Protoss players out there that are very mechanically capable, and Astrea is definitely mechanically capable. You have a player like MaxPax that's kind of been showing the way in a way that, hey, I'm predictable, but this style works, and it absolutely can work even if your opponent knows exactly what you're doing. And when you have a guy kind of paving the way like that, and Astrea can do that stuff, he already liked that stuff before it became mainstream. Yeah, I don't know who's gonna take this one, Kevin. That's how I like my StarCraft. I gotta say that Reynor does appear to be the favorite here, just stylistically maybe, but yeah, Astrea will never go down fighting, or without a fight at least.
And obviously I'm sure Astrea is feeling good about having that PvT victory under his belt already over a Spirit that has been damn strong for basically the last year at this point, right? Ever since we started playing on this map and this match, Spirit really has been, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best Terran players in the foreign scene, and even one of the best Terrans in the world. So that's gonna make Astrea feel good. But this man kicked off his journey by getting a land victory over Maru. And if you talk about momentum and feel good, it really can't be any better than that. In the top left side of Neo Humanity, trying to lock himself into the quarterfinals of this tournament already, because that is what we are playing for. This is Basilisk Reynor.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, that's our blue Protoss playing for Maturino Esports. It is the hero of America. It is Max Angel Astrea.
Bit of a crazy format to talk about quarterfinals this early. That's something we normally talk about on the Saturday evening, right? Where we're getting ready into that championship Sunday. This time around, it is all different. And after just 2 series, one of these guys is going to be in the quarterfinals already. That's guaranteed. So basically, you win here, you're done until Sunday. Like, that's just wild. That's crazy. If you lose here, however, you're definitely not out, but you're going to have to play a whole lot of additional best of 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. Reynor's already played on the stage one time already today, and maybe started off a little bit shaky in that game 1 against Maru, but Maru played absolutely perfect there, but he did manage to come out on top. This is Astrea's first time on the stage here, and it's been a while for all of us, playing on the stage, playing on the in front of the crowd and whatnot, but Astrea, he's kind of no stranger to this spot at this point, and he is a greedy Protoss player. He's the guy that likes to probe up a lot, likes to chrono boost out those probes, get the fast bases going. I'm excited to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, one thing that Astrea does well, and almost better than any other Protoss, is that even though he's a guy that's in the face of whether it's a Terran or a Zerg opponent, and when he's out and about on the map and he's looking for damage, his pro production truly is second to none. He will always be very high up in the workers, sometimes even so high that it kind of hurts him, right? Where it's hard.
The 120 numbers kind of thing?
Well, that's a bit extreme, but even if you skyrocket up to 95 workers in an early game, it's hard to end games when your maximum army supply is 105. Especially if your opponent has 80 drones or let's say 65 SCVs. Like, how on earth are you going to end the game against a Terran when you've got a 105 army supply and they're working with 135 or 140? No matter how many bases you have and no matter how strong your army may be, it's just really hard to close the game out like that.
And we have the probe that's actually stayed around for quite some time here. And I mean, Zergs only have the potential to take this as their third base. They definitely don't want to take the other ones on the map. One's blocked by the gold minerals, the other one way too far forward. But he does manage to get it down without any trouble. And it is going to be the Stargate tech for Astrea.
Well, one thing that Reynor is very fond of on Neo Humanity, though, is definitely taking that center base. Sometimes he even takes it as the third. I've even seen him take it as his natural, just to get your hands on that Vespian geyser as quickly as possible. What Astrea needs to be very careful of in this game in particular is that he doesn't go too crazy in the macro department and think, all right, I'll go Oracles into some Blink Stalkers and then just go 4 bases and I get all the upgrades and build all the probes, because Reynor is deadly on Neo Humanity. He will gladly take that forward base as a 4th base. We get Overlord speed, or we spread a couple of creep tumors forward, and before you know it, it's 80 roaches at your front door with a bunch of Ravages in the mix, a couple of Queens, obviously not quite 80, but just in a ludicrous amount of early game Zerg units. And I've seen Protoss players time and time again, 28 army supply, 32 army supply against 100 plus from Reynor. Yeah, you're just not going to defend it, no matter how many cannons and batteries you'll build.
Pretty damn standard openings from both these guys. Astrea's opting for a second, most likely a third Oracle behind us as well. Very nice and quick third by him. Early Roach Warren as well from Reynor, so he's being very respectful. Only now realizing what he's truly against. Nice little surround as Adept, and I mean, you do want to keep your Adepts alive, not the biggest deal in the world, but definitely allows Reynor to feel a little bit safe on his side of the map.
Well, if I see these openings and I see how we're heading right now, I'm already feeling +1 missile attacks for Reynor and potentially a whole lot of roaches. Because Reynor is a big fan of playing like melee style with like a lot of lings and pangs and let's macro and that's fun. But I also think, especially in a tournament this big, he will go for whatever he thinks is going to be the most effective, as these drones are very exposed. So the first Oracle flyby is an excellent one, and any high-level Zerg player will tell you that this is a pretty disastrous start. May not seem like that big of a deal, but 4 drones really does properly slow down a Zerg.
Massively so, actually. Like, he caught those on the transfer. The Queens was slightly out of position there, and Astrea's definitely going to be smiling about that one. Also, he didn't have to keep an Oracle back at that third. He had a nice building placement, even had the probe kind of protecting that Adept on one side as well. So he's he's cruising.
Didn't we have a Roach Warren? Did Reynor cancel his Roach Warren?
I think he cancelled. He must have cancelled it upon seeing the Oracle, right? Because he, you didn't know what he was against for sure. Didn't know if it was a Twilight Council first, but then getting the clarification that yes, I am against Oracles. And so far, Astrea, he's doing a good job, man.
Yep. But this is kind of awkward because Reynor does actually love playing +1 melee Zerglings into Banelings against Blink Stalker style. Now he's heading into Roaches, regardless of the fact that there is a Twilight Council on the other side of the map after the Stargate, and we are going to see some Blink Stalkers. Now that doesn't mean that Reynor can make his big push, but that obviously is going to mean that he's going to be very committed, maybe a little more committed than he would like to be.
Drone count right now, they are keeping neck and neck here, but that's pretty decent for a Protoss player at this point. Reynor's
more
still,
than decent, mate.
yeah,
That's
Reynor's
fantastic.
still not slowing down on the creep spread and stuff, and Astrea's just poking in there, getting the scouting information going, trying to get a drone here, there, and everywhere. And obviously these Oracles, this is their primary use early on, getting the drone kills, but later on we've seen Revelation used a lot, and primarily Stasis Traps. Is this 4 Oracles, by the way, or just 3? Just 3, all right.
A couple of Stalkers do get caught, but the link count is nowhere near high enough, and obviously these links will never have +1 melee, as Astrea lands a little Stasis Trap too, grabs a couple of drones. Not a very sweet game so far for Reynor. He's absolutely not going to be pleased with the first 6 minutes here of Neo Humanity. Does drop a very early infestation pit, which is going to be interesting. Is he going to try to skyrocket up to Hive and get a couple of lurkers, or is there a chance we get to see some Swarmos as one of the Queens gets picked off as well? The Lynx run into another Stasis Trap. I mean, Astrea's absolutely dictating the pace of this game, and he's playing a pretty flawless game so far. Reynor may have been on Cloud9 after that win against Maru, but this is not quite that ultra clean gameplay that Reynor needs to get a guy like Astrea out of this game.
No, absolutely not. I mean, these baiting Stasis Traps has been really damn good. Right now, the Zerglings are free. Now we can start dealing damage. He's trying to shut down the 4th base while all this is going on, but Astrea, he's not going to slow down. He's starting up double Forge as well. This is actually just like a max back style right here.
Reynor is not happy, man, and this is really not a very good fight because it's just a couple of roaches on the edge of creep. I'd love to see Astrea just keep on being aggressive, but he's supply blocked because the few links of Reynor counterattacking, managed to snipe a couple pylons, and that means that Astrea has to ease off the pressure a little, but that's not a comfortable scenario at all as a Zerg. There's a main reason why Zerg players prefer playing links with +1 melee and just a lot of Queens against this style than Roaches, because Roaches are obviously a whole lot more expensive than Zerglings are, and those trades, when the numbers are somewhat even on the edge of creep, those are very uncomfortable fights for Zerg. Like, I actually think Reynor is in a bit of trouble as long as if Astrea keeps on attacking and keeps on being in his face and dancing on the edge of creep, Reynor definitely is in a bit of trouble here in game 1.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to fight inside this flow field either. I mean, the Stalkers, they can blink on out of there, but the Zerglings, those wraparounds are going to be way slower. But Reynor has bought himself a little moment of breathing room here. He is taking a 5th base, he's going up to that +2 missile, and that Hive has a ridiculously fast Hive with a very fast Lurker Den as well.
Yeah, the Lurker Den obviously is going to be a bit later than the Hive, so now we have Hive, but what do we really do with it, right? This is not a moment where you get your first Vipers, because abducting a Stalker is completely pointless.
Just going to be Lurkers straight away without upgrades, I reckon.
Yeah, of course, but he could have made Lurkers anyway.
I mean, he could have, but could he? Like, the supplies are so damn close, and look at the probe count as well. We talked about it early on. He's getting cannons behind us as well, getting up to Templar Archives, the Robo's coming down. Like, Astrea's in a very comfortable economic spot, but this is valuable time for Reynor. Like, I feel that this time buying is definitely advantageous for him.
Yep, I mean, as soon as the first Lurkers come out, then obviously the Stalkers will fall off a little bit, and it's going to be a lot easier for Reynor to fight on the edge of creep. He's investing in Adreno Glance as well, which I think is a bit interesting, even though it's a phenomenal upgrade. At the moment, we don't really have the economy or the larva to crank out a whole bunch of Zerglings, so it's going to take a little while before that upgrade truly pays off. I think if Reynor weathers the first big attack of Astrea, then obviously he's going to be fine because he's got Hive, he's got all the cool stuff. That's an early Nidus as well. For a game where Reynor didn't really have the absolute best economy, I'm surprised that Reynor is investing in all these expensive things, but kind of feels like he still needs to make sure that he's completely fine in this game to begin with.
I think he's getting away with it, you know, though. Because, like, Astrea right now, that +1/+1 that he got up real damn quickly, he didn't do anything with it. He's getting Storm behind this 2-2 as well, going up to a 5th base. Like, he's going for the full macro Protoss. Oh, that's a big stasis, but can he do anything with that time? I dare say Astrea at some point, he's going to start looking to go into carriers at this point.
We have one Overlord on the left side of the main base of Astrea. That's a very important one to keep an eye on, because there is the first Nidus attempt already. Astrea has 8 free supplies, so he could technically warp in a couple of Zelos to just take care of it. But sometimes you look at the minimap and you just assume that it's an Overlord, and since Reynor's doing a great job, we're like, hey Astrea, you should look here, you should look here. That Nidus does go up, and the first few Lurkers are going to get their way out of that Nidus immediately, right next to a Templar Archives as well. It's a bit painful for Astrea that now suddenly he's in such a problematic position. Oh, he had such a sweet start in this game to begin with.
You know what's actually really worrying? Those 2 Forges, it's got the big upgrades going on. They could get shut down as well by these Lurkers, meaning that that fast 2-2 that you had once upon a time no longer will be. And look at Reynor, he's pushing the issue real hard, getting an aggressive Nidus in the face of his opponent somewhere on the map, it looks like.
Yep. Even if the lurker upgrades are not totally ready yet, it doesn't matter at this point. Astrea is scrambling, trying to get his units in the correct position. He's bleeding out a lot of the units as well. A couple of the cannons going down, warping in just a few zealots here. That's not going to do it, man. Against this many roaches and ravages, 4 zealots will not buy you any time. Astrea had a sweet start, but it really does feel like it's all crumbling down at this point. And that first night is just being problematic. Lurk is always powerful against the gateway style. We do have a forward blink. Couple of Stalkers are going to try to get a good fight here. And the Observer at least is in the mix. We're landing a few storms, but the base is already gone. Now it's all about how much of a trade can Astrea make this.
Look at that bank from Astrea. He just doesn't have the gateways to produce units, I don't think. I think he's probably sat at like 8 or 10, but he needs more. Look at that gas bank, Kev. He's got a good 4,000 resources to spend here. Trying to get the Templar Archives back online. Can't utilize that gas. This is really terrible for him.
This truly spiraled out of control, and it all started with a couple of links distracting Astrea in the center of the map that forced him to back off that pressure with the Stalkers, where he was actually looking very good number-wise, and then was not able to do anything with that momentum he created for himself. And at this point, it's Reynor running the show. More links running into the natural. These links do have +1 melee now. They've got Adreno glance, and obviously it's Nidus networks going up left, right, and center. The swarm is here, and this swarm ain't going home.
And look at Reynor's macro behind this. He's just popping up chaos absolutely everywhere. And Astrea, he just can't spend his bank. He just cannot. He's getting flanked here, there, everywhere. He's getting a kill from the inside as well from these Niduses. And look at that supply. It is dwindling beyond hope here. And Reynor, chaos unleashed. GG, map 1 in Reynor's favor.
And that's going to feel real good for Reynor because he's a very critical individual. And he will know that that start is not the kind of start that he needs against the best Protoss players in this tournament. Losing 4 drones while not getting a single kill, and eventually got an adept. It just all felt that it wasn't quite adding up, but it started with just those 12 or 14 links we had in the center of the map. Picked off 2 pylons near that forward base with the rich Vespene guys who was Astrea. And because Astrea was supply blocked, he stopped pressuring with the Stalkers on the left side. And Reynor, who was a greedy boy and was honestly not even looking that good in the number department, was then able to get away with it. Because at this point, it really did feel that the momentum was on the side of Astrea. That's not an overwhelming roach count. To fight that with all your Oracles and your Stalkers, you'll take that any day of the week. It's just the links in the center of the map. They kind of disrupted the entire build of Astrea.
I mean, they really did, but I've got a question, like Astrea's plan there, because obviously you talked about the supply block maybe slowing down the pushing that he was doing, but if I watch a Max Pax, he's pretty much the guy that I really go to when I look at this matchup. He would not have let off the pressure at any point. He'd have kept on going, whereas Astrea, he really was like, all right, I've done what I wanted, but I feel that the move there would have been to keep on going.
For sure, especially with the stasis traps, there was a lack of creep there. Like, Reynor did not want to battle all those Stalkers on the edge of creep with a couple of roaches that barely had any upgrades, and the numbers were nowhere near like the numbers we often see in a CVP, right? Where it's like, okay, you've got 10 Stalkers, but there are 20 roaches running in and out of range. No, if anything, we saw more Stalkers than roaches there. I do think Astrea should have tried to cap on pressuring, but yeah, I think it's the pylons that he lost, he supply blocked. And then as a Protoss, you start second guessing yourself, right? Because we obviously see everything. We saw that Reynor was a greedy boy behind all of that. Astrea is like, okay, I want to make sure that I don't overstay my welcome and that I don't suddenly get surrounded by 20 links that show up and then they're going to force me to take a bad fight against these roaches and zerglings.
And I mean, it is always tricky. Your first game on the main stage against an opponent like Reynor, I think the choice of going Nidus in that game was a beautiful one. Like, obviously, it was a game-winning play, getting it in that natural, shutting everything down. And that was the start of the switch, right, where he was the aggressor. But doing that kind of stuff on LAN is kind of hard. You get flustered even in the comfort of your own home. So going up against that in front of the stage and everything, yeah, it's tricky.
And the final cool move that I do think every Zerg will appreciate from Reynor is that it's not just like, oh, there's nothing happening. We're going to try to drop a Nidus network in the main base of the Protoss and hope I'm lucky. No, Reynor is poking in the center base. He's showing a couple of links on the minimap in the third base as well, surrounding a High Templar, surrounding a Zealot. And if you're a Protoss, then you're like, okay, I've got to make sure that, you know, nothing connects with my probes. And then you're not really paying attention to your minimap and a little random dot that shows up because you're focused on the center. You have the feeling that all the Zerg units are about to show up in either the third base or the fourth base. And that makes it so much more likely that a Nidus does go up successfully. So that was incredibly well done by this man who has now taken the 1-0 lead, and that means he's one map away from being done today, being done tomorrow, and then we'll see more of him on Sunday where he will be playing in the quarterfinals if he gets the job done. 1-0 lead for the Italian Stallion representing Basilisk. It's Reynor.
And spawning over in the bottom right, as our blue Protoss, representing Maturino Gaming, it is Astrea.
Definitely a shame for Astrea that the game played out the way it did, because there is no given that you're going to get 4 or 5 drones with your first 2 oracles and keep them as healthy as they were, right? It wasn't even that one of the oracles, okay, it was 1 hit away from dying, and now you need to be incredibly cautious with it. No, those oracles were still relatively healthy. That was a sweet start, and yeah, you can't really rely on getting those starts over and over again against the best Zergs in the world.
The start was good, the follow-up was good initially as well, like up to 120 supply.
Yep.
I am going to be super critical of the fact that he kind of took his foot off the gas, because I feel that there's not, well, at least when you go up against the top Zergs, like the Reynors of the world, the Serrals and stuff, you can't give them that time, that space that they so eagerly want and need. And I mean, maybe he was a bit thrown off by the fact that there was a lot of roaches in the mix. It wasn't like a big Ling army and the +1 was on the roaches, but I mean, at this level, you've got to be able to make the right choice at the right time.
Yeah. There's a chance that maybe he expected Reynor to double down on lair units, right? Because once more, it's so hard for a Protoss to see everything. And he probably thought, okay, Reynor is about to crank out 20 additional roaches, and he's going to run through the center of the map with all these roaches, bring the queens as well. And I want to make damn sure I don't lose a single Stalker, because I need access to every single unit that I can fire at this point. If he would have only known that Reynor was such a greedy boy behind all of it, dropping that infestation pit, going into the hive while barely having a supply lead, there's no way Astrea would have backed off. But that's StarCraft, right? It's a game of incomplete information. Astrea will look back at that and be like, huh, you're a greedy boy. Well, I'll keep that in mind, and perhaps next time I can do something about it.
Yeah, and it is, like, I think about that, like, the lack of information that comes from the Oracles. They're no longer scouting and trying to deal the damage to the drone lines. They're there with the army trying to get the stasis in. But maybe, in a, like, perfect world, you're still using one Oracle to get the information, make sure you see exactly what's going on. But obviously, doing all this at this level is so damn difficult.
Yeah, but I definitely think that those Oracles had a bit more potential in that phase of the game as well, because the Oracles, they normally protect the Stalkers against the Ling Floods, right? When it's 40, 50, 60 Zerglings in the early game with +1 melee, looking for a surround on the Stalkers, and if the Zerg wants to commit then, that's when the Oracles activate Pulsar Beam. But obviously Roaches are nowhere near as quick, and it's not that easy to get that many out of them. So yeah, the Oracles, they weren't truly needed there actually, because they didn't really help out the Stalkers all that much.
No, they didn't, but here we are on Dragon Scales, a new map, a new game, but Astrea's going for the same build type and yet again, but I mean, Stargate builds these days for Protosses, they are just second to none, I feel. Like the Twilight Council openings, you really need to get a massive edge right there and then. The Stargate really allows the longevity of the game, and the fact that Protoss is getting so good at utilizing the full utility of the Oracle, yeah, you might as well go for it, but still losing that Adept early on, that's a bit brutal, because that Adept in the combo of 2 can one-shot the drones, no longer can do that.
And that's often where the first Oracle can shine as well, right? If you show up with 2 Adepts in the front, then the Zerg is going to pay a lot of attention. They need to make sure that the Queens are either battling the Oracle or the Adepts, and one of the 2 is supposed to at least find a little something for the Protoss. But Reynor's life just became a whole lot easier, because instead of worrying about 2 Adepts, he has to worry about a single Adept, and that means that this Adept needs to fire twice to get a single drone kill. Well, we all know that the Zergs at this level, well, there's more of those drones into Spore Crawlers or Extractors over and over again, and it's very unlikely one Adept gets a whole lot done. And that means that we can just focus on defending the Oracle, and if you do that successfully, you're going to have a much better early game as a Zerg.
I also feel this map's quite a bit more tricky to get that Oracle damage done. Like, these bases, they're all against the edge of the map. You don't have that triangular setup to get in between them and get all these picks. As I say that, he does exactly that.
Oh.
There's no queens here. This is quite a bit of a blunder from Reynor, and wow, Astrea again managed to go full Top Gun and get 4 drones.
And he's not even done yet. We can actually activate Pulsar Beam here one more time. Gets 2 additional drones, and that's -6 drones. Both of the Oracles did take a little bit of damage, and it's ultra important this game. It was important in the previous game to keep them alive, but in this game it's even more important, because we look at the production tab and we see that Reynor has switched it up, is going for +1 melee, and that's obviously going to benefit the Zerglings. And against the Zerglings, you want to make damn sure that every Oracle you produce, you keep them alive, because you need that Pulsar Beam. The follow-up though, +1 on the Zealots and Zealot Charge. I think this is actually a very good scenario on paper for Astrea once more, because against Zealots and Archons, just a couple of Lings and Queens are not going to cut it. Reynor, whether he wants it or not, is probably forced to still drop a Roach Warren, but it could already be too late.
Is it just 2 Oracles this time? Because I've only seen these 2 flying around. So yeah, there's been some skips here in the gas, making sure he gets that +1 online very quickly and the charge. And here, he's going to continue to try and get some damage done, but Reynor reacting very, very responsibly. I also love how he utilized the Oracles early, by the way. Running away with the lower health one, just keeping the high health, high shield one to deal the damage.
It's so important though, that Reynor picks up on this, and I don't think that Reynor necessarily knows yet, because we don't even have a Bailing nest. Just having a few Bailings would definitely make his life a little bit easier. MaxPax got the best of Reynor a long time ago in the European Weekly, where he made it seem that he was playing a Blink Stalker style, and he even wiped in a couple of Stalkers that didn't have Blink, to then just surprise Reynor. Reynor just made 7 more drones. He's about to be attacked by a whole bunch of Zealots and Archons, and the only thing that Reynor has are Zerglings. Sure, there are Zerglings with +1 melee, and if they get a run by here, that would be fantastic. Moving that Stalker back is risky. Astrea is going to be forced to wipe in a few units here, but obviously Astrea is focused on trying to deal damage on the other side of the map, and it's going to be damn difficult for Reynor not to take a lot of damage from it.
I tell you though, this attack's going to be pretty damn strong. +1 is about to kick in, and there's going to be a big warping of units, but Astrea, only 2 Zealots so far. He's still making gateways, he's making Immortals back at home as well, so really respecting the fact this game can go on. But
this is going to be a very, very difficult cleanup for Reynor. Astrea obviously is not allowed to lose the Warp Prism, needs to move that Warp Prism ASAP. And if only he would know how few units there are, because this is a fight that the Zealots with +1 and Archons will gladly take any day of the week, but the Warp Prism does get picked off. That is a big mistake on the side of Astrea. That's going to force him to recall out. Imagine if he has a few more Zealots there with +1. A lot of potential there. Did not get realized.
I feel like he just mistimed the gateways or something, or a warp-in. Maybe it was the warp-ins defensively that he needed to deal with those Lings or back at home. I'm not entirely sure, but that, even a misplaced Nexus, definitely feeling the nerves a little bit as Astrea here. And Reynor, he got away red-handed, being greedy as Larry here.
Yep. I mean, that's a crazy moment there in that game. Astrea had so much potential. Again, just like in that first game where we felt there was some serious potential in the Stalkers. This was a dream scenario for Zealots with +1 and Archons, because the only thing they were forced to fight were a couple of Queens and Zerglings, and even Zerglings in high number. It's incredibly difficult to fight Zealots with +1, which is 2-shot Zerglings, especially if they're backed up by Archons as well. Like, how do you even surround that? How do you engage into that as a Zerg? Well, sniping the Prism is obviously a way to get out of that very dicey scenario. Was not supposed to happen. Definitely a little bit sloppy on the side of Astrea.
No, absolutely. Even losing an Oracle here, just bleeding out left and right. Even though it's only little moments, it's getting to a rough spot, because Reynor's drone count, he's at 89. He's hitting Hive as we speak, +2 on the melee as well. That means the Bailings will come online really damn strong. Reynor's been really good about getting the adrenal glands immediately as well upon hitting his Hive tech timing. So yeah, and he does it and yet again. So his army goes from pretty damn good to very good. And he survived the scary stage of the game, Kev.
Yep, because now obviously there's some Hydras in the mix, and the mix of Hydra Ling is obviously going to do already a whole lot better against Zealots and Archons than just Zerglings and Queens would. Now Astrea obviously still has some cool stuff coming online on his side of the map as well. We got a couple of Storms to work with, but I'm not truly a believer in Storm against Lurkers. If the Lurkers are in very low numbers and you can maybe just storm the Lings into oblivion, sometimes you can allow the Archons and Immortals to get in range, but it's very difficult, and I think it only works up to a certain point, right? As a couple of the Queens do get caught here, but Queens are very good in keeping each other alive until the reinforcements show up. This is still important though for Astrea to push the creep back at least a little bit, especially with these 5 Lurkers that are currently being morphed on the side of Reynor.
Astrea's at least doing a good job of being out on the map, isn't he? Just kind of limiting the creep a little bit, kind of showcasing that, hey, I'm posturing. And behind all this as well, he's doing it for a good reason. He wants to start getting the Stargate tech going here. We've got +1 on the way, second Stargate, most likely be a fleet beacon soon, or it is a fleet beacon and a third Stargate, but will Reynor give him the time that he needs? I mean, that's a lot of Lurkers, Kev. That could really demolish this army that Astrea currently has.
Oh my goodness, and it's a proper run by as well of a lot of Zerglings with +2 melee. We can't forget that the Bailing nest is online as well, so Reynor could even morph a couple of these Lings into Bailings. Astrea will also find some damage on the other side of the map, but most of the time this goes a whole lot better for the Zerg than it goes for the Protoss. Even though we have a few Archons, but +2 Bailings about to obliterate this mineral line. And all these Lurkers getting on top of the Nexus as well. Such a painful moment trying to transition into Stargate units, right? It's so expensive. The second Stargate, the +1 air weapons, the fleet beacon, and none of it will come into play to deal with this Zerg army.
And in the game of greed, Reynor is coming out massively ahead. Adrenal glands online. Look at that probe count dwindling on the left side of the map. 51 probes going down, and the numbers just escalating here. Astrea's supply below 100, and Reynor still on 80 plus drones, and his army gets back unscathed.
Reynor is absolutely flying on the opening day of the ESL StarCraft 2 Summer Masters. Came into this tournament knowing that Maru was going to be his very first opponent. Was able to win that best of 3 2-1. And now has to duke it out with the man that he had a couple of insane series with over in Krefeld, Germany during the Home Story Cup. But it seems like it went all well and good for Reynor. A couple dicey moments perhaps in the first game, in the second game. But in the end, it's starting to look like it's a pretty decisive duel. Because I just don't really believe in this army of Astrea. And all those resources that Astrea spent on that Stargate transition, it's never going to happen.
I just saw 11 lurkers morphed in, and he already had a lot of lurkers. How many lurkers are on the map right now? Because Reynor, 21, and only against ground units. I mean, holy crap. Look at that flood of those Burrow boys coming in here. There is no way Astrea can deal with that. No way in hell.
It's just not a fair fight. Astrea does not have the numbers and does not have the right units to engage this. Reynor is right on top of another important basis. 15 additional probes do fall. Astrea down to 30 workers. This was a latter game, he would have already waved the white flag. He's going to try one time and believe that some magical storms could potentially do it. But that might work against 4 or 5 lurkers. It is just never going to cut it against the 19 lurkers we still have on the battlefield.
Astrea, he's down to 2 basic bases. He's tried to take a little ninja base in the bottom left there, but how long can he get away with it? And Reynor, he's sharking over to that side of the map. I mean, it's so obscure that he might not even go for it, but I don't think he even needs to at this point. He's going to go for the kill, isn't he?
He absolutely is. We have a couple of these storms landing that will obviously soften up the links, but this is not about the Zerglings anymore. It's about all the lurkers that Reynor has as GG gets called. And Reynor is the first player to secure his ticket into the quarterfinals of the ESL Summer SC2 Masters. We'll see more of him on Sunday. Funny best of 3, Ben, because it felt, sure, very decisive for Reynor in the end, but there was that moment in that first game where we thought, Astrea, you've got some potential, you've got some momentum, and in that second game as well, Archons and Zealots in a main base of the Zerg against only Zerglings and Queens, it really did feel that this should have been closer than what it was in the end.
It absolutely should, like especially game 1, like he got it going, it felt really smooth, it felt like he was dealing damage, and then he just took his foot off the pedal. He just gave Reynor the time he needed, and then once the Niduses began, problem struck. And then this game, the unfortunate wall off as well, where it was like units out of position, those Lings, once they got in, you know, the floodgates were open, but even losing the Warp Prism with the first drop as well. Yeah, and it was only 2 Zealots warped in as well with that attack. That could have been so much worse.
I'm sure if you ask Astrea about this game, he is not going to think of that run by. He's not going to think of the lurkers in the late game. He will go back to that first attack with the Warp Prism, the Archons and the Zealots. There was a lot of potential there. Unfortunately, it did not work out. That does mean that we'll see more of Astrea, of course, in the lower bracket later on, where he's going to duke it out with one of the other players of the seeding stage. But first, we're going to hear of Reynor, as he is the first player to secure his ticket into the quarterfinals. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, Reynor. You've come in here with such good energy today. In your interview with Wax Angel, you said you came to this tournament with a plan. Everything going according to plan?
Yeah, so far so good, I would say.
Well, you've got to be feeling good after starting off the day with a win over Maru. So tell me a little bit about how that affected your mental and how that set the plan into motion.
Well, I'm a very momentum-based player, so definitely winning versus Maru is a big spike. And yeah, overall, I'm very happy with how it started, how it's going, and yeah, just can't wait to play more.
Well, tell me a little bit about your momentum in these matches against Astrea. Great lurker timings, great thoughtfulness. How would you compliment yourself?
I'm not gonna lie, those lurker timings were not really prepared. I came up with them on the spot. Knowing Max Angel, he likes to sit back, go double upgrade. So yeah, I just came up with it on the spot.
Beautiful, great thinking on the spot, but that is not the only thinking you're gonna have to do in this tournament. Fortunately though, you're heading directly into playoffs. You've got some time to do that. So tell me a little bit about how you're gonna keep this momentum up to head to those matches.
I don't know, like winning so far already gave me a confidence boost. So yeah, I'll just try to keep winning. Yeah, that's it.
Well, I'm gonna let you get working on that mental. You have some huge matches ahead of you, but before I let you off this stage, anything you want to say to all the fans out there who are so happy with this result?
Yeah, shout out to all my fans. Thank you guys for cheering for me. It's always nice to win, especially at offline events. Shout out to Basilisk and shout out to Red Bull. Thank you guys so much.
Fantastic, Reynor. Thank you. I'm going to give it back to everyone on the desk. What did you think of that matchup?
Thought it was a belter from Reynor. The infectious smile of him is able to carry him through into the playoffs, and now he is one of the first in that top 8. Congratulations to him. Joining me is EG as well as Wardy at the very end to get things going. Reynor looked fantastic once again here against Astrea. Astrea didn't really able to get too much going here in the series, Wardy.
Yeah, he didn't get a lot of momentum in his favor, and it just gets to that point, right? The moment the Lurkers come out, we were kind of discussing it. You're not really meant to fight Lurkers with that army. You need a lot more tech. You need a lot more splash damage. Astrea never got to that point when the Lurkers were there, so for Reynor it was just survival mode, get to Lurkers, and kind of both games just really knocked out of the park once those Lurkers were there.
A difficult conundrum for Astrea to figure out in Game 2 as well, in terms of you're trying to eventually get towards what is a really strong Protoss force, trying to leapfrog towards what is the fleet beacon, but when you're staring down that many Lurkers,
I mean, the idea is basically not to let them get there too easily. And if they do get there, you buy a lot of time so that you maybe are able to fit in a couple of carriers or what have you before they show up. But yeah, I think it's a good way to put it. Basically, Reynor was just defending until those Lurkers, and then knowing Lurkers would be a huge stop point for Astrea's style of play. It was an excellent thing to do. I do think that Astrea had some moments in the early game, I suppose early mid-game if you want to call it that, but a couple of pretty brutal mistakes, right? Like not quite controlling things correctly or letting Lings in right, and that really disrupted his momentum. It wasn't Astrea's best PVZ showing. Got to get the right one first. But of course, that just confirms that Reynor is on a tear, which we always expect, but then sometimes go in a little hesitating, like, well, you know, has he been doing well recently? And it is actually when we question that he like wins the tournament. So.
Fair, and he puts him in an interesting situation for Astrea now, because he's gone down to the lower bracket and he's going to be playing against the winner from Maru versus Spirit, who we now know is Maru. So already Maru going up against Astrea in the lower to try and qualify through to the last round of the knockout bracket. So important.
That's kind of crazy, man. I thought Astrea would have dodged Maru.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because that basically is a rematch. Or it would have been a rematch, sorry.
If Reynor lost, it would have been a rematch, so I'm kind of surprised Astrea doesn't drop down to the other one.
Yeah, maybe this is wrong.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Basically, what I was trying to ask
do we bring it up?
I was like, have you confirmed this? Or like, is it just, are you reading Wikipedia? Because
you know, sometimes it's inconsistent, sometimes it's wrong, but normally it gets things right. But we'll see. We'll figure that out later on. You know what? That's fine as well. Stop laughing at me. We're going to a break. When we return, we have got our next qualification match on the way. It's going to be Bunny and Solar. Don't go anywhere.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
time, it's my 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 I think about everything that I've done, challenges overcome, sacrifices I made in pursuit of being the one to take us out of the slums, ready to scrap for crumbs, a million laps on the track until I clasp my lungs, but I ain't done. Let's take it to the maximum. I spaz before a champion in class of bums, ain't never stop my rhythm. I'm like a massive drum. I set this beat on fire until the ashes come. I'm swinging until they finish, man, somebody better get them. Told them I was the realest, but nobody paid attention. Now you go up against them, get a ticket to the clinic. Been about my business, I wait past the limit. I'm trapped, so I react and attack without feelings. Everybody else chilling, but I'ma continue drilling. Keep hitting and hitting until I break down the building. Be the man, you gotta beat the man. So for you, it's lights out. They say be the man, you gotta beat the man. So for you, it's lights out. I stayed on my grind. Every board's like a hook from Iron Mike in his prime. My eye lead a light speed is just blowing your mind, and you ain't got enough heart to try to challenge a line. I'm holding it down, toe to toe, controlling the crown. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. I'm eating you clown. I've been the undisputed champ the last 300 rounds. I'll put your lights out, now you ain't making a sound. I got one chance of glory. I'm a warrior. You know my story. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Another qualification match to be able to move through into the playoffs from the winners stage here, as we have Bunny and Solar going head-to-head in a best-of-3 to figure out who is going to be moving on. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have ZG as well as Pig to talk about this one. And I'm excited for this one. On paper, this is a close match. Bunny and Solar, both guys that we're always expecting to go into potentially finals nowadays, here going head-to-head for another spot, ZG. Exciting.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool storyline, right? Solar, as you would say, I would say expected far more often than Bunny, perhaps, who had maybe taken a backseat as far as Korean Terrans go, for the likes of, Maru, obviously.
There's a lot of them.
But then he had that tournament at Atlanta where suddenly everyone was cheering for him because there was that storyline of him so desperately wanting to get that championship. And, it was kind of a question mark of whether or not that really mentally defeated him. Didn't really do so great at Katowice. GSL rolls around, and he actually does quite well. And he does so by defeating Solar in one of the groups as well.
Yep.
So I remember casting that and being like, wow, Bunny's really surprising me. He played really well. So I think there's a good chance, of course, that he beats Solar here right now, but then also that he, advances on and does well in the tournament.
Pig, your thoughts?
You look at the history, Solar has been a top echelon player a lot longer than Bunny has, but Bunny's taken him out the last few times they've played. He has looked very good. Can he maintain that performance? Because Solar looked like he was kind of getting hammered game 1 versus Byun, and he just then said, no, I'm Solar. Like, he looked stunning from that point onwards. So I feel like this is a pretty tough match. Bunny's first series against Scarlet was very close. It was a little shaky in game 1. It was still a very close game 2 and game 3. I do think Solar comes in as the overall favorite, but definitely Bunny's got a shot.
And Solar looked great against Byun when it came to being able to just constantly deny any damage from being taken at the front. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here. But guys, we are actually ready to head on over to the match, to the stage. So let's get it going here. A place in the playoffs is on the line.
Exciting to have even more StarCraft playoff action being decided because, like he said, one of these guys goes to playoffs, the other is going to get knocked down to a lower bracket. Going to be Wardy and Loco coming your way for some TVZ. But before then, we're going to go to the stage because Rachel is right there behind us.
It's true, I am lurking behind you, much like a lurker. Not so good at timing as Reynor, because it's time to start a match between Bunny and Solar here on stage. Bunny, of course, representing Mystery Gaming, coming hot off a win over Scarlet, and Solar for Onside Gaming, coming hot off that win over Byun. Now let's see who emerges victorious to move on to the playoffs.
Wow, this time Solar does not get denied a fist bump like he did against Byun. Bunny. Full of respect as we kick off this next match. Loco, I'm going to let you talk this time. How you doing?
It's okay. I'm doing great, man. We've got some amazing games of StarCraft 2 already. Bunny versus Solar is another one of those games that could easily be a top 8, a top 4, maybe even a finals on a crazy day. Bunny versus Solar should be a really interesting match. The winner of this goes straight to the playoffs of the tournament as well, so they get a little bit more downtime. And yeah, I think this can really go either way.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. Especially seeing how Solar played earlier. Bunny is such a mystery. It's so funny. I know he's on Mystery Gaming, no pun intended, but like, out of all these players, they've all stepped up playing online. They've all started playing a lot more cups, ESL Opens, other events. Apart from Bunny. Yep. Bunny is like Bunny is like even more mysterious than Maru. He's played less online tournaments than Maru and Serral since Katowice. That is actually like a ridiculous statement because nobody does that. And yet Bunny's just kind of doing his own thing. Top 4 in GSL. He's obviously very good. He's extremely capable. It's just such a mystery to know what he's going to bring because we don't see him that much compared to everyone else nowadays.
No, for sure. Pretty much all of the Koreans, at least back in the day, they used to all just play the biggest tournaments, but these days they participate in most of the online cups as well. I mean, you in particular, Wardy, should be well aware of this. But of course, Bunny, one of the few players who doesn't, right? So it's always difficult to say exactly where he's currently at. Solar, on the other end, I don't think he really cares about that all too much. His play style, very much so, caters towards just defending and eventually overwhelming the opponent. There's the Basilisk guys, by the way.
The Basilisk guys.
The Basilisks. Don't look into their eyes. You're going to turn into stone.
Right, that's too late. We just turned the entire Twitch chat to stone.
Ah, man. It is what it is.
Typical. But no, yeah, really excited to see what Bunny brings. He's always been super good lately, right? Like, since he got to that finals last year, I think everyone's been even more about Bunny. We knew, we've known for a long time he's been very good. We've known for a long time he's been absolutely competitive. I think he's just kept on stepping it up. It's just hard to know exactly what he's going to bring. And it's the same for Solar, right? Because Solar comes in and, he shows us what he's all about against Byun in the first series. And that sets the tone because I think I would have preferred Bunny coming into this today until I saw Solar play earlier in the ZVT. So now I'm like, man, this could just be a really good match. Hopefully it will be. The games have been bangers so far this first day. Probably the best first day of like an offline event we've had in a long time. We're only like 3 series deep. It's just, that's the quality of the games we get with this winner's stage.
No, for sure, yeah. So I do think it's very nice for Bunny that he could watch Solar earlier today against Byun.
He did win 2-0 Solar at the time over Byun, but it wasn't something super dominant, right? Like there were moments in that series where he was definitely what felt like to me at the very least behind, and he was up with his back against the wall. Eventually Solar did that thing where he just defended for long enough and then he overwhelmed his opponent. That seems to be what he does in a lot of his games. Like he looks like he's a little behind and things are starting to spiral out of control, but then he eventually manages to overwhelm the opponent. I'm curious to see if maybe Bunny looks at that and he's like, okay, you know what? I can just slightly improve on what Byun was doing.
Yeah. But Bunny, actually, way back when, not even way back when really, but was always a player where, like, he's kind of the YOLO Terran, right? Like, he'll just send, you know, a lot of people, like, scan ahead where they're going to send a big drop. Bunny just lifts up and goes. He scans, he sees 3 missile turrets, he's like, perfect. That's exactly what I drop into. And in that regard, he's very similar to Byun because Byun is very aggressive. He will drop everywhere. He will be all over the map, and Bunny can absolutely bring that kind of style. So it might be interesting to see what Bunny maybe changes a little bit, because I would say generally they actually do play kind of similarly. Maybe not build order wise. Yeah. I think Bunny's a bit more straight up. We'll see a bit more like 3cc from him than we saw from Byun. But in terms of how the mid game plays out, I think Bunny usually might approach it very similarly, but now might take a bit of a different route just because of what we saw earlier. May even go just kind of full on 3-base aggression, full on 2-base all in. These kind of builds are the ones that Bunny can execute extremely well and also just be super deadly with.
That's what we saw Maru do earlier today against Reynor as well. Execute some very aggressive builds. Game number 1 of that series, we had Maru going for essentially a 3cc all-in, and then the second game he went for a 2cc all-in, pulling the SUVs as well right there at the end. Either way, our next best of 3 has loaded up. Game number 1, we find ourselves on the map Royal Blood. Spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner from South Korea, he is Bunny.
In the top right-hand side, we saw him on stage earlier. Let's see if he can keep up that awesome performance from Onside Gaming. It's Solar.
It's always good to see these players competing against each other on a stage. Obviously entirely different compared to, well, playing from the comfort of your own home. When suddenly you have a bunch of people looking at you as well, you have to actually shake your opponent's hand before, well, maybe fist bump. I think they fist bumped actually, but entirely different, of course. Normally, maybe you give them the GLHF, but not in person.
You mean you don't sit on a big stage at home?
I do not, no.
You don't?
I don't have no place for it.
I just thought with that YouTuber lifestyle, it might be the kind of thing you're into.
You're in the East Wing, right? In the studio area, production rooms. I see how it is.
Very standard open lane hatch, gas and pool versus the barracks on the high ground. This was the map earlier that Byun against Solar chose to go for that low ground 2 Rax Reaper. I actually don't, the little stuff I have seen from Bunny, I don't think I've seen him do any of this low ground Reaper stuff. I don't think that's too surprising. Maybe he would bring it out in Grezvan, which was arguably the best map for it generally. But yeah, I think, like I said before, I think the builds in general will be much more standard from Bunny. And that doesn't mean he won't like 3-base or 2-base all in. But the first 3-4 minutes, I think, are going to be very kind of laid out normally, Hellions, you know, just the sort of things that Byun does do very differently.
Yeah, I would imagine it's mostly going to be 3cc benchy openers with Hellions. That's something we've seen time and time again. Not that Solar is really the type of guy to go for a roach-based attack, and that's, well, at least one of the reasons you make the benchies, but it's just comfortable, right? If you want to go for a comfortable build, that's the style we see Terran players most of the time go for. Solar now hiding a drone over here on the right side of the map. You think the Reaper is going to head on over in that direction? Nah.
He's just going to go to the natural. He wants to start chipping away at those lings, potentially a drone if obviously the opportunity opens up, although of course we know it really shouldn't. As the Reaper gets towards the first drone, he very nearly gets it, man, forces the Spore Crawler, which is already damaged. That's a drone not mining for a few seconds, which this early in the game is the kind of thing which is more impactful than you might like to admit as a Zerg. The Reaper will just get a couple more shots on Lings, and that's apparently going to be it for the moment. Hops on out. Bunny already. 3rd CC coming straight down, getting that set up straight away, just immediately here. Just getting this straight into play.
Yeah, so far, everything's normal, although there are two additional barracks coming up right now for Bunny, so that's interesting. It is going to be a triple CC opener, but he's adding on 2 racks here, and these are going to definitely get some tech labs on them.
Yeah, my goodness. What's better than the 3 racks? 3 racks with mega economy behind it, apparently. Very fun, very different, and definitely the sort of thing that could catch Solar off guard, which has definitely been apparently the kind of memo of today. Try and catch Solar off guard, do things weird, and this is extremely risky if Solar was doing any amount of aggression, right? If there's a roach attack, you're going to have Marines and really no follow-up. it's tough, you know, to hold those sort of attacks. But if Solar doesn't do anything like this, you get away with this essentially greed of a third CC, 2 more barracks that are going to focus on add-ons first as well. Yes, a tech lab's not super long, but if you're under attack, that feels like an eternity. So just very, very greedy stuff out of Bunny, and he is going to get away with it, and I'm very excited to see what he can do from there.
Yeah, if Solar wanted to go for some sort of Roach pressure, he already should have put down the Roach Warren. If he puts it down right now, he's going to arrive around the time that Stimpack finishes, which just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. He does see more than the usual amount of Marines wandering around right now, though. This is one of those moments where you kind of have to make Zerglings to respect it enough. But at the same time, you also know that this likely isn't something that's going to deal a whole lot of damage, so you kind of want to keep droning. So far, he's actually not taking the bluff. He's just holding down the drone button.
I think it's fine because he's got the...
This is great.
Yeah, great scout. He sees absolutely everything. Well, now he definitely knows what he can and what he can't do. He just needs to hold down the drone button until that correct moment to kind of switch into units to prepare for the stim in the combat. And like I say, he has that information now that it's extra barracks, the factory wasn't online. He does still go double Evo Chamber first, though, and I'm actually a little bit worried. Yeah, eventually that'll give him great upgrades, but I feel like right now, if Bunny just hits with Stim and Combat Shields and he really does commit, I think Solo could be in trouble. The saving grace might be that Scout of Solar, might mean that Bunny...
Where are we going?
We're just flying.
Are we going to go for the forward third? That has to be a misplay, no?
No, I think he was checking for the Overlord. On
okay. I was going to say, that seems like such a long flight to make. He does miss out on a mule, but I guess forcing the opponent to hit a supply block right now would be awesome. Not going to happen here for Solar, but you're definitely right. Those upgrades are finishing up right now. Is there enough for the Zerg to defend?
Well, this is the thing, right? I was like, if Bunny doesn't go because Solar Scout, I think it'd be a real shame because I don't think Solar is necessarily respecting the fact that this is going to have Stim. And I mean, these Marines are powerful. First Queen goes down, Overlord goes down. Solar currently supply blocked as well. Can't build more units until he loses others. The only issue is there's no longevity on this army of Bunny because there's no medevacs. So as you stim a second time, you're already very hurt. I think it's just time you step back. And this time as you go off creep, maybe you don't go back on because you've done a lot here. You forced a lot of units. You've killed a few off. You killed a couple of drones. You got a queen. I think this was nice. Get back home now. Get the medevacs out. And then these units are so powerful still later on. The efficiency has been there to have a great follow-up push.
In the meantime, Solar did indeed go for the double Evolution Chamber upgrades. Lara is going to finish up momentarily. Baneling Nest is coming up, so he'll be going into the Baneling Speed upgrade later. Earlier today, we did see him focus a lot on Hydraling Bane, and I am suspecting that he's going to go into that direction once again. A lot of Terrans, they're liking that late-game army quite a bit, and Solar seems to try to prevent that from coming up by focusing heavily on Hydraling Bane.
Yes, he is. Well, the one thing he will have is those nice fast 1-1 upgrades, so you won't have to play behind in that regard.
Yeah.
That was, like I said, to me, one of the risks initially to get those Evo Chambers so early, but we're kind of past that point now. He's going to benefit from them. As Bunny will come up one more time here. I mean, I guess just now it's still equal upgrades, so if you could kind of take a bit of a fight, might be nice. Medevac to support, we're going to stim in. A Queen goes down, and Overlord's easy pickings. Next Queen will get transfused, but those Banes don't have speed. We even dropped a Reaper Grenade during this just to help reposition units a little bit, but there's a run by 2. Solar's been great at that today. He's not going to do too much, and Bunny gets off creep, which is his safety net. Once he's off creep, he can't be chased anymore.
Those Marines, man, they have stimmed so many times. There's very little energy remaining on those medevacs, but he does decide to retreat. The little counterattack was quite nice, though, right? Just forcing the SCVs away and also forcing those Marines to step away off the creep. 2-2 fired up immediately right here for Solar as well. We'll probably see an Infestation Pit in a moment. Bunny is going to be able to go into the 2-2 upgrades here momentarily as well, as he, well, he's finishing up the armory.
Yeah, maybe a few seconds late, but not a major
nothing
deal.
Extreme.
Yeah, especially because obviously once you catch up on 2-2, it's kind of just free game, right? Like, the Zerg's never going to get 3-3 before you. If you do, you've really messed up because then you're not putting enough pressure on the Zerg to slow them down a little bit here or there. We finally find this Overlord, and we are going to cancel this base.
That is really nice, actually. Getting the kill on that, or at least the cancel, does slow down the Zerg quite a bit. Bane speed, though, is finishing up in a few seconds, and that's going to make things a lot easier right here for Solar. No 2-2, by the way, fired up here for Bunny, so that's something he needs to keep in mind. The Hive is going to be nice and earlier for Solar. I mean, it's not often that we see 3-3 for the Zerg finishing before the Terran, but this might be one of those games.
Yeah, the fact Bunny didn't start 2-2 has me worried, as he is pushing it, is aggressive, sure, but this is all or nothing. He really doesn't have much of a follow-up, but it's very powerful. 25 army supply lead we're hitting right now. He is going to factory and CC behind this, so he will have a follow-up plan. Still feels like he needs to do something here, especially with the fact Solar will have so much faster of a 2-2, and he is now starting his upgrades as well. So Bunny's got follow-up plans, but he really wants to kind of dig in deep here and find a little bit more than what he's done. He's still having to defend run-bys. I mean, credit to Bunny, because that's multiple run-bys now from Solar, which have found basically nothing, because Bunny's always had something to sit there and defend with.
He's trying to wait until his upgrades kick in, Solar that is, but he is just firing up the hive. He's not going to lose that base, I don't think. He's going to pull the trigger on this attack before that. The siege tanks are in the back trying to protect to the best of their abilities, but I think Solar is going to have to pull the trigger here eventually. The question is he going to finish 2-2 before that?
Yeah, I think so, right? Maybe you give up this
not
hatchery.
really.
Okay, we got transfusion off. We're going to send a little bit of Link Bane forward, which is still just a little while away from 2-2, like 10 seconds or so.
Oh my god.
It's still a while. We're waiting. This hatchery is going to be attacked one more time. If we get rid of that Baneling, we could have maybe had it. That delay might save the hatch, because now, okay, we're actually just going to straight up counterattack to start off with. Let's see how Bunny deals with this. He's been pretty good defensively so far. That Widow Mine was dodged, and we're going to see Link Bane still storming through. Tank on the high ground as Bunny is running for the hills. He's going to have to get up into his main base or something. This third base does not have enough protection on it. He is still on the other side trying to push and poke around, but I'm not sure he's doing enough there either.
7 SCVs only going down though. 4th command center also finished up and now flying down south. That base is going to go down. I'm a little surprised Solar decided to counter-attack rather than defend his base at home, but I guess in the meantime he has had plenty of opportunity to take that expansion in the center of the map as well, so those drones are going to be able to find new minerals very easily.
I'm 100% with you. Like,
yeah,
what a weird situation. Like,
he could have cleaned this wall up pretty easily.
He could have counterattacked so much sooner, is the thing, if he wanted to counterattack, because it felt like he was waiting for 2-2, and then when you have the 2-2 to storm the army, then he counterattacked, right? With a larger force. It was an interesting way of doing things.
I think he could have cleaned up that army relatively easily, but you're still fighting the Terran off creep, so it's dangerous. Maybe this was the more reliable choice. Either way.
It wasn't bad, it was just interesting the way he chose to do it. By the way, no +2 armor from Bunny, so he's going to be missing one of his upgrades here. He's just now noticed that, so a little mistake creeping through as we're going to start Widow Mine dropping. These are difficult to keep on top of, but, well, Solar was there immediately. That's a quick cleanup, and that's great, because the more of those you clean up without issue, the better a time you're going to have as a Zerg.
Yeah, frustrating moment right there for Bunny. He was ready to start up +3, and then he realized, wait a second, I did not actually start up the +2 armor upgrade, so that is going to put him a little bit behind, and Solar looks comfortable so far. Now, this is what Solar does, though. He doesn't necessarily want to push for the victory. He's going to continue defending. So, Lurker Den coming up right now. We've got the Adrenal Glands research as well. He is simply just going to try and absorb even more attacks right here from Bunny, but they're starting to feel more and more desperate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're just not getting as far forward either, right? I mean, he's pushing a bit of creep back here, trying to get to this high ground, but just don't really feel as worried for Solar as I did in some of the previous attacks. He's also got Vipers now. We know how big of a deal they are. Some Blinding Clouds on the tanks go a huge way to helping
He's
engage
just dancing, man.
positions.
Just constantly moving back and forth, and now finally he commits. There's those Blinding Clouds you were talking about. Shutting down a bunch of the tanks. Lings and Banes coming in from the right side as well. Solar runs all over this army. He does need to be careful about all of the reinforcements, though. Is there enough here for the Zerg to clean all of this up? Well, I think there will be once the Zerg reinforcements arrive.
Yeah, it was kind of funky because the Terran reinforcements, some of them came from the middle on the right side, and so they were kind of separated. They didn't take too great of a fight there. Solar has money. Like, the supplies coming out of this look even, but Solar has like 1k plus to spend, and if he spent all of that, this would not be as equal in the supplies. And Bunny during this, he has got a 4th base down that is starting to mine and everything, but it just feels like he is very stuck in the mid-game, while Solar's about to hit it up to the next step, turning it up to Lurker level. And that's why I don't think Bunny is prepared to play at all. Like, if you had like a very high tank count and like one massive push, so the Lurkers can't ever really get in range without being shelled, I can believe. But the problem is I don't know if Bunny's really set up for that anymore. He's going to make a Liberator that will help you to transition against these Lurkers. Ideally, eventually we need Ghosts. He does get a cancel here. That's a good grab. I think Bunny's essentially going to have one more big push, or he's going to have to start dropping that Ghost Academy ASAP.
Yeah, I think Solar here was missing one of those gas geysers for quite a long time, because he's been high on minerals and he can't really produce a whole lot of Lurkers here. So if there, there's a couple of gases missing here. He never took the one in the main base either. I think he should have taken those a little while ago. That's going to make this transition a whole lot less fluent. And it's going to give Bunny a little bit of time. Normally this would be the moment where we expect to see like 5-6 Lurkers ready to go for an attack towards the planetary at the 6 o'clock. But instead it's, Bunny once again out on the map, grabbing a couple of units. I mean, he's still doing an excellent job here.
Yes, no, he's staying very, very active. Like I said, it's got to be one big push. Like, you're maxed out right now. There's nothing really to wait for. Like, +3 attack, I think that just means you're waiting way too long. You've got to start going with everything very soon. He is going to drop at the same time. So I had some weaknesses to this early against Byun, especially when the Lurker Den was involved, but I think this time he gets there soon enough. Bunny will not be able to do much. He is pushing up at the front though, and this is the distraction he wanted so he can get in position with the main army.
Yeah, the Vipers are still around, and that is incredibly helpful, especially when it comes to these fights over here. The hatchery a little bit exposed, but now the Lurkers are here, and those Lurkers make it so difficult for the Bio Army to engage. He does decide to stim into it. Always a dangerous move, man. He does get, well, at least some of the Lurkers, but his army took a lot of damage.
Just dancing from as far as he can, just to try and minimize damage taken while still hoping
There's
to get
the
something
Vipers.
done. Yeah,
They were a little bit late.
ducks. Really nice just to get rid of a couple of those tech units, and we're just going to engage in here. And Solar coming forwards, he obviously feels good about this. He unleashed a couple of the units with the poles, and now he's going to blind and cloud some of the further back tanks as he pushes through this. His supply really is dominating compared to before. He's still got money to spend. Just don't think Bunny has enough. Again, he's been caught up on this composition for a long time, and Solar's army has only gotten better and better since Bunny was first on this force.
Yeah, we have not seen a 5th command center, as far as I'm aware. There's also no Ghost Academy out here for Bunny. So he's basically stuck on doing more of the same, and that's something that Solar has read really nicely here. He just needs to make sure he does not get overwhelmed and does not allow the opponent that tempo advantage, right? Now there are bases here on the left side of the map too. I like this move right here from Bunny. That expansion is going to be pretty easy to kill.
Yep, that one will go down. Lings and Hydra's going to come in from a couple sides. Siege tanks immediately in some trouble as we run on down. The Bioforce is going to have to go scarpering away there. And we did get a catchery kill on the top left-hand side, so Bunny's still very active with drops. It just feels like we're getting to the point now where obviously the Zerg is going to start actually bringing the pressure onto the Terran's bases. We're going to start denying these bases. And these are the kind of moments where the Terran really can be in trouble if they don't have the setup to deal with that. The tank count's been reset. Obviously, we don't have a lot of replacement CCs ready to go. These are all things that Bunny will struggle with because of. So let's see. Obviously, I do think Solar's in the commanding lead. He's got more Lurkers popping out. He's still got further upgrades rolling in.
Yeah.
And for the moment, he's just kind of holding out, but I really feel like soon he can get aggressive if he wants to.
Yeah. No, he needs to. Like, Bunny's sword base is even going to start running out here very soon if he's not careful. And well, he's going to need to acquire new mineral fields here very quickly. Solar just always happy to counterattack and just sort of sit there on creep and dens on the edge. Now this counterattack over here is going to be very painful for the Terran.
Yeah, but at least one ghost going down. We're going to lose a lot of call down. Supply depots there as well, which is going to start genuinely supply blocking Bunny, or at least forcing further depots further down the line. In fact, right now he's supply blocked. 15 SCVs died as well. We have the Lurkers defensively. It's so hard to push into those. Bunny doesn't really have enough. He's going to lose a tank to an Abduct, lose a Liberator to the Abduct as well. And these are all, again, units that Bunny can't afford to lose. And right now, he literally cannot rebuild because he needs more depots. This is just getting from bad to worse for Bunny. Still continues to extend his lead in this game. Being extremely patient about it, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
But in a very positive way, like nothing's really gone wrong. And I wonder if part of that's just like, hey, you're on 4 bases and no extra CCs. I don't actually need to go aggressive. You're not setting up to play late game. You're still setting up to play like the here and now.
Yeah.
So until you start slowing down, I'm actually just going to keep on sitting back.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is maybe a little bit conservative right here from Solar, but it's also incredibly frustrating for Bunny, right? Like, he's been getting shut down over the last, really what feels like 10 plus minutes. Now there's a bailing roll-by as well in the picture-in-picture. This has been Solar in control for a very long time. Even the natural expansion is now forced to take off because there's nothing remaining there anymore, and the Zerglings were nibbling away at it. This has been Bunny up with his back against the wall for at least the last 12 minutes. He's not really in a position, well, maybe right now he is, where he could GG out, not quite. And he's just been losing the entire time. When you're playing a best-of-3 series, this is really rough.
He has 27 workers, man. Like,
he's even going to evacuate that base. Is he really?
Yeah. I mean, it's just straight up. I mean, he's just all in on this push. There's not really a follow-up to this anymore. He's got to go into all of these Lurkers. Yeah, I mean, Solar can just give it the base if he needs to as well. He's going to lose this one, his Bunny. That's going to take him down to less than 10 workers in the game. 5 SCVs remain. Solar's maxed out once more. He's just going to sit and wait. He's in no rush to press on forward if he doesn't need to. He moves on a little bit here to get rid of these Liberators, but I don't think he needs to necessarily jump on the pre-spread army. Let him walk into your Lurkers.
Yeah, this is still a scary army right here for Bunny, but it's all he's got. There's really no way for him to actually reinforce this. So 104 army supply for Terran versus 125 from Zerg. Here is that stim forward. He moves into all of those Lurkers, and that's also the moment where Solar decides to pull pull the trigger. He's got Vipers out there somewhere, I'm pretty sure, but apparently he doesn't need him. He's now finally chasing his army down, and there it is. Solar obtains the victory in game number 1.
Very, very convincing from Solo. There was like, one of the earlier pushes of Bunny was kind of scary, right? The position was good, but again, it's that resilience of Solo that we saw earlier as well, where he just would not give up, he would not let too much damage be done. He was able to get to the later stage, and once he gets there, he looks so phenomenal. Like, he looks really difficult to bust through. His defense was just so good at that stage, so yeah, credit to Solo. Like, at the start, it was definitely a little bit funky. Like, there was definitely some scary moments when Bunny had that pressure on the map, but...
And the counter-attack when he finished 2-2 was also a little bit funky. That's this particular move that we see right here on the screen right now. After this moment, though, it felt like Solar was comfortable, right? Like, there really wasn't a moment where Terran could really get a whole lot done. The only times they could really get much done was if the Zerg would make a mistake, and Solar just simply didn't. He engaged this brilliantly over here, and even though the game took like another 8 minutes from here to finish, he did an excellent job just defending, and then constantly overwhelming the opponent.
I think the most important part is really just the realization of where the game is at, because, you know, earlier against Byun, he stepped on the accelerator, right? Like, he started tapping into Byun a lot more. In this game, he says, hey, look, I see you don't have any command centers. I see you don't have any setup for later in this game. Your Ghost Academy is extremely late. I don't need to go. I will just sit back. You come to me because you're basically setting up for one big attack, and the worst thing I can do is take one bad fight offensively, because that can happen as a Zerg. That's meant to happen as a Zerg. And then you counterattack and have too much because you're super all in on this. He just said, no, you're always fighting into me. I'm always having these lurkers in my favor. And by playing it like that, Solar really put himself in just an unlosable position with the way he was playing. So, yeah, Solar's coming into this tournament absolutely top-notch, man. He's playing really well, super solid. I mean, right now, he looks like he deserves to be a top 8 player, and that's where he'll be if he wins just one more map.
Exactly, yeah. No, honestly, a brilliant game number 1 right there. Just constantly going for the decision that has the highest win rate, right? So if you look at this as like a math problem, he just always went for whatever was the guaranteed advantage. Never really taking any chances. Maybe if he decided to be aggressive earlier, he could have ended this game, well, up to like 5 minutes earlier than it actually did, but there really wasn't any need to. Especially if you're playing a series, you may as well tire your opponent out, maybe mentally frustrate them a little too. Well, Bunny requesting a quick little break there, but he's back in his seat right now. We should be hopping into game number 2. Hey, hopping. Accidental pun, sorry.
Wow.
We should be hopping in very quickly.
Hopping in very soon. As,
there it is.
There it is. There's the graphic change. Absolutely correct. In the top left-hand side, he just hopped on in here. Our red Terran player is Bunny.
And down here in the bottom right-hand corner of Gresven, we have Solar. Getting another game of ZVT on Gresven. We've seen quite a few of these matches go the distance. A lot of the European Zergs don't seem to be a big fan of this particular map against Terran right now. If it is a split map scenario, it's really difficult to take one of the Terran spaces, and that seems to be one of the reasons why they keep vetoing not just Gresven, but also Neo-Humanity. Apparently, though, the Korean Zerg players, yeah, they don't mind it.
I think the Zerg players don't really like any map apart from the two
yeah,
Terrans
that's true.
I
guess Royal Blood, maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Royal Blood's like, it's whatever, right? Like,
yeah, Babylon, I guess, is the preferred choice.
It's definitely become a map pool where the Terran players have started to enjoy it a lot against Zergs, because even the maps that maybe have some good factors for Zerg actually have some really good tank positions, for example, so this is something which has been very interesting to follow. Kind of this map pool has definitely not been one that was like figured out at the very start. Like, yeah, maybe the Terran vetoes of like Altitude and Ancient were kind of obvious and they stayed like that, but the Zerg vetoes have changed a lot, and even Terran map picks have changed a fair amount as well since this map pool first came around. So
yeah,
in that regard, it's been quite a cool map pool. It's been quite, you know, it's been moving.
It's been very dynamic for sure.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
It's not quite what we expected it to be when it first came out, right? I always like seeing the strategies change, even though it's really only a few months here and there. The Overlord scouting paths, they change entirely, and players just in general approach the maps very differently. What is originally considered to be amazing for Zerg suddenly becomes amazing for Terran and vice versa.
We're all going to be having our couple Queen's Fuelings coming out. Look at a couple waves from the players as they walk on by. It's very unique being out here, man.
Yeah, Mana just stands in front of us and waves. Hey, Mana.
How's it going? ZVT, though. Factory on the way up. Already kind of mixing it up a lot from what we saw previously.
Yep. There's that Reaper once again, trying to be annoying. There's already a third hatchery down though here for the Zerg player, so this is just the little dance that they keep on playing, right? And Solar seemed to be happy to dance on creep, right? As soon as he moves off creep, that's where he gets a little bit concerned. But in that previous game, I think he only ever left creep at the end of the game, and, well, I guess when he went for counterattacks.
Yeah, no, that's very true. He really played around it. There was obviously a couple of the counterattacks, right? But
yeah, it's around in the middle of the map, but honestly, he just stayed on the edge of creep the entire time.
We'll say Bunny's defense was very good against most of the counterattacks until like the larger one, which wasn't as much of a counterattack as it was just Solar's entire army was kind of fighting over there. So it was very good from Bunny. Like a lot of promise early, just again couldn't quite find the piercing shot to kind of get through Solar's armor. So let's see what happens here. This time around, obviously Reaper just dancing. We are going to see that third CC again from Bunny. That's already on the way up. And a starport coming through too to get us into that next layer of tech, as we are going to see a whole chunk of Hellions. I feel like I've barely casted Hellions today, even though there's so many TVZs.
It is kind of funny. This is considered to be the most normal start ever in a TVZ. The triple CC, the 1-1-1. I mean, one barracks, one starport, one factory. We see this all the time, but for some reason, not today. Not a whole lot of Hellions yet. Now, there are some mech transitions you can certainly make. Bunny, not really the type of guy who will mix that in all too often. Now, these first two Hellions actually decide to dive really deep.
Okay, we get two drones. Yeah. The Hellions haven't taken a lot of damage, which is huge, because now they still have extra shots to get. We are going to find 3, but it looks like 3 might be the max. We should kill this Hellion off. If that gets away, that's kind of frustrating, because you really want to make him pay for it. Yeah, we should be good, right? Eventually. Go!
It's a very brave Zergling. Well, I think he could have fought this easy.
I think the Hellion could have turned around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Didn't need to. Got away.
Yeah, this is the downside of opening up with such a quick third hatchery here as Zerg. Normally, your link speed with a standard opener, right, where you actually delay your third base ever so slightly compared to this, you will have link speed done for these first 2 Hellions to show up. With this particular build right here from the Zerg, you finish link speed around the time that 4 Hellions could come to your side of the map, and that's why Bunny managed to get a bit of damage done over here. In the end, though, I would say because of the lost mining time, it is ever so slightly worth it, right? It's not a bad start here for Bunny at all, especially since he kept that second Hellion alive.
I think even the second Hellion alive makes it great, right? Like
yeah.
Hellion for 3 drones, you get the lings, you cause chaos, you have the drones running around.
He could have easily lost it, right? So it's one of those moments where you're like,
No, I think you
worked out well this time.
As we do see, pretty quick lair from Still. I mean, 5 minutes isn't super quick, but it is going to be lair before Evo Chambers, most notably.
Yep.
So going to prioritize that Baneling speed, and then the Evo Chambers can come down just a bit further down the line instead. As our Hellions are going to get aggressive again. The Ling's going to try and take a chance to jump because they had a bit of creep spread to launch themselves off of it. And wow, we didn't actually finish any Hellions up until just now. There's also a Lib into the mineral line that is going to get a few drones here, but still continues to get these Hellions. This was a moment where Bunny tried to get more done, and again, every time you lose Hellions, I feel like that's so expensive because you kind of need Hellions for your map control.
Yeah. And this is always where Solar, like, it never looks very clean when he plays, but this is where I feel like he is actually very comfortable, right? His game plan isn't really to win until, like, at least 5 minutes from now. So he is happy to just simply defend and trade out these units so the harassment will stop. This means he can take a 4th base, he can continue droning here, he can get back to his creep spread. You need to be able to actually push this advantage here as Bunny, but it's difficult to go ahead and do so now. I think his next wave is going to be Marine-based instead. No mech transitions or anything like that actually so far yet today, at least in the games that I've personally seen. Obviously, there's loads of different games going on all at the same time, so if you're interested in watching some of the other streams as well, make sure to have a look at the StarCraft 2 category.
Yeah, you got that B stream covering winners stages. There's an open bracket going on. First 2 groups there have been underway for a few hours now. Still a good old kind of like open up like 10 screens of StarCraft and watch the matches. Like those were always the best days of StarCraft.
Hope your internet is fast enough to watch every single stream.
Yeah, man.
Otherwise, you can just watch us. It's fine.
Yeah, just watch us. We clearly have the best as we have our Marines going to stim up. Bunny with this first little bit of a push. I mean, this is where we're going to see how effective all these Hellion droids have been. I think the Liberator getting so many drones is actually quite costly for Stola, because first you lose those few drones to the Hellion, and now you're losing a few drones to Liberator. This kind of push is then very difficult to deal with because you're just behind from where you should be. I think that's where Stola might struggle a bit.
Oh, getting all 3 of those tumors is actually very nice right here. We see the Terrans camping out in this area of the map for quite a long time. The Bunny could certainly unsiege, but there's already 2 tanks in really nice positions. Getting those 2 creep tumors is actually going to slow down the surround right here of the Zerg. Now, I don't think Solar is going to pull the trigger, though. We already saw in the previous game, he's very patient. If anything, he's going to counterattack.
I don't think he should pull the trigger just yet anyways. He'll at the very least wait until 1-1 is done. Hey, free siege tank?
I was going to say free siege tank. He's
Nah,
going to
not
get
quite.
it. Not free, yeah.
No.
In fact, very expensive siege tank.
Yeah.
A lot of lings. Tank is good to get rid of because you're removing, an amount of splash damage, but was it worth that many lings? That's a bit of a give and take situation. Probably not overall, because now it's less lings to engage in with, and Bunny starts to get his tank set up on this low ground. We see this position used so frequently here on Grezvan. So we set up from this low ground, we start to push up to the high ground. Queens and a few Banes already backing it up just a little bit, as we do have Bunny stimming up and trying to see what we can do.
Yeah, he's once again going to start dancing over here, right? So Solar wants to wait as long as possible just so he can produce a larger army. Bunny has got a really nice siege tank spread though. There is a lot of energy available on the Queens, so transfusions are going to be able to keep this all alive. Bunny's saying, come on bro, come fight my units. I'll definitely run off creep, but shiz me down. I invite you off the creep.
These Marines are going to keep on hammering through. A couple Queens already going down. I mean, it's always nice shutting down those Queens, getting rid of that kind of tankiness. Obviously, using this right now, Solo has a chance to get even more Ling Bane up and ready to fight. This base wants to be protected. The Banes will fall forward to try and push those Marines back. And for the moment, our base is alive, but the Queens don't have too much transfusion energy to bring it back up to higher HP, so this could be dangerous, and I think Solo might be about to lose this one unless he pulls the trigger and he pulls it too late. And now he's just going to keep on going. He is coming from the other side as well. Solo's been doing this a lot today, and this is another great example of him just setting up these massive surrounds. Is it enough? There's so many Marines still in these medevacs. I guess in the end, Bunny might decide to just lift up. He did get the Balins here. The Lings are still fighting, and Bunny's going to go drop, and his supply looks good after this fight.
Yeah, amazing target firing right there from Bunny though. Getting all of those Banelings right before they were about to connect. It's a very dangerous decision. I know some players watching this may feel inspired. It's going to be difficult when you stim and you try to target fire down every single one of those Banelings very rapidly. But Bunny did that brilliantly, and now he certainly feels the tempo advantage, right? Now there is a Hive coming up. 2-2 was not forgotten here by either player, but this is also a really lovely counterattack. Getting this base, I think that's really going to secure his advantage.
Well, especially after you just killed the base from the bottom as well, you're really limited what Solar has. When you lose a base to the Zerg, it's not just economy, it's production as well. You might see Solar at some stage, you have some lava problems, and Bunny seems to be all over him. Every time we switch somewhere, Bunny's units, it's a different group of them, killing something new again. He's pushed back a lot of the creep spread as well. These are all massive advantages that he's creating for himself. Another base in the frontier gets cancelled up, and Bunny is just on a roll. He is going to have Banes rolling into him, and that will slow down this upper right attack. But remember, he's still very powerfully set up in the bottom, with a lot of medevacs and Marines as well.
Yeah, Bunny actually with quite a bit of money in the bank right now as well. I would love to see him, well, that hatchery's actually mispositioned, but I would love to see him stepping up the macro here and get that money as low as possible. He does now produce quite a bit. 2-2 has finished up. Might be time to go for a killing move here.
Yes, it might be time to just kind of, well, as you max out, you should be moving out no matter what, right? I don't think there's any benefit in giving the Zerg more time. So yeah, time to start moving out, see what you can do. And with some of the positions he's been taking, if you can take those with an even larger army, it's very possible Bunny can do very well. The only downside maybe right now is that he's kind of split up everywhere because he's just dropping all over the place, but it's not exactly a bad thing. We've been threatened on the right side natural. We're going to drop into the main base here. It might not last long, but again, you're pulling units around, and now you've pulled units to the left-hand side. The units on the right are going to do even better. They get through on the picture-in-picture, and they're going to start getting some drones.
Very curious to see how this is going to play out though, because Solar has been in these scenarios many times before, and he actually oftentimes still manages to get ahead somehow, some way. It's important for him though to not lose the game in the next few minutes, right? He's trying to start up that Hive Tech transition, going Adrenal Glands, getting a couple Vipers going, absolutely awesome. But all of this, yeah, it's an investment he's making for maybe a minute or two from now, and Bunny does not want the game to go on for that long. He's coming in right now with a large army. There's a lot of Widow Mines over here, and they do get a big connection. A lot of the Terran units also end up going down there. We need a couple more Banelings, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, we just need a little bit more of anything, really. I think Solo's in a very tough spot. Bunny's pressure this game has been on point. He's been unrelenting, and now he's going to go hammer down the throat of Solo, and I just don't think there's any reason to stop. He knocks down the one Baneling that was left. There is a Viper, good Blinding Cloud. It stops some of the bio from fighting, but there's just so much else going on, and Bunny has yet to really fall away from being maxed out, and he is going to get the GG here. Bunny taking it back against Solo. We're going to go to a game 3. Very exciting for him, as again, winner of this series is in the playoffs. They're in the top 8.
A result coming in just now as well. Maru versus Spirit. Apparently Maru ended up winning that one 2-0. Actually, a very close game, number one, from what I saw. That series actually took a while, but I guess Spirit was playing, so maybe
I
not
think
too
that
much of a
result
surprise.
finished. Yeah, I think that one finished up a little while ago. There was also Byun Scarlet just finished up Byun 2-1. So team battle there from the Shopify Rebellion. Byun will continue to the next round of that lower bracket, which I think is also going to be quite notable, as I believe then he will play Astrea. Is that what it says over there?
Byun versus Astrea.
And then, so the loser of this plays Maru, which is obviously kind of brutal as well right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not for like elimination, but each match that you win is basically one match further or one round further along you start. So winning this, you get into the playoffs. You kind of win that match against Maru. You're a step further ahead in the kind of knockout bracket. So yeah, kind of a lot's on the line, lots of difficult opponents. As like I said, Bunny, he was unrelenting with this pressure. Those Widow Mines did a lot of blowing up as well, and yeah, Solar just never really got stabilized here on Grezfan.
Yeah. That's the key word here, right? The stabilizing. So that's exactly what Bunny was trying to prevent in this game as well, just constantly attacking, trying to overwhelm the opponent. Brilliant game right there. Do you think that's really going to bother Solar?
I don't think so. I think Solar's, I mean, he's been in those positions before, and sometimes he's been able to turn them around, but you can't turn them around every time, right, if you fall behind early. And this really was super early game. The first two Hellions, one Hellion dying for those few drones, I think, is massive. And the Liberator following up is really cool as
but it was
well.
like 4 or 5 kills, I think, right?
Sure, but that's 7 drones early, and then the next push is a bit more difficult to deal with, and it's just that knock-on kind of snowballing effect where if the Terran doesn't make a mistake or you don't do some serious run-by damage yourself, you're just behind, and that's what Solar this time could never really come back from. So we'll see what happens. Is in the bottom right, our red Terran from Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny.
And all the way here in the top left of Babylon, we have Solar. Alrighty. This seems to be one of the maps that the Zerg players quite like currently, so we'll see exactly what ends up going down. I don't think Solar is really going to bring anything super spicy, right? I mean, in my mind at least, Solar is always the type of guy who will play basically the style that we've seen him play today every single game.
Yeah, I think Solar's generally just going to be doing his thing. He kind of knows what he likes to play. He does sometimes delve into roaches. That's not something we've seen from him today. A possibility maybe, but we'll see what we do as we do head into Babylon. This map can be pretty good for those Terran pushes. You know, you can get across quickly, you can set up behind some rocks and so on with some tanks. That's the kind of stuff that Bunny loves doing as well, man.
Yeah. The European Zerg seem to pick this map quite a bit. I guess you can't really create a split map scenario on this map as easily as on, for example, like a Neo-Humanity or a Grezfan like we saw earlier, but I mean, so far the games haven't really been going the distance. A lot of Zerg seem to be not too excited to play the late game, but we haven't really seen that many late games yet today.
Yeah, obviously like Byun Solo went long, but we never really saw like late game.
Not like the Mass Brute Lord versus Mass Thor Ghost
that's
Helmet
kind of
type of.
How do you ever get to Mass Brute Lord nowadays? Yeah, no, it's even just like kind of like heavier ghost counts has not really been much of a thing. We kind of saw one between Byun and Solo, but it ended pretty quickly after that.
I quite like the Liberators that everybody's been making lately. Really strong against those lurker transitions.
They're disgusting, man. Like they just help you so much on the push. One of the big things too with the Liberators is it gives the Vipers another target, and so like you make your 2 Vipers that are usually like so OP almost against siege tanks, but now you add Liberators into the mix and you're like, oh well, do I unposition the Liberators or do I still go for the tanks? And I mean, they're both terrible units you have to do something against, and yeah, it is just a very powerful play, and it really makes it difficult for the Zerg to kind of do the right thing, and to even figure out what the right thing is, because it's such a complex engagement that turns out from there. As Reaper is gonna just get out. Woohoo!
Yeah, if we were gonna see a roach push in this series, I think it would be if that Reaper ends up going down. But Bunny manages to save it by the skin of his teeth. He's now gonna confirm the 3rd base as well. And you'll see, yep, everything is normal once again. We've got a straight 1-1-1 right here for Bunny. We'll see a 3rd command center a little bit later on into this particular game in that case. This is him playing a safe and aggressive opener, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, just going to head into that tech lab, starport coming online, really puts himself in the kind of position here where he can apply a good bit of pressure, not be overly committed anywhere, and you can still get up into your good, strong economy beyond all of this as well, so.
Okay, here come the Queens, pushing forward.
Oh, Marauders, we're hellbatting.
Oh, is that what we're going to do? Okay, cheeky little hellbat push.
This is way more aggressive. So this is This is as aggressive as it gets. Oh, we drop a Roach Roar.
330, that's interesting.
So the Marauder Hellbat attack is the most committed Hellbat attack because you've got to build Marauders, you've got to build concussive shells, right? So you're much more committed than usual. It's a big investment. It also means it hits the hardest, but if it doesn't do anything, you're more dead than you usually would be, right? So the Roaches are massive because the Roaches really can just help to be sturdy enough against this.
It's 2 additional gases here as well for Solar, so he may actually be planning to go for some sort of attack here, which is going to be a little bit awkward, because right at the point where he is going to be making Roaches to, well, head through the center of the map, I think his opponent may just be knocking on his front door as well. So this may actually fall flat on its face right here for Bunny, who is hoping that his opponent is just going to go for a normal attack. Actually, it could also fall flat on Solar's face here. Depends on how much he actually commits. Oftentimes we see this attack with Roaches and then followed up with Lynx. If he commits to only Roaches, I think he'll feel pretty good about it.
I just think this is terrible for Bunny, right? Like, the fact your opponent's making so many Roaches, because the problem is if you walk across the map against this, and then you kind of lose a bunch of units, the Roaches will just keep coming back across the map, right?
Right.
And then they're going to be able to get some serious work done. So I think Solo is going to be feeling very good about this, providing the Roaches are kind of in the right place to start out with. Bunny does start his transition, but that's the thing, right? We're going to stop building Hellions, we're going to stop building Marauders, we're going to look to the future here. And that means that, again, this follow-up attack or counter-attack of Solo could be huge as we get the medevac super easily. The Hellions don't even get to become Hellbats, and now... Well, now we just go chasing across the map. I guess Bunny still has some units alive, which is something. Lings are forcing SDVs off the line, though, and this is looking like a really good situation for Solar so far.
Yeah, maybe Solar wasn't feeling all too decisive about ending a game earlier on, but now he's flooding the map with additional Zerglings. We'll probably see additional Ravagers. There they come. He is gonna need, Bunny, that is, an engagement of a lifetime here.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is kind of tough to push in just because the Hellbats are so tanky, but there's just not a lot of damage output on the side of Bunny. Like, the Hellbats don't do much here. The Ravager's obviously going to be able to Corrosive Bile. Reaper Grenade bops the Hellbats back a little bit. The Corrosive Bile's going to land on a Viking. SCVs pull in, but Bunny just has no way of doing it. Solar hits the perfect choice of build against what Bunny was doing. There was just no hope for the very committed Hellbat Marauder attack. And as I said, it's the kind of commitment that when you follow up from there, it's like, oh no, like, I can't do anything after that, right? Like,
yeah, no, he was desperately making a Liberator, but that's really not the unit you're hoping for at that point in the game. Ideally, you have like 2 benches already out, but when you commit to that particular attack, it's impossible to, well, have that while also at the same time having the rest of the Terran units that you actually want to attack with. The beautiful series, a little bit disappointing right there for Bunny, of course, in game number 3, but congrats, of course, to Solar for winning it.
No, a really good series. I think we saw the strengths of both players, right? And maybe Game 3 wasn't quite the decider you wanted to be, but that's what happens when you choose to kind of do those builds. You open up the chance of like, hey, if he mixes it up now, I could be in trouble as well. So, yeah, one of those moments where I really feel as though it's like, yeah, just could have been a bit of a better Game 3, but that Game 1 and 2, like I say, really showed the strengths. I think the Game 1, that resilience of Solo, the ability to hold off attack after attack and all the rest. And then that Game 2, Bunny just showed us how good he could be, how aggressive he can be, how he can just be so consistent, never-ending, and all the rest. So, yeah, some very cool plays, some very cool stuff. And Solar ends up the winner.
Every once in a while in StarCraft 2, we do have a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, right? Where one player throws the rock and the other player throws the scissors. And in the end, it's, yeah, Mr. Solar here, who gets the better trade.
All right, we're going to head on over to the studio and see what we're thinking about the series.
That's right, thank you guys. We have got ourselves Solar advancing on here in a hard-fought series against Bunny, of course, and Solar making it through as the second player into that round of 8.
Looking unstoppable, Solar's showing up. You know, I said earlier, is the curse going to come back, or is he going to show up and just destroy? I think we're in destruction mode. We're in Solar ascending mode. Solar's going to absolutely destroy this entire tournament. I just think, look at the way he played those games. Anytime he was on the back foot, didn't break under pressure, just kept fighting super hard. And in the ZVT macro game, he's unmatched.
Why do you want to see Solar die? Why do you want to see...
I don't. I want to see him overcome.
Why do you want to see his race fall to like nukes and stuff? What's going on, Pig, over there?
I like a good nuke as much as the next man. But you know what I like even more than a big nuke? A man overcome the nukes and dominate. And that's, I mean, his lurker defense here was stunning. Yeah. His Viper usage was immaculate, blinding clouds on everything. Terran couldn't get anything done. Terran looked weak in this series.
Okay, ZG, what do you think about this series? Quickly.
Bunny was okay, man. Like,
yeah, it was pretty good.
It was a very unfortunate Game 3, though. It was a bit of a build order win. So that just kind of was a meh bookends, right? but I'm actually looking at the future matches, which I know we will get to, but it's pretty cool to have Bunny versus Maru, as well as Astrea versus Byun. Astrea Byun can be very fun TVP, but thinking of Bunny Maru was always that question, who takes down Maru in a TVT? Kira was kind of like the closest one, but then Bunny was the one that broke his like 40+ winning streak. So that's an interesting one for the lower bracket semifinal. It's also the lower bracket, which is surprising.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, the lower bracket, the winners will be moving on to knockout round 4 and confirming themselves there, and then the losers will be going down to knockout round 3. So that's how it breaks down there in the winners brackets for that. Moving down to the knockout bracket, we can actually take a look at the brackets and confirm what is going on so far here, because we have our 2 players moving through already into the playoffs up at the top. It's the Zergs doing good. We've got Reynor and Solar confirmed in those playoffs, but you know what, Pig? I still think the day of the Terran is yet to come and yet to prevail.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some definitely nice surprises from the Zergs, but it's going to be tough to keep that up over the course of the weekend. I know Maru's going to be bringing some new strategies, Byun as well. Bunny's going to be coming back fighting. But yeah, Reynor and Solar looked pretty damn fantastic and already finding himself in the round of 8. It's a very good start.
All right, so we have Spirit unfortunately losing out to Maru and Scarlet losing out to Byun. That means we now have Bunny versus Maru and Astrea versus Byun here. Again, do bear in mind, all the players now losing in the lower bracket are going down into the knockout bracket. So they're not done yet. We will be seeing some of that knockout bracket tomorrow as they still have an opportunity to move through to the playoffs. But again, it's a grueling one, ZG. When you get down to that knockout bracket, we still have the open stage going on at the moment, and that's going to feed in some players that are going to be undoubtedly strong moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're talking about Hero down there, right, or Showtime or something like that. It's very intimidating. It feels like this is absolutely a tournament of like almost no chances. That's not quite correct because it's actually 2 or 3 chances, but it just, you don't get that, oh, okay, well, this guy's okay, like I'll get my footing back, I'll get my momentum back. It's right into another terrifying opponent.
So it seems we're playing both of those lower bracket semis here for the lower bracket back-to-back. So it'll be Astrea versus Byun next, and then Bunny versus Maru after. So tons to come.
Fantastic. And for those who didn't catch it on the B stream, Scarlet Byun was a banger. The map one was crazy. There was like a one-base bunker contain that went for about 15 minutes and ended up going, it was 25 minutes in, they were both at 100 supply, could have gone, you know, either way. It was absolutely stunning game. So for anyone who missed that, definitely check that one out.
Well, it turns out I might have missed that, so I need to go and check it out. All right, thanks. We'll go to that break here, and when we return, we move into the lower bracket to see who is able to move further in that knockout stage.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain. But guess who is coming to play? Winner, winner, saint or sinner. Future brighter, watch it glimmer. Let it simmer, deceiving. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up. Faking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet. Looking for more, never settle for less. Calling a foul, who look for the ref. Falling behind you, get left. Every mistake it'll cost you, dizzy you lost. Back to the line that you cross. Levels about to be crossed. No doubt it's about to go off. This ain't no test. Gotta be better than best. With love we still I possess. Like a rocket, it's strapped to my chest and attack. Call up the people and tell them I'm back. Hey, do it for the love of the game. Never for the fortune or fame. You better believe it. It's never gonna be the same. Now I got them calling my name. Hold it, wait. Thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. Hold it, wait, thinking of taking the bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. We're at it again.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
The Bobby Dazzlers don't stop coming. Not only the music and the breaks, but also the games here for the StarCraft tournament. We've got ourselves another one on the way. Welcome back. My name's Kalaris. We've got Wardy. We've got Ronan down at the end as well. Here, good to go for our next one. It's Astrea. I've got some energy about me, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's a good day so far, Rod. It's a good day.
It is a good day. The games have been pretty good. We are not disappointed, but obviously hope it will just continue to be good and hopefully get a whole lot better. I'm just chuckling at you because you're doing weird intros, James. Like, this is something normally you do at hour 8 or 9, but if we're starting at hour 3, then it's going to be a very long day for you, mate.
Yeah, you might be right, actually. Yeah. We'll get to the really weird intros later on. It'll be really, really fun.
Laura's going to go shirtless.
Oh, no! Definitely not yet. We've got ourselves Astrea versus Byun. Before we start talking about this series, let's check in with Astrea here coming into the tournament.
Hi, I'm Astrea. I'm from San Diego, and I'm competing in StarCraft DreamHack Summer. I'm okay. My sleep schedule's a bit messed up from the flight and from the jet lag, but overall I'm feeling good. I think my StarCraft play is in not a bad spot right now, so I'm feeling okay. Just getting used to the setup is really important, and whatever, the atmosphere and the volume. Adjusting it really depends. Like, it seems like Koreans have some hard time adjusting, like Maru does worse overseas. My level of play is pretty good, probably better than when I competed at Katowice, but it's a little weird because my main competition has been in the ESL Open Cups. I haven't really been practicing ladder a lot because in NA it's kind of hard. NA ladder is not the greatest. Well, obviously a top 8 would be awesome, but it would be super hard. I guess my first goal is just beating Spirit. He's beat me last Katowice, and he's been beating me a bit recently in online stuff. That's really the only thing I'm thinking about now, and I'll think about my other matches later when they come. And I want to show that I can play some good StarCraft, because sometimes when I go to LAN, I don't play my best, and those just really don't feel good. Thanks for cheering for me, and I'm going to do my best to show good games and fun strategies this tournament.
It's difficult to not cheer for Astrea. He is an entertaining player on the battlegrounds as well. But Wardy, when you're looking at this, Astrea versus Byun, what are you thinking?
Yeah, we obviously kind of watched Astrea on the other stream earlier playing against Spirit. It looked pretty good, like pretty convincing against a Spirit who has been really good lately. Like, I think we've all been excited about Spirit's play recently, so that I think is a very good kind of audition towards playing against Byun, who to me is really terrifying to play in TVP. He's so capable of doing so many builds, he's so aggressive, he's so active on the map. If Astrea can get to a later stage game, sure. I actually kind of like Astrea there. Sure. I think it's going to be very tough to do that.
Roddy, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, we saw a little bit. It was on the B stream. We saw a bit of Astrea against Spirit. First game was on altitude, and once Astrea gets up to 4 or 5 bases, he's got the double or even triple robo. You give him access to 12 plus gateways. He's going to put them to very good use. But the biggest challenge will absolutely be entering that mid game without being very far behind, because Byun is dangerous in the early game. Obviously, he's in the in-your-face kind of Terran, and it's a pretty unforgiving matchup, man. Like, if Byun is off to a good start, there's a good chance these games end at minute 8 or 9. If not, we're in for an absolute treat.
Second game against Spirit was Oracle opener, and then he used the Blink Stalkers to get in and stuff. And I like that he can mix in some of that aggression here, but do you think that he's going to get away with that against Byun?
It's very hard, and I don't think that's really the game you want to play, right? Against Clem and Byun, you don't really want to do the, oh, I attack you and you attack me, and let's see who kills more workers, because most of the time that ends up a whole lot better for the Terran. So I think for Astrea, honestly, it's key to just stabilize, get the 3 bases up and rolling, and then we can start getting crazy. Obviously, he can't really always contain himself, and he's a guy that loves to be crazy, so there's a good chance we'll see a proxy Stargate into a gold, which is what he did on Royal Blood, something among those lines, but I do think that's a very dangerous game to play against Byun.
That's fair, that's fair. Thank you, guys. It's time, I hear, for the game, so let's head on over to the casters here to find out who moves on further.
All right, thank you, James. And we are very excited for this Terran vs Protoss match. I'm Pig, we've got Muslim here. Excited to cast this one, mate?
I am, I absolutely am. Whenever you watch Byun, especially when he's in tip-top form, some of the stuff that he can do is absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to it.
Well, let's head over to the stage with Rachel and introduce these players.
Thank you guys so much. We've got another match to start off today, and while both our players might be feeling some jet lag, it is time to wake up, because they'll be playing for seeding in tomorrow's knockout bracket. This is their last match on the stage today, so please help me welcome Astrea from Maturino and Byun from Shopify Rebellion in this video.
A very powerful Terran player. I had a bit of a cheeky interaction there at the start of this. Byun comes in as one of the most powerful TVP players in the world, so it's always a really tall task for Astrea there as the challenger.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are very few Terrans on the planet that can match this man's micro. Back in 2016 era, he was the man to watch, especially with that GSL season, the BlizzCon shortly after. He was absolutely phenomenal. He's had a little bit of a rocky road since then, but he's never too far away from the top. Recent GSL top 4 finish, he could have went all the way if he didn't encounter some of those wrist issues that he often does, but he's a scary Terran to go against because once he gets going, once he's in your face, you see him do things with units that no other man can.
And I always love his drops in this matchup as well, to Muslim. You know, it's his ability to basically pick up his army and fly right past the Protoss that gives him so many opportunities. He's always finding a way in and wedging himself in between the Protoss and their own base, finding ways into the back lines. But Astrea is a very tricky player. Player's been very creative. We've seen him do some crazy fast third Nexus builds, play very low tech deep into the matchup, and really just throw a few different curveballs out there for Byun to deal with. But the problem is that mid game. You get there, it can look good for the Protoss. Byun is savage. You give him any opening at all, and he'll just wipe you out.
This is like a real tough, like, stylistic clash for both these guys, because Astrea, when it comes to this matchup, he's very greedy. That's something that he's very good at doing, and it's not ridiculous greed, it's safe greed, but he's very solid at it. Whereas Byun, he's the kind of guy that if he can attack you on 2 bases, he absolutely will. These fast thirds and stuff, he'll be like, all right, I've got that 2-base aggression ready to go. I'll put down a third while I'm already fully committed on this 2-base situation. He's just very, very hard. So if Astrea can survive the relentless pressure from Byun, he's probably going to be in good shape, but the question is, can you?
You know, they always have very close series, but Byun does have a very good series win rate. I expect this to be a 2-1 either way. I think it's going to be an action-packed one, starting on Dragon Scales in the top left of the map, representing Maturino Esports. It's Max Angel, Astrea.
And spawning over in the bottom right as our blue Terran, representing the Shopify Rebellion, it is Byun.
Astrea famously spent a couple of months earlier this year playing Terran, even in a lot of tournaments, and trying to just learn all the ins and outs because he felt this matchup specifically was a weak point. He learned a lot. He got to a pretty high level with Terran, and he said, you know what, I think I've learned enough. I have a bit more of an understanding of Terran's strengths and weaknesses, how to try and play around them, and has had a lot of success since he's gone back to maining Protoss. He's been very, very well-rounded. The thing is, I think in PvP and PvZ, his creativity really shines. But against that aggression from Byun, you said it, it's the 3 racks on 2 base, stim, shields, you got Biomine parading across. There's not that much room for creativity. You've got to stop a few of Byun's blows before you get a chance to really indulge in that creative side.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a guy that likes to freestyle a little bit and come up with these, you know, kooky kind of builds, that's all well and good, but against Terran, they're the guys that are going to be putting the pressure on you, so it doesn't allow as much creativity. Granted, there is space and there is room for it, but like you see here, Byun's opted for that barracks and a little bit of a cheeky spot there to try and get the Reaper right across the map, but also the double gas opening afterwards. Now, Astrea just needs to kind of tick the boxes and make sure he finds out where it is, and he's going to be on point about that, so nothing too scary for him so far.
20 Nexus goes down, goes for the pylon behind it. Very straightforward opening for Astrea. Now, Astrea's been known to be a little greedy in the follow-up here, right? Sometimes they can go for a 3 Reaper 2 Hellion pressure. Astrea does like to just go straight Twilight Council and still play a Blink opening. That can be very greedy. It could be something that Byun does potentially look to punish.
I mean, there is absolutely a large array of very aggro builds from Protoss these days, such as, like, you know, the 4-gate Blink Stalker has been scary for a long time. This is a map that's fairly viable for it, but these Terrans, they've had to kind of fine-tune their builds just to make sure that they are safe against the potential of that. And honestly, the way they've done it as well, it's been super simplistic. It's like, instead of going for the 2 or 3 Widow Mine drops, you go for like 1 instead, get the tank production going. But here, this Reaper's already being a little bit of a nuisance, but not truly getting stuff done, because Astrea's micro with those probes was very nice.
I like what you mentioned about just small adjustments from the Terrans to be safe against 4-gate Blink. The depot wall, rather than at the front of the natural, they do a half wall near the ramp to protect the siege tanks from the forward Blink. I don't know if Byun really has to worry about that, though. This might be one of Astrea's big weaknesses in the matchup. He basically is nowhere near as good at 4-gate Blink as like a Max Pax or a Hero. And I think because of that, a guy like Byun won't even respect the threat of it. He can get away with going for a 3 or 4 Widow Mine drop. He can really push those edges and know that Astrea's 4-gate Blink is not his best build.
No, definitely. And I mean, that is something that, I mean, even if somebody isn't the best at the 4-gate blink, you have to respect the 4-gate blink, because we've seen players such as Maru get eliminated just from an unlucky siege at the wrong time, you know? But it is going to be that blink opening. So far, it's going up to 2 gates, but we do know Astrea does tend to favor those very, very greedy kind of styles. This Reaper getting a really nice scout. Won't be able to get out of there, but the scouting information is all he was after.
Looks like the probe finally went down in about 3.5 minutes as well. He got so much information for Astrea. He saw the Widowmines coming out. He's expecting this drop. He has gone 2-gate blink, a Robo. He's going for a 3rd Nexus behind it. If Astrea can stop this Widowmine drop for the most part, he's going to be in a very good spot.
Let's see if he actually gets to spot it. I don't think he would have done there, you know, which is kind of unfortunate for him. You see, he's putting these Adepts in a position where he thought the medevac might go. Now, he is going to have some Stalkers ready back at home, but you do have to respect this. In Astrea, yeah, 3rd base very, very quickly. Blink is halfway done, and this medevac is getting in, and it's totally unscathed. I love dropping it at the ramp there between the bases.
One Stalker does not defend a Widowmine drop all on its lonesome. This is a big problem right now for Astrea. He's warping in a few more. The Widowmine in the natural will get stopped. Very good handling so far, but 2 Widowmines still alive in the medevac. They're going to retreat to the corner and wait until something else is going on. Wait for a distraction to pair up with this and go back in again later.
Tell you what, Astrea actually handled that really well. Obviously, there's like lost mining time, but not losing anything against a 3 Widowmine drop. Like, honestly, very often, it's like, okay, if I lose 3 probes and they're all, like, on cooldown and they get away, that's kind of an okay situation. But now he's got that medevac pinned, he at least gets to see it. And he's very far ahead in workers right now, so his greed is absolutely paying off. But that Raven that's coming out, I mean, that's also going to get across the map without being spotted by Astrea. Astrea's getting a little bit unlucky here.
Yeah, Byun's the master of threading the needle. I'm telling you, in this matchup, I've seen so many of his drops and Ravens just barely slip by Stalkers, and Astrea was looking for it. He sees it now, and he's like, you're kidding me. I must have been 2 seconds away from blocking that Raven. But now that it gets into the dead space, it's got easy access on the natural and the 3rd mineral line for future harassment. That means Astrea needs to dedicate a few Stalkers to defending it. Behind this, the Marine tank coming forward, the Observer sees it. He knows there's a big push he's got to deal with. The probing needs to take 2nd priority. He needs pylons, shield batteries, and army units. Right now, Astrea is getting close to a supply block, dangerously close.
I tell you what, though, being at that probe count 55, if he's stopping now, which he has done, by the way, and he's still dealing with these drops pretty damn well, I'm liking his play so far this game, Pig. This is actually very hard to do, but he's doing a good job. Those Widowmines are going to be cut down as well. He knows the army's moving out and where it is. I'm just scared about when that Colossus pops, that Raven is in a prime position to just disable it.
Yeah, he's going to have to F2 everything to the front to try to hang on to this 3rd base. 4 Stalkers against 2 tanks and a pack of Marines. A scary position for Astrea right now, but he's being patient with his micro. Great focus fire. Bunch of those probes will fall. 3 workers going down. Raven is waiting in the back, as you said, ready to go in. Auto turret harass on the natural. That means it won't be available for the interference matrix, but it's getting good eco damage. Byun's tanks and Marines are very far forward. The Stalkers and the Colossus are going deep on that. Nice battery overcharge. Does keep that Colossus alive. Stalkers take out the siege tanks. That's going to be a cleanup.
That warp in there, he warped in a bunch of Stalkers that just got 1 shot because they were so low health on the warp in. That was actually quite a bit of a blunder. If not for that, I'd have really liked Astrea's position, but 8 probes go down for all the trouble. And now the worker count is completely even. Granted, we talked about this. Byun isn't the kind of guy that takes a 3rd base super damn quickly. And he is moving out. It's going to be more aggression on his side of things, but he is super committed and invested into dealing more damage here.
It's all about the momentum. You've got to keep it moving here as Byun. The delayed 3rd command sign. I mean, you've got shields +1 kicking in about 30-40 seconds. If you can get a drop in the main base, maybe hit the 3rd with some other bio units at the same time, that's going to be the play to make. The observer movement's been fantastic for Astrea. He's done a good job of tracking where these units are. Oh, Byun's drop is exposed. Astrea gets one of those medevacs down. The units start to unload. This is an amazing catch for Astrea.
Astrea's on ball this game, man. He's on real point here. I mean, the fact that he got kind of unlucky with scouting some of those units across the map, it's not because he was misplaying or anything. It was literally just a few pixels away from being able to spot it. But here, he has shut down the aggression. He can probe up like a madman. He's getting charge online, and Byun, he's doubling down. Like, he's got that 3rd base on the way, but not on location, going to 4-5 barracks here. Yeah, he's going to be sweating at this point because he's going to start having to do real crazy plays to get back into this one.
And look at that, no gases on the 3rd for Astrea. Lots of gateways coming in charge and a 3rd Colossus. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Warp Prism and a big timing attack out of him to take out Byun's 3rd base. Astrea's already got a big advantage, and I think he's saying to himself, hey, why risk going up to 70 probes? Why take a 4th base? You know, put yourself in a defensive stance. Terran has an opportunity to catch you out of position. But if you wait for that Warp Prism and then you hit a big attack with it, there's no Vikings out, there's no Ghost yet. There is a big tech deficit for Byun.
And is that little cheeky Marine going to be able to get that Observer? That could be a big... It won't, but there is still Raven damage going on in the main base. And I think the Raven, is it still alive after that little scenario? I don't... Oh, it did go down. So that also enables these Colossus. And look at Astrea. He's already ready to pounce. And this could get real damn spicy.
That third command center is looking mighty exposed. Byun starts to move to the middle of the map. Is he going to turn around or does he go for the base trade? I don't think he can fight this army yet. He realizes he cannot beat that army. Byun is going to try to go for the base trade right now. And remember, there's no Disruptors, there's no Dark Templar behind this. Astrea needs to either recall right now or he's going to have to commit 100% to the base.
Oh, that's a juicy pylon to take down. The Robo and 3 gateways. He's going straight for the Nexus. This is reminiscent of Pult style here, but chaos on both sides. Byun isn't going to be able to hold that. But neither is Astrea in his main base.
It's a bit more important to see Astrea on Byun's side of the map because Byun had a lot more units popping out. I think Astrea lost quite a few Stalkers in the trade, so that bottom right side is what's most important because there is nothing being warped in at home by Astrea to defend. He is warping more Stalkers on the front. Both sides are losing everything. The production is starting to float. The SCVs are evacuating. Byun knows army versus army, he loses this game, but with floating buildings and with Stim Bio, maybe in a base trade he can make it happen. I believe this is the point where Astrea should start thinking about recalling to his third base. If Byun heads over there, there's no reason to lose that last expansion as Astrea.
I mean, the thing is, his army is still a lot bigger and a lot better. He shut down all production. Astrea's still on one base, and I mean, he does have the minerals to spend and get probes out there. That's exactly what he's trying to do, and look at Byun, he knows it as well. He doesn't want this game to go on. He wants it to get messy. He wants it to get scrappy. Astrea's trying to run home here with everything that he does, and he is on his way home.
Astrea's a little spread out right now. His army needs to gather back together. Byun does not have recall. Terran don't have magic, unlike the Protoss players, so they've always got that opportunity. Last Nexus goes down. Command centers are burning. Astrea rebuilding on that side of the map. 26 Blink Stalkers, 3 Colossus, and a Warp Prism. That is an astounding army to face against pure Bio. Byun needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat right now, and apparently that rabbit is pick up into the medevacs and try to get the heck out of dodge. He is just going to boost over towards the Nexus and try to eliminate that last building of Astrea, but with those Stalkers coming right hot on his tail, it seems like a long shot.
Astrea's the big bad kid on the playground right now. He's got Byun right where he wants him. He's going to shut down this Nexus, but we know that Astrea has money. He can make another Nexus here, and Byun, look at that. Oh, this is such a problematic situation for him.
Oh, those medevacs are going to get jumped on. The Stalker's got to be careful. Looks like one of those Stalkers almost goes down, but the medevacs, man, Colossus walking to the high ground. Byun here, making his best effort to make a match out of it, but it seems like it's checkmate.
I mean, okay, when you see that sign, rebuild, and it's GG. Astrea with a nice little fist bump there after game 1, and he looked smooth, man. Like, the one mistake that I can really say from Astrea was that warping, but I mean, that was kind of like, all right, you're doing everything perfect so far, shutting down all the aggression. Yeah, you were unfortunate, but once the game got going, he shut the aggression down that we talked about. He survived, he weathered the storm. Then he made the call that, hey, that Raven in the back of my base, it can't do what you wanted to do in the army. I'm just going to go and get you.
Yeah, I think it's a good tutorial for all the Protoss players out there on the ladder. Remember, next time you get 3 Widowmine dropped, a single Stalker, all you need to defend, just play like Astrea. Easy. I'm pretty sure that ends with 2 dead mineral lines every time a normal Protoss player is in that situation, but really well handled, and even though that Widowmine dropped, the Raven were both distracting him, he actually took fights very good here, despite that little mishap there with warping in range of the siege tank. Only lost a couple Stalkers, a couple probes, and this was a fantastic catch. And this came off the back of his observer movement. He wasn't just leaving it sieged up in the Terran base, he was shuffling them around the map to try to track Byun's movements, and it was that activity that netted Astrea the big advantage.
I mean, nice attempt by Byun, honestly, because we saw him in a position, it's like he has to do something crazy here. This was the crazy he needed, and it actually kind of gave him a little bit of a chance, but that army, he had no way of establishing anything, and once the Protoss is on top of your production, that's it. There's nothing else coming out, and you know, the starport there as well, it's getting totally camped. I think that was one of his big focal points, just to make sure there's nothing else to save this army.
Yeah.
And yeah, Byun was just on the run.
No medevacs, no Vikings. Colossus, such a problem unit in that scenario. And Astrea finds a way to take the map. Very, very good way to start the series for him. And definitely something he's going to be comfortable with. I think Byun, learning from that game, is going to say, let's not let a probe scout the first 4 minutes of my opening. Let's, try to deny that information just a little bit more. It's all well and good to see what the Protoss is up to, but if they can see everything you're doing as well, you can see the way Astrea was setting up, looking for the Raven, looking for the Widowmine drop. Gonna have to keep him in the dark a bit more. Hunt the observers down, shut down the probe scouting, shut down the Protoss vision in this matchup.
Absolutely. Like, Astrea, like, this is a difficult matchup for Protosses these days. You know, we've seen a lot of Terran dominance, but Astrea looked clean, cool. He played very standard, very safe, greedy like we like to see him play, but he was not caught off guard whatsoever. And I think a lot of it came down to how well he dealt with that first Widowmine drop, the 3 Widowmines. But here we're going to get into it. Ancient Cistern spawning in the top right as our red Protoss. It is Astrea.
Sending one of his first probes across the map. Could just be to harass, could be for a proxy. We'll see if his opponent's ready for it. Representing the Shopify Rebellion, one of the big fan favorites in any tournament he goes to. Always wears his heart on his sleeve. The Terran player in the bottom left, it's Byun.
This is almost like an old school SOS type probe, you know, sending out one of your very first dudes just to go and harass constantly. Can always put a thorn in the side of your opponent.
Very good for catching that early proxy barracks is the ideal, and just getting that harassment in, forcing an SCV off the line, it's never a bad move, and it can give you a massive advantage. Oh my lord! No way, no, it's too close. I think the SCV can get that hit. He needs the regen, and he does!
Probes are fast.
Nice move. I like the way he didn't turn, because he realized that SCV was so hot in the tail. Astrea knew that if he turned a corner even a little, if he changed angle, he was going to get hit. So he just went in a straight line right up to the cliff, got those couple of shields regenerated so he could tank one hit, and does keep the probe alive. I always feel like we should see that move more often when people go through the mineral line because it's so rare. Byun goes for it, and Astrea shows us just why that doesn't happen much at the pro level. People are just too quick.
Absolutely, like he mineral walked very instantly there to get out of that little surround. Nice attempt by Byun, but that's one of those moments where you're like, damn, I'm like 50 minerals behind of where I should be. And then he brought out the SCV to try and catch it, but he does get it eventually. Astrea getting a little bit too confident with how lucky he got with that probe earlier and does bite the dust, but he gets the scout that it's a Marine first, not a Reaper at least.
Indeed, knowing he's not going to be dealing with any early harassment does give you a bit of freedom as the Protoss player. If you want, you can go straight for a Stargate, skip the Adept, something like that. You know, there's a few different options you have here to speed things up. You definitely don't need to chrono boost your gateway unit as well. A few more chrono boosts into probes early on, going to boost that economy and make up for the fact that you sent such an early worker across the map.
Yeah, Byun's totally in the dark this game, by the way. Besides seeing that early probe, he did not scout out and about. He's not going to have a Reaper for a while as well. So that's why he's playing super safe with his command center up on the high ground, because if an Adept comes over, one Marine will not be able to save you or get that CC up in time. So he's going for a nice reactor early opening. Hellion, that will be his scouting information for the time being, which definitely serves a purpose. But yeah, we're yet to see what he's going to go for. That is a sickeningly early third.
So he did chrono his gateway unit, by the way, but it was a sentry to Muslim. So he's going to go for the early hallucination scout, and I imagine we're going to see 3-gate robo off that third nexus. So with this build, Astrea loves to go very focused on just, you know, if you see this third as a Terran, what's your instinct? Go and kill it. There's no way you can be that greedy. I'm going to punish you. But he skips all the fancy tech like Stargate and Twilight Council. He just goes for a lot of raw, basic gateway units, gets an Immortal or two out. So if you make the mistake of trying to punish this with a fast Marine tank push, it actually goes really badly for the Terran.
There's going to be a lot of Marines out here. And I mean, this Hallucinated Phoenix does get to see the Marine count. Doesn't see any Widowmines or anything yet, but you can almost kind of guarantee that they're going to be going for a Hellion just to scout you, and eventually he might get the heads up. But Byun was so paranoid about something around his base, because, yeah, totally blind, as we talked about. And when he gets over in, he's like, what? That's the third Nexus, and that's already almost done? Yeah, I've got to start dealing some damage at some point.
Indeed, but you've got to be careful not to throw those units into the meat grinder. Byun was already committing to Marine tank here, which you think is perfect for punishing this, but I am really worried that he might overcommit. Astrea has played this against so many different aggressive Terran pushes, and you might think the early third Nexus is greedy, but everything else he's doing tech-wise is so safe. He's just making sentries, stalkers, 3 gateways are up with Warp Gate finished, and no shield battery. That is a problem, though, for Astrea. No shield battery, and the Immortal hasn't started yet. He's going Observer first.
I'm a bit scared for Astrea. I mean, like, using this ramp could be good with these sentries, but this does not deal damage here, Pig, at all. Look at Byun. He pounces on this army very, very quickly, and he is not ready whatsoever. And Byun, he's got himself in a nice little position here.
Completely blindsided. I think Astrea must have thought this was a Widowmine drop or something like that. He did not expect such an early tank here, and he hasn't even got an Immortal building right now. Astrea is trying to rebuild the pylon on that base. He's pulling the boys. He's going to try to jump on top. Massive tank shot targeted in the center of the probes. Stalkers will take out the siege tank. Astrea does clear the army, but at what cost? 13 probes going down. A Stalker falls as well. Great target fire by Byun. And Astrea can chrono probes hard to try to get back in this, but definitely a great trade for Byun.
All things said and done, pretty similar on the working out. Like, if you were looking at this game right now, you'd be like, oh, it's a fairly standard one, right? Not at all. The fact that he was so greedy and he had to sacrifice a lot of probes like that, that's kind of put him back in the dark ages, because that Robotech, it's late. But at least Stim and stuff hasn't started at all yet for Byun. So, yeah, he definitely had to commit, definitely had to deal some damage, and he got just that.
Double Forge on the way for Astrea. Okay, so that tells us he's not going Twilight anytime today. It's going to be upgraded, just Stalkers and Zealots without actually having the Twilight upgrades for a while, Colossus with those, and he's going to be very campy. Like, he's just going to sit in his main, sit in his third, try to defend Byun's drops and attack. Obviously, he will add charge at some point, but I think Astrea, seeing these 3 racks, is probably going to be bypassing Blink entirely for the early stages and really just looking to have perfect positioning.
Beautiful pull, by the way. Like, that Liberator didn't get 1 kill there, which could have very easily been done. I was kind of wondering what that Observer was doing in the main base, maybe thinking there's some weird Widowmine dropper happening, but maybe a little bit of a misplay there. But Astrea's been very good about his Observers, just in really weird positions. It's the second one that's escaped in this series.
Yep, just gets itself out of trouble, and a double scan for that never feels good for the Terran. That's 450 minerals of opportunity cost down the drain. And yeah, guess what? I'm going to ambush you now, says Astrea. He doesn't have Blink. He's got a few force fields and a bunch of unupgraded Stalkers. He picks off a few Marines, which is a nice move. I do like the way he's kind of skirmishing on the map here. First Colossus is almost out. 1-1 upgrades are on the way. Astrea with lots of minerals in the bank. But I think his gateway count's still only at like 3, right?
I think it's definitely low. He's been kind of pushed a little bit here, and he is being greedy with those double forges. But I love the fact he was meeting that out on the map, seeing how late the stim was from his opponent. He could actually get away with these little skirmishes and whatnot, and Byun has to be careful. That's sieging pretty far away, but look how ready Astrea is this time. Double battery behind it. That Liberator getting some work done at the natural, though.
Very well done by him there. Stalker Sentry's going to go forward to the battery overcharge. Tank shots are juicy. Colossus comes out as well. Zealots going forwards. That should be a nice cleanup for Astrea. He's still up 8 probes behind this. Takes out the entire drop. Liberator in the main base rotates though. Astrea, oh, Colossus in the open. Distracted by that Liberator in the main. Big mistake for Astrea. He targeted that Colossus on an actual Marine, told it to attack it. That's why it was ignoring everything else and moving forwards. Astrea probably assumed that Marine had gone down, didn't realize that Colossus was still just walking across the map.
If he kept that Colossus alive, I'd have put him in a phenomenal shape, because look at his +1/1 timing. Being that into it already and being in the shape that he is, I'd have been sitting quite pretty. I mean, the Twilight Council is obviously super late, but Byun feels that now his opponent's stretched quite thin, and now we can start dealing a lot of damage in this main base.
Yeah, battery plus slow Zealots. I mean, they tank a lot. They don't do much damage. And Byun's got to be careful.
Oh! It's close. I mean, he's lucky. He's playing around the fact that he knows his opponent doesn't have a super fast blink or anything, because, yeah, that could have been proper troublesome. But 1-1 will kick in fairly soon for Astrea, and then he can start fighting this army a little bit. But, oh, man, without shield batteries here to save the day, it's very problematic for him. Byun's doing what Byun does.
Great multi-prong, finding any weakness he can. He does lose 2 medevacs and a pack of bio, but notice how well he's trading. The units lost tab tells us a story, and that is one of Terran dominance. 50% more efficient. That is amazingly good for Byun. Astrea needs to get into Twilight Tech. He's doing a slow Zealot run by, and it's actually getting a fair bit of damage. Not every day you see that. 5-6 SCVs. Maybe a bit questionable choosing to fight there for Byun. He's going to keep pushing on the front. Big Colossus shots on the ramp.
Oh, that was some laser damage there. Yeah, those +1/1 Zealots were actually way harder to kill with that 1 armor, especially against those SVs. It was very problematic for him. And look how greedy Astrea is, by the way. Thermal Lance 2-2 charge on the way, 6 Stalkers at once. But Byun is not letting up here. He's just all about the aggression. Astrea's warping was all in the right place at the right time, but still, the firepower of the Terran here is very, very strong.
Yeah, those medevacs are looking pretty healthy. The Stalkers are going down, and they're such expensive units. And this is the problem with Astrea's style. He says, I'm behind, I can't get Blink, because I just need enough raw fighting units to engage on the ground. Problem, if you don't have Blink, you can't punish these sort of aggressive moves. Byun coming in, focuses the Colossus, good pullback on that bad boy. Nice micro for Astrea. But every Stalker that goes down is an incredibly expensive unit, costing way more than those Marauders. And Armory's on the way, third base is now getting close to saturated. Byun maintains a healthy supply advantage, most of which is in the army, and behind it, a second starport, second engineering bay, armory. All the things Byun needs to play a proper macro game are coming in, and whilst Astrea does have a huge work account at 72, he's still very lacking in vision on the map, in map control, and in tech. He can't really see where Byun is on the map. He's got like one observer out here, and even defending that fourth base is a huge problem.
Time is on his side, though. Every moment that goes past is when these upgrades kicking in. Charge is done now, which will help a lot for dealing with these Marauder-heavy armies with your Zealots. And that 2-2, once that finishes up, he is clear ahead in upgrades. Yes, he's behind supply, but he gets tabs on where the army is. He has to be so careful, though, because this Stalker-heavy mix that he has, without Blink, super brittle.
Nice Zealot run by anything to buy time, as you said to Muslim. That's going to be so powerful. That's going to be amazing to try to take care of all of that. Zealot's going after the SCVs as well. And there we go, dropping in the main. Byun, if he pulls his whole army home, that's really bad for him. Because Astrea just needs time. I don't know about such a big Zealot warp, and that's a pretty big commitment. Good cancel for Astrea there.
It is a good cancel, and he gets a good eye on what the army is, which is very Viking heavy, but he is dealing a good amount of damage, Pig. We were looking at a 20 supply advantage for Byun. No longer is that the case. He's down to 47 workers, 2 upgrades behind, 3-3 kicking in for Astrea here. He is feeling confident, and he's up to 4 bases.
He's got Sidestorm on the way as well, so he's going to be rounding it out with that. There are ghosts on the map, so definitely a good upgrade versus the Vikings and the Libs. Storm can be very effective, but it is a little tentative. If the EMPs land just right, it's going to be hard to land those. Astrea still needs another 30 seconds to a minute. Byun is not going to give him that time. Byun realizes right now he's got a very strong army, and Astrea, remember, is still only on not that high a gateway count. He's got good upgrades, but 3-3 hasn't kicked in just yet. Double upgrade advantage for the Protoss. Astrea thinking about taking a 5th base. Byun's army marauding at the front, looking for an opening. Astrea has shown that he can take a punch in this game, but Byun wants to finish it right here, right now.
Oh, those force fields buy a good bit of time, and there's no shield barriers close to these Colossus. Look at them. They're sitting ducks over here. That's so many Marauders getting a good wraparound of this army. The Vikings reign supreme in the skies. That 2-2 gateway number, it is going to be fighting, but look at the amount of Terran just pushing the limit. The Vikings land. The Storm, though! The Storms are huge!
Massive storms for Astrea. Save the day. The Warp Prism will go down. A couple Vikings do fall as well. Blink finally, for the first time in this game, allowing Astrea to actually punish Byun's aggression, and Astrea is still up in supply, but that's all workers. He's down in army supply, and he just had his tech unit count reset. He's got no storms available. He doesn't have any Colossus on the field. Byun wants to keep fighting right here, right now. Astrea needs to chrono boost the Colossus, needs to get some more high tempo up, and he's got to hang on for dear life. Zealot run by is going across the map. Byun cleans up the observer. His army is a bit wounded. Those medevacs are low on juice, but he's still got the tech and the forward advantage right now, does Byun.
I mean, these High Templars, oh, they're getting good EMPs on them. I mean, the Ghosts are feedback, though, so they are out of the fight. But Byun ahead in supply now. Shield Barrier overcharge. It's got a dream of work to do here. Big EMPs land on this army, but I don't think there's enough Astrea. He's got 1,000 minerals in the bank, 500 gas as well, but too much Byun. He's doing it. He's melting that Protoss army.
Just not enough gateways to spend that money. And Astrea, he shows he can take a punch. He makes Byun work for it, and you can see the visible pain. Having a micro that hard in so many fights for so long comes at a very, very real cost. But Byun does stay alive for now. Ties up the series 1-1.
Very, very important for him to get his head back into that game, because he needed to do something. That initial push out with the Marine tank that he did, the fact that Astrea had to pull against that and got all his probes blasted by that tank, that was definitely problematic. But I was very impressed with the fact that Astrea, everywhere I looked, I was like, okay, he is holding, he's losing the fight, but he was still more than in the game. Just maybe a little bit too greedy at the end there. He was trying to get a 5th base up against a 48 SCV Terran, trying to get that 3-3 online and stuff. Maybe just a few more gateways would have helped him out a lot. And just realizing how wounded Byun was.
Shout out to Byun, though, for finding the attack angles he did. He went in here like this so many times, over and over, abusing these very, very tiny openings in the armor of Astrea. And it was really his ability to find these fights. And here, no shield batteries. The shield battery was on the south of the 3rd base. Imagine if there was an overcharge healing those Colossus. The Stalkers are shooting down the Vikings. If even one Colossus survives here, this is a completely different game.
I mean, even talking about that one Colossus earlier that went on a little bit of a...
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of a
walkabout, yeah.
He had a bit of a late Friday night, just walked and stumbled into a Terran army. He's like, oh, don't really want to be here. But yeah, nice game between the two of them. If I was like the coach on either side, I'd be like, Astrea, you know what? Realize when you've done damage. You know, I know good old Artosa said, when ahead, get more ahead, but sometimes it's good to know when you're so far ahead and really buckle down, get your heels in and know where you are in the game. Because here, if he just got out a few more Zealots or Stalkers or just time buying on the map a little bit, he did a really good job with that Warp Prism early on, the little Zealot run by in the third, but
Well, it's crazy, right? Because it's that style that is so unique to Astrea, where he's able to fight back from behind, where he's able to just keep being greedy and hang on by just a tiny thread. That is what pushes him through to these great heights. We've seen it before, where it's like, hey, starting 3-3, that's a crazy choice, right? And in the end, yeah, a few more gateways would have been game-changing potentially, or a second robo. But of course, he was on life support for maybe 7-8 minutes in that game, somehow was surviving, and that's something where really only Astrea can do that. This is why I love watching his PVTs, is because he has this ability to bring back games where any other Protoss player would have been out at the 7-8 minute mark of that.
Yeah, I kind of like some of the shortcuts he took as well, where it's like, you kind of mentioned it, it's just going to be a lot of units, but then the Twilight Counts was so late, but he committed to the other things first, like the Forges, which was kind of a weird choice. You don't often see that, but then when his army was actually kind of brutal, like the charge upgrade finished in time with the 1-1 as well, it was kind of nice, but he definitely didn't make it easy for himself with such an early third, right? But that early probe, he got to see that it was just a one gas opening. It was the Marine first as well. It's like, oh, I'm going to be safe for a while, right? And then Byun's like, hold the phone. This isn't a Widowmine drop. This is me scouting you. I'm going to do this little tank push here, which actually did a lot of work as well.
Yeah, the slow Zealots with 1-1 kind of walking towards concussive Marauders around their base in circles. We probably had each Zealot land on average about 1 hit before it went down. But they tanked. They bought time. And, you know, those Stalkers, if Byun wasn't so good at actively focusing down the Stalkers in those engagements, all you're doing is picking off a few very cheap Zealots and then getting out. It was the fact that he was always shooting down 4-5 Stalkers, picking up and leaving, that allowed those trades to be so efficient. That depletes Astrea's gas. He's got to keep rebuilding these Stalkers that are so inefficient, and that's how he kept Astrea down in the dumps.
If I'm either one of these players, I feel like Astrea's in a more comfortable position. Just because the way that he's been playing so far, even though, like, the first game was super clean by him. The second game, there's obviously, like, you know, the Wandering Colossus got maybe caught a little bit off guard by the initial push, but he's showcasing that he can hold on even when things have gone really badly for him. So going into this third game, depending on what the map is between them, the pressure's definitely on Byun here, because he is the favorite between these two. Let's not beat around the bush. He's definitely got a very, very favorable history against Astrea, but Astrea is showcasing that he is pretty damn clean if he can just eliminate the little shakes, a little bit of nerves that he talked about, you know, like just getting used to the setup and whatnot. Because so far, I'm very impressed by the Protoss that Astrea showcasing today.
He's playing his game, you know. I think a lot of players would shy away from that build, but he has faith in it. He says, no, I do pretty well with this in practice. Let's bring it out. Byun, of course, there is a big question mark as he looked in a lot of pain at the end of that last game. We saw it earlier in his series versus Solar, where it was definitely flaring up a little bit, that risk pain. But hopefully he can overcome it here and still show his A-game. Always definitely a trial for him at these live events. And it's something where he's dealt with all sorts of issues with those wrists over the years. I had a lot of physical therapy, talked to a lot of surgeons and the like, and they've all kind of said, you know, it's
mental.
It's a mental
thing.
There's
nothing there.
Yeah, it's basically they can't seem to find a physical culprit. He says, when I play at home, I feel all right, I feel fine. But when he gets on the big stage, the cameras, the nerves, all that excitement, that's when a lot of players crumble. So far, both of these players bringing their A-game, though. Down here in the bottom left side of Royal Blood, representing Maturino Esports, it's Astrea.
Spawning over in the top right, as our blue Terran, it is Shopify Rebellion's Byun.
How do you feel about Royal Blood for this matchup, Ben?
You know, it's one of those maps that in general it is a good Terran map, especially like against the likes of Zerg especially. But when it comes to this matchup, there are definitely builds that I am more scared of than normal, such as like 4-Gate Blink Stalker, which we've already talked about. You know, if you put max packs on this kind of play, or this kind of map, he can definitely scare the absolute living crap out of you. But Astrea, he tends to lean to the other side of the spectrum, the more greedy side of the spectrum, which if he can weather the storm, then it can be all well and good, but there's lots of drop potential getting into the main base as a Terran, really scooting around the map. Do you take the forward triangular third? That can open up things as well. Overall, I'm just looking forward to see what the builds are going to be between these guys.
Barracks gas opening for Byun. Looks like it's probably a Reaper expand. And just Marine first. Okay, going to be going for an expansion with a Marine to try and deny the scouting. Probe walks into the base, and seeing no second gas, Astrea has a good idea of what he's up against. Of course, we've got that aim-high first-person view of both players here. Nice to see the speed at which they go around. Obviously, probably should have an epileptic warning, a seizure warning for anyone out there, because these pro gamers jump their screens around incredibly fast.
I think it's just double Astrea right now. I was like, they're looking at the exact same thing over here, Pig. And I don't think Byun can see that Nexus right now at all, but it will be an Adept first here. Far more normal build from Astrea this time. He has been doing some of the sneaky stuff, like the Sentry first, getting that hallucination scout out afterwards and whatnot, but what is that building for Byun? Is that it? Okay, so it's going to be 3 racks by the looks of it, unless it's a factory in the second barracks?
It could be factory second barracks, but it does look like a 3 racks to me as well. And if so, it's a rather crisp one, Ben. One where you're looking to hit very fast. So that, there's no bunker, right? There's no bunker. There's no second gas just yet. There's nothing to slow this down. No Reaper went down. These builds, like, if you do this really fast, you can hit with stim shields, 18 Marines right on the 5-minute mark, maybe even earlier.
Yeah, I seem to remember a nice game on Ancient System between a nice Australian and a British man with this build coming out and swinging pretty solidly. Right now, Byun's done a good job of just posturing here with the Marines, meaning that CC does go up uncontested. And Astrea, I don't believe he's going to get to scout this. Those barracks are nice positions there behind. And the barracks there as well, or rather the bunker there on the low ground, that doesn't truly give away that you're going for a 3 racks. In fact, that kind of leaves you more in the dark than ever, almost. But moving out with this bunch of Marines, I guess to tickle a little bit, and as long as he doesn't show too many more.
Yeah. If I really think about it, maybe that bunker timing does give away a 3 racks, because you'd normally build it earlier if you're worried about the first Adept, right? But then you wouldn't bother with it at this timing if you were, say, going a Cyclone. It's pretty rare to need that, right? I could be wrong, maybe, but it feels like if you got a Widow Mine out, just burrow that at the front, that keeps you safe.
Well, there's a few things. If you go for a Marine first opening without the Reaper, you need info unless you're doing a 3 racks. Because a 3 racks, it doesn't matter what you run into, because you've already showcase what you're doing. And here, he does sacrifice 1 Adept. It finishing the Shade gave it slightly more vision. Now he knows for sure what he's against. But yeah, you're kind of right, because otherwise you'd see a Hellion, for sure, or something on the map. But
yeah.
Marauder production does start, Marine production as well. It isn't an engineering base, so it's not the super duper committed 3 racks, but this is absolutely meant to do something.
Yeah, I mean, Astrea's got a super quick 3rd Nexus, so this is a fragile position. If you're casting this one kind of with 2 amateur players, you say the Protoss usually just loses to this push when it comes out. At Astrea's level, obviously, he's got enough micro. And those Stalkers, look at that, already grabs a Marine. Because he says, hey, if you're going to push out pre-stim, pre-concussive, I can pick off some units, but the Marauders are going to make that much more difficult for him. Good focus fire by Astrea so far, though. Already picked off 1 Marine, make it 2. He's going to have to back off and let those shields regenerate. 3rd gateway's about to come up. The shield battery did already finish. I'm not sure if he has one on the 3rd base as well. Stalker comes in from a bit of an odd angle.
Build order-wise, this is the perfect build for Astrea to do against this. Like, absolutely perfect. What he's doing here, meeting it out on the map, as a Terran, you don't want to stim. You wanted to get to the other side of the map unscathed, but Astrea, showcasing that early blink, he's also on 3 bases. He's playing this very nicely, and Byun's already got himself into a bit of a tricky spot.
So Byun's going to try and hide and flank the Stalkers, but Astrea's got units spread everywhere, so he's tracking him so well, giving Byun no opportunity to get over there. And indeed, Astrea did skip the Robo, so keep in mind his vision's a little light. Byun has the high ground vision there. Careful, Astrea.
He's got vision. He went up to the high ground with 1 Stalker. Now he can kind of pick it off. Now he forces stim. This army wants to get back home. It has to get back home. It cannot stay out on the map. And already there's 3 racks. It's not worked out. And guess what? That starport only halfway done here, Pig.
He just cancelled his 4th and 5th barracks. He's going to put down a 3rd command center, is he?
Did he cancel 4th and 5th barracks?
I think that's what that was. We saw 2 buildings get cancelled there.
Okay, I'm thinking he wants to hide what he's doing for as long as possible. So he cancelled it on the low ground, and he's like, okay, I want to be greedy, because, like, if you do put it on the low ground, obviously the reinforcements come in faster, but your opponent's right outside your front door.
Yeah.
Which, when you do a 3 racks build, they're not meant to be here, they're not meant to be containing you like this, but Byun is pretty much super committed here.
Yeah, he's all in, Ben. I don't know if he can play a super long-term style. Now, Astrea's taken up really hard. He's going 66 workers. He's taken all the gases. He's got a Dark Shrine, Forge, Twilight Council upgrades, and the Colossus tech all on the way at the same time. So he's going for so much tech. I think the Colossus timing honestly should keep him safe against a big 2-base push, but he needs to realize what's happening. If he takes a bit of a bad fight, loses a few Stalkers, things can turn around very badly. And I imagine there's going to be SCVs with this.
That was a nice little start for Byun, getting out of this little contain. Even though it was the smallest contain, he did get a Stalker for his troubles, which isn't bad at all. Now, oh, a nice micro by both of them there, just trying to keep every unit alive. But Astrea, yeah, he might be getting a little bit over-eager here, because that was a lot of tech. But if DTs do come online, remember, you've only got 2 orbitals to work with for scans.
Yeah.
You could get into a situation where Byun is absolutely strapped, and it's spread over too many places.
I like this. Snipe the observer and look out for the drop. But a probe is setting up spotting pylons on the left of the map. Astrea right now dead even in supply. Down 20 army supply, up 20 workers. This is a very dicey moment for the Protoss player. But on the other hand, Byun has so much pressure to get something done because he's got no progression, no third base, no SCV production, no extra tech. Byun needs to make it or break it right now.
Byun's doing a good job of being awkward with this drop. Like, he picks off a unit, then he repositions, picks off a unit, repositions. So he is kind of whittling away at Astrea. And if Astrea fights here, I like his army, obviously, but there's no shield battery. He could make this a lot easier for himself having a shield battery. But in this fight right now, great force fields by Astrea does keep the Terran army at bay, and he just needs time.
Yeah, these force fields are absolutely stunning. Massive, massive force fields. The Stalkers blink on the left side there. Widowmine does take out a Stalker, but overall, this army defense is so good. +1, extended thermal lance, and another Colossus are all about to hit the field for Astrea. More gateways kicking in. He starts a 4th Nexus. The greed knows no bounds. Now, don't get me wrong, Astrea's not probing up, but that is definitely very greedy, going for the Nexus, and a big drop splits off to the left side. Byun's going to try and catch him out with the Doom drop.
He certainly is, and he's going to get into that main unscathed. No Stalkers waiting for it. I mean, that pylon as well is powering up quite a few. A little bit there. Okay, it doesn't depower the Forge, which is a big deal, because +1 did just finish up. DT's getting walked in.
Here we go. You got to be careful, Byun. You can't lose all of these units. He's going to go after the Colossus. The Stalkers and the Colossus outnumbered and outgunned right now. You cannot lose your gateways as Astrea. But the big army on the right of the screen comes in. Another Colossus gets sniped there. A lot of the bio does go down. Colossus rotates into the natural. Main base does get evacuated by Byun. Dark Templar in his base at the same time, though. Everything is hitting the fan so quickly.
I mean, those DTs, there were like some defensively warped in, but those back at home as well, and they're going to continue just leaking in there. I mean, nice missile turret will go into the natural there. Byun is on a clock here. He has to win in the next minute or two, or at least mortally wound Astrea to the point that, you know, he can't fight back. And now, using these DTs on the map, remember, only 2 orbitals. There's no third in sight for him.
Oh, this is so painful for Byun. He's trying to pick up bio units to save them from the Dark Templar, but Astrea's army is just so small. I don't know if he can hang on. He's got quite a few Zealots warping in. Only 1 Colossus, though, losing a lot of those important units. I love the Stalkers trying to bait the Widowmines, but nice micro for Byun. Unburrows tries to reposition. He's on top of that third base. Astrea with very little support for this army. The Nexus goes down.
It certainly does. He does have a 4th base to move back to. He could potentially recall over there. I love this little Warp Prism play as well, just being like, oh, I thought it was going to be a DT in there, actually, because that could have really put a spanner in the works for Byun. But Byun, he's respecting everything that's going on. He's getting some Vikings, mainly for the Colossus, but it'd be really good for shutting down that Warp Prism as well.
Ooh, Astrea trying to hunt this very wounded army down. Byun's forced. He just picks up and boosts across the map like the madman that he is. Dark Templar forcing scans out left, right, and center, but that drop going towards the main. If he can get the production, Astrea is in the dumps. He does have that 4th base fully mining, 3rd base trying to rebuild, but the main base is wide open. I think Byun may just have found the mark to finish this series, Ben.
Where is the defense for Astrea? Like, he's not knowing about these drops at all. Luckily, he is Protoss. He does have recall. What does he come in with? Because he has to respect the army. Colossus in the thick of things does get taken out. He does manage to get back into his base. Snipes the empty medevac, unfortunately for him. But Byun, he's not doing just one thing at one time. He's obviously getting into a nice position. And that 4th base, remember, he just used recall. He can't get over here. These probes, they are goners.
That is an absolute disaster. Astrea losing 20 workers on that base. And the Zealots that had just warped in. Byun as such a big obstacle for any Protoss players in this tournament. His TVP, even when it feels like things aren't necessarily going his way, his movement is on another level. His ability to find the weakness of the Protoss, to find a way to get inside that main base. And look at that, jumping on that army, that one Immortal and Colossus trying to stand strong. Astrea taking a fantastic defensive engagement, but he is just so outgunned.
I don't think he knew what was exactly happening here. I mean, the scouting for him this game, he just hasn't seen any drop go into him. And I mean, it's because Byun's been so pressuring on him, right? Like, he's just really strangled him. He's not been above 40 pros for the last 5 minutes, or SCVs rather.
Yeah, this is super all in from Byun. But Astrea finds himself outgunned, and he's got less economy now as well. The Colossus raining down death on that bio army. but there is just so much Terran on the map. The Medivacs and the Vikings reigning supreme. 2 Colossus somehow still alive. Astrea does have that third base mining right now. He just doesn't have that many workers. The Vikings will fall. The Colossus, the Zealots, the Immortals trying to get down there. Losing that Nexus is a death sentence. Astrea cannot lose that, but he does.
And he certainly does. Will they get... Oh, one medevac is sniped. I'm not sure how many units it had in that, but Byun's still ahead in supply. But remember, he can float over that main. I think that's exactly what he's doing. Sorry, guys, the minimap's a little bit far away, but yes, he will be re-expanding, I guess, to the third base, even though he's never taken one there in the first place. But right now, he slows down a little bit, just because those SCVs aren't mining. But Astrea's main base must be getting kind of tarnished here.
The protracted 2-base all in for Byun, utilizing that mechanic. So useful for Terran being able to float that base down. The Dark Templar have been effective, but I definitely think they were the lowest priority in this game to Muslim. I think at the end of the day, having just a few Zealots trickling in on the backstab would have probably been more effective because, you know, this has allowed Byun to kind of use his scans immediately to have combat effect, clearing up gas units of the Protoss. If you realize it's a 2-base all-in, I mean, +1 attack and Colossus, that's more than enough. It's more about getting enough Zealots and Stalkers and having the positioning. Astrea's first wave of force fields was so good on the defense. Maybe replacing the sentries could have worked out, and hey, apparently he decides, you know what's good? Force fields worked out well earlier, let's do it again. And he's going to potentially just look for one big split on the army and see if he can take him out with Colossus Sentry.
You know, this is the kind of game where Archons would have been a dream, by the way. Like, Byun being so committed, Ghost Academy's only just finished. A few of those big glowy boys would have been really damn good against that army, just for tanking with these Colossus reigning supreme on the back line. Now, Astrea, he's 15 army supply down. This is Byun's healthiest base. He is super respecting this. I think he's just waiting for the Ghost. He's like, if I get the Ghost out, I can just obliterate this army.
Yeah, Ghost Academy will get taken out, though. Force fields could split this. Careful, Byun. Few Marines and Marauders get trapped up front. Astrea with some very good micro. Of course, those sentries, the moment they get EMP'd, the moment they don't have energy, they are dead weights, and they cost so much gas investment. But Astrea starting to now build disruptors. Remember, he's got that third base up. He's on 45 probes versus 37 SCVs. Maybe, just maybe, Astrea can sneak in a fourth base and work his way back into this game.
I love the disruptor play here, and I like the fact that he's still being constant about the DTs, knowing that that is the main that floated over. Here, this could be a good grab. I mean, oh, beautiful EMPs, though. I think only one sentry didn't get done there by the EMPs, and look at this, the Colossus. He only had 2 in his army. They're getting hunted down. And
massacre.
Absolutely all melted. I mean, lots of his army was still behind the force fields here, and Astrea, he's kind of forced to take a fight that he doesn't want to, but the disruptor from downtown doesn't get anything done, but supplies are still ridiculously close here. This is a great match between these two.
But losing the Colossus, the Immortal that had been alive all game long, now the disruptor and a few sentries. Astrea comes in with another wave of desperation force fields. He's trying so hard to hold the line, but the 1-1 bio with the Medivacs and the Stim, as well as the EMP, is a much stronger force than Stalkers and Sentries.
Oh man, where are the shield batteries? Like, I feel that if he took any one of these fights near a shield battery, but he's had to re-establish his bases constantly.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very Marauder-heavy army, so against some Zealots, definitely doesn't do as well. The DTs, I love the fact he's sprinkling those in. And look at the supplies after all that.
Wow.
Still neck and neck.
I mean, Astrea's got a fourth base on the way. Dark Templar harass continues to get cleaned up by scans. This is crazy that Astrea is still alive. I always say, you know, Astrea's special characteristic in this matchup is his ability to take a punch. But, ooh, we could see there actually a punch on the table. Byun is clearly experiencing some very serious wrist issues.
I mean, that punch won't help your wrists, gotta say.
Probably the other hand, I think.
Probably the other hand, I mean, definitely always a problem. And I know Astrea's the kind of guy that'd be nice and he'd be like, oh man, I feel for you, man. But here, competition on the line, lives. I mean, this is a real big matchup for both these guys. They've both won a match, lost a match so far in the bracket stage. These two as well, they're neck and neck in this kind of game. It's just a brutal one.
Indeed. I like this mental tactic from Astrea. You know, when an unexpected pause comes in an intense moment, it's very easy to just get angry or frustrated because you're feeling your rhythm get disrupted. Instead, he's just kind of closing his eyes. You can tell he's kind of reviewing mentally, okay, what was I doing in the game? Remember that, because I have to pick up from exactly where I was in my list of tasks. And okay, you know I'm behind in this. This is the one advantage I'm working to. Looking for the disruptor shots. We're looking for the force fields to survive. I know I'm not going to beat that bio army front on, so I've got to keep doing Dark Templar, Zealot backstabs. That's what Astrea is rehearsing in his mind right now. Byun, on the other hand, is obviously just trying to rally and kind of recover both physically and mentally there while going through this. And hopefully we can get back into the match shortly.
Yeah, as detrimental it is for Byun, you also got to feel a bit sorry for the guy on the other side, because you're not used to playing matches where it gets paused and, you know, does sympathy start to roll in, like what's going on in his mind kind of thing. But yeah, I like what you said, just eyes closed, keep your mind on the prize, mind on the game. Where are you? Where is he? Because that kind of thing can really reset you quite hard. But so far, Astrea, he's looking fairly damn composed. And if I'm either one of these guys, it's Byun that's still absolutely got to keep the pressure up here.
Yeah.
Keeping the headphones off, we won't talk about the game, obviously.
Yeah, no. It's been a really exciting series, though, so far. It's been very, very fun. And obviously supporting his teammate out there, Lambo in the audience. It's really cool to see this series, though. I feel like, you know, Astrea brings out the best in Byun, and you really get to see just Byun's excellence in terms of that multi-prong and how good he is at attacking and finding his ways in with the drops. There's something about Astrea's PvT series that are always entertaining and just such a pleasure to watch. I feel like day one's just been crazy in general with this new format. You know, Maru, Reynor to kick things off. We've been having a lot of back and forth Zerg versus Terran series. It's all delivering.
It's nice seeing the elites and leaving the peasants over in that open bracket, you know, to do their thing kind of thing. But it's been nice to see some of the results coming out of there too. It's
yeah, there's been some really cool ones actually.
Some big sweeps coming in, you know, like Lambo, I know he did very well. Gabe did very well as well. Just to speak about some of the results going in. I saw those guys getting their makeup ready for their videos, moving on to the next phase.
Yeah, it's been a lot of action over there. I mean, it's one of those things as well where it's quite stacked, some of those open brackets that we were looking at earlier. I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing a proper update later, but it's good to see, Lambo, DRG, Hero Marine, Shadone all showing up really well. I mean, Shadone apparently the king of PvP right now. He managed to take out Nightmare, Rail, and DNS. It's really kind of surprising there to see what's going on, but also you just got to look at the brackets and how difficult those are. Looks like Showtime has already progressed as well. One match in his group bracket C. But that's a very tough bracket with Ragnarok, Skillist, Geralt, and all the rest coming in as well. So it's going to be really cool to see where that goes as this day develops. And we are going to be coming right back. But first of all, we're going to go straight to the desk.
That's right. Thank you, gentlemen, here. A small interlude in the middle of this series, as quite clearly, I think for a lot of StarCraft fans, they probably know what's actually going on at present. Obviously, Byun having a bit of a harder time with wrists and is probably pausing for said reason, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it's no way to put it, very unfortunate moment as well, because that second game was amazing to watch. The third game, really feeling it. Thought that Byun had it in the bag for the longest time. It's a bit awkward for us to really go into details because players might take the headset off as well.
Yes.
TLDR, it is an awesome game, very unfortunate moment to pause. And yeah, obviously, we all hope that Byun will be okay, because no matter what happens here, we'll see more of him in the tournament. But of course, we want him to be able to play his best StarCraft.
That's right. So, of course, if you lose this series, you go down into the bracket round 3, the knockout bracket round 3. And if you do win this match, you go to the knockout bracket round 4, which actually is the match just before qualifying into the playoffs. So it actually is a big deal to make sure you actually win this series, because again, that knockout bracket WOD is going to be grueling for anybody to try and advance into the playoffs.
Well, you know, Byun in his video earlier said, you know, my goal is top 12, right? And if you win this, you're actually already top 12. Whereas if you lose this, you're only top 16, and we know that this knockout bracket's going to be brutal. Like, there are going to be amazing players coming through every single round, so every win, it really does count. Like, win now, you don't have to get it done tomorrow. I think it takes a lot of pressure off.
There was a moment during this game in particular, which, again, we can't really talk too much about, but we thought it was over.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's kept going here, the resilience is quite commendable.
No, it's almost sad that we are here right now, kind of almost talking about it, but not quite. Because this obviously has been a very entertaining best of 3, kind of what we hoped for, right? 2 players that can be very evenly matched, even if Byun often gets the best of Astrea online. Offline, it can be a whole different ballgame. This has been very high-level StarCraft. I love that second game. It was a nail-biter towards the very end. And this the third one, we thought it was over, but kind of in an other way that it currently looks over, but we're still obviously not there yet.
No, it was kind of a wild one, right? Like, we stood up, we came over here, we're like, all right, it's done. Then by the time we got here, it's like, oh my god, it's not quite done. It's been pretty back and forth, actually. And I mean, just kind of credit to being a cool series and kind of how scrappy these guys both can play.
Yeah, I'm just very happy for Astrea, though, that no matter how this turns out in the end here in Game 3, even though we kind of starting to feel it a little bit for him, he's playing a much better series than he did against Reynor. Because against Reynor, he had good starts, but just wasn't able to capitalize on it. Now he's having difficult starts where maybe he's not behind, but he's holding his own and he's just playing very good StarCraft. What we expect from the ESL America's champion, guys.
I mean, I would say even further than that, much better than he's played against Byun in recent times. If you look at their record, it's been absolutely catastrophic for Astrea against Byun, but it's down to the wire here, guys. We're just going to go to a break whilst we try and get everything good to go here on the stage. So when we return, hopefully we're back into Astrea versus Byun.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them brazen the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that. Charge that.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them brazen the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that. Charge that.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that.
That's all pro. Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that. Charge that.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
And make what would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them.
And make them back up, back up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that. Charge that.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that.
That's all pro. Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that. Charge that.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charge that.
I'm ready to go.
Charge that.
That's all pro. It's my time. 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 I think about everything that I've done, challenges overcome, sacrifices I made in pursuit of being the one to take us out of this lunch, ready to scrap for crumbs. A million laps on the track until I clasp my lungs, but I ain't done. Let's take it to the max some more. I spazzed before, a champion in class of bombs. They never stop my rhythm. I'm like a massive drum. I set this beat on fire until the ashes come.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. And after the interlude that we had in that series, we regret to inform you that, unfortunately, Byun has forfeited the match due to what we were talking about earlier. So that is Astrea moving on into that round 4 of the knockout bracket, and Byun will be going to round 3 of the knockout bracket. A little bit of a shame here, obviously, as that series was getting really good. Astrea did feel like he was gaining back momentum here, though, Rotterdam, but a little bit of a shame, question marks nonetheless.
Yeah, obviously we never want to wrap up a best of 3 like that, especially not a great best of 3 with that very fun second game and an even better third game. But I actually think towards the end it was pretty much over in favor of Astrea because there's no more Vikings. Byun obviously built a Ghost Academy on the low ground, but I guess we'll talk a little bit more about game 3 later, as we can take a look at that very first game. First Wadi, we saw Astrea going for the Twilight Council into Colossus, into Stalkers, and base trading kind of turning out well for the Protoss.
Yeah, man, I feel like we see so many base trades in this matchup at the moment.
Agreed.
Like the Terrans are always poised to like counterattack around. Sometimes that Colossus army just gets to be too much, and in this case, Astrea was able to kind of come through pretty nicely, right? He did what he needed to do to shut things down. He was pretty cautious about keeping his workers around. And then Byun in game 2, kind of, he still got a bit wonky, but just able to kind of really get into some very good fights. Really was always able to kind of to the tech units this time around, I felt like. And even in like a fight like this one, right, he was kind of fighting against better upgrades, and the Storm sort of saved the day for Astrea, but then Byun just has so much macro behind this, really kind of told us just how the game had been going up until that point.
So many cheaper Colossus dying off in this game.
Yeah, there was one Colossus that went on a little solo journey, but it was very impressive that Astrea was able to hang in there for as long as he did, because he went for the 3-gate Robo. We'll talk a little bit more later about game 2. This was that final game where a couple of times we really thought Byun had Astrea right where he wanted him. Astrea obviously lost a couple of key units. At one point, he was down 40-50 army supply as a Protoss. It is incredibly difficult to then have your units in the correct position. But a couple of battery overcharges, some nice micros, some clutch warp-ins, and even if the DTs were not always super successful, they keep the Terran busy, and they keep forcing the Terran to use scans on the other side of the map. And if you're a 2-base Terran all-inning, you kind of want mules. You don't want to drop scan after scan after scan, because normally that SCV deficit that you're in versus the probes, you make up for that with the mules. But if you have to scan all the time, obviously you can do that.
Yeah, so as we said, though, by the end of that, it really did feel like it was shifting in Astrea's favor. So it will be the 2-1 going his way, regardless of the outcome from the end of the gift situation, I suppose. I don't really know how to describe it. It's very unusual that we have this, but that's how it goes. But Byun is not done just yet. No. He does move down to that knockout round 3, and maybe this gives him a little bit of time, Wadi, to recoup.
Hopefully. I mean, it's sad, right? I mean, you know, even if we thought the game was heading over, I agree with what Roddy said about that game 3. I think it is looking to be very Astrea favorite. You still want to see the GG, right? You still want to see it like come out. So sad way to close, but hopefully it comes back tomorrow. Hopefully
strong.
Yeah, hopefully strong.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's move on then to the next match that is coming up here, and it's our final match for this bracket as we go to a Terran versus Terran, and it is going to be Bunny going up against Maru. Actually a rematch of the round of 4 in the most recent GSL. Maru is doing very well over there, as is suspected when it comes to GSL here. Roddy, so what are you thinking coming into Bunny versus Maru?
Same old as always, that Maru is incredibly good in TVT, that Bunny is an absolute animal, not because of his nickname, but just because he's a very good StarCraft 2 player. Always fun, loves coming to the foreign events as well. Maybe if there's one place where we'd be like, you know what, I favor Bunny over Maru, it could very well be at an overseas tournament here in Europe, because those are the tournaments that Maru does not always bring his A+ game. And Bunny, I mean, we saw the run that he had in Atlanta last year. I feel like he does kind of live up at events like this, so it might actually be a whole lot closer than if this would have just been another best of 3 in the GSL studio in Korea.
What are your thoughts?
I think Roddy says it perfectly. Maru is a god right now. He took Bunny down in GSL, but that is kind of Maru's home turf. Quite literally, he loves playing just in Korea. Even at home, I think a lot of the time, Maru's become very good lately. Overseas, it's a different story. And I think Bunny's obviously very experienced overseas. I think that would tilt it towards Bunny a little bit. Not necessarily to make him a favorite, obviously. But at least give him a better chance. And it's not like Bunny hasn't defeated Maru in a best of 3 especially.
True.
It's doable.
Yeah, GSL truly is Maru's house, I think is fair to say. Let's hear from Maru actually coming into this matchup and see what he thinks for the tournament.
안녕하세요. 온사이드 게이밍 소속 테란 조성주입니다. 요즘 제 폼이 그렇게 좋지는 않은 것 같은데 컨디션만 좋으면 그래도 괜찮을 것 같아요. 대회 준비할 때 그냥 모든 대회 준비할 때 그냥 레더 위주로 하는 것 같아요. 이번 대회 성적은 딱히 기대를 안 하고 와가지고 그냥 프로만 갔으면 좋겠어요. 저번 시즌1 GSL 생각보다 너무 잘해가지고 우승까지 하게 됐는데 솔직히 우승 못할 줄 알았는데 하게 돼서 너무 좋았던 것 같고 그 기세 이어갔으면 좋겠어요. 이번 대회에서 클랜 선수가 잘할 것 같아가지고 클랜 선수가 이번 대회 우승은 클랜 선수가 할 것 같습니다.
Well, we're supposed to be talking about Maru, but a glowing recommendation going the way of Clem for this tournament, Roddy.
Yeah, I mean, we often hype up Clem for all the right reasons. And even sometimes in the past where we hype him up for a bit and then the offline tournament doesn't go quite Clem's way. Some people on the internet are like, these guys are such Clem fanboys. Well, yeah, because he's amazing at almost everything we see him participate in. And obviously it's awesome to see even a guy like Maru acknowledging that those are not just random online games, that those are games that mean something. And Clem is in incredible form. I don't know how Maru can say that he's not in good form after he just won another GSL. Like, what needs to happen for that man to be in good form then, Kalaris? Like, your guess is as good as mine.
He wasn't expecting it though, Roddy. Like,
Yeah,
he
that's
just
true.
sort of happened, right? Like, if he was expecting it, he would have been in good form. But it just sort of happened, so he's all right.
It just sort of happens. 6 GSLs, it just sort of happens, guys. Well, it's Maru. You know, he's sometimes, if not almost always, kind of understated about how he plays things out. But yes, you might have lost to Reynor at the beginning of this, but it's a very different matchup as TVT.
No, for sure. Maru can be feisty though, because he did have one very feisty online interview after IEM Katowice, where we don't really have to go into detail, but basically he just said like, I don't care how many games I win, I'm very upset about that final and I will never get that moment back. So to see him coming in here that humble, I didn't really expect that. Like Maru saying like, oh, I hope I can make the playoffs. It's like, oh, come on, Maru. Like if he says I want top 4 and we'll take it from there, I'll be like, yeah, I can get behind that. But we're looking at arguably the most accomplished StarCraft 2 player of all time. A little further than the playoffs, I think we're allowed to dream.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, for Maru, every time we get here, it always feels like, again, I said it in Katowice, destiny that eventually he's going to win one of these big tournaments on the international soil. Of course, we have seen him win in the likes of China, etc., and things like that. But sometimes when it comes to these tournaments, it gets a little bit shaky.
Yeah, no, it's kind of wild, like, because way back when I used to be like, I don't know, I mean, it just happens, right? But like, he just keeps happening that he just doesn't show up at the bigger events offline in Europe and America, and not that he's always looked bad, but like he always has like a streak where even he looks good, then he just sort of fizzles out as well sometimes. So that is a factor. I do feel like coming in right now, I think he should be looking good. I think he should be kind of feeling it. I think he should be okay against Bunny, but it should be a feisty TVT, man.
We do still gotta say that top 2 Katowice is amazing. It's
Yeah.
just that we all expected him to win it, and that's why we don't talk about it like that was a great accomplishment for Maru. But normally, you know, anybody coming into the biggest tournament of the year and making it to the grand finals, that is one hell of a performance.
Of course.
It's just that he was the overwhelming favorite and he didn't deliver. So now we're still kind of going down that road. But if Maru has another good run here, I definitely think we can put that storyline to bed.
Sure.
But for now, I do think it's somewhat safe to say that it's still there. And early today, I don't think Maru played bad against Reynor, but I also don't think it was the cleanest or best Maru I've ever seen. Like it didn't feel as inspiring as Maru has sometimes felt in the past.
Yeah, game 1 looked good, and then beyond that, it was like, okay, well, Reynor's starting to weather what you're throwing at him. He's starting to then start to run rings around you with Lane, etc., and things like that. But and the Baneling connections obviously really made a big impact. But beyond that, I mean, for both of these players, it's also kind of a weird situation because of the way this format works out, that then as a player coming from the open stage or the earlier knockout rounds, you then have to go up against arguably, potentially Bunny or Maru early and then try and defeat the other one potentially down the line. So, I mean, all of these opponents that are going down to this knockout bracket make it extremely difficult.
It just shows how rough being in the open bracket is, right?
Yeah,
it's just
crazy.
losing out earlier today because the players you're going to start facing a round or two further on are just straight up some of the best players in the world. Like, it is tough. This tournament bracket is going to be brutal. It is so good to just go win-win, get your round of 8 slot locked in, practice tomorrow, see you on Sunday. But for everyone else, like, it's a gauntlet down there.
Yeah, it is.
Since it seemed like the players need a tiny moment, Wadi, like if you're thinking right now in the shoes of Bunny, or you would be Bunny's coach, where do you think the best chances are for Bunny in a game, in a best of 3 like this against Maru? Because we would always pretty much say, avoid the ultra late game, because Maru is just the very best at NTVT. Like, how do you see Bunny win if he does win this series?
I guess probably you just see sort of a decent startup. I don't think you do anything crazy. I think Maru's very good there as well, but I think you just have a decent startup. Maybe you try and be a bit aggressive in the mid game, and maybe you try and hit him and then get an opening. it's hard to not go late game TVT, even if you are a little bit ahead, right? Which that's why I think Maru was always so good in TVT, because even when he's behind, he could fight back into the game, and it's like, well, it's unfair because you can't kill him even when he's behind. But yeah, get an opening like that, I think maybe you can crack him open. That's probably your best shot.
All right, well, let's witness it in person and see if we can see if Bunny is able to make it or if Maru will win out the best of 3. Let's head over to the commentators for all the action.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. We are over here. I'm Pig. We got Damu next to me. Unfortunately, having our last cast cut short, but we get to get into another one immediately. And it is a TVT for the ages. 2 of the absolute best players in the world in the most technical mirror match out there.
Absolutely. Sorry, I thought we were going straight to the stage after that. Rachel, bring it away.
Thank you, guys. We need all the time on stage we can get because we are about to head into a TVT up here. We've got Bunny and Maru coming to close out our Group A of our winner stage. They'll be fighting for points in our knockout bracket tomorrow. Let's see those boys up on the big screen.
A big TVT matchup here to find out who is the king of Terran today. And of course, secure that spot in the round of 8. There's a lot on the line right now, but of course, they've both traveled far for this tournament. The day's starting to drag on for them, and they are gonna have to continue to bring their A game match after match.
And I gotta say, both these guys probably didn't want to be meeting the other one right here this early in this stage, right? I mean, Bunny obviously fell down to Solar, which he's no slouch, and Maru fell down to Reynor, that's, you know, one of the best players on the planet. So they both got here, not because they're bad by any means, they just ran into people that were running real damn hot and they were already damn good. But TVT, as you said, it is one of the most difficult mirror matchups of them all. It's not about who's the fastest, like ZVZ maybe necessarily. Protoss can also kind of come down to that, but TVT, it's all about who's more patient, methodical, and knows all the ins and outs, all the timings that you can get away with. And this man right here on the camera, he's been the king of TVT for as long as I can remember.
Great early game. He could wipe you out in the first 5 minutes. He also is the king of the late game. I gotta say, looking at those vetoes, it looks like Maru's happier to play a longer game. He's, of course, taken out some of the smaller maps like Babylon. He's picked Ancient Cistern as map 2, whereas Bunny, on the other hand, was trying to eliminate Altitude and some of the bigger macro maps. So I think Bunny definitely wants to keep things a bit more contained in the mid game if he can. Try and get Maru out of there, because you give this man 12 command centers, 10 barracks, and all the different upgrades in the game, he is impossible to get off the board.
He's the man that really created the Raven meta in TVT and really pushed it to the absolute limit. Like, the way that he utilizes the spells on those bad boys is second to absolute none. Spawning over in the bottom right to get things started here on Gressvan, playing for Mystery Gaming, it is Bunny.
And it's Bunny in the top left of the map, representing Onside, the greatest GSL player of all time. It's Maru.
Absolutely one of the scariest players on the planet. Not because of, well, not just because of really good fundamentals and macro, but the fact that he can do stuff like this to you at the drop of a hat. The amount of finals that I've seen Maru in when it literally gets to game 7, and he's the one with balls big enough to do this kind of thing. Honestly, this player just has everything going for him.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power with these sort of proxy builds. It's a double 14 racks. It's not even 15 racks. This is the hardest hitting Reaper rush that you could possibly go for in the game. Bunny, thankfully, is not going for an expand build. He's doing a double gas, but that doesn't get you out of the woods just yet. If you lose your first Reaper to Maru, it's lights out.
It absolutely can be. The position that he's put this in as well, it's far enough away that you wouldn't tend to scout this at all. Like, if you do scout, you scout all the high ground on that third position. But Bunny is obviously going straight across the map, and he will get wind of this fairly early. If you went for any kind of single gas build into an expansion, you'd be in trouble, Pig. Super trouble. But here, he is being very careful. He's going for a very safe build against all of this as well. I believe it is the double gas going on Bunny's side of things. Does get scouted by an SFE, and If Bunny did not scout and he saw this SCV time, he'd be like, oh, it's a normal game, right? But he obviously gets to see that there's nothing in that main base of Maru.
And that delayed second gas for Maru, he knows exactly what this is. Double racks Reaper, and he's going to have to pull SCVs to the ledge, try and fight it off. Maru already poking forwards, but Bunny has the high ground.
And the Reaper skirmish will be in favor of Bunny, so both of them can kind of run back, get the regeneration going, and Bunny's being very good about this. He's not opting for more Reapers, even though they are obviously the stronger battle unit early on. They do not build even remotely as fast, so getting out units as fast as possible. But that SCV kind of brought him over to one side here, so we'll have to battle about a little bit. Look at Maru, he's just kind of dancing with these Reapers, getting in and out, but just a little few things here. Bunny's done a good job of holding so far, gets a SCV for his troubles as well, and yes, still respecting the fact that he can pop up at this spot, but also on the far right. It's a very, very problematic game.
Factory goes down behind this for Maru. He pokes it in on the right side. Seems like a very technical defense so far. Byun not leaving anything hanging out. Hasn't lost any units with a Hellion out. Maru has to turn and run. Ooh. One Reaper goes down. Fantastic hold for Bunny so far. Is he getting ahead of himself, though? Doesn't want to chase to the low ground just yet.
Getting that Reaper is a huge deal, and that Hellion, he can repair it. That Reaper's surviving as well with one hit remaining there. Maru, like for everything that went on, even blocking the natural here, I think this is a phenomenal start for Bunny.
Perfect defense so far. And remember, Maru's playing very aggressively today. Right from the start, he was pulling SCVs with a Marine Rush versus Reynor in the first series. Maru is coming into this just looking to put the aggression onto his opponents. And don't get me wrong, he is the master of coming back for even from deficits when his aggression fails. It is, though, giving Bunny an advantage. Bunny has the faster command center. He's got a few more units out. His starport is about 10 seconds ahead, and he'll take care of that barracks with time.
There is one thing I really like about what Maru's doing. He actually got a really fast factory behind this. So he is kind of saying, like, if you skip out here, and you got a scout there, that there's not more Hellions coming out because it's a tech lab, the reactor coming down as well. This is a nice scout by Bunny, gets to see that, hey, that starport, it's pretty damn quick from you, but he gets to see the Hellion. You saw him try to hide it there because he's like, no, don't see the Hellion. So Maru really wanted to get some damage done on the other side of the map, but kind of gave away what he was doing.
Yeah, it might be a little too late. If he catches those Marines out, of course, that'd be fantastic. Marines will take care of that barracks. Reapers and Hellions starting to cascade over here, but 3 Hellions on the D for Bunny. And that should be enough, especially with Cyclones about to hit the field. Up 4 workers right now is Bunny. Oh, watch out for those grenades. Ooh, okay, Bunny needs to pull back for now. SCVs are exposed behind the natural, but Maru doesn't know that.
That's a lot of Reapers, man. Like, the amount of grenades to stop the damage and even deal a little bit of damage, but that medevac, Bunny's playing this really smart and carefully. Even this, just, what's he load? I mean, that is risky play. I don't know if he's going to try and be aggressive with that or what, but if Maru got wind of anything like that going on, like, that is a super crazy play there, Pig.
Yeah, but this is what makes it a god-tier TVT player. I think it's the ability to read. You know you can't keep committing. I've seen it. You've seen the Cyclone. You can't keep pressuring, and I can just go in and get a bit of flexible damage. He does have to be careful, though. Gressman has quite a deep main base, which means if the Cyclone locks on, it's hard to get out of there. Hellion Cyclone at the front, Marine drop in the main base. Bunny's going for it for the counter-aggression. Maru's main Mineralite out in the open, but he's not really losing any SCVs just yet. Only 2 go down. Nice lock-on the front. Bunny gets a lock-on the Cyclone, takes it out. Beautiful trade there. Hellion for a Cyclone, forces out the auto turret. Marine drop is taking care of that main base. With no Cyclone, he's got nothing left that shoots up. Amazing damage for Bunny.
Bunny is straight up outplaying Maru this game. Like, the fact that he didn't go for the proxy 2-racks or anything like that, and now he's dealing this amount of damage. I mean, this doesn't look huge, but at this point in the game, look at those supplies, Pig. 68 to 45. He's faster on everything, still dealing damage. Oh my goodness, Whoa. What on earth is happening here? I want to see the game.
We got the schedule up there as well, of course, because they're saying Bunny wants to ruin the schedule. He's playing so good. He's going to speed things through and get us right to the next stage ahead of time. We've got 70 supply versus 50, a massive advantage from Ravens on the way. 3rd command center's coming up behind it, and that drop's surviving. So Bunny's still got good map presence. For Maru, it's hard to choose. When can you even move out? What do? Do you turtle up? Do you start your own, economic progression? And with a 3rd command center, that's basically the only option Maru has, is just turtle and try to survive.
You know, these Reapers, they've kind of like got to a point in the game where they're just not useful anymore. I mean, if you do get into the main, which is the only thing you could hope for, but Not if you're into a bunch of Marines and tanks, and they are expensive. Big 50 minerals, 50 gas a pop, and now Bunny feeling confident. He's doing little smooth, cheeky moves here. Single tank drop, quick pickup afterwards. He wants to get in the face and stay in the face of Maru. And you went Rotterdam asked Wardy, what would you do if you were Bunny? This is exactly what you want to do if you're Bunny.
Yeah, definitely. 3 tank advantage, 10 Marines ahead, and the 2 Ravens out as well. I think this is a situation where Bunny should be able to really just lean on Maru and get big damage done while macroing up behind it. You're only going to need 1 or 2 interference matrices, and there's no siege tanks for Maru, which means there's just no counterplay. What can Maru do? He's trying to get Vikings to counter the Ravens, but he's only got like 1 or 2 Vikings out so far.
No, I love how careful they're both being about this. Like, every unit matters. And look at all these delay tactics. The Cyclone, the Grenade. The Interference Matrix will come in, though, and that is so many tanks here from Bunny.
Whoa.
Turrets go down, SCVs are pulled, chaos ensues. Maru is getting absolutely obliterated in this fight, and those tanks, they are not going down whatsoever, Pig. And look, Bunny is demolishing Maru in this game 1. This is not even close.
Absolute demolition there from Bunny. Slaps down the proxy Reaper Rush. Great SCV Scout, dots his I's, crosses his T's, and business as usual for Bunny.
And you know, if you were asking, what is Bunny drinking right now? Well, you just saw it on the screen. I want what that man's having, because he is playing damn good here. And it is lovely to see, because that series against Solar, it was pretty good, man. Like, he was playing good, clean StarCraft. And Maru, it feels like he's not yet woken up for this tournament thus far. But still, even if he does lose out in this match, it just means we'll get to see more of Maru in that knockout stage.
In that knockout stage, of course, he'd be seeded pretty deeply into the knockout stage, even if he loses here, but you want to get straight to that top 8. You don't want to have to play so many extra games. If you can take tomorrow off to study and prepare and get things ready for that final day, that's going to be much better, because remember, these guys are GSL experts, but Maru especially excels in that GSL format where he knows his opponent a week ahead. He's got that time to prepare for 1, 2, at most 3 separate opponents. And that's what is going to favor Maru. He needs time. This is his 3rd match today, and we do tend to see Maru fizzle down a little bit. The longer the day goes, the more series he plays. We're going to see if he can put that kind of story to rest today, turn things around and bring this series back.
Yeah, I mean, when you go for a proxy 2-racks and it kind of fails, because, I mean, Bunny held it so well. I mean, obviously, you're putting quite a lot on the line there with such a risky kind of volatile strategy, but we'll see what he brings to the table in the next games, because if he just kind of resorts to more normal builds, but I'm just curious about how he's feeling, because he's been whipping out a lot of these very strange plays so far in this tournament, more about like trying to get the games over quick. So yeah, maybe he was bang on in that interview where he's not feeling the best right now. Maybe it is kind of one of those travel situations for him where he does need an extra day or 2, which he is going to get, luckily, no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. There's still, of course, the knockout bracket, but definitely one which is going to be interesting, because I really feel that TVT is a matchup where he is next level in the defensive late game. It's something where I'd love to see him give himself the opportunity to get there. But standing in his way, I mean, that was a near perfect game 1. It looked stunning. Let's see if he can repeat it again. In map 2, in the top right side in the red, we've got Mystery Gaming's Bunny.
And spawning over in the bottom left side, representing onside, it is Maru. He's such a magnificent TVT player. Like, he doesn't need those tricks, but those tricks can often get him little cheeky edges here and there. Keeps his opponent playing honest as well, knowing that you can't cut the corners, you have to scout me all the time. Often it can be one of those ways to start off a series, just letting your opponent know, hey, I can do anything. I can be a little bit crazy. So being 1-0 down, it's not the end of the world. You had to win 2 maps regardless of the situation you're in.
Looks like Maru is going to be going for that more economic path. Single gas expand on the way for Maru. Whilst it is, of course, a double gas opening for Bunny. It's a gas first for Maru as well. So I do like the gas first in this matchup. Kind of the in-between, you know, the 1-racks Reaper expand does delay your factory a lot. In this case, you can still get that factory down pretty quickly while securing an expansion. Yeah,
it's a little bit on the either end of the extremes here for Maru, like the proxy 2-racks into the expansion build. Definitely a entirely different way of playing TVT. He did play against Bunny that was scouting the game before with an SCV, so he would know about this early on if he was, but I can't remember the last time I've seen Bunny actually go for any kind of proxy 2-rack shenanigans in TVT. It tends to be more like take a Clem approach to the matchup, where it's like very safe, solid, and standard, but This time he isn't scouting at all here, so definitely a different game from both of them.
I think a good choice for Bunny. Unlikely, I mean, unless Maru's completely gone insane. After you shut down Proxy Reaper like that, are you really going to proxy again? Bunny says, no way, I'm happy to take that risk. I think it's, 1 in 100 series where you're crazy enough to do that 2 games in a row after it got shut down. Bunny skips the scout, has a slightly more efficient opening, building a couple of Reapers into a factory. Should see that command center go down momentarily, and Bunny will be the first one to pressure it across the map. Now remember, if Maru somehow loses the Reaper duel, it's terrible with this opening because you've only got 1 Reaper to defend.
It's one of the greediest builds you can actually do in TVT these days. Like the no scout Reaper into reactor straight away. Like he's absolutely gambling with this kind of opening because Bunny, if he was a little bit crazier, yeah, he could have been really, really punished for this. Even if he went for like a safe 2 racks opening, he could be in trouble with this. But he is going to get away with it for now, given that Bunny is absolutely playing the safe game here. He's 1-0 up, no reason to be too crazy.
Maru's winning. Yeah, good pullback by Bunny. Maru had the first shot off there. He's going for the SCV, but oh, slick micro by Maru. But Bunny's going to go after it anyway, realizing this is a 1-rax expand. He gets it! Oh, that's a big problem for Maru. He's got 2 Hellions on the way. They're not here just yet. Bunny gets in. He gets not only an SCV and a Reaper, he's going to pick off at least 2 more workers here. If he can get the one on the starport, that's a prime target to slow down the tech, but he doesn't want to throw the units away. Hellion drives into the base. Absolutely bananas play by Bunny right now. He senses a chance for damage and he goes deep. 5 SCVs going down. Starport delayed. Command center is finished for Maru. But he was so distracted that I don't even know if he was making an orbital during that. He was.
Yeah, he absolutely was. Bunny's on point today, man. Like, this is absolutely phenomenal play out of him. And I saw Maru upon losing that last SCV to that last shot from that Hellion. He had a little smirk, a little smile, but it was one of those like, is this really happening right now? Like, this is going as bad as it possibly can for me.
Nothing like a smile on someone's face where you can tell their soul's dying inside. Yeah. We've all been there. You're like, oh, really? The last SCV as well? Does give Bunny a solid advantage, but the 1-rax expand is a very good build order, so you can take a little bit more of a punch as your economy is larger. But a medevac for Hellion's going to come out. Maru's going to look for that counter drop pressure. If he can sneak that in the main, that can do crazy amounts of damage.
It's just so difficult for him because he's going to be under a lot of pressure very soon, and Bunny has enough that he can defend with what he has, right? Like the Cyclone, unless they're out of position, those Hellions sneak around. I mean,
pretty far forward right now. I mean, might be lining up for Maru.
Oh, like 2 ships in the night here. That will be unloading into that main base, and that is a massive dead zone.
Oh my god, he's just moved out, Ben. He's just moved out to Maru. This is such a big problem, and it's in the, oh my god, it's in the shadow. It's in the shadow. The unload comes in. This is a disaster for Bunny. A Hail Mary play for Maru. And that is going to be a massive amount of damage potential coming in so far. Bunny does a good job with his spreads, but 8 SCV is already falling.
That is really bad. And Chaos will ensue on the other side of the map as well. A tank in a good position here. I mean, he does not have true high ground vision. I mean, the medevac has to be very, very careful. Still has a Cyclone back at home, but holy crap, what a way to get yourself back into the game with this kind of Hellion drop here, and it's not done at all either, Pig. I mean, he will start cleaning up. I think he has a tank out defensively back at home, but...
It's in the wrong spot, though.
Oh, that's a lot of SCVs. There's a lot of SCVs.
Yeah, multitasking issue for Bunny here. It's so hard to deal with this, and notice how Maru's keeping his SCVs alive on the left side. The tank's covering them right now. Some of them are starting to fall, but Maru's Hellions were cleaned up on the other side of the map. The Cyclone continuing to do damage. That depot will go down. Siege tank continuing to shell from the high ground. Maru is taking a lot of damage, and if he can't re-establish that natural, he's in trouble.
This is one of the most chaotic games I've seen that's gone on for like 5 minutes, and luckily he unsieged that tank as the interference matrix landed, meaning he got the full unsiege off, gets to get away as well. Bunny's handling this so damn well, man. Like, I mean, that Hellion drop went about as bad as it possibly could, but if we look at the SCV count, it's still not that terrible. The unit count as well. I gotta say, Bunny managed to still get a lot of damage done on the other side of the map with what he had. So the move out from him definitely was a decent one, regardless of the damage he took back at home.
The Marines returning home now to group up. Bunny has a single tank advantage, but he's down a Raven. He's going into the Vikings a little bit earlier. Maru, third command center, double Raven, a bit more of a standard setup. He's going to sneak one Raven across for some harassment. And it looks like Maru is knuckling down for the survival mode. Get to the late game and just try to hang on. Bunny, on the other hand, wants to keep on pushing. And with that army supply advantage, 42 versus 30, it could be a fantastic call. Maru scouting Marine. Look at the split. Hides his numbers there. Very cute move by Bunny.
Knowledge is power, and especially in this matchup. I mean, that amount of siege tanks, if he gets into a good position there, or Maru meets him out on the map thinking, hey, that army's way smaller than it should be, right? And then it's like, no, 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 and then you get caught completely off guard. Using those Ravens aggressively, I mean, it's a move that Maru has to make. Or when I say that, he is ahead in workers, but oh, this is not what you want if you're Maru. Like, this is Bunny being pretty decently prepared. You're going to lose the Raven as well. Granted, it's a lot of lost mining time, but yeah, this is not good for Maru whatsoever.
If Maru survives, he is up 10 workers, but you're absolutely right that losing all that Raven energy is big. He doesn't seem to realize the army's right there. The scan gives it away, but it looks like Bunny is not confident pushing into the natural, and he's down 10 workers. Bunny's also not building workers. He's all in right now. He is not looking for the longer game.
No, I feel that Maru's actually posturing really well against this. Like, there's only one medevac on the field, and look what he's defending his main base with. A tank, a few Vikings, just enough to deal with it. And he might lose that tank in the main base, which is, it's a deal, right? But getting rid of the medevac, oh, but over at the front, but there's only one Raven versus two. This is always going to be a nice little battle here for Maru using the Marine. I mean, the Marines are getting stuck, actually, Pick. This is not what you want for him.
It's a bad fight for Bunny. Maru's hold is impressive right now. He actually manages to take out most of the tanks. He exhausts the Raven energy. All the Marines of Bunny are gone. And Maru says, I'm on 50 workers, you're on 32. That is a complete reversal of positions from the early game. It started with the Hellion drop sliding in, but also fantastic crisis management. And now good Raven tank defense. Bunny definitely got over-eager here. I do still think he had chances to rebuild economically, but he went for the aggressive side. Maru seemed to realize that, and he said, well, no third command center, I'm just going to shut you down.
Oh, that's a lot of Marines getting slaughtered there, but the tank duel that's happening right now, Bunny definitely getting the worst end of everything there, and Maru 20 SCVs ahead, and Bunny calls it GG. He knows he can't come back from that against the likes of Maru, and what a chaotic game to get back into things there for Maru. I mean, that was not easy. Going for an expansion build like that, losing 5 SCVs against a build when, you know, you can't normally get away with that, but some of these skirmishes here, he handled himself very nicely. Bunny put himself in a kind of decent spot on these trades, but having the one aggressive Raven, then still 2 back at home and still having the Viking numbers, that was very nicely managed by Maru. That is not easy to do.
Not easy at all. Keeping quite a few SCVs alive for a while on his natural while continuing to just pick up those Hellions and drop them from side to side. Of course, it all started very well for Bunny with the double Reaper as we watch this replay. They went in, circled nicely. The Hellion dropped though right as Bunny was looking to keep up the aggression, and this did so much damage. Even though a siege tank came out and tried to defend it, it was actually in the natural, and Maru picked back up, went back into the main, and that's why you can see the worker kill count just kept on going up and up, 12, then to 14. And meanwhile, Maru slowly broke out, re-established control, and he knew that as long as he survived here, he had it in the bag.
You could really feel the interference matrix usage here from Maru was clean, right? The 2 tanks that were in range, the other 2 tanks on the far right side were doing nothing for Bunny whatsoever in that skirmish. And then it's like, all right, I have enough Vikings here to make sure that I'm not going to take damage. I'm always going to have vision of you, and I'm in good shape. I'm going to be on 3 orbitals after this. Just nice patient gaming from Maru there. And I mean, he had to do something a little bit crazy to kind of get back into it, but that 4 Hellion medevac drop, that was absolutely the key thing to be doing. And you don't often see it in this matchup, but he got away with it, and he got away with it really damn well.
It feels like championship caliber players like Maru have a sixth sense for when it's time to throw out something like that Hellion drop. And it is a little surprising, maybe, that Bunny wasn't ready for it since he did see the reacted Hellion production. But I think he just felt like, hey, I'm all over him. I'm the one in the driver's seat. Maru's going to have to be trying to defend. And of course, leaving that little gap in the vision was unfortunate for him. But Maru is focused as ever. And even on, a day where maybe Maru says, oh, I'm not that confident. Well, apparently when he's not that confident, he still wins GSLs and everything else. This man still has a tall task in front of him. Can he keep up some striking, some semblance of superiority? Can he show us that fantastic TVT he did in map 1 in the top left of the map? It's Bunny.
And spawning over in the bottom right, getting himself right back into the thick of things, it is Maru. That was some good play from both of them, because that was not an easy game to manage or kind of assess the situation you're in. Yeah. How many SCVs have I killed? How many has he killed? We're both kind of in a bitter spot, but Maru just at some point was like, all right, if I hold here, I'm in good shape. If I do this harass with this Raven, I get to see what's going on. You've got a tank in your main base. That means you're going to have one less tank on the aggression. He was just very good about utilizing his starport production to get out all the right units he needed. And when your opponent is in your face and you have to make those decisions in the blink of an eye, it was all just real key from Maru.
Fascinatingly, both sides going 1-Rex expand in map 3 here on Near. Humanity maybe realizing that Reapers aren't as scary because you can wall off the ledge so easily with a single building. Both sides SCV scout, the SCVs phase through each other in the slow zone. And this one is going to be going a much more economic start. Much higher chance of this game going longer. Up to this point, it's just been action-packed early game, and the players really just winning with their early micro.
Maru's kind of faking that he's going for a double gas, by the way, with this double depot opening. So, like, right now, Bunny's probably scouted this, being like, oh, you're going double gas. Maru's going to get all the information of exactly what he's going up against. So this could kind of potentially temper with Bunny's decision-making and what units he actually makes, because, yeah, he's going to be probably going for a more safety approach afterwards, whereas Maru, he's not doing what Bunny thinks he's doing.
That's spawn advantage as well. Bunny can't do that because he can't wall off with a single depot, right? Because he's got the space for the add-on there. So Maru takes advantage of that and does disguise his opening a little more. Second gas does go down now as well. Maru gets that before the factory, interestingly. So he's going to be going up a little bit slower in that regard. And just wants that extra tech. I imagine Maru plays triple Raven this game. I mean, you've got to think, how good did he look at just defending with tank Raven? How over-eager did Bunny also look in that last game? As Maru, at this point, don't give yourself any chance to slip up in the early game. Just get to the mid-game onwards. That's where you're the best.
It is definitely the kind of situation as well where you're playing a few mind-gamey tricks with your opponent and showcasing that you're doing something that you're not. And look at that, Maru with a third CC exceptionally early here. So he is absolutely playing with his opponent. That is before the starport. So this is as greedy as you can possibly be while showcasing that you're playing an absolute standard game. I love this kind of stuff. One thing that he could run into that could definitely bite him in a bad place is if he goes up against like a double starport build from Bunny, because then he could be under a lot of pressure with very low tech.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. The funny thing is, he's not really using his factory. He's just building SCVs, going for a reasonably timed starport. It's like not that delayed because he's cutting everything else out of the build. Maru really using that information from the early game to tailor his build. Whereas Bunny, he's building a Cyclone. He's building all the standard things, right? He's got some more safety precautions built into his play. But that does come with a bigger standing army. So if Bunny can find a way to leverage that, go get some damage done to Maru, it'll be all right.
And I mean, going to Cyclone's never a bad thing. Like, Cyclones can have a little bit of map presence, a little bit of map control. I mean, even Maru, you see, he's going for a Cyclone as well himself. We're getting the Raven out still quite early on his side of things. I mean, if this game goes on for a good 5 minutes without anything happening between them, as in Bunny doesn't move out, I say that, but Bunny's gonna move out, isn't he? Like, he's the kind of guy that's never gonna let you sit still, never gonna make you feel comfortable. But, I mean, you always have to respect Maru because he's so good at his matchup. Does start up his third base himself, but it starts as that orbital finishes morphing here for Maru.
Yeah, Maru's going to definitely have an economic boost, and I already feel like with the 1-Rax expand, you can get your barracks going quite fast in this matchup. Third command center opening, he's going to just be building like 4 barracks all at once. We are going to be seeing double upgrades, mass marines start to come out all in the next few minutes. And the big advantage is going to be the tempo of which those barracks get up. So Maru's production, I think we'll probably hit full 5 barracks production, maybe like a minute and a half faster than Bunny. So around the 8 to 10 minute mark is going to be a huge danger zone where Maru simply has way more marines with stim, many more units on the field. And Bunny's going to, you know, have a big army now, but what's it matter? There's no fighting going on. It's just tiny skirmishes on the map. So definitely alarm bells ringing for any Bunny fans. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, so he does get the scan, gets to know the third base is already up for his opponent, and maybe he's thinking like, oh, what corner did you cut right here? But both of them getting all the knowledge, all the know here, seeing exactly when things are going down. Now, Maru, you were right. That 4th and 5th barracks does start up very early. The double engineering bay very early as well. Look at this little switch up from Bunny. He goes for a Viking and a Liberator first out of that. So he's looking to probably utilize that Liberator for some eco damage at some point, realizing, hey, which corner did you cut? I need to do a little bit of damage just to make sure that we're on even keel here.
Also might be expecting medevac. Seeing the earlier barracks, he might think Maru's going to be very marine medevac focused and kind of not even contest the skies. Vikings can be massive in that scenario, as can Liberators for siege pushing.
It's double lib now, Pig. So it was like one Viking into lots of Liberators very quickly. And I mean, he's not all in on this push because, you know, he is getting the double engineering bay behind it and stuff. He's getting stim. Granted, it's all going to be a lot later, but this is actually... This could definitely slow down how fast Maru takes the third base, because right now, 51 SCVs, you want to take that third, man. And Bunny's really utilizing the strength that he has in his very, very regular build.
I love how patient this push is. It's really methodical, just marching forward little bit by little bit. All these depots going down. Maru's in trouble right now. How do you get out of here? He's got a Raven flank coming in from the right side. Ravens have scooped past the army. Liberator pushes back that siege tank. I think he's just going to go for a backstab. I don't know. You're losing control over your own expansion. Killing a few of Bunny's workers does not get you out of the woods. I think he needs to use those for the Matrixes. Here we go!
Ooh, 2 Matrix land, the third does land as well, but that means he's got not much for turrets, but he's still dealing a lot of damage. Stim is done in perfect time as well. He cleans up Bunny, but he does take some losses here. But I gotta say, what a cleanup from Maru. And now he's broke out this contain. He kept quite a good chunk of his army alive as well. I mean, that didn't cost nothing, but the fact he's gonna have 1-1, and most importantly, maybe combat shields here. That means his Marines can actually survive the tank shots. But luckily for Bunny, he does still have a Liberator on the field, but does get to see the Cyclone. And yeah, I mean, Bunny is definitely behind after that situation, despite being ahead in workers.
We're talking about the 8 to 10 minute mark being scary for Bunny. It just got scarier. Losing that army, losing all your tanks. You're outnumbered on the Marine count savagely. The upgrades are well ahead for Maru here. He's got the medevac mobility as well. Don't get me wrong, if you headbutt into this defensive position, I think Bunny will hold. But if you scoop around and start dropping those mineral lines, things can get very, very bad for the Red Terran. He's got to hang on right now. Good positioning, though. The Vikings push back the medevacs 1 deep in the red. And so far, a good hold for Bunny.
The armory was a little bit later here for Maru, so doesn't start up that 2-2 right as his 1-1 finish. But, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on this game. Maru somehow, amidst all this, gets an SCV lead back in his favor. I mean, his macro is amazing as well. I mean, even though he's got a whole array of utility with the builds that he brings to the table, when it comes to just flawless execution, he's good. Starts up that 2-2, starts up a 4th base on location. He's in control of this game, or at least being out on the map right now, because those upgrades are still ahead of his opponent. That combat shield still has some time to come online.
Double gas is on the way at that 3rd base for Bunny. Maru drops his own as well. 2-2 upgrades are going to be a good 45 seconds or more ahead for Maru. 2-2 hasn't even started for Bunny just yet. Both sides on 5 racks production, and Bunny's combat shields will be ready shortly. So he's going to kind of close the gap on the Marine tech. The army advantage is actually significantly there for Bunny. He's way ahead on the army. He's been more consistently building Marines. And I guess that does come at the cost of the upgrade deficit, but still not too bad.
No, Bunny's actually doing the right thing here and hunkering down, because he does have the unit advantage, which is kind of with his build, right? But that upgrade, he has to wait for them to kick in. Now they're kicking in. Now be on Evenstead, and we might see Bunny moving out way more with his army, because the last thing you want to do in Terran versus Terran is let your opponent get all the strongholds, getting all those positions where you can really get nice and, you know, push your opponent to the limit. And here, his army's huge, man.
Yeah, that is a big 35 army supply advantage right now. Bunny is equal on upgrades right now. Hasn't started 2-2, but doesn't need to. He's got a massive army advantage. We know that Bunny loves to do timing attacks. He loves to force the issue. He wants to fight when he thinks he's strong, and you can tell he's doing it now. Now, on the downside, he's kind of overly committed. If Maru defends this, he's so far ahead. But that is a big if. Bunny shoving down the left side. Those 2 drops do manage to evacuate those Marines. A lot of units moving in right now. Is Maru in position?
Pig, I don't think Bunny even has an armory right now. He's not starting 2-2 at all. He's all in on this, and he's going for it right before 2-2 finishes up for Maru, but he's running into a lot of siege tanks here, but there is so much Red Terror moving in. The Vikings reign supreme in the skies. Nothing to really take them down. The Marines doing all they can, though, and now look at that. There's a huge flood of Red Terror, but they do find a tank on the other side of things. Maru, can he hold on? He's getting evacuated from his natural, pulling the SCVs as well. Bunny, is he doing it here? 2-2 about to come online, but for what? There's no Marines alive for Maru at this point. This is getting super dicey here for both these players. Finally, some Vikings come out for Maru, and he is going to hold by the looks of it, but Bunny's in a real tight spot here between both the bases.
Maru does restart his Armory. Armory only just going down for the first time for Bunny. Bunny was massively committed. He's still down 11 workers. No 4th base. No 2-2 upgrades. Bunny took a fantastic fight, but Maru is simply ahead. That 4th base is healthy mining on the right. Maru's still building 4 workers at a time, even with this army here. And definitely the double tank production is huge. As long as Maru keeps building 2 tanks at a time, he's going to be able to get out of the woods. He's going to be able to outscale Bunny's production.
I tell you what, this is some real clean play out of Maru. Like, the fact that he's able to hold on here, equal supplies, I mean, that means that Bunny's army is bigger, but 2-2 has finished for him. The armory's only just come online for Bunny. He was so damn committed to this, and he has to keep up the pressure. But how do you do it against a guy that can do everything you can do, and maybe potentially even better?
Nice. Liberator's Siege does move one of Maru's tanks, but with only 3 tanks here, I think Bunny needs to pull back and play a longer game. He tries to force it. Remember, the 2-2 upgrade advantage from Maru is massive, not to mention he's got the double tank production. Bunny throws away a bunch of his army, and he still has not started 2-2 upgrades. His 4th command center may be going up, but Bunny's looking desperate. He's going to use those tanks to drive a wedge between the bases. Nice positioning by Bunny.
Oh, super good positioning on those tanks from Bunny, all stopping all the reinforcement, but Maru's units are just better right now. All the Marines are absolutely getting obliterated on both sides, but Maru picks up, drops on the tanks. Bunny's going to try and get out of there, but is Maru going to let him? No, he does not. Maru breaks out, still on 75 SCV, still looking fresh in this game. He even has the time now to get enough gas to get his 3-3 started, and Bunny, he's only just starting the 2-2 big. He was so committed to making this happen.
You know, Bunny may have defended the aggression perfectly and then finished it off smoothly in map 1. But since then, it's looked like Bunny at some point says, let's go, pedal to the metal aggression. And Maru is just so good at defending and surviving. Now, finally, massively ahead. He counterattacks across the map, evicts the 3rd base from the location. 4th base is exposed down to the left. Bunny goes for a desperate counterattack. But remember the upgrade advantage, 2-2 versus 1-1. Even losing that 3rd base is not the end of the world for Maru. He's got so many more units coming out.
And Maru's getting ready for the late game, man. He's adding on his 3rd and 2nd, or 2nd and 3rd starport here. So he's going to be looking pretty fresh. Both are kind of trading out a 3rd base here, but Bunny, I feel that this is kind of a one-way ticket for him. Getting out of this situation, yeah, he can't do it. Maru takes the series here, and wow, what a 3rd game by him. He absolutely came alive in this series from a bit of a shaky start, and that was some phenomenal TVT out of him.
Great timing attacks for Bunny. A lesser Terran would have crumbled. But Maru, even caught a little out of position, does not let that affect him. Beautiful play by the Terran champion and representing Onside Gaming well. It just felt like Maru, once he put his, dug his heels in and said, no, I'm just going to turtle up. I'm going to keep scouting you. I'm going to defend these vicious attacks. Bunny could not quite overwhelm him. And that is why Maru is in a class of his own. Well, let's hear about it from the guys over on the desk.
That's right, thank you boys here. Maru is able to prevail. He'll be going to the final knockout round here, whilst Bunny will be going to the knockout round just before that. As we have Wardy as well as Rotterdam to talk about this match as a whole. I did think, watching this, Roddy, that maybe Bunny had it. Maybe Bunny was going to be able to conquer Maru here in this moment, but it's not to be the case.
5 minutes into game 2, it absolutely kind of looked like that, because it really wasn't a very hot start for Maru in this series. First game, bit of a one-sided affair. Second game, the opening wasn't great, but Bunny got a bit unlucky. Bunny started thinking about how he's going to get further ahead in the game, picks up some units, leaves the medevacs, and it's just the absolute worst timing when your own medevac is like 40% on its way to the other side of the map, and that's when 4 Hellions unload. Like, if those units are still at home, that Hellion drop gets very little done, and it's a much more pleasant game to play for Bunny. But I gotta give it to Maru though. What the boys said there towards the end, Maru came alive throughout the series, and it did really feel that the longer we were playing, the more Maru realized that, hey, I'm Maru. I'm pretty damn good at this game. And he started looking very good, especially game 3. That was a class act, man.
Can hold on. Let's take a look at the replay here as we look back to game number 1 to get things going, and it wasn't looking that hot for Maru.
No, it really wasn't. Bunny did kind of what I feel like we needed him to do, right? Get something early, try and take advantage of it, try and really hammer that point home. He didn't let it go to later game. He really did say, hey, if I can try and end this, if I do get an edge, let's go and do it. Some of Maru's defense was obviously extremely good. I really felt as though some of the times he was able to just get the matrices off, flank with the Ravens, right? All the things you need to do to break out of difficult positions in TVT. He was just patient, and that's sometimes just what Maru is the absolute best at.
Yeah, what some of the best Terran players in the world are godlike at is making hard things look very simple. And this right here, this fight was a perfect example. It is really not easy to figure out what you need to do with the Ravens. There are so many choices. When do you go for the anti-armors? When do you go for the auto turret? When do you drop those matrixes? When do the rest of the units show up? But Maru, as good as he is, he can make that look effortless. And it feels that in these hectic moments, for a split second, the game goes in slow motion for Maru. And it's like click, 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 correct decision after correct decision. And what seems like an impossible hold turns into a victory for Maru. And I think at this point it was already pretty much over that previous fight. Bonnie knew it. He was on the clock. We saw him drop a 4th CC, but that was one of those 4th CCs was like, I really did not plan for this game to still be going on. I've got that money. I may as well do something with it. But yeah, Maru looked damn good in Game 3.
As we take a closer look at Maru here, but even when Bunny is making some of those attacks happen in game number 3 and he's kind of neglecting the idea of those upgrades, anything from there on is always going to be a hard slog. It's always going to be difficult.
I mean, you're attacking into the defender, right? And you just got to break positions. I did feel like there was a moment where Maru had all his Marines on the right and tanks in the natural. Maybe the libs of Bunny could have sieged, and maybe that would have been the approach. That was just before he moved to the right side, and that position was good for him. It was a good fight, but I just wonder if he knocked down the tanks in the natural first. Maybe there was more hope, but there's just so many decisions to make. You're trying to make them so quickly. You're trying to find the openings. It's extremely difficult to do. I mean, you got to play so quick. And honestly, Maru really survived through the upgrades. Like 2-2 powered him through
survived, Marty. I see what you did there.
Where is Ben? Where is he?
Oh, he's out there somewhere.
Oh, okay, phew. Okay. As long as Maru is able to keep going, even though both players are going to keep going here in this. But anyway, let's take a look at the bracket. He's there, he's cheeky there. Anyway, never mind. We've got our 2 Zergs up towards the top. It's Reynor as well as Solar advancing into the playoffs directly. So that is a big boon for them, Roddy.
Yeah, no, this all can be a bit confusing if you join the broadcast in the middle of it and you're not exactly sure what we are watching, but it's very simple. Today we are covering the 16 players in the winner stage. We started off with 8 players, and out of those 8 players, 2 players are through the top 8 of the entire tournament immediately. Those 2 players are Reynor and Solar. All the other 6, we'll see them again. We will see them in the knockout bracket, and that continues tomorrow. So Reynor and Solar, they are done. They are the 2 absolute winners of today. We'll see them on Sunday. All the other dudes, we're going to see them tomorrow when they start duking it out with some of the players that came from the open bracket.
Correct. And the further you got in your winners bracket, the less you have to fight through that knockout bracket, basically, here throughout tomorrow. So actually, I do think eventually we're going to look at those open brackets as well and see who was able to prevail in the Zergs versus Protoss fiesta that was going on, apart from...
There was one man. The last of a dying breed. The big Gabriel, the open bracket Terran, and he showed up in a big way. I think he went 2-0, 2-1, 2-0 against 3 Protoss players. So he beat Eric 5-2-0, 2-1 DNS. And we're going to take a look at it. Awesome.
You're getting ahead of yourself for a second here. Let's take a look.
You teased me. You're giving me a little room to talk about Gabe. I do it, Claris.
Well, I think you chose to. All I said was Protosses and Zergs. But anyway, here for Group A, the 2 names that are most important that have been able to qualify through into the first round of that knockout bracket are Lambo and DRG here, Wardy. So what do you make of it as a whole?
Yeah, I think sad for Hearthstone, right? You beat DRG, and then it's the classic rematch to get into the knockout bracket, and you lose on the rematch. But, I mean, cool performances. I think Lambo and DRG would have been a lot of people's favorites going into this bracket in terms of picking 2 players to advance through. You've got your Hearthstone, you've got your Mana, who are probably the biggest chances of anyone other than that. And obviously Hearthstone got close. He was competitive with DRG, just DRG got the better in the end. So yeah, I'd say pretty expected Group A.
Anything to add, Roddy?
No, I agree, but still very good performance by Lambo. Not something that we can just look at and be like, oh yeah, Lambo showed up, he took care of business. Because the last 3-4 months, we haven't always seen A+ Lambo. We know that he switched mouse, and it took a little while for him to get used to it. But this really is a proper run, man. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. You can't wish for anything more than that. So well done. Excited to see more of him.
All right, let's get on to Group B then as well.
Is it time?
What's going. It's time, Roddy! It's time! Look at him! The 1 Terran being able to make it through. Here, Marine up towards the top, and Shutdown taking the 2nd spot here, Wardy.
Yeah, this group's really fun. I'll let Roddy talk about Hero Marine in a second.
Yeah,
I know he's very excited, but I will just say Shadow's obviously had a sick run here, man. Like, this was not an easy group when you kind of look at Hero Marine being the favorite, but then everyone else, it's like, who do you pick? Like, Nightmares had that sick run back in Atlanta from, like, knockout bracket round 1, went all the way to top 16 or whatever. DNS is strong. Rail can be surprising. Arrock Fire, we know, is really good. His first offline event even, I think, like, in the ESL circuit. So, yeah, but Shadow just went through everybody. He beat Rail, he beat DNS, he beat Nightmare. That's sick.
After losing to Nightmare in the first round. So the salty run back is on the way here. What a run from Shadown. That's amazing.
No, that's a proper run, man, because that's obviously very difficult. We've seen him quite a few times at online DreamHacks. Sometimes kind of raise or above the level that we expect from him, where we're like, oh my god, he just beat Clem and he gets the best of 3 victories, but to win that many important series in a row, that's very impressive. Perhaps there's even a bigger story than the last of the dying breed, that is Big Gabriel. Because we know that Gabe wins TVPs anyway, that's what he does all day, any day. Gabe showed up and he said a couple of greedy protesters need to be punished. I'm here, and he did it.
Yeah, to not many people's surprise, I suppose. It is Big Gabe, after all, here that we'll be hopefully seeing in the knockout bracket if we're able to get his game on the main stage. But beyond that as well, let's take a look at Group B then, I guess, to have a flavor of what is to come. We have our schedule ready to go for the next 5 matches that we're going to be watching. 5 more best of 3s to get things going. I do know that some games, well, one game has already started in Group B, but to start things off in Group B, we're going to have Classic versus Dark, and then later on Haas versus Clem, and a lot of TBDs, Wardy, but Classic versus Dark, that's got to be a good one.
All them TBDs, man, you can't actually figure out who's going to play who until the first
Who's
rounds
who?
happen. I know.
Who's who?
Yeah, no, Classic versus Dark is obviously a really cool first match. Serral Killers is already happening on B stream. I believe Serral was at least 1-0 up over there. Then Haas versus Clem is exciting. I mean, I think one big talking point here is Kua, because a lot of people would look at this and be like, Kua is a pretty big favorite to like do very well. Kua has not really played in 3 weeks. He is in a pretty hefty arm brace. I'm surprised he's here almost.
I mean,
so yeah, it'll be fun to see what he can actually do while a little bit kind of down at the moment.
For the Terrans, we're getting all the drama. Hero Marine after making it through as the last of the dying breed. We have, unfortunately, the Byun scenario. Maru making it through here after losing against Reynor. Now Cure is in his arm brace. It's crazy.
It is crazy, but Clem looks healthy, so that's pretty
There you go.
And Maru looked fine as well, even if he dropped the best of 3. So I don't think we need to be too worried about those Terrans just yet.
Sure. Clem looks healthy, and he might have a decent shot against Haas. Let's put it that way. But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to go to a break here, and when we return, we are going to get Group B underway. So stay tuned for more StarCraft.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain. But guess who is coming to play? Winner, winner, saint or sinner. Future brighter, watch it glimmer. Let it simmer, deceiving. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up. Faking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet. Looking for more, never settle for less. Calling the father who look for the ref. Falling behind you, get left. Every mistake it will cost you, dizzy and lost. Back to the line that you cross. Levels about to be crossed. No doubt it's about to go up. No test, gotta be better than best. With level still I possess. Like a rocket, it's strapped to my chest and attack. Call up the people and tell them I'm back. Hey, do it for the love of the game. Never for the fortune or fame. You better believe it. It's never gonna be the same. Now I got them calling my name. Wait, thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. Hold it, wait, thinking they're taking the bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Wanna be greater and glorious, paving the way, there'll be more of us victorious. We're taking the throne, taking the title and bringing it home. We're at it again. Do it for the love of the game. Never for the fortune or
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Haha! Welcome back. We've already finished kind of Group A. Yes, that is completely done here for the winners bracket. And now we're moving on into our next one, and we're focusing on Group B. We've got ourselves Zombie Grub and Dimu here to join me for this one. I got his name right. That's brilliant. Ben, looking at how things are playing out, we're focusing on Dark versus Classic next. It should be a Bobby Dazzler. What do you think?
I mean, it should be. It should be.
Yes.
Like, I always love watching Dark. Like, as far as Zerg players go, I think Dark's just got a really cool style to him. Like, he can do it all. He can be crazy. He's very good at the late game, very good in the mid game, and he can really go all in at any moment. So he's very hard to play against. And Classic, for me, he's been working his way back, but kind of nicely and steadily. Like, I feel he's kind of around a creator-ish level, which is definitely nothing to scoff at. But I always remember the Classic of old. And I think when you have that kind of form or have reached it, I feel that a lot of these guys that have been coming back can do it again. So I'm very excited to see what he brings.
ZG, your thoughts on the matchup?
I think it'll be a rootin' tootin' good time.
Oh, you're trying to match the Bobby Dazzler, the bar
I am
burner.
trying.
This is the American version.
There's only so many American slangs that I know.
Okay.
It actually will be a very fun matchup. I know that Dark is basically favored coming into this.
Yeah.
As an established player of the last few years, compared to Classic, of course, went to military, and then also their history. But the last time they played, and they do play a lot against each other online, it was a very entertaining series in which Classic, I kind of feel like was supposed to win, actually. It was the third game in which he ended up losing a Colossus Stalker army against Majority Lings. Dark does...
That's rough.
Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Classic was playing very, very well, and Dark has been playing, well, a little loosey-goosey, actually. Like some proxy hatches that are a bit weird and committing to proxy hatches, like for the 4th time in the main base. And I don't know if he's going to do that here, but if he does, then if Classic's playing on the straight and narrow, he'll probably win.
Maybe. Classic, of course, now also picked up by Twisted Minds as of yesterday, I believe it was. The announcement was made, and a team that I've covered in the esports. So excited to see how that's going to play out, I think, for G8 and likewise. But anyway, thank you guys. It is time to head over to the commentators here for our first match on the main stage here for this group. It's Dark versus Classic.
Thank you very much, James. It is indeed time for our next best of 3 series of the day. It's time for a Zerg versus Protoss. Well, it's going to be me together with Rotterdam, but let's take it away. Rachel.
Thank you guys so much. It's Classic, it's Dark, it's not just DreamHack, it is the next match of our tournament here. We have our winners group, and starting things off, we've got Classic and Dark going head-to-head on the stage, but let's take a quick look at them in video format as well.
All right, here we go. A best of 3 series between some of the best Koreans in all of StarCraft 2. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Rotterdam. Roddy, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling good. It's 2 of the all-time greats of their respective races. I mean, Classic obviously had a much longer break than Dark has ever had, but he's still widely considered as one of the best Protoss players of all time. And of course, Dark, a previous world champ, he will always be considered as one of the best Zergs of all time. I do agree with the analysis at the desk that I'm leaning a little bit towards Dark. But then when I think back of Katowice though, Dark's ZVP at that foreign event, that one didn't really impress me, Loco.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of his games over the last couple of weeks, and it is all over the place. I heard the guys over at the desk already talk about it, but there's proxy hatcheries, there's a lot of supply blocks, there's a couple of issues here and there, but somehow, some way, Dark seems to win the majority of the ZVPs that he plays, and I wonder how much of that is the opponents just trying to figure out what he's doing, because oftentimes he seems to make a random amount of Zerglings. Some games it's like 6 Zerglings in the early game, which is relatively normal. Some days he's got like 40 of them, and he's getting very little done, and then somehow, some way, he still wins with like a Nidus Worm. I don't know if he's going to be playing a clean series here today, but I think it's going to be up to Classic to defend whatever it is that Dark is going to throw at him.
Yeah, the scary thing for Classic though is that Dark is a hive-tech monster. Like he's always been, from the Korean Zergs, in my eyes, by far and away the best hive-tech player. Like Solar is great with lair tech, Rogue was deadly in the very beginning of the game and in the mid-game, but when it came to hive-tech Zergs, I really think that Dark has always been the very best. I'm sure that Classic knows that as well, and I kind of feel that Classic does his best work in the mid-game with some of these strong Warp Prism pushes, whether it's Zealots first after Oracles, or we even open up with Glaives, and then we followed up with Immortal Sentries. So I think this is going to be a very interesting encounter around that minute 8, 9, 10, and I think most of the games are actually going to be decided around that. I'm not expecting any carriers here. Just Classic doesn't really give me carrier vibes anymore these days.
No, I think you're definitely right there. He's been playing quite a few Colossi as well lately. I wonder if Dark is once again going to go for that mass Zergling style that Zombie Grub was already talking about. That's something he's been favoring a lot of quick +1 melee upgrades. So against Colossi, I mean, Zerglings usually, other than that series they played last week, but usually Colossi are great against Lings.
Yeah, they should be. Curious to see what map we're going to kick things off on, because we had the maps on the screen earlier, but I was distracted by something. But we are about to find out as these two nerds are ready. Our opening map is going to be Royal Blood. In the bottom left side of Royal Blood, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, now representing Twisted Minds. This is Classic.
And his opponent, all the way at the top right-hand corner, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, he is Dark. I wonder what sort of Dark we're going to see here today. I feel like in the GSL Code S, for example, he was playing very clean, not really too crazy, but then if you look at him play in the online cups, he's just doing crazy build orders and crazy strategies. So I think he's probably going to be playing a little bit more quote-unquote normal in this particular series, but we'll find out.
I'm never too worried about what Dark does in online tournaments, because to me he's kind of been like Rogue in the past. He's just a big game player. He steps up when the prize money is the biggest, when it matters the most. And obviously if he's traveling from Korea to play in a tournament in Sweden, I think we're going to see a very good Dark. I'm not too concerned about it. I do, in a weird way, kind of hope that Dark wins here, and I'll explain it to you. Because even though the Protosses, they seem to struggle in some of these events, and we obviously want to see Protoss players go far, but Serral already won his opening match here in Group B. So the winner of this best of 3 will play a best of 3 against Serral to determine who is going to advance into the playoffs immediately. And I always feel that Dark, Serral, offline event, like those are just bangers of best of 3s, man. That always delivers, so I really think that's something to look forward to later on today even.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Alrighty, so standard build orders here so far. Classic, 9 times out of 10, seems to favor the Stargate opener right now, and for good reason. It's of course a very well-rounded build that allows you to take a quick third base, put a lot of pressure on the opponent. You should be seeing what sort of tech structure is going to be attached to that pylon inside of the main base here momentarily. Dark will be adding on Queens. He's going to be going for the third hatchery in his natural expansion here momentarily as well. And everything so far is looking A-okay. Now, the Zerglings are fired up. Dark can make anywhere between 4 and 4D, I would say. Most of the time, we shouldn't see that many, but you never know.
I definitely do not recommend him to make 40 now, with that Stargate being built at home. I was hoping to see at least one Twilight built in his best of 3, and maybe we'll still see that in the second or the third game, but Classic is going to go normal at first, and now the only question is, are we going to get 2 Oracles, 3 Oracles, even 4 Oracles? Sometimes they never stop. I'm personally expecting Classic to go triple Oracle and then follow up with the Twilight Council, go Blink, maybe take it from there, but I hope that he surprises us.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Triple Oracle, very normal together with Adepts. Usually the first Oracle is used for, well, leveraging your way into a third base. So this is something Dark does very regularly. He's going to find out exactly what the opponent is doing, maybe harass the probes for just a little bit, but this is a bit annoying, right, for Protoss. Getting links in your base, super frustrating.
Yeah, that's because all the Protoss build orders are very tight, and you really count it down to the mineral, and if 6 or 7 probes are chasing Zerglings, then your build order will just not flow all that well anymore. Good defense there by Dark, doesn't end up losing a drone. In the end, those links did get taken care of, but yeah, I think I'd be already a little bit frustrated if I'm Classic. It's like, that's just annoying, I don't want to deal with it. And spotting that amount of links, by the way, after you already took out 2 links on your side of the map, That would make me a little bit concerned. We know it's nothing crazy. We can see that Dark is just building nothing but drones behind all of this. But I wouldn't be surprised if Classic is indeed keeping these units at home a little while longer than he normally would, because he saw the amount of links, and there is a good chance that he didn't even get to see all of them. So I think this makes a lot of sense to keep these units at home to make sure that he can safely go up to 3 bases.
Yeah, you're always a little bit concerned for a Zergling flood at this point in the game. Second Oracle, however, is now also just about to join the battlefield, and that's the cue for the first Oracle to start heading across the map. There's that quick evolution chamber as well coming up for Dark. I'm assuming this will be for +1 melee, something he's been enjoying a lot as of late.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as well, because this kind of smells like we're going to go into Blink Stalkers, and a lot of the Zergs, they prefer having links with +1 melee versus Stalker builds. Obviously, if they go against anything weird Zealot related first, then they prefer to have Roaches, because they are a bit more reliable. And this Queen was a bit far out of position, so that first Queen goes down, and the second Queen is going to take a lot of damage. In the end, Classic decides to go for a couple of drones, but what a start, man. A Queen and 3 drones, any Protoss will take that.
Yeah, that Queen is a big pick-off right there for Classic. He's going to be sending these Adepts in right now as well. Mostly just a distraction. I mean, he's already bruised another Queen as well, about half of her health. There's certainly a chance that he's going to be jumping back in here in just a moment. And there's, by the way, that Twilight Council Force transition you were talking about.
Kind of feels like this would be a sick moment to go for Zealots and Charge, because I think that would actually turn out really well for Classic. Even though Astrea early today wasn't very fortunate with those build orders going up against one another, but that's mostly because the War Prison went down. As one more Queen is low on HP, will fall. In return, one of the Oracles does take a lot of damage, but as long as you keep it alive, that's obviously the most important thing. As Oracle number 3 is going to try to drop a Stasis, and Dark is not paying attention, and that is a Stasis about as big as you're going to see them today. This is all going very well for Classic.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't like there is that he was a bit late on his upgrade. So he started them up, he does decide to go for Charge. You were talking about it. I'm assuming we're going to see a Templar Archives on the back of this too. That's really the only thing that makes sense, because otherwise, what are we going to spend all of that gas on? Bailing Nest, however, is coming up right now for Dark.
This is a bit unfortunate for Classic that he's taking this fight as he's trying to drop another Stasis. That's nice and all, but you don't want to lose Zealots, especially not now, because now he was forced to warp in way more units. And at that point, he's giving away the fact that he's actually going for Zealots with +1 and Charge, much rather than, you know, maybe keeping the man still guessing.
Alrighty, the Oracle coming in once again, trying to get some damage done. Dark has decided to march all of the Queens across the map. He's going for a +1 attack with melee and a whole lot of Banelings. This is hitting right before the Charge upgrade, and the +1 melee for the Protoss are done.
Dark is so all in. He's on 46 drones, so he really needs to do a crazy amount of damage. Doesn't actually get the battery at first. Will be able to empower it in the end. The Zealots are going to try to do their thing, but +1 is still not quite done yet. And Zealots without +1, they definitely struggle a whole lot more with links than if they would have +1. But it just feels to me that, I don't know, I don't think this is quite enough for Dark initially. He's going to need a few more links, a few more Banelings to show up. Getting the base would be awesome, but if he gets only the base and he doesn't get any of the workers, I still don't know if it's good enough, but if the floodgates are open here, that would have been a great moment, I think, for Dark to at least cause some more chaos in the main base and in the natural too.
What a crazy fight here once again for Dark, though, because that entire fight essentially took place before his own upgrades finished up as well. I think he's just going to double down. He's going for a few more drones right now. He did put down a Roach Warren, but mostly because he's got a lot of money. He's morphing in additional paints. There is a 4th base down as well, but here's the floodgates you were talking about, man. They're open, and the natural is being overrun.
Poor Classic, he really did not expect a second wave of Ling Bane aggression. That's why he sent the Oracles to the other side of the map. He thought Dark would go home, that Dark was happy with the amount of damage he dealt. This is one of these things where in the mind of a Protoss, none of this should work. But because Classic wasn't expecting it, it now definitely did a bit more damage than it was supposed to. There is one saving grace though for Classic, and that's that hidden base, Loco. Well, it's not a hidden base, it was a normal 4th base. It's just that Dark never expected Classic to already have that. That Nexus should have been a goner. It's not. And it's honestly what's kind of giving Classic a tiny lifeline in this game. But it's just a matter of time before Dark is going to find it.
He needs to spend his gas somehow, right? So he's going into a Templar Archives right now. Archons would be absolutely amazing in this position. Is that powering the gateway? It is not, and the gateway is going to get picked off anyways. At this point, though, the Lynx are just going to continuously trade. Obviously, Dark has got a superior economy, so he doesn't really care. He's just trying to prevent himself from losing the game to an all-in. Recall on the Oracles as well. Looks like one of them was actually flying back home. His only saving grace is that base on the left side. The 9 o'clock expansion has not been found.
No, but it's obviously wide open. We have no pylons here, we have no cannons here. We're gonna get a couple of Archons, and obviously Archon Zealot would have had crazy potential against just the Lings or Ling Bane even. But yeah, now there are so many roaches already on the battlefield. Classic probably thought that initially Dark attacking him was great, because in a weird way he was gearing up for an attack too. Since he got overrun, he lost power to that battery. The overcharge did its job for a little while, but ideally Classic would have been able to keep it alive a bit longer. Still having that base is what's giving him a tiny bit of hope, but Dark is obviously A, going to find it, and B, is already making the correct units right now, because the Roaches are going to be amazing against Zealots and Archons.
Yeah, exactly. 6 additional Overlords coming up. This is the moment where Dark finds that base. He's like, what are you trying to do right now? You're not going for a 2-base lane, you don't have a new third. This doesn't really add up, so he does find the base. I think Dark is just going to make a whole lot of Roaches and just go for it again.
Yeah. So unfortunate that after the initial wave was obviously already very successful for Dark, but Classic is like, okay, this is bad, but maybe I can still find some damage with Oracles on the other side of the map. And that's when the second wave of the initial aggression shows up, and he starts taking damage in his natural and main base too. He just expected Dark to go home, made a bit of a judgment call there, figured that, okay, I need to do at least something to get back into this game, and then he ended up even taking more damage on the back foot of all of that. Unfortunate, painful.
Yeah, this is exactly though what Dark is very well known for. He can essentially just pull out whatever at any point in time. Now the Oracles are actually going to be caught here in the middle of the map. One's going to go down, second one will also fall. I mean, there really isn't a way though to stop this swarm. Look at the supply counts right now. They're just heavily in favor of the Zerg player. Those Archons are nice, but Roaches, I mean, they're certainly a formidable unit here.
Normally you want to kite a little bit with the Roaches, but I think when you have these overwhelming numbers, it doesn't matter. Dark is just going to do the Terran thing, and he's moving them forward. He's like, I may not have Marines and Marauders, but I can do the Terran thing as well, with a whole bunch of Roaches. GG gets called. Dark wins game 1 after an obviously very committed Queen Ling Bane attack. But it was good enough, Loco. It got the job done, and if we were not totally sure it was good enough, he got like 14 extra probes when he decided to bust open the natural of Classic as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Classic should have gone for the Templar Archives before the 4th Nexus, right? The Templar Archives was a little bit late. He was sitting at like 800-900 gas for a lot of that fight, if I'm not mistaken, and just a few Archons would have been amazing against this particular attack right here. He also was a bit late on the charge upgrade as well as the +1 forge upgrade, so all of those things combined really made this attack successful right here for Dark. And obviously props for Dark for, you know, bringing this out in the series. This is not something we very commonly see at this level of play, but Dark's, yeah, he consistently pulls it off.
Yeah, but you look at that initial attack and you're also like, man, what if Classic has a backup pylon to power that shield battery? Because then, obviously, just killing that exposed pylon is not good enough. Dark was forced to use even more banelings for that battery, or if Classic was able to pick up on it just a little bit quicker, you can get a second battery. You can get a battery in the natural as well, because initially, even after losing the Nexus, he still had like a 10 or so worker lead. It's just that the second wave ended up killing even more probes. It was, honestly, that's a Dark game in a nutshell, where a lot of the top-tier European Zergs would look at them and be like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, that doesn't work. And Dark is like, well, it does work if you're Dark. And, you know, in theory, it shouldn't really work on this level, but the execution is always just so damn good and on point that Dark is able to get away with things that may not be game theory optimal, but he makes it work.
You don't expect a Queen March when you lose 2 Queens to Oracles.
No.
It's just one of those things that makes no sense strategically, but that's also exactly the reason why it works, because, well, the man right here in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern was not expecting it. And he goes by the name of Classic.
Had a good run at Katowice, even if in the end he didn't go all the way. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the man who's a previous world champion of StarCraft 2. Representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, 1-0 up, this is Dark. And I'm sure that even a veteran like Dark gets a little excited at the prospect of winning this best of 3 and then playing against Serral. Best of 3. Playoff spot on the line immediately. Like, I'm sure that those are the series that even Dark's heart starts beating a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I think as far as players go that Serral is scared for, I mean, he's probably, if you're going to ask him, he's not really scared of anybody. But the players he's concerned for, I think Dark makes the list. Dark can Just like he does in ZVP, he can bring out anything in Zerg versus Zerg as well, and he's a bit of a wild card.
And we can't deny that Korean ZVZ has just looked good over the last few tournaments we've had. Well, there was definitely an era where almost everyone thought that the European ZVZ was a bit better, was more solid, made more sense across the board. The Korean Zergs have just gotten excellent results against the top European Zergs over the last, I think we can safely say 12 months at this point. So that is just a super interesting series. But we're not there yet, and obviously we cannot count Classic out because the man is capable of a lot of things. And I do hope we get to see something a little bit different in Game 2. I didn't hate the idea of Zealots and +1 quickly after the Oracles. But what I then don't like is that I feel like he didn't really chrono boost it at all, because that +1, it took centuries, Loco.
Yeah. No, for sure. And he was sitting on so much gas as well. I think it was all a little disconnected. Most of it probably went wrong when he saw the queens in the middle of the map. He's like, wait a second, this is not supposed to happen. Crisis management not as clean as it should have been right there for Classic. Either way, he's going to get another shot. I'm assuming this will once again be a Stargate opener. Seems to favor it, well, pretty much every single time. We'll have to see. He's got 150 gas. There it is.
And, well, there was a small period recently where a lot of Protoss players were like, oh, you can actually still go like one Void Ray and then an Oracle. And they were like, really? And they're like, yeah. And then it just falls out of fashion immediately because, actually that Void Ray is kind of expensive. There are still a couple of Protoss players that like it. And they say, as long as you kill 2 Oracles and then you get some additional value out of it, maybe sniping a creep tumor or 2.
An Overlord, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Oracles.
Okay, I definitely meant
sniping your own Oracle.
No, that would not be a good play. That happens on the ladder, Loco, but definitely do not snipe your own Oracles with a Void Ray. Now you get 2 Overlords and a couple of Creep Tumors, and you can sort of justify the investment on a Void Ray. But most Protoss players just prefer going Oracle straight up, and this is already a slightly better start. Can he get a second drone? Yes, he does. And if this Adept is actually able to get out of there, I feel like if it would have kept running there, Loco, I do think he's able to keep it alive. Because that's normally a great start, though. 1 Adept for 2 drones.
Yeah, still definitely not bad. Sometimes taking the third can now be a little bit trickier, but I don't think Classic is really going to struggle all too much. As long as he keeps that first Oracle at home. It's not going to be a Void Ray this time around. I think the Void Ray does indeed depend on whether or not you see the second Overlord going across, right? Kind of depends, right? If you don't go for the Oracle, or sorry, if you don't go for the second Overlord scout, then suddenly the Void Ray is not that great. But yeah, if Zergs get a little bit greedy and they're like, yo, everybody's always opening up Oracle, I can go for 2 Overlords across the map, and suddenly the Void Ray is once again a little bit better.
Well, Classic is going to go for the exact same setup as he did in the previous game, where it's just Oracles, couple of Adepts, and we're going to drop the third Nexus 3 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Dark has a pretty quick lair for this matchup, right? All things considered. Wonder where he's going to take that. With Dark, you never know. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Queen Ling Nidus. Like, it's always one thing that I think of, and I see Dark in a quick lair. Could just go straight into Hydras as well if he wants to do that, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
I saw him do that very recently against Hero. It's definitely something that Dark has been playing over the last couple of weeks. That being said, though, this is not good right here. He does decide to run the links back. I almost feel like that is like...
because he wants to keep them alive for something
exactly.
bigger
That's
and
because
better.
he wants to keep them alive to go back in for a little bit more. I don't know exactly where the Overlords are located. Is that an Overlord right above this location that we're currently looking at on the left side of the screen? Yes,
and there is
I
one
think
more.
it's going to be, it's going to be a Nidus. There it is.
Yep, Dark and his quick lairs, he loves it. He's the no-nonsense Zerg. Sometimes I do feel like he has taken a look at some of these older games of Rogue, and he's like, why am I always macroing? Why do I make life so hard on myself? Well, first he needs to make sure that he doesn't lose too much against his Oracles. Killing an Oracle, though, with the Queens, while you're about to attack your opponent with a bunch of Queens and Lings, is absolutely fantastic. It just kind of feels that Dark has no idea that this is happening, and he's in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, where exactly is that first worm going to go down? Good
Top left
shielding
side
right there as well, yeah.
Top
Wonder
left
if
side
he's going
of
to
the
go
main.
straight into the main? Oh my god, he gets it in once. That is not good. Okay, it's a very conservative placement. I think the second one will then go into the main base. But I mean, having Queens right out front of your natural, there's no shield battery or anything. It's going to be a disaster.
Classic is still completely unaware that this is happening, guys. In the first game, the lack of scouting was a problem. In the second one, it's probably going to be a bit of an issue as well. Nidus #2 is going up in the top left side of the main base right now. We thought that would be the first one, or at least I thought that was going to be the first one. And that's obviously a problem. Probes and Stalkers might actually be able to deny that Nidus. Yeah, that's... Oh, can Queens keep it alive? No, that's actually a bit ambitious by Dark. Now, Dark is already finding a lot of success with it, but he does need to make up his mind on how he actually wants to deliver the final blow.
Oh my god.
Round, though, on the Stalkers and on the Adepts.
Yeah, now he's trying to recall and desperately get those units on out of there, but that's not going to happen for the majority of them. Third Nexus at the very least is going to go down, and this time around there's no fourth base or anything hidden across the map, but I don't think it even really matters. Dark is inside of the main base. There's so much Queen energy available too. He can transfuse this for days as long as he is on the creep. But I don't see a way for Classic to macro his way out of this.
We can get pretty ready for an epic ZVZ later today between Dark and Serral, because that's next up for Dark. This one is in the bag. There is very little that Classic can do at this point. A couple of slow Zealots and a Sentry and an Adept. They will never make the difference. We're even bringing the drones as well for good measures. Couple of Spine Crawlers. Classic will drop down to the lower bracket. Dark moves into the qualification match to duke it out with Serral. And that is going to be an absolute banger, Loco.
Classic Dark series right there. He just simply, well, saw an opportunity and he took it, right? He doesn't really need to play late game every single time. This is what he likes to do when he has the chance to. Hyper-aggressive gameplay right there from Dark, who is considered to be a late-game monster, but we don't really see it that often anymore.
I gotta check, I gotta peek over my shoulder real quick. I was like, was that Rogue or is it actually Dark? No, it was actually Dark, guys. But that was a short one. Let's see what Kolaris and the boys at the desk have to say about that.
Yeah, it always happens. We've got Dark here taking no prisoners, though, in this 2-0. Very, very strong against Classic. And joining me on the desk is Dimu and it's ZG. ZG, what did you think of this game?
It was not a rootin' tootin' good time.
No, it wasn't, was it? It wasn't a bomb burner. It wasn't a... Never. Go.
Maybe for Dark, it was a good time because he was able to, get it done completely and go prepare for other things. But for Classic, I mean, that was... that does happen, I suppose. Look at their history, and there's some 3-0s and 2-0s in there. It kind of sucks because basically that's what Dark has been doing.
Yeah.
This is not surprising. This is not Dark coming off of like 50-minute PvZ games, so he's like, oh, he's cheesing now? Like, he's been cheesing. He's been doubling down on Lings. Their most recent match, literally last week, there was a triple and quadrupling down on Lings.
Yes.
So especially the first game is just bewildering. The second game, Nidus Worms work only with Dark. And that's the only explanation that we have as to why Dark wins with those things. It's because it's Dark.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the replays here for game one. I've never seen Roaches quite microed kind of like Marines before, but at the end, that was that because he was so far ahead he didn't care.
It was also like, he was almost doing it to showboat a little bit. I felt like, they were proper stuttering. But yeah, I mean, Dark's just doing Dark things. I mean, these Ling Floods and stuff, he's so good at it as well. Like, and I think it's very good to come into a tournament where you play so many people with this kind of stuff, that it's like, are you prepared for it? Like, because it's all about you and what you've, gone to the lab to really conjure up and stuff. So I think pulling out these kind of builds, especially early on, it keeps you, like, totally the guy that nobody can predict what you're going to do, even though he does it a lot. But it's also, like, exhaustion-wise, these are long days you got to think about. Getting the games going how you want them to be, so your opponent can't get ready for you, kind of thing. I just think it's a very smart playstyle for these brackets.
Yeah, kind of an appetizer almost for Dark in this bracket, considering that his next opponent, as they mentioned on the cast, is going to be Serral, and Serral and Dark have quite the storied history as well, ZG, but Classic will fall down to that lower bracket as well, and he'll live to fight another day.
Yeah, that's the good news. Yeah. And I think that people are really eyeing Classic, right? Because, one, there's not many, I guess, top-tier Protosses. It's been a bit of a struggle for some of them. Max Pack leading the charge and then not appearing, and then Hero also at a time leading the charge, but now actually having to enter into the open bracket. Disappointing GSL. So you start to look elsewhere, right? And Classic actually was one of them. And he had some good matches, and he actually is proving to once again be reaching that form that we expected from him, years ago. Definitely not contending to win GSL quite yet, but still he's been improving and he's been solid, and then he doesn't get to show it right off the bat, and it's a bit demoralizing.
Yeah, definitely. Hero, of course, actually, as you mentioned, other Protosses, he's found himself in basically a qualification match to the knockout round. He's going up against a Laser in one of those open brackets as it does stand. Well, thanks very much, guys. It's time for a break. When we return, we are moving on to another match. I think it is going to be Clem going up against Hass, so see you soon.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Beneath the pain, peel back the mask, you'll see the real hold it, wait. Thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain. But guess who is coming to play? Winner, winner, saint or sinner. Future brighter, watch it glimmer. Let it simmer, they're seething. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up. Faking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet. Looking for more, never settle for less. Calling no foul, you look for the ref. Falling behind you, get left. Every mistake it will cost.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back! It's ESL StarCraft 2 Masters here as we've got ourselves more excellent games on the way, hopefully, here on the main stage. Joining me, Rotterdam and Loco, to talk about the next one. It's Haas versus Clem. So let's get into the weeds of things. This isn't initially the matchup that we thought we were going to be having, of course, Rotterdam, with the Oliveira situation, etc. and things like that. But Haas came in to replace that slot, and now he goes up against Clem.
Yeah, and that's obviously rather fortunate for Clem. There's just no other way to put it. Haas is always a scary player. He can be dangerous and whatnot, but Oliveira and TVT, that would have been incredibly difficult. Even for Clem, who's currently red hot and in absolutely amazing shape. Clem's TVP on the other end, like the TVT is fine, but his TVP is excellent, next level. Clem just barely loses in this matchup.
Yeah, a scary prospect for Haas to go up against Loco. Coming into this matchup, what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I think we've had a lot of amazing games today. Most of them are very difficult to predict, but I do believe that this one is probably going to be one of our more one-sided games. Clem, the clear favorite going into this. I mean, every once in a while, Haas comes up with a build order that is ridiculous, and we're like, okay, we have never seen this before. But we've had this game now for so many years that I don't know if there is such a build anymore.
That is true. That is true. Obviously, he's been able to dazzle me in the past and dazzle a lot of people around the world, but it is a tall order when you're looking at a Clem that, you know, we've had our conversations, Roddy. We've had our conversations, but you know what? Clem offline this time around, maybe it's the thing. Maybe it's the thing.
Oh, you're going to go back to that? To our Katowice beef? You want to spark some beef up again? we can do it.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah.
You said he wasn't good offline, right? Repeatedly.
Yeah.
Well, and then we asked him, and he was like, yeah, I don't know.
No, you went way too far. You made it seem like he had never won a game after he just made a finals of a home.
I don't think I went that far.
But yeah, I do think, especially if you want to go with that narrative, this is just a perfect first round match for Clem. Because Clem's TVP at the moment, he has won 6 out of the 7 last European Weekly Cups on a Monday night, and he does that by playing versus Protoss around 80 or 90% of the matches, and he just wins all of them. I do have a funny story where he said he played a couple custom games with Astrea, and when Astrea was playing like Astrea and he was doing his best, Clem was winning all of them, and then Clem was like, hey, can you do like some really weird stuff and play like Haas? And then Astrea started winning. He's like, I have no idea what I'm doing, but he won a couple games. But obviously Clem was laughing about that too, and he's like, yeah, I don't even know what happened in those games. So I do think it can be a fun one, but I'm going to agree with Loco. On paper, I think this is the most one-sided match of the day.
Yeah, Clem obviously looking absolutely fantastic as of late, especially. It is difficult to contend with that kind of the power that he's able to exude. And I mean, lest we forget, in terms of what does happen online, he's a guy that has won 5 of the European regionals across the years, more than Serral, more than Reynor, which is no small feat to say the least.
Nah, he's incredibly good. He's definitely one of the best players we've honestly ever had in StarCraft 2. I mean, came up right around the same time as Reynor, of course. We've discussed that many times before, but both of them have just been so incredibly good for such a long time. I was actually just looking at the statistics of Haas versus Clem in particular, and interestingly enough, they've only faced off against each other 4 times in total. I feel like most of these guys have played at least a few dozen times each, the majority of them have.
But they don't really play in the same events, because Haas will never play in like European-only events, and when it comes to the super prestigious, like, okay, everyone around the world is allowed to participate events, then Clem often does make it into the top 16 or top 8, but Haas doesn't really make it into those events unless there is like a guaranteed slot for one person of Taiwan. But Nice has kind of had his number, not always, but quite often over the last few years.
And it's sometimes hard to gauge where Haas's PVT is at, because if you think about back to the Asian regional, I think the only versus Terran he played was against Oriana, and then that was during that Swiss format, and then gets knocked out in the bracket stage by a Protoss. So how do we gauge Haas's power in this matchup?
I feel like it's never been great. Like basically what Haas needs to hope for is that he has an amazing start where normally Protoss players are focused on defending, right? Because we build work is slightly quicker than the Terran, so you out-expand the Terran and you defend. Haas the opposite. He says, I'm going to put myself in a weird economic spot and I'm going to try to kill a whole bunch of SCVs and then I hope I can stabilize, take a gold and make a million zealots, something like that. The PvT is fun, James, but it's definitely not solid.
I mean, it's that kind of thing, or I would think like, I mean, not dissimilar to, you were talking about Astrea, something like he did in his first round, which is the cheeky oracles, maybe a blink in with stalkers, something like that, trying put his opponent off kilter a little bit, Loco. Maybe something like that can catch him off.
Yeah, I was thinking about the crazy builds that he has been playing. I've been seeing him go for like some strange like 3 gas, 4 Nexus type of thing, just mass zealot and just trying to expand out on the map as a Zerg player would, just taking basically every single expansion. But that has to be something that's in the back of Clem's mind as well, right?
Yeah,
like Clem is not, like I think Clem will probably play pretty defensively, but there's no way he's not going to do anything.
And I think there was a time where Clem was not as mature as he currently is, where he would still just play the same against the Haas as he would do against Showtime. And we're sitting here like ripping our hairs out, like, no, like why are you making this like weird 2-base tank push against the guy with a million zealots in charge first? But Clem got so much smarter, so much wiser. He's incredibly good at playing a safe style that's still going to give him a lot of information, and then he will make the correct decisions. Like, there's a good chance we'll see, indeed, Mass Stalker, Zealot only, and then Clem is just going to show up with Marine Marauder and a whole bunch of Widow Mines. And I just don't really see a way that Clem loses, but I'd love to see Haas prove me wrong.
Well, let's see if he can make miracles happen. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentators here for Haas versus Clem. Let's get it on.
Welcome back, everybody, as we again ourselves are ready to go into even more StarCraft 2, Clem versus Haas. It's time to get a little bit silly, Pig.
Heck yeah, we're going to be going over to Rachel to intro it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You'll have a lot of talking to do very soon, but for now, it is my time to welcome to the stage Haas, our last-minute competitor, going up against Clem. Sounds like a talent favorite. Sure to be a throwdown here on the stage. Let's check him out in video format.
Very, very exciting to get this one underway because, Pig, we just do not know what's going to happen when Haas takes to the stage.
You never know, but if there was one man who was raised in a country that knows all about their cheese, then it is Clem. The masters of the fromage, can he stop it? Because you know it's coming his way, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see how he handles it. Obviously, extra layers of safety and scouting and all the rest, but it's always when you get a bit too paranoid against Haas that he takes 2 gold bases at once.
Yeah, it is really just, there's no rules when Haas is in play. And Clem actually just, I was waiting for it, the veto of Royal Blood.
Smart, that's a good move. Don't even give him the gold base opportunity, man.
I think a lot of the time you let Royal Blood in, but no, why would you let that happen against Haas? Let him play whatever that is more normal, maybe even Protoss favored. Don't give him crazy. Don't give him those opportunities. Shut him down before you're even in game.
I don't know if Protoss favored is particularly Haas favored. You know, Haas is a unique player where essentially anything that allows him to get inside your base sneakily, bust up your natural, that sort of stuff is going to be a big issue for you. And I do feel Terran players are stronger than they've been in a long time against those mass zealot styles, as Roddy was saying over on the desk. Big bunch of Marine Marauder, lots of Widow Mines. That scales very well versus those mass gateway armies that Haas is known for. So personally, I'm open for crazy proxies. I want proxy gateways, proxy oracles, maybe even a proxy immortal push, something far out, a little bit crazy, and try to get in there early, because even though Clem is playing against Haas and he knows he's kind of a cheesier player, I don't think Clem is that prone to SCV scout early on in this matchup. Maybe, just maybe, you could get something going with Hail, maybe even a cannon rush.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm down for anything crazy. I think Clem's been playing so well lately, you've got to go crazy here as Haas. We know that's what Haas does best, and let's get into some introductions, because in the bottom right from Storm Gaming, our Red Protoss player who does like to get crazy is Haas.
And the hope of France on the top left side, representing Team Liquid, it is Clem.
I am super excited to see Clem play. Roddy's been hyping him up from the moment we got here. He's been telling me how good Clem's been playing, and I've watched Clem and I thought he was playing good, but Roddy's like talking about him like he's going to be the next world champion, man. He's like non-stop talking about Clem.
Well, you know, that's good. We're not going to get blamed for overhyping. Roddy will take that flack for this one, Wardy. I'm a big Clem fanboy as well, personally, because he does just look so unstoppable when he gets into his rhythm. His multitasking is on another level. That's not the biggest factor in defeating Haas, though. It's all about navigating a dark labyrinth of weird strategy situations you normally don't find yourself in. But so far, pretty normal for Haas. Comes out with a Gate Scout. It's going to do a bit of light harassment potentially on the workers. Clem set up for a 1-Rax expand. Doesn't want to get stuck in a 1-base versus 1-base scenario.
No, that's, again, especially where Haas is just going to be extremely good. You know that's where Haas wants to be, so just get yourself set up in a position where you can take the advantage. The longer this game goes in general, generally the better Clem should be feeling. He will SCV scout, he's going to take all the precautions, but Haas is just going to Nexus straight after the core. Nothing weird about what he's doing yet. There's still plenty of time for it to take a bit of a crazier turn.
Cheesiest thing a cheesy can do is play a macro game, Wardy. It's a classic saying, and it's there for good reason. If you can at least give off the impression of a more standard situation, put Clem back into his standard mode of play, and then shift into something a bit wild. So for me, what comes to the top of my mind is Glaive Adept timing. Sounds ridiculous, but Haas is a big fan of just going, hey, go for a Twilight, you think I'm making Blink, it's actually Glaives, 7-gate, and just try to shade those Adepts in on top. Something where if that comes in, we're going to want to see Clem walling off, really staying behind that wall off until he's got a critical mass at bio.
Absolutely. There's that Twilight Council coming down, as we will see the Reaper deflected for the moment, not going to be given information. Clem currently not cutting any corners because he's just getting that bunker down, factory on the way, not doing anything out of the ordinary. He really is playing this standard, but standard and safe is most important to note.
Reaper trying to circle into that main base. Reaper does find a probe. Nice pick up there, getting a little bit of damage. I do think Haas is going to be on struggle street in this matchup. And the reason is Dark Shrine, Dark Templar, one of his best strategies. He does it sometimes with no prism, sometimes a prism drop. He was so good with that, but the Raven is just such a big part of TVP right now. It got buffed in the last patch. It's easier to build, it's cheaper, costs less. And as a result, going Dark Templar, it really feels has been the big loss out of the TVP build book for Protoss players. It used to be something you could get a free win every now and then. You could kind of make the Terran player paranoid. Now it feels like it's blocked by most standard Terran openings.
That's very true. That Raven is just easier to get, so it just makes sense to slot it into your builds more, because it's so good in TVP against pretty much anything a Protoss does. The Raven will find some way to be amazing. As we see the Robo coming up, extra gates are coming down. This Reaper really wants to get into Scout, is going to spot the Twilight Council, so good information for Clem in terms of what he's playing against. He sees all the gateways and the Robo at the front too. On top of getting a probe at the very least, if not two, so that's going to be great. And the fourth gateway tried to go down there, was not allowed. So we are going to see Haas getting a bit aggressive. Clem lately has been so much more careful against these kind of builds, though. He's been going straight into the siege tank after a single Widow Mine just like this, and just saying, cool, I don't need to do a lot of pressure, I just need to be safe. Let's get into this mid game, because if you're going to 4-gate blink me and I take no damage, I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a wall in between the bunker and the top side of his natural, just so if Stalkers do blink in on the tank, they can't pull out from there very easily. I think that's something Gumiho's been really just like, probably best Terran in the world at shutting down 4-gate blink recently. I feel like his wall-offs are so fantastic. But tank production is there, the marine production has been non-stop. Widow Mine will pin back some of these units, and Clem hasn't overcommitted. It's only a single Widow Mine. So he's going to get on in there, try and get some damage going. Hellion does go forward in the north as well, so we'll see if there's a third base attempt behind this. Haas! Oh my lord!
No! Oh, he split it, but then he sent it back to actually mine, so then it went back to the other probes.
Oh, misclick for Haas. I mean, sure, he was meant to click on the ground, but accidentally clicks on the minerals. Now he is completely all in. Only 28 workers. He's basically got to kill Clem right here, right now.
Clem has a second bunker coming up, but it will not be done yet. Haas picking his first moment of attack to be into the main base. There is a siege tank back there. Maybe you can get rid of Stim or so, or maybe the tech lab on the factory so you get rid of future tanks. It's a massive main base on Grezvan, as we do see the Widow Mine. 4 more probes across the map. Haas
Where did that
more
come
all
from?
in than ever before.
Stalker just walked in the natural. does get blasted on the ramp. He's trying to warp in a Zealot to take the tank shot so the Stalkers can blink forward. 2 Siege tanks are out there right now. One of them goes down. Nice micro so far by Haas. There's a lot of Marines there. They're gunning down these Stalkers. SCVs are pulled off the line. 3rd Siege tank is sieging. And Clem completely shuts that down.
Not even close, man. I mean, you get 3 SCVs only. That does not make up for anything that's happening here. There it is. The work already undone. And Haas, he blinks on the bunker, but that's why there's a second. It gives you time to get to this low ground as Clem. Now SCVs can repair, and now these Stalkers are getting shot down. One of them died, another went low, and it's just not working for Haas to the point where he's going to type out GG, and Clem is going to just show absolute dominance in the opening game.
Terran on lockdown, and the Protoss does not find the damage. Business as usual there for Clem. Nothing crazy. That was a 4-gate blink. That's a really straight-up strategy. Clem has been playing hundreds of games against Max Packs recently, both in tournaments and the EU ladder. Haas unable to take him out of his comfort zone. There was no disruption in there. There was no Zealot pressure, no early adept, nothing to really force a reaction out of Clem. And what have we seen from Clem in every matchup? If you let him play his game, he is unstoppable. You've got to throw him off. You've got to be kind of messing with his rhythm. If you're not doing that, things go poorly.
This is so sad. Just should have been 1 probe, it was 6. The second Widowmine shot got 4. And you were just committed as Haas, and Clem was set up almost perfectly on defense. Like, you get 1 tank, but you're meant to lose something as the Terran player, and then you only lose 3 SCVs during this. Everything else is set back up again, and it was just solid defense from Clem. And most importantly was his build gave him an easy defense, right? Just a single mine straight to the tanks. It was the exact right thing to do versus the 4-gate blink. And I think it's the exact right thing to do just against Haas, because, okay, you don't need to do a lot across the map. Just let him do what he wants to do, defend, and then you're good for the rest of the game.
And that's it. I mean, Haas is at his most scary when he was doing things like the super fast 3rd off of just 2-gate Dark Templar, and then, gets to the 4th, and suddenly there's 60 Zealots running around the map with 2-2, and he's on 20 gateways and 100 probes. That is a situation, though, that's very hard to get to in the current meta, and definitely one where Clem's come in well prepared so far. I expect something wildly different from Haas in Game 2.
Yeah, I wonder if he turns it up a notch, right? Because 4-gate blink is kind of standard. It's aggressive, but it's standard. We see this a lot. We've seen this a long time. I wonder if Game 2 is just go all-out crazy mode, because that definitely didn't work. There wasn't even a semblance of hope in Game 1 for Haas, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe time to really level it up, heading into a second game in just a few moments' time as we continue through the second group of the winners stage here. As in the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player from Storm Gaming, down a map and looking to fight back is Haas.
Showing zero fear or respect in Game 1. He looked incredibly solid. He'd love to close this out in under 15 minutes. Representing Team Liquid, it's Clem. I think Haas went into this series expecting a little bit more fear on Clem's side. I think that's why he chose to play so standard in map 1. He said, I think you're going to expect craziness. You're going to scout for proxies. You're going to be really paranoid. Your opening's going to be a bit messed up. It wasn't. Clem played completely standard. He has confidence in his standard plays with a bit of extra scouting to handle whatever Haas throws his way. And this is why now the pressure's back on Haas to make something happen.
No, absolutely. It is. If this just turns into like a normal opening again, I don't even know where we go from Haas, because Clem just showed to be so good in that first game. He will go probe across the map here in game number 2, so we'll see what this gets up to. It is dragon skills. You get across the map quickly on this map. That could mean something for Haas here.
Already 1 gateway up at home for Haas. Looks like he's going for an expand build once more. Clem moving out with an SCV just before going for the command center. Cybercore does go down before Nexus for Haas. It's going to be the 21 Nexus. And it looks like, once again, a 1-Rex expand on the way for Clem. And the probe not even blocking just yet. Does decide to come down and fight that SCV a little bit.
Doesn't really get it, does he? A little bit annoying. Another SCV does have to come down just to push this probe back. It's why Protoss kind of like doing this, because you can just force a little bit loss mining time. Reaper is on the way. When that pops, it can get across and try and do some scouting. This SCV is already scouting just bought in the Nexus time and is already golden. He's just going to double check the main base of pylons and so on, just to see exactly where his opponent is at. Make sure he's not missing anything, or there's no potential proxy setting up behind the Cybercore.
Stock standard so far from Haas. No curveballs coming out, but Clem's scout is retreating to his side of the map, and that, of course, opens up opportunities for Haas to get a bit fancy. factory on the way behind this. He goes for the bunker, does Clem, the 4-second gas, very safe opening. Of course, that's there to stop an Adept from coming in and sniping that SCV on the command center. Not a concern, as Haas is purely defensive. Stalker, Twilight Council, just chilling on a single gateway unit yet again.
Yeah, not in a rush to do anything apart from tech on up. Get that Twilight Council early and play from there. He's going to go Robo this time before any additional gates, which is a little bit more significant of perhaps like a Dark Shrine. Get that Prism out so you can get across the map for the warp-ins on time. So maybe that's going to be Haas's way of mixing it up going into round 2.
See if that Reaper can bounce itself forwards. Clem doesn't go for it, just jumps up, jumps down. Does see the Twilight Council. Oh, okay. It's the this is the ladder special. You know, this is like the Masters 3 special. I feel.
Yeah.
It's like the 8-gate two-base charge comes in as a big surprise. It definitely can be brutal if it catches you off guard. Let's see how much Haas commits to this. He is cutting probes right now to get his gateways down. That looks like a full wall off to me. I think we're going to see that Prism come across. If Clem can see this coming, it's going to be massive.
Yep, scouting would be amazing, but he just can't get the information right now. Reaper blocked by that wall off. It is 4 additional gates currently. That means 5 in total. Definitely on the very aggressive side of things. Prism on the way. Haas does not mind gassing over a minute at this stage as well. And he is going to power up to just rampage Zealots through this base of Clem in the very near future. Clem's getting a Raven. That would be great against a Dark Shrine. It's not going to be that. The Raven will have to drop an auto turret here, most likely to help out. And, you know, stuff like the Siege Tank is obviously good overall, but against Zealots, it doesn't do the most DPS either, right? So
no, not at all.
That is going to be something that helps Haas out. We'll see what he can do, as Clem does not get any heads up on this.
Oh, you really want to get, like, bunkers on the high ground. And you sometimes even need to evacuate your main to your natural in this scenario, and because you need wall-offs. Those Zealots getting on top of unupgraded Marines is really painful. Hellion scouts it, he sees the Prism coming. Clem may not have noticed, though, that Hellion did not reroute. Yes, it does. Marines come over here. The Zealot drop's going to get inside the base. 5 Zealots warping in to do unload. Marines in the open. Clem's trying to scramble back to position. He realizes just how committed this is. SCVs have been pulled, but there's very little firepower. Clem has so little damage output.
Yes, he does. He can auto turret with the Raven, remember, and I think that would be a choice. He actually held it here, which I like, because in the end he didn't need it. He was kind of walled with SCV, so he says, no, that's enough for me for the moment. Keep this Raven energy for a later point. He's getting the Viking, which is going to shut down the Prism, which means no more warp-ins in this main base. We might have seen the last, so this is kind of it. First tank shot there is beautiful. Hits another clump of Zealots, taking the shields off. And that is where the tank can put in some serious work.
Massive damage from the Siege Tank already. The Viking is going to shut this down. Haas has to feel his heart sink right now. Last Zealot's warping in and it's go time. Zealots charge onto the barracks, unfortunately wasting that. And the SCV's on hold position. Block it in the Mineralinator to fight. The tank's surviving. One tank does go down, but landed Viking, pack of Marines. SCV's off the line, drills in hand. And Clem says, not today, foul Protoss. I am cheese-proof today.
He was not messing around. He just, even though he didn't know straight away, it was a great response. Pulled SCVs, used them to block. I love that he held onto the auto turret initially, realizing he didn't need it. Pushed him back, immediately got a Viking on the go because there's no way to stop the Viking on the Prism. That limits how much Haas can ever have in the main base. And so it's not going to be endless. It's going to be one commitment. And then you know, pull SCVs here, get the wall up, survive this wave, and it's basically over. And that's exactly how it played out. Clem, I mean, we expected him to be a favorite, but this was still a bit of a statement, right? Like, he is absolutely being serious here. He is going to be great. Going to be exciting to watch him throughout the day. Let's go to the studio and see what the boys have to say about that, the boys and girls.
Thank you, lads. Yes, maybe the expected result for Clem as he's able to march on strong. An unfortunate scenario for Haas to try and go up against such a powerhouse here in these 2 games. And Roddy, Loco joining me here to talk about this one. Roddy, that was strong coming out from Clem.
It's kind of what we expected, and that's not because Haas is not good or Haas is not a capable player. It's just that Clem is incredibly good in TVP at the moment, and a couple of things in this matchup have changed over time that make certain builds a whole lot less good, right? A lot of the Haas magic came back to Dark Templar openings, cheeky. Well, everybody opens up with a Raven right now. Then it's like Zealot charge, 8 damage on impact a while ago. That's not the case anymore either. And in that first game, well, we saw Haas go for the 4-gate Twilight Blinkstalker all in.
But it's a bloody shame for Haas that Max Pax tries this around 37 times a week against Clem. And at first, Max Pax found some success with it, but over the last few weeks, even Max Pax cannot get the job done with this build anymore. And if he cannot get it done, obviously Clem is going to be bulletproof against Haas.
When I saw the first highlight, I was hoping the whole highlights was in slow motion, trying to buy us a little bit of time because this series went so quickly, but not to be the case here. Loco, this Zealot charge attack just getting completely smashed down as it even enters the base.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Trying his very best. There you go. We've got the proper slowdown. You get whatever you request here, apparently. Look at that mule. Yeah, but Haas clearly felt like he needed to win this game before it really properly got started. And I mean, game number 1 was just a simple Widowmine drop, right? That's all too crazy right there. Game number 2, he ended up losing the Prism, and at that point, that push is shut down. It's just really difficult to kill Clem in general, and well, I mean, 308 APM, the man was barely getting started. He usually gets like 450 on average or so.
Probably don't need that much, though, to be able to deal with what Haas was throwing at you.
No, Clem just got incredibly good against Protoss Cheese. And I also think we're in an era where Protoss Cheese against Terran is just not all that great. It doesn't mean it can never work, because obviously a cheeky proxy Oracle can still find a few more SCVs than it's supposed to find, and you take the game from there. But, you know, there was a time that Clem would often do a triple Widowmine drop. But if you then get 4-gate Blink Stalked all in, it's a problem.
Yeah.
So then the Terrans were like, we'll go for a 2 Widowmine drop, and you realize you're still cutting it a little bit close. So if you just use that factory for 1 Widowmine, you still have some map presence on the other side of the map. You can get kills. I think that 1 Widowmine got over 9 kills. So hey, little Widowmine, big dreams over there. But it also allows that factory to just immediately go into tank production, and that is what allows the Terran to stabilize against the 4-gate Blink Stalker stuff. And then it's basically over, because it's a 2-base Protoss on 20-something workers against a 2-base Terran with close to 40 SCVs. Yeah, wrap it up.
Yeah, very, very difficult to deal with. Let's take a look at the bracket as well here and confirm what to me is maybe slightly a surprise. I'm not exactly sure, because he is so good. Cure was able to defeat Gumiho 2-1, despite what we've been talking about here throughout the tournament so far, which, jeez, Cure is...
Yeah, he's got his right arm in a cast, right?
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about it. I hadn't actually seen him yet. I was like, okay, maybe there's like, nope, it's a proper cast. He's actually, well, unable to properly use his right hand, and apparently it is still enough to take down Gumiho, who's obviously really strong.
Yeah, there was a slight error there in the Haas advanced arm, but it was Clem, of course, who was going up against Cure during all of that. So we have a ZVZ and a TVT up towards the top. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom, it's going to be Classic going up against Kelazur and Gumiho going up against Haas. I don't think it really gets much easier for Haas, to be honest.
No, not at all. I mean, Gumiho is incredibly good in PvP. I think back of the best of 3 he played in Poland against Showtime, and we all kind of just, our jaws dropped. We're like, Gumi can play like that too. Like, we know he's a mech god, and we know he's good in the macro games, but he was just so fast and all over the place, multi-prong. Like, if you didn't know anybody, you thought you were watching a Clem or a Byun at that point. So that's going to be a very difficult one for Haas as well. I do feel a little bit robbed, because I told you guys I would love to see that TVT between Cure and Gumiho. And I think it says a lot when the Protoss here says, I'd rather see the TVT than the PVT. It's just because we see Clem do his thing against Protoss every single week. I was like, there's just no way in hell, unless hell freezes over today here in Jönköping in the summer. Like, Haas is not beating Clem. But I was like, that TVT is great. And then everyone's like, yeah, but Cure's in a cast, we should go for the other guy. And then Cure still wins. I'm sure those games were absolutely epic as well. We got robbed, Kalaris.
Well, guarantee we're going to see Cure versus Clem at least. That is definitely going to be.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'm happy.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to go to a break. When we return here, we are moving on to those matches that qualify players into the playoffs. We're going to have those 2 mirror matchups going up head to head. So we'll see you in a few.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Winners is toasting. It's easy, we coasting. This is the lifestyle you are entering right now. I don't even want to be able to hear myself think. Turn me up till I'm so loud. Feel my energy. It's like I'm slowly slipping away. I am a coward. I am afraid. I am so tired of trying to be brave. I am a liar. I am a fake. So now you think that you're better than me? Because I choose to speak honestly. But you wear a mask because you don't want them to see. M-M-M-A-A-S-K. M-M-M-A-A-S-K. I'm okay. I'm okay. Why they keep asking me, am I okay? I'm okay. I'm okay. Why they keep asking me, am I okay? I hide my scars beneath my clothes. I wear my smile to cover my soul. Beneath the makeup, beneath the paint, peel back the mask, you'll see the real me. Who needs love? They tell me that everyone does. Please don't leave. The codependency feels like I'm never enough. Pray for my soul. I'm spiraling out of control. I just need a space where I can look in the mirror and recognize my own face.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back to the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. Like crushing a cashew nut in the palm of his hand, we saw Clem being able to be victorious here against Haas. Now we move on to qualification time. It's Serral going up against Dark. It's a big one. It's a big fixture. One of these players is going through into the playoffs. I've got Wardy and ZG here. ZG, I'm sure you're excited to see who's going to advance on into the playoffs, and you're not seething about my first sentence of this segment.
No, I'm really excited who's going to advance and who's going to find themselves in a cashew nut.
Yes, nice, good.
Okay, anyways. But it is a toss-up, right? This is the one of the only toss-ups that Serral is involved in, I suppose. Otherwise, we're like Serral. But Dark is a contender against him, right? And Korean Zergs specifically is going to be a bit difficult for him to tackle.
Definitely. Wardy, what do you think?
Definitely cashew.
Yeah, I know.
But I was trying to work into sentences, it just really doesn't work. So I'll just get it over with, and then we can talk to ZVZ. You know, Roddy,
I've thrown people off here. No, I'm so sorry.
I was thinking earlier, Roddy was really hyping up Serral Dog. I don't think Serral Dog's as exciting as that.
Oh.
I know that's maybe boring. ZG's going to be the class. Yeah, I honestly don't. I think Serral's going to stomp him.
Wow, really?
Yes.
I don't know if it's going to be the most amazing thing ever. It might just be too... Kalaris is like, this is the worst text ever.
What? I mean, but like straight up, really, Serral might not stop him, but I think Serral's a hefty favorite. I don't think Dog's been playing great ZVZ lately. Late game, yes, but it never goes to late game. So then if it goes late game, I think we're in for like the best game of the day.
You know,
the chance of that is like 1%.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know how often they've played since 2020?
Twice.
Yeah.
It's often.
No, not twice. 4 times.
I have no idea. It was a guess.
Oh my days.
Darn it, Wardy. Okay, so they've played since 2020. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and Dark has won 3-2 on this series.
So it's Serral's turn.
Technically.
All right, I'm ending it. No, I'm sorry. We're only half a day in and we already had the best death segment of the tournament. Shut up. It's time to head over to the commentators here. We're ready for the great game of Serral versus Dial SC.
Amazing segment, guys. Thank you very much, James. It is indeed time for our next match. Time for a best-of-3 series. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Pig. Pig, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling extra fantastic as we go over to the stage with Rachel.
Thank you guys so much. We are about to head into our first playoff qualifying match of Group B, our winners group, and we are going to find out if Dark is afraid of Serral going feral, or if Serral's a little bit afraid of the dark. But all that remains to be figured out in-game. So let's go check them out.
right, here we go. This should be an amazing matchup, Zerg versus Zerg. Apparently, Wardy doesn't think so, but how do you feel about it, Pig?
I believe that Wardy has some very, important truth behind his words, and that is form-wise, Serral has looked borderline angry over the last few months. I mean, I don't know how.
It's a good way to describe it. Yeah,
he's been ripping people's arms out of their sockets in their StarCraft games. It's been just destroying everyone. He's showing the amazing planning that he's developed over the last few years. Really good build choices, but he's also shown a bit more scrappiness, something which Serral doesn't really normally possess unless he's on the defensive. Like defensive macro games, he'll fight from behind to the end. But now he's showing, he does a weird attack. It doesn't work out, and he wriggles out of trouble like he's playing like a Dark or a Reynor, one of these like more adaptive Zergs. So I feel like Serral's been kind of filling some of the weaknesses in his game, whereas Dark, on the other hand, he's been still performing well, but he's been looking a little sloppier in the early game than what we've seen in a while. And more importantly, he's not competing against Serral and Reynor in a region that is stacked with top Zergs. With Rogue being in the military, Dark's one of his main training partners, one of his main competitors other than Solar, is gone from the scene. And that means Serral is going to be a bit more in form in this matchup.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point. Who exactly do these two get to practice with, right? How do you work on a matchup when, well, some of your main competitors are on the other side of the planet? They're probably not going to give you practice games with 200+ ping. Either way, game number 1 in this best-of-3 series. We find ourselves on the map Royal Blood. Spotting right here in the top right-hand corner, representing Basilisk, we have Serral.
And his opponent in the bottom left, never to be counted out, representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming. He's a world champion in his own right. It's Dark.
Yeah, both of these players, world champions of StarCraft 2. We can consider Serral the best Zerg outside of South Korea, Dark the very best, well, from South Korea. This should be a banger of a match. And right from the get-go, a little bit of variety. Serral going for the extractor trick into the 15 hatch.
I think this makes a lot of sense in this matchup because Dark is known for 12 pulling his drones across the map and just trying to take you out early. And this keeps Serral completely safe by getting the spawning pool up a solid 10 seconds earlier than normal. It's just going to mean earlier queens, earlier Zerglings. This ensures that he can't get taken out. On the other hand, how much has he actually practiced this in Zerg versus Zerg? You know, Dark, 16 hatch, 18 gas, 17 pool, much more standard opening. It's going to give him the normal flow through. And Serral, on the other hand, is going to have to make a little bit more compromise. You can see his gas is delayed right now. He hasn't even started it just yet. He starts it about 20 seconds delayed. Does he try to secure the very quick third, or does he go 4 queens with this? You know, how is Serral going to play it out? He's got a few more decisions to make, but he will have earlier lava injects and a bit more safety.
So historically, these two have faced off against each other 10 times only, which is kind of interesting because both of them have been incredibly good for many years at this point. But I think Dark is one of the very few players who has a 50% win rate against Serral. Serral seems to be, well, favored against basically everybody, and I do think he's the favorite going into this particular series, but history doesn't lie. Both of them have won, well, against the opponent 5 times each.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a stats man, Loco, but I don't know if anyone has better than 50% head-to-head versus Serral. If it is, it's probably a single match they've played against him or something like that.
2017.
Yeah, maybe Rogue at one point had the winning advantage on him, but I don't think he kept that for too long either. Most people have a negative win rate versus Serral, including, you know, World Championship caliber players. But Dark, he is one of the best scrappy players in the world. His ability to micro his way out of trouble, to never give up, is just absolutely mythical at this point. Dark is so good in the messy game, but Serral is so clean in the opening, and you can see him already pulling ahead. He's going for the 4 queen opening on 2 base. Oh, nice drone on the ramp. That stops the Zergling from going past. And so he can't see exactly what's going on. And no doubt, Dark is going to be wondering, hey, is this really you skipping link speed? Why haven't you moved out for a 3rd base yet? Serral got over 100 gas. I expect to see a lair start up very soon. For now, though, he's going to saturate that natural expansion so quickly. Like, if you look at the drones coming out for Serral, he's going to be up on 35 workers at 3 minutes 10. Dark, he's 10 workers behind already. So he's got the earlier third, he's got the link speed, the Baneling Nest. But in terms of raw money coming in, Serral has a massive kickstart.
Yep, Serral not going for the link speed here, skipping the Baneling Nest as well, going straight into the lair with the Roach Warren as well as the Evo Chamber. Now, is this risky? A little bit, but on a map like this, you can relatively easily wall off your natural expansion. And I mean, even if Dark decided to commit to a whole lot of links right now, which he's not, he would still have a very hard time actually breaking this. So this opener right here from Serral has gained popularity over the last few months. A Zerg player called Eric has decided to mix this into his games as well. Serral mentioned, hey, I think it's actually pretty good. And he's been playing it in basically every matchup. It's interesting to see this variety, and I really don't know how much experience Dark has against this, because as far as I am aware, none of the Koreans have been playing this style.
Solar has picked it up a little bit in recent weeks. Solar is the one player that's picked this up in Zerg vs Protoss. I don't know if we've seen much of this in ZVZ in general, even in the European scene, but Serral is showing such a good, deep knowledge of how to use these early queens. I mean, look at this. He's been out on workers the whole time. He's got a very fast +1 range and roach speed, but he doesn't have the third base. Now, you might say that's a big disadvantage. Is it? He's up on workers. He's actually mining more than Dark. As long as he does establish a third soon, he's going to be good.
Getting that Overlord would be absolutely massive, by the way. He's going to try and Dark, that is, prevent that from happening. Sacrifices a couple of Zerglings for it. At this point, Dark, he doesn't know what he's playing against, right? It could be Nidus Worm, it could be Spire. Turns out it's just straight Roaches with +1 and Roach speed, but Dark has to prepare for a lot. So he made all of these links, and as far as the work account goes, he's still actually behind. So all of this time, despite the fact that Dark is the one with 3 bases, and Serral has 2 expansions here, or I guess 1 expansion, but 2 bases in total, it's actually Serral who's economically ahead.
This could be bad, though. Serral was only faking the third base. He's not taking it, which means he's committing to an attack. And that is not going to go well against what is essentially a Ling Ravager roll in from Dark. Dark's going to have Carapace kick in at the same time as +1. If he can surround with Master Zerglings, drop Corrosive Bile in, this can destroy Serral's push. Serral is committing hard right now across the map, but Dark actually stayed at 40 workers. He's got a giant army, so many Ravagers ready. If he can get a big surround and pull that trap on Serral, Serral's going to be in big trouble. Serral does not realize how big Dark's army is.
Yeah, he's bringing a couple of queens right here to the front as well. I think he's going to return. This is such a high-level move right now. This is basically what he's been building up for the last 5 minutes, right? He wanted to go for this push. He may test the waters with the Roaches, maybe, sneak out a few of his units, but I think he's just going to sit here on the high ground and wait for his opponent to come to him.
Yeah, and he starts a third base. Serral playing so smart right now, and he's overseer scouting. He's like, oh yeah, you haven't even built that many drones. I don't need to attack. If he attacked there, Dark would have sprung the trap, and it would have been a genius move. He would have crushed Serral's army and had a vicious counterattack. Now Dark has to move across the map to him. Serral's got defender's advantage. He's going to be able to set up positionally. Oh my lord, that's a lot of Zerglings, mate.
Yeah, no, he's got to be very careful. Serral needs to make sure he's making non-stop army over here. He needs as many Roaches as he can possibly muster. Already setting up the concave over here. Queens have a lot of energy available as well for transfusions. There go the Corrosive Biles. The majority of them are Darks. Excellent start to this engagement for Serral.
Great transfuses, those queens. He got them back from Dark side of the map. So many transfuses in the bank. Oh, here come the big surround attempts, but not able to get it. Serral slips away and denies Dark. Dark not able to make this happen, and now he's in big trouble. His lair is not even finished. Dark way down in supply. Serral using this beautiful 2-base Roach opening. He's got Burrow +2 attack on the way as well. And the Roach Ravager pulling back. Lair about to finish for Dark. A Desperation Spire is maybe one of the few ways he could get himself back into this, but with Tunneling Claws on the way as well, Serral cleaning up Overlords with Corrosive Bile, he's looking amazing.
Yeah, maybe a Spire would be a cool idea, but I do feel like Serral is likely going to go for an attack at the very least when that +2 missile of his finishes up. Instead, Dark probably thinking the same thing. He decides to just go for the Roach speed upgrade and sort of play this game ever so slightly from behind.
Army-wise, I mean, the problem is his Roach count is massively behind. And those Lings that he has left over, I guess he can use for backstabs potentially to keep Serral pinned back, but first-person view from both sides. Serral's view on the right, Dark's on the left of your screens. You can see these players kind of frantically jumping around, managing many tasks. Both of their Overseers are poking. Roaches are going to come in from the bottom right to harass Dark in the near future. But Serral seeing no base, looks like he's going to back off with those for the moment. Maybe distract with the Roach Ravager. And there we go, Serral's going for a big attack. Hopefully we can get back to the other view in a moment so we can get a good kind of top-down view of that. And the Roach Ravager coming on in. The Ravager's trying to drop Biles across the front. Queens moving in and out. There comes the Lings!
Oh my god, that was so close though. Getting all these Lings in, especially with some Carapace upgrades, can be a disaster. Now, I believe Serral has a bunch of Roaches with Tunneling Claws out on the map. Well, at this point, the spines are available right here on the Roaches, and that's a clear giveaway for Dark that this is indeed finished. but does he know exactly where those units are going to be located? Keep in mind, this is right before the +1 missile finishes up right here for Dark. A couple of the corrosive balls do connect, but Serral's defending at home as well. He's winning the fight at the front. This is him just simply building up that advantage from the early game, and I believe that is going to be enough. Although now the Zerglings are moving in.
Drones have been pulled there. The Ling's coming in for the surround. This is only part of Serral's army. If he can bring the rest of his Roaches and Ravagers down, he should be able to outnumber the reinforcements coming in from the top left of the screen. More and more rallying across. Dark down 7 workers after this. The Ravagers and Roaches trying to hold on. 1-1 upgrades versus +2. The +2 range advantage for Serral is big in these fights. And you can see the Lings are gone, the drone advantage is gone, and there's still Roaches left on the front for Serral. Even if Serral doesn't finish him off here, he's got so much more coming across the map. He is far ahead.
Yeah, a couple of misrallied Roaches right here. That is essentially what Dark is hoping for, right? Any mistake right now would be massive. I actually thought that at the same time we had a small group of Roaches burrowed on the ground. Maybe they got spotted or something happened to them during the picture-in-picture there as we saw both players go into town. If Serral would have had a few Roaches in the main base there, well, I guess they wouldn't have been part of the main army, but I think he would have been able to deal substantial amounts of damage. Dark now manages to hold on. The problem is he hasn't gone for any upgrades in quite a bit, right? He needs to just make as much of an army as he can while trying to sneak out a couple of drones. Serral ready to go for another push.
I think Dark needs his teammates to go and unplug Serral's computer because that supply disadvantage is massive. I mean, Dark needs some magic. He needs something to happen, the monitor to turn off or something. Serral just has so many numbers. It's taking him a while to reinforce. You can see now by splitting up his attention with the harassment in the back at the same time, it's just so hard for Dark to deal with being far behind from early on. And remember, this all comes back to Serral choosing to back off on that earlier attack. That was a genius decision. So many players would have walked in and had the trap set on them. But Dark is denied. Serral slips away. The moment he saw those Ravagers on the front line, he said something doesn't smell right. Runs home, gathers up for a later push, and crushes it.
Yeah, he made an overseer immediately. Flew it into the third base, saw the worker count. He's like, wait a second. There's like 2 drones over there. I really don't need to be all too concerned. Serral, man, making it look relatively easy here, right? And that's what he usually does. He's very good at playing these clean games and knowing exactly what to do in those scenarios. So this forced push right here from Dark, I mean, it looked pretty decent, and there were definitely moments where that could have gone his way if he, for example, would have had the full wraparound and all of the corrosive biles connected. But Serral bringing out a build that we don't really see that often at this level of play with the 2-hatch opener versus triple hatch. And yeah, in the end, he just ended up with a lot more units.
You know, it's really a surprise tactic. The big mass Ravager Ling, it's about surprising your opponent and catching them off guard. A guy at Serral's level, once he realizes you're going for that, he's so tricky to surround and land those biles on. It's very difficult. And I think this also comes back to the early game efficiency. Serral's efficiency was off the charts. 3 minutes 10 in the game, 2 bases fully mining. That is wild. On the other hand, Dark was still 10 workers plus behind for several minutes in the early game, and that adds up a lot. Obviously, needing to cancel the Baneling Nest, maybe cancel the Zergling speed as well. Dark needs to be more efficient. If he runs into this opening again from Serral, he needs to be a bit greedier to match it.
Problem, of course, is when you cancel the Baneling Nest and the Ling speed, you fall behind against just a Ling flood, which is something that happens quite a bit. Well, maybe not at this level of play, but it's certainly something that Serral could have been doing.
Game 2
there, right?
makes it look the same opening, does the Ling flood. That's actually an Eric special. Eric likes to do that a lot as well. So he actually famously beat Dark with this opening. 2 series in a row, weekly EPT Cups back-to-back. That's the guy that invented and popularized this opening Serral's been using. It was Dark that initially fell victim and kind of got everyone's eyeballs on that build order. But of course, always at the front of the meta. Up here in the top left side, representing Basilisk, it's Serral.
And down here in the bottom right-hand corner of Gresben from South Korea, he is Dark. These are frustrating games to play right here for Dark. He probably hoped his opponent would commit to that push. Did he make any substantial mistakes? It's always difficult to point that out, right? When your opponent is playing 2-base, it's just very difficult to figure out exactly what the correct response is, because there are so many follow-ups. It could be a Ling Flood, could just be a Roach push like we saw, could be Mutalisk, could be Nidus Worms. You could go straight into Lurkers if you're feeling really, really ambitious. There are so many different varieties and so many different flavors that Dark tried to basically cover
well, all of the possibilities, and in the end, he just loses to the most basic of the openers that Serral could go for.
Just 2 base mass roach.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. Well, funnily enough, Dark says, okay, well, sitting back kind of sucks. So this time he's actually gone, I still think it was a 16 hatch, but I think he went like 15 gas, 14 pool afterwards. So he's going to be potentially doing a big Ling Flood off of this, whereas Serral's gone for a more standard 16 hatch opening. So definitely the aggressive momentum could be coming out of Dark to follow it up saying, well, sitting back, not a big fan of it. Let's get in my opponent's face. And I'd love to see Dark skip Baneling Nest and just go like Ling Flood or at least Ling Pressure and go straight into Roaches himself behind.
Okay, we'll find out here in just a moment. He is leaving the drones in gas, so we'll have to see. Well, maybe he's pulling them out right now. No, he's leaving at least 2 of them into the gas, guys. Okay, nothing all too crazy there. This could also just be him assuming that maybe Serral is the one who's going to get a little bit cheeky in game number 2. Maybe historically, that's not really something Serral has done, but you mentioned already he's been switching up his playstyle quite a bit over the last half year or so, where it wouldn't be too surprising to see Serral go for some sort of all-in here. None of that is happening, though. He's going to be going for the 3rd base. This is considered to be what we, well, call the normal opener.
That 3rd hatchery is probably not going to be surviving this game, but the thing is you don't need that to survive. Dark's only on 19 workers. He's taking a 3rd hatchery just for show. He's trying to make it look like a normal build. He's like, oh, look, you're taking a 3rd? So am I. Yeah, we're totally playing a normal game, Serral. Little does Serral know the Ling speed's 20 seconds faster. Dark's already massing Zerglings. Serral is 5 workers ahead, about to be 7 workers ahead. He started his own Baneling Nest, but he needs to respond very quickly and realize how committed this is.
It is a Baneling Nest and a Roach Warren. That Roach Warren timing here is not the norm. Serral actually going for what seems to be an all-in himself.
But it's going to hit much later.
It's going to hit much later, yeah. But he's totally fine losing the 3rd base.
Yeah.
Plus, he's already making Lings right now.
That counterattack would be brutal. If he doesn't lose anything other than the 3rd hatchery, you're absolutely right, Loco. He sees it now. Ling's flooding across the map. He only got a glimpse of the vision. Baneling Nest isn't ready. Serral needs to get to his ramp right now. If his queens don't get on his ramp... Oh, actually, he's going to wall off the front. Oh, no!
The queen apparently decided to just be 1 step in the wrong location. That means that the front door is wide open. Serral falling back right here to the natural ramp. Honestly, very impressive crisis management, but will it be enough? Banelings are coming up here. They're actually morphing in on the ramp. Only a couple of drones have gone down so far. Keep in mind, he was ahead in the work account before this engagement started, and now there are Banelings available.
Nice split by Dark.
GG.
Gets the Baneling down. And you can see the response on Serral's face there that I cannot believe that queen was not blocking that wall off. That looked like a clutch wall off response from Serral, but Dark gets in there with the Ling Flood, doing the sort of build we actually thought Serral might throw in himself. Dark takes one back the way he is known to. He loves that Ling Flood. He's been mixing it in a bit, and a bit of a wry smile there from Serral.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one. That queen was just literally 1 tippy toe away from being in the perfect spot. Obviously, these players are playing incredibly fast, so it's not like he's looking at the queen. It's like, okay, you get in position right there. You go sit right over there. No, you queue it up, you shift queue it, you hold position command, and well, apparently it was just 1 little hex away.
And once it's out of position, if you try to shuffle it forwards, when it's moving and not on hold position, the Lings will all squeeze past it. So you can't reposition it once the Lings are there. It's like, no, it's too late at that point. I do love the way he pulled the drones and did this backup hold on the ramp.
Yeah.
If he made a few more Banelings behind here, I do think Serral could have hung in. He's still up 4 workers. He didn't need to go back to mining here. So I wouldn't have minded him staying on the ramp, morphing more Banelings, and just stalling it out. But with both queens taken down, it's not a good position either way.
Also Roach Warren too, right, in the main base. So imagine if that queen would have actually been in the right spot. She probably would have bought like 10, maybe 15... Nah, that's maybe a bit long. But she would have bought a little bit of time. And that's all that really Serral needed, right? If he had like 1 round of additional units popping out, that fight would have looked completely different.
Easy 10 seconds, right? That was a really good choke point. There was only like a tiny corner. There'd be like 1 or 2 Lings attacking the queen at a time. Dark would have to focus down the Evos, the queen, or probably just go for the 3rd hatchery and drone up. But
yeah, but if he takes the 3rd hatch, then Serral is going to go in for a counter-attack that he would never expect because that Roach Warren is hitting in the back. So,
he would be massively ahead.
Yeah,
right?
Serral seemed very frustrated there, talking to himself a little bit. I hope he's not talking himself, well, too aggressively, right? Because I think that was a relatively small mistake. Either way, game number 3 in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves in Ancient Cistern, and in the top right-hand corner, it's Serral. He's a little frustrated.
That's what he channels, though. That's his strong point. This man down here, Gets one back with some aggression. Now going into Ancient Sister. And in the bottom left, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, it's Dark. You know, Loco, I've watched enough of Serral's stream over the last few months to know his thought process as he shakes his head and looks a bit frustrated. It's, I'm so bad, I can't believe I did this, I'm so bad. And then he goes on to beat the best players in the world 10 games in a row. Yep. That's basically the Twitch TV experience on Serral's stream. He is always just basically not brooking any mistakes from himself. He's like, this is unacceptable. If you make any mistakes, he will be very frustrated with himself. But I mean, he's been channeling that sort of, you know, that lack.
He goes full Super Saiyan here, right?
Yeah, he just gets angry, but it's a focused anger. It's like he fuels it into his perfection engine, and he just gets closer and closer to playing the perfect game as time goes on. Dark, of course, a player who's going to flow with the game no matter what's happening. I don't think we've ever seen Dark thrown off his game, even in the most bizarre situations. This man lives for the chaos.
For sure. Yeah, that previous game, he got maybe a little bit lucky, but he doesn't view it that way. He'll be thinking of that game as like, yep, that was all planned. I knew exactly what was going on. In the meantime, apparently another result coming in. Classic versus Kalazur went 2-1 in favor of Classic. Always good to see the Protoss player doing well here.
Nice turnaround. Kalazur looked pretty dominant in that game one as well, so good to see Classic stabilizing. He's kind of the forefront of macro Protoss players right now, so good to see him having some success, getting back to his former glory. But of course, here in the Zerg vs. Zerg, it looks pretty straightforward so far. Serral does have Ling speed up a few seconds earlier. And we're just going to have to check how many workers are left on gas for both sides. It looks pretty standard, though.
A 28 Overlord right there for Dark. Not entirely sure exactly what's going on there. He's going to start stacking up a bunch of larvae.
Well, he's doing the Clash opening in ZVZ, mate.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing. He's going to need a third base here, though.
Yeah, Dark's openings are always a little bit interesting in comparison, but Serral, his third hatchery is slightly faster.
Yep.
More drones coming out. And that is the scary thing. I think a lot of players, if they realize how far behind they tend to fall against Serral, they freak out. I don't think Dark cares. I've seen Dark dismantle so many players over the last few months with, you know, being a little behind at the 4 or 5 minute mark, and then he just goes across the map and takes them out. He's got killer instinct. He's got that decisiveness. And oh my lord, Loco, he didn't get to show it in the last game. That Roach Horn never got scouted. I don't think Dark realized that build was even being played. So Serral says, well, I haven't used up the secret.
He didn't actually see it. Yeah, that's a very good point. He did not see the Roach Warren in game number 2. So it's not like this particular surprise right here has been spoiled. Dark essentially saw a normal macro game in the previous match. Maybe a few additional links, but that's nothing uncommon in the ZVZ matchup. That Roach Warren in the main base was unscouted. So this is maybe something that, well, Serral can still spring over here. Roach Warren's going to finish up right now. How many roaches do we produce? I guess just as many as we can.
Yeah. This is a very committed push for Serral right now. Starts up 2 roaches, 5 roaches. It will be a few more. And this is the Serral special as well, just keeping a pack of Lingbane defensively so you cannot get into scout, and he's completely safe. Dark's taking the bait. He's droning. He's going well up towards 40 drones. Serral's scouting to make it look like a normal game. He says, oh, yeah, I really need scouting information. Look, Serral doesn't care what he sees here.
Great.
Yeah, he's just purely doing this for show. And look at that. Dark's building an Evo chamber. But Dark is making a lot more Zerglings right now. But with Banelings and Roaches, that's a big issue. There's going to be 7 Roaches. Lots of Banelings will be morphing on the front for Serral in the near future. Oh, Dark does immediately drop a Spine Crawler. Another one goes down, cancelling his Evo Chamber. If he can get those up, he should be able to hang on his natural. But Serral may be happy taking the 3rd base out. Banelings, Queens pulling. Dark with a good response so far.
Yeah, I really like this. Cancelling the Evo Chamber there is actually key. I don't think you really can get a whole lot of value out of that anytime soon. Baneling run by in the meantime, failing right there on the side of Serral. The Spines, though, aren't done yet. Obviously, Banelings aren't the preferred unit right here against against Roaches, rather, but when they're clumped up, they can be quite good.
Oh, the Banelings of Serral making it hard for Dark to go in. He's having to use Banelings on Roaches right now, but it looks like he might just have enough to hold on. Holds that ramp. Serral has to rotate. Serral is not done yet. He's still looking for that 3rd base, but the Spine Crawlers are migrating over. Dark may need to backstab. The Banelings are still reinforcing. Serral's adding drones behind this, so he does have a transition, but he's behind right now. Serral needs more damage.
Yeah, excellent movement right here by Dark. I love the fact that he actually moved that Spine Crawler over here as well. They're dancing, right? The Banelings.
Oh, there's no Banelings left. There's no Banelings left. This is Dark's opportunity. Dark dives in. He's going to take out these units. The Roaches started stepping back. Serral takes out the Baneling. That allows his Zerglings to come in and fight. Nice micro by Serral. Very, very good micro. That was a fantastic engagement by Serral.
Yeah, is Dark gonna go for a counterattack right now? I mean, he's finishing up his Roach Warren. He doesn't have a Lair, he doesn't have an Evo Chamber. He doesn't have that many units either. And in the end, Serral does have a couple more workers here. So even though this attack was not as successful as he probably was hoping for, he would have liked to win the game by now, he actually doesn't find himself in a terrible position here at all.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what we've seen from Serral in the last few months. It's his ability to do an attack, the opponent to respond correctly, but he micros his way through the situation. He kind of finds just the right balance of aggression without throwing his army away for free and works his way back into a good position. And somehow he's up 6 workers behind that. Dark has missed so many injects because he pulled every queen to the front. He can't spend his money, so he's got to build a 4th base just to try and get some more lava production. It speaks to the chaos going on Dark's side of the map. His build is looking really sloppy because every queen had to pull to the front for the emergency hold.
+1 missile fired up right now as well for the Korean Zerg. Serral going into the lair. Not actually using his evolution chamber just yet, but he's coming up on 100 gas right now. I think we'll see him fire up one of those upgrades as well momentarily. But so far, he's actually just committing to more roaches.
I think he's a bit worried about the unit count out of Dark, so he feels like he needs roaches for safety. It is delaying his upgrades a lot, giving Dark a big upgrade advantage. Seeing the 4th hatchery, Serral's kind of confused, like, wait, why is there a 4th hatchery right now? What is going on? But he sees the Roach Horn, he sees the lair isn't done, and that's going to make him think, okay, cool. So you're just building that because you kind of had a bit of mineral stacking up. And he's actually going to go for another Roach Baneling pressure.
Yeah, there's no Roach speed finishing up here anytime soon for Dark, so he can actually move across the map at least a little bit, assuming these Link counterattacks, though, are not going to hit on his side of the map. There should be a couple of units still available for Serral at home as well. Either way, he's going to try and see if he can get some damage done over here at the 4th base.
This forces roaches.
Yeah.
It's such a good move because you're forcing roaches. Look at his worker advantage.
Spire. Serral actually not going for the +1, going Spire.
I love this move. He has +1 in roach speed now. He's going to do both, right?
Afterwards?
Yeah. So he's like, okay, he's going to get like 6-7 mutas out, clear the map, get control, get damage, and then he's going to follow up with Mass Roach. But he's up 16 workers. Serral is in such a good economic position. And I feel like this is really the final just cherry on top of the cake of Serral's skill set. The ability to put on pressure, fake out his opponent, pull back, put on another wave, pull back, tech switch sideways into Mutalisks while taking a 4th base.
Playing an actual strategy game.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
He used to be really good at just outplaying his opponent, doing the standard thing.
No, I agree.
Now he does that, and he does clever strategies, and he also backs out of aggression even when you think he's overly committed. Serral has really become the complete package. I already thought he was pretty much that, but it feels like, he's added that last couple of percent to become nigh unstoppable.
All right, Mutas are going to be joining the battlefield here very soon. Dark, however, is finishing up his upgrades here too. There is a moment where Dark could go for an attack right before Mutas are out. I'm with you though. I don't think he's actually going to commit to that many Mutas. Just a small group to grab that map control, clean up a bunch of Overlords. 7 Mutas coming up right now. He's not going to fire up anything else. Dark has actually got vision of it. Immediately starts up the Hydra then too. Historically speaking, if we look at the win-loss ratio in these type of games, it's pretty much always the guy going Mutas who comes out ahead.
Usually it is, but this is very delayed Mutas, so there is an argument for Hydras when you're on 4 base not being that bad. I would say the problem is the economy. Dark's building a few spores, a few queens, definitely needs to get his work count a little bit higher, and oh my lord, that is Baneling speed, Loco. We're going to see the classic Roach Baneling. Force a lot of Hydras with Mutalisks, and then roll Banelings in that crazy supply-efficient unit. I love it. This used to be so popular in the Chinese scene, back in Heart of the Swarm. It's been a while, but I love it.
Lurker then coming up right now for Dark, though. Sooner than we would normally expect it with this sort of follow-up. Overseer is going to go down as well. Loads of Overlords will also fall here, and that's the real key to this strategy, right? This is going to put Dark, well, in the dark. Pun not intended this time around, but you won't really see this particular attack from Serral coming. However, if he gets Lurkers out in time, I mean, you can make as many speed mailings as you want to, but as long as there's Lurkers available,
man,
gotta get shut down hard.
Like 2 Lurkers lined up in front of 20 Banelings, those Banelings ain't connecting with anything. Lurkers are a hard counter to the Banelings and the Roaches, even though they're only lair tech Lurkers. I like Dark's choice to try this out. Serral's gonna commit though, diving on the 3rd and the 4th. Oh my lord, he gets the third base. Oh, the transfuses for Dark. Almost keep it alive, but not quite. Great harassment by Serral in the top left. The Roaches clean up the Zerglings. Looks like the Mutalisks did get thrown away in the midst of that. Maybe a little wasteful for Serral, but these trades are amazing.
I think he's actually reading this properly, Serral, that is. He decided to, I think, let go of the Bane speed and go for an Infestation Pin instead. This fight over here, though, is being pushed back by Dark, getting some pretty good trades as well. Corrosive Balls are going to eventually force those Roaches to back up. Well, the Roaches here on the left side of the map will also be pushed back. But this does mean that Serral will not be having any lurkers of his own here anytime soon. And the fact that he's stacking up towards Hive is going to give Dark enough time to get his own lurkers going. So I guess the assumption here that we can make is to go for some Vipers, right? But yeah, when you're playing Viper Roach against someone who's going, well, Hydra Roach Lurker, I think I do still favor the Lurker player. It all comes down to the economy, right?
Yeah, it really comes down to the engagements. Obviously, Roach Viper is more of an in-between style. We do want to see that tech as well. Serral wants to keep trading for now. He does have more Ravages in the back, so the Corrosive Biles allow him to break the Concave, but the Lurkers mean he cannot push in for the win. Hydra Den does need to go down for Serral. We want to see. Yeah, there we go. Finally, does go for it. He looks to snipe the Tumor, but misses it, unfortunately. Doesn't have an Overseer with his Force. Does need to get those on the front line to clear up Dark's vision. Dark turtling on 4 base. He is a king of surviving.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that Katowice where Dark said, I'm going to counter all the Zergs by playing the most boring late game of all time. And I know they're all going to get impatient and just lose because I'm the king of late game. And everyone was like, seriously? I think he's trolling. No, he played hour-long games and his opponents could not keep up with him. Dark is very good at that stage of the game, but he is behind on the Hive and he is in such a defensive position. One big mistake where he gets caught out, Serral could definitely just take the game away from him.
Yeah, this game can certainly still end within the next couple of minutes, but it seems to me that we're leading towards a late game. Now, late game Zerg versus Zerg is actually amazing, even though we barely ever see it because, well, it's a very explosive matchup. Quite literally, it's very easy to accidentally lose. Because of that, usually the late game, it doesn't get played that much, but usually the ultimate unit composition we're looking for are Hydra, Lurkers, and Vipers. That's the unit composition that counters everything. We're not quite there yet, okay? Well, at the very least, the gas geyser there is going to be restarted, but it seems like we're headed that direction.
Absolutely. Lurker Den is finishing up for Serral in a moment. He's already got Vipers on the field, and I think he's gone to, is it 4 Vipers in total, or is it just the 2? Because Blinding Cloud is a big game changer. Yeah, and Abduct as well. It pulls Lurkers out of the ground. Not to mention, if both sides get Vipers, you start abducting their Vipers into your Hydras, and it becomes a very weird match of just who can snipe down each other's gas-expensive units as quickly as possible. So Roach Ravager is your very cheap, expendable, meaty frontline, but if they stand in front of packed Lurkers, they go down so quickly. Lurkers, of course, very good technical burrowed siege unit. They do lots of splash damage, and the Vipers are there as the enabler because the Blinding Cloud basically just shuts down anything from shooting. It just basically says you've got melee range only on those units in those green circles. The Abduct's pulling units into your army to pick them off a big. And you can see Serral here on 5 bases trying to keep Dark pinned back on 4 bases, being very successful so far.
Upgrades starting up right now on both sides of the map. We've got the late game Lurker upgrades here. There's still a lot of Roach Ravager available, but as soon as those units go down with these little skirmishes, they will be replaced with higher tech units here instead. This is going to be pretty wild. One thing to keep in mind is that the Lurkers are also cloaked units, so you do need detection, and that's one problem you can actually run into too with all of those Vipers. When you can start abducting your opponent's detection in those Overseers, it's actually very difficult to get a good trade in. Now that's a good start right there for Serral, harpooning whatever he can, but those Lurkers, they're the most expensive unit by far.
Gotta be careful with those Spore Crawlers zoning out. One Viper goes down, Blinding Clouds come in, nice abducts, but there's more Lurkers behind that. Serral can't overcommit here. Roaches on the south are trying to find an opening, and they do, taking out a few Roaches and Queens. Dark microing as well as he can in that picture-in-picture. There we go, Serral and Dark ever so focused right now. Dark's got map control. He's going to add melee upgrades behind this, more Vipers and Lurkers. The melee upgrades for Ling Run buyers, they are one of the best things to quickly tear down your opponent's production in the late game, get in their backline. Dark going for the big Hail Mary. This is Dark's specialty. Turtle, turtle, turtle. And look, while he's distracting him with Roaches, Serral might not realize. Okay, I think Serral's seen it. Is Serral able to stop that Nidus Worm? Queens will not stop that Nidus Worm on their own.
There's nothing in the worm, it looks like, at least for the time being. Now a couple of units are popping out, though. Lurkers are so difficult to kill when they're inside of your main base. Luckily, there is detection. There should be some Viper energy available, too.
This could
Serral is pushing it back on both fronts.
With the Vipers, this is actually really bad for Dark. If there's enough Blinding Clouds and Overseers, that'd be good. but Serral went in a bit too early. He's also counterattacking with Roaches at the same time. The Lurkers in the main aren't getting anything done. Dark, he's trying to pull his Lurkers home. And Serral gets a base snipe, doesn't really lose any production, catches a few more Lurkers in the main base. Fantastic fights for Serral.
Yeah, Serral a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner overall so far in this series, we can say. And it shows right now in the later stages of this game too. Hydra's coming up. Serral actually just adding on more drones here. Or actually, no, that's Dark adding on more drones here. Yeah, he lost a bunch in the process. Needs to be very careful. Still some Roaches and Ravagers do remain, however. Serral still trying to trade those out with as much efficiency as possible.
Serral's movement is just so good. If you sit there and let Dark establish his lines of Lurkers and Spores and get his own Vipers up, I really do think he might actually outmatch Serral. Serral's not giving him that chance. He says, I'm still here with momentum. Check it out. I've got 2 Mutalisks left over. We're going to keep denying your bases. You've got no creep spread. And look at the minimap. Dark's trapped in this corner with no vision. Serral can rotate to a new angle, run in, nab a few units, just yoink him into his army, pick him off, and then run away. Dark doesn't have a chance to put any counter pressure on him. So Serral, really this is his game to lose right now.
Look at the banks as well. Dark, 180 supply. Serral maxed out for a long time with nearly 5,000 resources in the bank. That is going to add up over time as well. That said, though, Dark can certainly still max out. Number one good engagement for him away from this being a disaster for Serral. He can't actually very easily reinforce this. This is what we're talking about. Blinding Clouds on top of all of those Hydras, too, to try and prevent them from sniping all those Lurkers. Dark, actually, though, still under pressure right now.
He only had 2 Spore Crawlers there. They got instantly blinding clouded. That was so quick by Serral, whereas there was way too many Hydras, and even if you blinding cloud them, they still on hold position can focus those Vipers down as long as they're right on top of them. That's exactly what Serral's doing, picking off 2 Lurkers there as well. He's got more energy where that came from. The Viper Lurker Hydra attacks are unstoppable. Serral using those Vipers for value, and Dark, he does not have the unit number to deal with it. He doesn't have the Vipers. He's got to do a very basic counterattack, just throwing meat across the map. Serral quick to pull back, though. He's going to flank it.
Yeah, those Spine Crawlers there are actually awesome. Maybe a Blinding Cloud on the ramp right now would be good, but all of those Lurkers are still in an amazing position.
No energy for Serral right now. This is actually a kind of sick position for Dark with a flank of Roaches from the south. Oh my lord. The angle for Serral, too good. Lurkers coming in on the north as well, and that is held. Serral with a fantastic defense. 38 Hydras are there to remax.
This was very dangerous, though, here. Dark trying to do what he usually wins with, right? He's now also using a Nidus Worm to try and bring his reinforcements here a little bit quicker. Serral needs to wait until his reinforcements arrive. He has spent his bank. He doesn't have a lot of minerals anymore, but here they are, and he can obviously make some additional Lurkers right now as well. That was one Hail Mary play right there from Dark, who's still stuck on just 4 base. He really needs more economy, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Hydra's Lurkers trying to rally forwards. Dark will break the front line of Spines, but I think Serral with the Viper advantage is going to be more efficient in the long run.
Yeah, this is still kind of dangerous, though. Problem is, those Vipers get so much value. Yeah, you try to get out of there, it's not going to happen, buddy. 3 of those Lurkers will get abducted. Honestly, the static defense here is amazing for Serral.
These Spines are really helping out.
It's so strong.
Yeah, we always make fun of static defense, but I think Serral's really smart. He realizes Dark's a scrappy backstab player. Dude, this is a very, very tough counterattack to handle, but Serral's so methodical. He just keeps moving the Lurkers forward little by little. He does lose a bunch of drones, but he keeps the hatchery alive. The Vipers are hot on the tail.
Those units are trapped. I think those Hydras are going to have a very hard time getting out of there, and it's honestly pretty much the entire army that Dark has right now. He's trying to slither his way out of there, quite literally. Does find an angle, Lurker over here to natural, being annoying as well. Mostly just, again, creating chaos. It's enough, though, for Serral as he obtains the victory 2-1.
Constant pressure, controlling the map and never letting his opponent get any control. A suffocating series of games there for Serral. Lots of aggression, but knowing exactly when to back off of it, that there was next level understanding of Zerg versus Zerg.
Just a little bit faster, a little bit crisper, just a little bit cleaner overall. It's by no means that Dark played a bad series here. He just got a little outplayed.
Yeah, I really feel like Dark played a very good game, but it's just that surprising 27, 25 drone Roach Baneling attack is so hard to handle, and the transition out of it was so smooth. A fantastic ZVZ series. Let's hear some analysis from the guys on the desk.
Thank you, guys. Yes, it's Serral moving on into the playoffs here, defeating Dark in the 2-1. And come game 3, he's just looking almost infallible against Dark's aggression. The Nidus Worm's going down. Looking fantastic here is Serral. So very impressive play by him. ZG, Wardy joining me to talk about this one. ZG, this was great showing by Serral.
Was it, Wardy?
It was okay, yeah.
Was it okay, CVZ?
That's a good question. Yeah, Wardy, you,
okay.
the doubter.
Okay, hang on. The first couple of games, let's be real.
Yeah.
We're not the greatest StarCraft 2 ZVZ games.
Yeah, the second one, the run by.
I think Game 3 specifically became very cool and is the kind of games we want to see between someone like Serral and someone like Dark, right? It was fun, it was back and forth. This first game, I think, was very well played by Serral. He obviously just put himself in a good position. Game 2, Dark got in with these lings. That was obviously disastrous for Serral. You know, those first games got rounded out so quickly. But Game 3, back and forth, cool builds, and at the end, like you mentioned, like the Niduses, movement from Serral against those Niduses once Lurker's got in position. That's what ZVZ can be like when it's at its best, and I thought that was a very good final game.
You're right. I think you make a good point in the stark contrast between Game 2 and Game 3, especially. You know, Game 2, you see it, it's like, oh, Queen's out of position, ZG, that's just it. But then you get to the Game 3, the later game, where there's lurkers everywhere, they're trying to abduct left, right, and center, and it's a nice brawl.
Yeah, it's no doubt that I think we all favor Serral the most in late game ZVZ and for Serral bias, but you know, I think that's true.
I think so.
Even though Dark is very good as well, it's more of those the trickiness of the early and mid game that can throw Serral off guard, which is how he lost out in Katowice as well, right? And I mean, the Queen being out of place is like a once in a, I don't know, hundreds of games for Serral, but still, that is more of what we were talking about. That's the fear that ZVZ has, especially as we are talking about a best of 3. But Serral at least wins this particular time. I do imagine he'll be up against some of the fearsome Zerg, since he is the 3rd Zerg to make it through the playoffs.
True.
And so he's going to be, you know, still a little scared about that, but probably one of the closer matches that Serral's going to have for a little while yet in this tournament.
Yeah, that is a good point here. So those are Serral's numbers, how things break down for him. It didn't dawn on me for a second there, but 3 Zergs through. We're guaranteed a Terran next, of course, though, here at Wardy. But when you look at the names that have advanced on, you've got your Reynor, you've got Serral, you've got Solar. All 3 of them are looking really, really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they're all Zergs, but they're the players you expect to be in a top 8. Obviously, I think Solar is someone who sometimes makes it there and sometimes does not.
Sure.
When you look at his bracket, am I surprised he made it through? Absolutely not. Especially not in the form he made up in, you know, he came in with today. Right? And I mean, let's face it, if Maru beat Reynor, we probably have a Maru in the top 8 as well, right? So
yeah.
It's one of those things where the players are great. Obviously, they're going to be joined by even greater players. And we do have TVT up next to decide another top 8 position.
Yes, we do. And it's quite the fixture. Clem going up against Cure. Thanks, guys. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have one final match to qualify into the playoffs today. And then we're moving down to the lower bracket to get things going. So join us right after this for TVT.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Challenges overcome, sacrifices I made in pursuit of being the one to take us out of the slums, ready to scrap for crumbs. A million laps on the track until I clasp my lungs, but I ain't done. Let's take it to the max some more. I spaz before, a champ in the class of bombs. They never stop my rhythm. I'm like a massive drum. I set this beat on fire until the ashes come. I'm swinging until they finish, man. Somebody better get him. Told him I was the realest. shine. I stayed on my grind. Every board's like a hook from Iron Mike in his prime. My eye leader, light speed is just blowing your mind, and you ain't got enough heart to try to challenge a line. I'm holding it down, toe to toe, controlling the crown. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. I'm eating you clown. I've been the undisputed champ the last 300 rounds. I'll put your lights out, now you ain't making a sound. I got one chance of glory. I'm a warrior. You know my story. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them roll out, rush in, drop back, defend. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
Raise in the belly of the beast. Raise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Awesome. More StarCraft, more you, more me, more him, and more Ben. At the end, we have got ourselves the next match on the way. And I'd be remiss if we didn't have good old Benjamin Baker for a TVT. It's going to be a qualification match into those playoffs, and it will be Clem going up against Cure. So far, so good for Clem. Looked great against Haas. Not really much trouble that he had to deal with. And then Cure on the other side, actually a few troubles that he's had to deal with so far. One, of course, being Gumiho in a TVT, but being Gumiho in a TVT is no small feat, Ben.
No, it isn't at all. Actually, like, going up against Gumiho, I mean, he's obviously in a cast kind of thing. Like, he can't move his arm, but apparently he can move it enough to beat Gumiho, so Cure's still an absolute beast. It's sad for Cure, because on a good day, I actually think he's probably the second best TVT in the world. Absolutely. That's behind Maru, of course. But, yeah, he's absolutely solid. I think this is a real rough match for Clem, but if he's ever going to do it, now is the time. Like, Clem has shown vulnerabilities in this matchup against Koreans specifically, but he's still damn good, you know? Like, even though he has vulnerabilities, he's still a machine. So I think as far as Clem going into this event, this is the one for him to really do it, because I think he's been on such a hot streak online. And it would be so lovely for him to really break that barrier.
Yeah, definitely. What are your thoughts coming in?
I actually really think it's true. It'd be amazing if Clem came out and just not even win and just get to like a finals of a big offline tournament sort of thing, right? Because we know he's clearly capable of that. We see it online all the time.
Sure.
It'd be amazing for him to do offline. Yeah, this has got to be the time, man. Like, I don't care if you can tell me Q can move his arm a bit. It doesn't look good when he's in this. Like,
no, when he's seen in real life.
I can't believe he beat Gumiho. I was watching it. I was like, like the guy I saw earlier, he just beat Gumiho. It's like, what? That's crazy. I think Clem should have this. Considering Q clearly shouldn't be at full %. Like, obviously, TVT can be technical.
But he still looked good, which is kind of weird, right?
I get that, but like, I mean, Clem is good right now. Good right now. Even in TVT, which is usually a bit of a weakness for him, I think he can probably bring this through, I believe.
I mean, pro gamers, even when they're healthy, underplay their like power level and stuff like that. I was talking to some of the guys in the back, and they were saying Cure feels like he's at 30 to 40%, and then beats Gumiho 2-1. So we'll see how this plays out. It is time for the TVT. Let's head over to the stage to get this a-rolling.
We are getting into the Terran versus Terran, and you said that you'd be remiss if Demo wasn't on the desk, and of course I'd be remiss if Roddy wasn't. But before we talk more into your ears, guys, we do have to introduce the players.
Thank you so much. We have our TVT match coming up on the stage, and this is a big one, the final one from Group B of our winner stage. Whoever wins this match will be cruising on into Sunday and hanging out all day tomorrow, working on that matchup. So let's invite to the stage Cure and Clem and check them out in this video before we get into the match.
All right, we have Cure versus Clem. Good old Korea versus non-Korea. Actually, would be an incredibly exciting match if it wasn't for that tiny caveat that Cure is, well, a bit injured, but as the guys on the desk were saying, he still managed to defeat Gumiho, which really is not a signal to Gumiho performing poorly. He hasn't playing good TVT, and I think he came here prepared. It's just that Cure was, I think, underplaying his performance abilities while being injured.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Like, obviously, this was a big story coming into the day. We're like, oh my goodness, the man literally cannot move his arm. We probably shouldn't cover his game, but if he then shows up and he defeats one of the best Terran players in the world in a TVT, I'm actually kind of done talking about the cast immediately, and now I just want to talk about this upcoming TVT, which is obviously going to be a very exciting one. Hopefully for Cure, everything will be fine, but if you can take down Gumi 2-1, why wouldn't you be able to repeat that performance a couple of hours later against Clem on this stage?
Well, one of the reasons is that Cure has actually been, Clem, sorry, has been kicking butt in Terran versus Terran. I mean, Gumiho is able to contend with the other Korean Terrans, which is really saying something, but Clem, okay, he doesn't face the Korean Terrans too much, and we kind of still hold that to a very high level when you use that phrase. He has nonetheless drastically improved his winning and the amount of winning, like the severity of his wins against the Terrans that he's been playing over in Europe. So I think it's one of his best matchups. It is so clean. He kind of almost shows off with his micro, but in a TVT early game, it actually makes a huge difference. And then he snowballs over a lot of the Terrans that he used to struggle against.
It's just that he's incredibly good in all three matchups right now, because if you really put me on the spot and you tell me what's Clem's weakest matchup, I'm still tempted to say TVT, because he's an absolute animal in TVP, just doesn't really lose in a matchup anymore. His TVZ has been rock solid for years. Sometimes cross-server it can be a bit weaker, but we know if it's on his own server or on LAN, TVZ he's excellent. So it might still be TVT that's the weakest of the three, but when we say it's the weakest of the three, he's beating Spirit and Hero Marine non-stop these days. Well, there was a time that those guys were kind of going 50-50 with Clem, and that's absolutely not the case at the moment. Like, we're just doing the same thing as in Katowice, but he deserves it. Clem is red hot. He's in arguably the best shape that he's been in a very, very long time, and he may actually be the favorite coming into this TVT.
I kind of think, well, especially with the injury. I mean, maybe he's not playing at 40%, but Cure's probably not playing at his absolute best. He's probably choosing some tactics that actually really support him, maybe not having to use as many actions, which is fantastic, and you work with what you're given, but it still is going to impact his performance. Meanwhile, Clem really is going to be so hyperactive, showing off his micro, and it might be difficult for Cure to catch up, but we will find out as we head into Neo-Humanity. In the top left, as the Red Terran, he is Cure.
And in the bottom right side of Neo-Humanity, will this be finally his weekend that he can lift a trophy at a LAN event? We know he's dreaming of it. We know the boys at Team Liquid are dreaming of it. So far, so good for this man. It's Clem.
TVT really has been an exciting matchup. I mean, I know you're always casting TVTs, you know what I'm about, but it's become so cool watching, specifically Clem, when it comes to the early game micro, the mid-game mobility as well. I mean, his late game is fine, but it actually has been the case that there's been far less late games happening for Clem. And again, all those matchups, because he really has improved, at least in the region, of course, that he plays in, which is Europe. It is a bit of a different test when you face the Koreans, different style, different whatever, and then, of course, offline, which is where Clem has struggled in the past. But I believe, actually, this format works out well for him. I think he's obviously feeling good about his performance, having that little win against Haas, just to get yourself in the right spirit. And yeah, he definitely should be good against Cure. I would imagine even after the first Reaper fight, he's probably going to give him a lot of confidence.
For sure. What is interesting is that Cure is actually playing a very honest game, right? He's like, hey, SCV scouting, and this is absolutely not the norm in European TVT. Like, I'm very often fascinated by watching a Clem against Gabe, but for the first 4 or 5 minutes, all they see is their original 2 bases. The Reaper will hop down one time, and then it immediately hops back into the main base, which obviously makes sense, because if you're not SCV scouting, and your opponent is doing like a proxy 2-Rex, and you get a little too adventurous with your first Reaper and you lose it, you pretty much straight up lose the game. So I understand that the European Terrans are very careful and cautious with their Reaper movement, but I'm always still a fan of SCV scouting, and to me an SCV scout, it oozes confidence, right? It says like, I'm willing to take that tiny deficit as long as I know what's happening in the game.
I do think it says that, but it also, it's hard not to talk about the injury, right? Is that it does also kind of put him into an easier position in the early game. What he can do now is say, I'm not being 2-Rax, which is definitely the check that you want to check. But then you want to go ahead and get a bunker, for instance. That's really going to make it an easier defense than if you imagine Cure also going for a factory expand and doing like 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. That's a lot of micro on that. Whereas Clem, he might want to go into something aggressive early game and he could micro the heck out of it, but it can actually be difficult to hold, to do any damage against Cure's current setup.
Clem microing up, warming up already, wants to make sure that just in case he needs to get fast, he will be fast immediately. Clem is excellent with the Reaper Heli, and I feel like a while ago that was always something that we hoped Clem was able to show off his fancy micro, but then we're like, okay, it's just Reaper Hellion. There is only so much you can do with it. But now, the last few weeks, he's blowing me out of the water over and over again. He's killing Cyclones with Reaper Hellion, and I'm like, I didn't even know this was a thing, but apparently when Clem is in this kind of shape, it is a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. He is going to be getting a little aggressive. He is going into a Medivac, something that he has been favoring, I think, recently. I actually feel like the Medivac's really become quite popular in TVT. But again, Cure might be, well, first of all, different style, but then also might be considering other options as he plays a little bit off. SDV Scout 1-Rax expand, I feel like actually is kind of rare. If we see some Terrans try and go 1-Rax expand, they actually are like, well, full on greed then. Like, I'm going to risk it all if I'm going to risk it at all. But yeah, it's Cure going forward, just a very solid defensive setup. Cyclone, Raven on the way, nothing fancy. Definitely good to defend this early pressure, but Clem's about to show off that micro.
Yeah, well, Cure should be fine here. In theory, he should absolutely be fine, but we know that Clem is going to try to get absolute max value out of this first poke, and this is the first real test for Cure as well. How well do those arms work? Can we hang with the speed that this Frenchman absolutely shows? Well, so far so good. That's a lock-on on the Medivac. Won't get the kill, of course, but pushing out that amount of damage this early on, that's just a great feeling for the defender.
It was super easy, too. Like, he was just like nicely positioned, like, oh, press the button. And that is so much damage that Clem really is restricted on the amount that he can continue to pressure. You take 20%, you're still playing a little fast and loose. You take 60, 80% of the damage, and you kind of just give up, right? Return home, repair, you lost the timing that it could actually do anything to impact the game. But it looks like Clem has at least been given the confidence to map control, right? So he's got the Medivac out that could come back out later. He's got double Cyclone. So with that, he goes for a third CC on location because also that Medivac got the scout. My opponent's not doing something 2-base weird. There's also a third CC. So Clem with the information, the map control, takes a little bit of a lead there.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't even get to talk about yet. But those 2-base TVT all-ins, they're pretty gnarly. We've seen the double starport one for a while, where they just get a few more Vikings than you're used to. And then we even saw Gabe at Katowice bust out the 2-base, 2-factory all-in with a few more tanks, and he actually got the best of Maru with it. So these are all the little things that if you're just watching this game as a neutral spectator, you're like, oh yeah, both is going 3 bases. But if you're Clem and this is a high-pressure match, it's so nice to confirm these little things that it is indeed a normal game, and he can get away with dropping that CC on location.
Yeah, which he should still be able to get away with, despite losing that first Cyclone. Unfortunately, the Cyclones not paired up together might have been able to really damage or even snipe that Raven. Now it's just injured. It probably will be repaired, as Cure does look to be posturing for just a 3-base setup. He's not going to try and push and do anything fancy. He's just playing that macro game. Clem's going to have that faster stim. But it looks like Cure actually had slightly faster production, slightly faster upgrades as far as the 1-1-2. But it's it's in line with their current styles that they're showing us. Cure defensive macro, Clem wanted to be a little more aggressive, so a little faster stim might help that.
Yeah, Neo Humanity, I do think it's a tricky map though to really make the difference. Even if you're the fastest player in the world and you think that your multi-prong is next level, it feels like there's only so little area to work with. When dropping into the main base is always hard and it feels very committed. The third is easily defended by even a tank on the high ground. And dropping into the natural is not too easy either. So I'm actually kind of curious to see where this goes for Clem. Because on paper, I like the build order of Cure a tiny bit better.
Yeah, I think so. The way that it has gone, it's been even favorable for Cure to a degree. Currently just a little bit in that army supply. And again, those upgrades, which really do make an impact when they finally finish up. We'll see if they actually do. It's only like a 20-second lead. There is actually a push out from Cure. He is going to posture. I mean, presumably with a scan ahead, he'll never be jumped upon. He'll never be surprised. But he is still looking to play that slow, steady, tactical game that TVT can be.
Yeah. After Cure realized that Clem has pretty much the same amount of units, if not a little bit more, there's obviously no need to stick around. That is risky, by the way, sieging your tanks. I mean, it works out and he immediately unsieges them, so nice pick-off. But I do get a little anxious when I see people siege up the tanks there, because we've seen a couple of units be stuck there after the cooling tower got knocked down.
Yep. Yeah, you kill those cooling towers and it kills anything that's, well, locked in there, basically. It might happen as the game goes on, as we're clearly heading into the mid and probably the late game of TVT. Clem, wait, what?
It was a grenade. Reaper grenade.
All right, well, he's still very active, isn't he? But he's going on to a 4th command center already. Cure probably just a step behind him, both of them making sure they have the appropriate scouting on the map, and we are just kind of just jump ahead to late game TVT.
Yep, armory is going down on both sides. The one of Cure is a little bit quicker, and that actually works out perfectly with his quicker upgrades. It honestly seems that at this point it's going to be very hard for either player to truly make something happen until you're maxed out. And you don't really want to be the guy that's aggressive first. We've had a couple of interviews with Clem over the last few months as well, and we talked about his progress in all the matchups, but especially in TVT, and he said it himself. He feels that he's more patient right now. He still wants to be aggressive, Clem. He wants to see if there is something he can do, but he's also willing to accept that sometimes the best thing to do is just nothing. Go ahead and max out, and then slowly but steady get closer to an ideal fight, instead of trying to be that bull that just runs into the wall over and over again, where he overcommits and actually puts himself behind.
That really has been his learning process in this matchup. Fortunately, he has had a lot of experience, and now he's going to be tested to the full extent of his skill, because Cure really is playing a very fine TVT. There's been absolutely no qualms that I'm noticing here. I'm not going to bring anything up. Cure is playing straight up macro TVT. Slightly better macro with some of the small armory timing, for instance, as well. And then that might make it easy, quote unquote, enough to take a decent fight. Though eventually we are going to get into multiple starports, or at least, well, it's 2 options. Multiple starports are more barracks, but if we get into multiple starports, that is actually pretty fast. So I wonder how Cure is going to actually play out that part.
Yeah, at this point it's Cure adding another factory. Meanwhile, it's Clem adding another starport. That's definitely worth keeping an eye on. As Cure is setting up a double drop, there is a sensor tower. Scan goes down. Main base is very naked. This double drop actually has some potential just to get a few add-ons or maybe grab a handful of SCVs. And then obviously we have to keep an eye on the mini-map, but it doesn't seem like these armies are too close to each other. Not too much damage so far. I think overall solid defense by Clem. But I don't think Clem is very happy about the fact that these 2 manufacturers were able to sneak in there that easily.
No, you shouldn't be happy about that. That is scary for the future. He was scanning ahead on the map, making sure that the army wasn't moving towards his base, so he knew he could calmly take care of that. But this little drop actually being cleaned up, and now Cure is going to go ahead and threaten, I suppose, that third or natural, right? You don't want to let them in there, and then it goes all topsy-turvy. But Clem does already have 2 factories, so I want to note that. It's just that he added that second starport as opposed to adding 2 starports at a time. So Cure basically is doing what we're used to. Clem was supposed to, I think, get slightly faster Viking production instead of, waiting for the triple starport in total. But now, since Cure is the one with the momentum and the map control, it kind of feels like, well, that's not really happening. Just go up to 3 starports.
It also feels that even though Cure maybe didn't do all that much with that double drop, the nice thing is getting rid of a couple of Marines often allows you to get a few more tanks. And as awesome as Marines are in these maxed out TVT scenarios, most of the time it's not about the Marines initially. It's a lot more about tanks and Vikings. So there is a good chance. Can we take a look at the tank count real quick and see what both players are working with? Clem actually having 14 tanks right now, Cure only 12. So in that regard, Clem is still totally fine.
Yeah, no, he has plenty to help defend. So even if he makes a big mistake with, for instance, this ball of Marines, it seems like a lot, 14 tanks will cover you quite a bit. He's going to take the fight here, I guess, maybe thinking his healing will overpower him, but the tanks come up as well, and eventually this will be traded out. Perhaps just, again, as you were saying, recognizing that he might want to trade. Nope, it was just a big distraction. A huge distraction as Clem's tank army goes over to the left side and gets on top of a building base, as well as this planetary. That is a goner. Here looking to return the damage. What does Clem have defending?
Well, Clem obviously is a bit all over the place. Still a couple of units in the top right. These tanks are not siege, so that's obviously a little bit sloppy. Does try to save this orbital, but the Viking count is high enough. We are base trading a little. Third base for third base. Obviously, Clem already took out a base earlier. And this is where Marines do come in very handy, because Marines are excellent in taking out many buildings. Tanks a little bit less. All hell's gonna break loose here. 11 minutes of nothing, and now a whole lot of stuff is going down.
That's exactly what is happening here. We gotta keep a good eye on the Raven energy. The tank siege up, the upgrades. Clem does siege up with the SCV pool with the Marines, making the tanks that can get some of their shots. Some of the tanks, in fact, a lot of them do go down. An only tank Viking army in a very mobile situation can be very difficult to use, but we see that Cure's supply has plummeted. That is mostly in SCVs.
Yeah.
Still about 7 supply difference on the army. It could go either way.
Yeah, this is very deceiving. At first it's like, wow, this is going great for Clem, but there's a good chance that if Cure right now just unsieges, he could take out that planetary as well. Does not seem like he wants to do that, and that obviously is a big advantage for Clem, right? If the dust settles here to some degree, and this planetary stays alive, and it should absolutely stay alive, I mean, that's a mining base versus Cure who's not even mining of his natural.
I guess the one thing I'll note here is that Cure does have 3-3 going to finish. Clem only with 3. Oh no, not even.
No,
sorry,
not even.
those are being killed. So he's not going to have those upgrades. So if Cure does get some Marines back on the field, which currently he is not producing, he's not exactly rich, guys, then that could be an issue. But he really can't get any Marines.
Does feel that Clem got a slightly better start there to the Viking fight, and it's 9 against 6. But I guess a couple of the Vikings are still on the other side of the map. It is a close battle, but since there is some sort of defender's advantage, Clem should absolutely win, and that should allow Clem to slowly but steady break out of his own main base.
Yeah, actually this has gone pretty poorly for Cure, who might have had altogether the right units, but they were just a little more all over the place.
Well,
Clem got that high ground. More Vikings do appear, so that's what we were waiting for. And so Cure will at least solidify the sky, but can he make any more movement with just basically pure tanks?
That was pretty big, because Clem just lost 3 Vikings and only got a single Viking there of Cure, and obviously the players are nowhere near as rich as they were before, and they don't really have great income. It's actually Cure who's mining a tiny bit more at this point, which surprises me, but I guess we have dropped a few mules. It's an uncomfortable situation for Clem to be in right now, because 55 SCVs, that looks amazing, but he's got no place to put them.
He's got that planetary still mining, I suppose, but it's, you know, it eventually might get siege. He's actually put some units over there, so maybe not. Cure's going to go for the slow but steady push into the main base, take care of that production. I know Clem did pick up a drop. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, maybe usually just transporting all the units he can over there, making sure that that base survives. Perhaps not a bad idea, as it seems like the main base is going to be a goner eventually.
Clem is being a bit sloppy there, losing another Viking. We do have the tiniest of Marine run-bys that could have a bit of an impact here, because Cure's SCV count is obviously low, but Cure left a few units behind. I mean, you can really see the experience of Cure kicking in here, because it felt like a very chaotic game where you just have no idea what you're supposed to pay attention to anymore. But it does seem that Cure just stayed very calm and composed, even after he lost 40, 50 SCVs that quickly. He's making a lot of the correct choices at the moment.
Yeah, Clem's Marine count is still a little concerning. What is the Marine count actually to get the units? 22 to 54. So Clem has doubled the Marines, but maybe not for very long. So he tries to go for the break, coming in for this around from the high ground and the low. The tanks are getting destroyed. Cure's other army also coming in, however, and that is going to mean that the contain holds.
Cure's like, yeah, that was a great cleanup, mate, but let me just go ahead and siege up immediately. Clem had a great engagement there, but Cure flanked Clem's flank. And that actually means that this will just continue. And you look at the mini-map, Cure is just doing his thing in the top left side. Is now back up to 3 bases, and Clem really is in all sorts of trouble. Because the supplies are still close, but that's mostly in SCVs, and there is no place for these SCVs to go. That breakout needed to go a whole lot better for Clem than it actually did, because in the end, Zombie Grub, it wasn't even a breakout.
No, it wasn't. It resulted in the same effect, rather just a couple of less units. And Clem is going to go for now really the Hail Mary hold. The SCV is being pulled as well, but into the slaughter as Cure takes game number 1. As you said, Roddy, experience really shining through right there. Clem had maybe some decent starts occasionally, but then ultimately finding himself locked in where he was, unable to move around the map, probably in one of the more uncomfortable positions that a Terran can be in, but specifically Clem, and he eventually faltered.
Yeah, I didn't even think that Clem made one big mistake, right? It's not that we can look at this game as like, that's where Clem lost it. It's just that Cure played that crazy scenario out incredibly well, made all the correct choices. Clem had actually a decent fight with all those Marines that he lost over here, this one, because you can see that a lot of the units of Cure are a little bit bottled up, right? So Clem has a superior concave. Of course, he's going to lose that fight in the end, but this opened the doors on the left side. And normally, when it turns into a base-ready scenario, you favor the guy who starts taking out bases first, but yeah, Cure somehow, some way, just got good trades and eventually turned it into a favorable scenario for him.
I mean, his SCV pool was, I think, better timed, basically, when he tried to break out. So Clem's tank count took more damage than Cure eventually did, because it just, the timing, right? These are already siege tanks. So that was one factor. I am wondering as well if Clem had maybe not gone for the breakout, which it would have been good enough if Cure was keeping his reinforcements at home. That is something that Clem cannot confirm. But at the end of the day, Cure was sending reinforcements out. If Clem had taken his 4 medevacs of units or whatever it was and initiated another base trade, what would have happened there? Because he had double the Marines and much more mobility.
Yep, the Marines obviously, they shine in being all over the place. There were a few medevacs, so we could have definitely picked up 8 Marines, send them to the top right side, pick up 8 more Marines, fly to the bottom left, and try to get some value out of the fact that you have the much more mobile army. But I think Clem was just afraid that the moment Cure would see too many units out on the map, that Cure would push the issue a little bit harder and then truly get on top of the production. Because now he was in range, but he wasn't quite on top, so obviously very difficult for Clem to make those calls in the heat of the moment. I also did not think that Clem ever expected that Cure had 4 more Vikings. After he finally won that little Viking skirmish on his side of the map, and he's like, hey, that's awesome, I won the Viking war, I've got 3 Vikings. From here on out you need to scan, but that's difficult because I took out a couple of orbitals, so he probably thought he was absolutely cooking. But yeah, then the reinforcements of Cure showed up, and Cure only losing 1 Viking, killing the 3 Vikings of Clem. That basically meant that that contain was going to go on forever, unless Clem indeed would force the breakout, but then it's never the prettiest fight for the Terran that's trying to break out.
No, it's not. Unfortunately, I think Clem just missing out on his best opportunities, which is probably the early and mid-game. Just as a player, that is where he actually really, really shines. Perhaps he'll be able to do something here on Ancient Cistern. In the bottom left, now up 1, is the Red Terran, Cure.
Obviously a very big series. The winner of this best of 3 will immediately secure that ticket into the playoffs, and that means top 8 guaranteed at the ESL Summer SC2 Masters. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of the Frenchman representing Team Liquid. This is Clem. I do think this map favors Clem a tiny bit more, even though obviously it's TVT, and I've even heard Gabe say like, oh, it's TVT, it doesn't really matter what you veto, but I do feel stylistically and looking at the play that Clem is, the more area there is to make plays, the more it's going to favor Clem. And Neo Humanity, it just feels, even if it's a relatively large map, it just feels all so narrow. And it doesn't really allow Clem to shine like I think he can shine on a map like this or even Altitude.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I think, you know, even just the medevac actually doing something a little bit more, regardless of the map, would have already put Clem into a more comfortable position. But Cure really did have one of the easier build-ups to 10 minutes. Now, this is really interesting, and I freaking love it, man. Cure is almost, he's obviously not playing the weakened fool, like, oh, you know, woe is me, because he just won game 1. But that is something that everyone's considering. So maybe he's going to avoid micro. What does he do in the second game? 3 racks Reaper, which is the most micro you can do. So this is going to be a real surprise to Clem.
Yep, but Clem is SCV scouting this game, and that's something he did not do in the previous game. And I do love that from Clem, that he's willing to switch that part of his game up. Don't be the guy that always SCV scouts, but also don't be the guy that never SCV scouts. Keep your opponent guessing, because that's when they can't really blind counter you. So I do think that's a very cool touch by Clem.
Unfortunately, it's only going to confirm that this is a no-fast command center, you know. Is it a factory expand? Is it 2 racks? Is it 3 racks? Is it something else that's really weird? You know, racks out in the middle of the map. Clem doesn't know. So Clem's going to have to be, well, ideally for Clem to be okay here, he's going to be very cautious with his Reaper, which after the last game, he might be like, oh, I should really go out more and be really cavalier with it. And that would just turn into a disaster. Kira might just be getting a build order win here if he suddenly shows up with 3 Reapers.
Yep, if the first grenades for Kira are on the money, this can really snowball like no tomorrow, as Clem has dropped that low ground CC on location. At least Clem's first Reaper is safe for now. There are 2 Reapers there. He's going to see the 2 Reapers of Cure, but obviously this is a bit of a trap, right? Cure is like, hey Clem, you could absolutely follow me. Go ahead and chase me. You can definitely get the best of me in a little micro battle, but that would be the most unfair micro battle that we've ever seen. And Clem definitely still does not know.
He does not, but so far he is playing a safe game, and that's absolutely what he needs to do. Now pulling away, he'll of course lose time on the command center, but it is fairly healthy, so he can actually let it take some punish for a while. As long as he keeps producing his Reapers and his Hellions, not really going to be able to stop, as the overwhelming nature of Reapers can still exist. Even when you have 2 or 3 Hellions, good concave from Cure can still make things go in his favor.
These fights are just so hectic because Reapers are going to bounce other Reapers all over the place, and then it really comes down to who gets the kills first. Cure is going for it, does manage to snipe a couple of these Reapers immediately. It's just 2 Hellions left, and this is where the Hellions can sometimes struggle a little bit with the grenades. Obviously Clem is getting a few kills as well. It seems like it is good enough for Clem in the end.
Yeah, actually it is. That was kind of dicey, you know, the first micro trade was definitely in favor of Cure, rather that he was obviously paying attention first. Clem took a quarter of a second to respond, but he did have the appropriate units spread out, microed, and of course, again, continuing to produce, not spending time building a reactor or a tech lab on his barracks and factory was also a big moment there. Clem is going to be able to save his command center. He's already working on his way to a 3rd one. Cure finally adding on his factory.
Yeah. Tech-wise, this is obviously a bit of a nightmare scenario for Cure. Now, we have seen sometimes Reapers get a lot of value in moments you don't expect it, where Clem thinks like this is all gone, but Clem is actually going to be the one that's going to bring some fire and fury to the other side of the map, and this is going to be rough for Cure. Now, the concave is beautiful. I mean, what a moment for Cure to actually have his Reapers there in that concave, because if the Reapers were just in an awkward spot and a natural, that could have been a very big problem.
Yeah, it absolutely would have, and he's building a bunker. He knows that he is temporarily weak to these better early game units. As time goes on, both Reapers and Hellions will fall out of favor. Although the Hellions perhaps even a little bit more. Cure still has a major backstab, and he's actually going for it too with all those Reapers. Those could just blitz through the SCV line and kill a bunch of SCVs. Clem does to scouts. He sees no Reapers responding. I think he already got that heads up there from the Reapers entering into the main, and he will respond. He might take a bit of an awkward trade, but I believe the Cyclone is going to be enough. Rid of the auto turret, and most importantly, Clem stopped that blitz to the SCV line that I was talking about.
It's funny how Hellions can be absolutely amazing against Reapers, but sometimes Reapers look damn good against Hellions as well. If the Reapers already have their sweet positioning and the Hellions coming in one by one, I feel like if Cure would have microed his Reapers like that earlier, when it was just 2 Hellions left over, maybe he would have been able to find a bit more damage in the early game. And we're taking the game from here. Obviously, Cure will just be happy if he can make sure that this game drags on a little while longer. He will never be pleased with his early game, but he might feel like it's still playable. If I just get a bunch of Marines with Stim and Combat Shield and a couple of Medevacs out on the map, I can make sure that this game drags on and on.
As Cure takes a 3rd CC on location, and I just think this is it just makes so much sense. I just want to remind everyone that he played an absolutely fantastic TVT finals for the GSL against Maru, one of the guys who can actually contend against Maru in TVT, and I just feel like it's being displayed here, the brain that is Cure being on display. He knows he's going to have map control, so he takes that 3rd CC. He's the one that's going to be full multitasking in action, although right now taking a decent amount of damage to auto turret harassment.
Yeah, a bit too much, I think. It's already 8 SCVs. Clem drops another turret. This time around, the turret was shooting at the Reaper there for a little bit. Cure sending out not even a full double drop. We're looking at 11 Marines being sent over to the other side of the map. Clem still seems like he's more than ready for it. Already cranking out a couple of Vikings. Painful for Cure when your 3rd CC is already later, even if he's dropping it on location. Was obviously a bit outmined in the early game. And then when you feel like you're closing that SCV gap, you lose 8 SCVs to a couple of other turrets. I mean, you're always going to lose a few, but I still think 8 is a bit much.
It is, but that's also Clem displaying some, good knowledge of the matchup, which is that not only do you occasionally see the Raven auto-turret harassment no matter the situation, but especially in a situation where your opponent has no factory units. He has no Cyclone, specifically. And the starport's going to be really, really late, too. You just know the Ravens are most likely going to be able to chill and do that auto-turret damage, which they are once again going in to do. Not too many SCVs at the third base, so that's not going to be very useful, but Clem is probably going to find 4 more SCVs, and he already has this worker lead. As long as he makes sure not to let the drops get in someplace awkward, Clem is going to have a far superior economy.
Yeah, I do think it's time for Clem to send over the third CC,
yes.
though, right? Like, I know it's kind of threatening. There are a couple of Marines with Stim running around, but obviously you don't want to fall too far behind in that department. You also don't want to mine out your main base or your natural way before any of these other bases. Getting 4 more SCVs, everything is still looking great for Clem. There is one thing that he needs to keep in mind, and that is that the 1-1 upgrades are going to be quite a bit later on his side. So don't take that fight right when Clem still has 0-0, and Cure obviously is working on the 1-1 upgrades. But as long as he doesn't do that, Clem should still be fine in this game. More than fine even, he's absolutely cooking, but he does need to start taking that base right about now.
Yeah, no, that was exactly what I was going to bring up too, is just, that is going to be an awkward point. You have to respect the person who has more Marines. As soon as you try moving out and you don't respect them, that's when they concave, that's when they jump into your main base, whatever. So he is playing the kind of more like 3cc versus 2cc style that we saw years ago, which he is being very conservative, perhaps even to combat shields, which means Cure is going to catch up on the SCV count, now even an SCV ahead. What Clem's going to have is Ravens and Vikings. So there is still a benefit to the way that Clem is playing, very protective, very safe, but yeah, he's lost that economic lead.
He's about to get a few more SCVs, though. There's one tank here. That tank is probably going to get repaired. There are a few SCVs that could have repaired it. Cure a little bit late there, but he did have the backup tank, so in the end that's 7 Marines for a single tank. I don't even hate that for Cure. That could have gone a whole lot worse.
Yeah, it really could have. Clem is choosing, I think, the very right time to move out. Not only does he have the appropriate siege hop, but he also has all of his upgrades finishing, so that third CC will finally find its place as 2 Reapers from Cure dive on into the main base. Apparently a tank was sieged up there, something was. They're still doing damage, however, and that is a distraction as Cure postures on the left side.
And that's a lot of Marines with 1-1 upgrades. Clem does have his own 1-1 now as well. Big forward stim by Cure. There is a tank. Tank is a bit exposed. Cure is playing some excellent TVT here. Clem's going to have to repair that orbital because that is not an orbital that he can afford to lose. Does seem that Clem is going to weather the storm. These Marines are kind of overstimmed at this point, as we even saw an anti-armor missile trying to go down. Cure needs to go home. That could have been incredibly scary. Well handled in the end by Clem.
Yeah, it was definitely necessary handling too, as Cure had that position. He could have blitzed in multiple different directions, and instead now it seems like he has lost basically the map control, and in fact his supply is looking quite poor, and specifically the army. A 40 supply army lead for Clem that if he ever feels confident enough pushing out with, he will have, well, reverse the scenario, then Cure is going to be the one that's scared.
Kind of crazy though, Cure has taken a 9 SCV lead, right? Despite the fact that he's been bleeding out a lot of SCVs. I don't think he killed that many there with that run by. Obviously he did have the 3 orbitals cranking out SCVs non-stop. As first it was Cure keeping units around a bit too long. This time around it is Clem. You gotta give it to Cure, man. The fact that he's turning this into still a game where Clem is absolutely gonna have to work to close it out, that's just impressive. And it really just goes to show that these Korean Terrans, they are something in TVT.
In a blink of an eye, it's now just a 20 army supply lead. It's, some revenge has gotten here by Clem. But then there's also the upgrades. So when it's a 40 supply lead, that's still a decent amount in TVT, even when you consider tanks and upgrades. But now that it's back to, well, 20, 30 every now and again, well, upgrades obviously play a huge part, and Cure's 2-2 is massively ahead to Clem. So Clem, upon seeing this, upon clicking on a unit and going, oh god, you already have 2-2, I mean, might just really only puff up his feathers, right? Not actually look for an engagement and play even to the later stage of TVT.
He still has those Ravens. It's going to be hard to get that much value out of the Ravens if we're getting to the maxed out scenario. I feel like Ravens are a lot more impactful when the army supply is like 40, 50, 60, when we're looking at 120. Sure, an anti-armor missile can have a big impact on a Marine battle. Sometimes auto turrets or interference matrix will still make the fight, but yeah, it's a bit awkward, and I still feel that Clem should have done more with the position that he got himself in.
It's a very difficult game to play against the more active player, basically. Something that Clem was unfortunately not able to take advantage of in that base trade of the first game. But Cure absolutely has, and he is taking his reward. 4th base coming down. It started as 3-3. He is looking to stop Clem's 4th, but that's not nearly a big enough army.
Yeah, it is weird because he had a big upgrade lead, but he hasn't started it. Tried to stim forward there, wanted to snipe one of these Ravens, but Clem's still sharp, pulls it back immediately. And then the one upgrade that Cure had is indeed that upgrade advantage on the Marines. Well, that's about to disappear, Zombie Grub. It's been a solid minute, and Cure has not decided to spend his resources on those 3-3 upgrades.
He's definitely been able to afford at least one of them. Yeah, there we go. Now he's getting to them. So he will still have a bit of a lead, but not nearly as dramatic. I mean, a 10, 15-second lead is very, very different, well, assuming Clem does start his immediately. And he should be really on point. He should have clicked on those Marines and went, oh, God. But, you know, now he's going to have the, probably the peacefulness. Like, he's the one now looking for a fight, but he could even play still defensive to scan ahead and then, yeah, make sure his 3-3 gets on board. It absolutely does. And now with that done, I guess he's well and secure on 4 bases. He can focus entirely on taking a good fight.
I believe Clem has a little drop in the top left side. We're going to keep an eye on that. It's just a Liberator to cause some chaos and go for a little bit of harassment. Clem is going to try to chase a couple of these units. He's about to get sandwiched though. Seems like a great engagement for Cure. Cure should have more units here, even if he's doing this without tanks. It's a bit awkward since the Marines on the top left side, they kind of stayed at range. I feel like this fight could have gone better for Cure than what it ended up going, as Clem had more than enough time to ring over his own units. And what could have been a victory for Cure turns into a big victory for Clem.
Perhaps also was hoping that the upgrades were still intact. You don't know when they would have clicked on each other's units, but that was not the case. Clem was even on them and takes a, once again, good army supply lead. Now in position to really punish Cure as well. Tanks on top of that planetary. Cure's going to have to invest a lot into saving it, or alternatively just give it up. But of course, he's going to try and save it. It's just going to be such a money sink for a long time.
Yep, repair is definitely expensive. Tanks are going to siege up in range, but hey, that's actually a good cleanup there by Cure immediately. Takes care of the range, the tanks that were in range of that planetary. Clem sending over more than a handful of Marines to the bottom side of the map. Knows that Cure was building another base on location, and Clem is absolutely going to be able to get a cancel on that. Clem is also going to try to get on top of all these tanks. A little over-eager.
He saw them on siege and was really eager to get on top, but it kind of worked, I suppose. Maybe not really, as Cure is bridged the gap in supply, but he did lose his 5th. He was a little over-eager grabbing that. Clem also grabbing a 5th. Is it already planetary is the question? Well, there's not that much that Cure is sending over anyways. I suppose if that is a planetary, that will not be enough for Cure to break it. It's going to be nice, slow, and steady if Cure is looking for some revenge. He's not going to get it. You know, Clem holds on to that 5th base. Very strong economy for him, and the upgrades really completely even now.
That is nice, but I think as long as you're maxed out, you're absolutely allowed to dream. We've got a Widowmine in the mix. Widowmine harassment, 15 minutes into a TVT. Things we don't see every day, Zombie Grub.
No, I'm actually kind of... Where did that come from?
It was in the middle of the map as well. I got a good shot off, I think, because it stopped off a bunch of the Marines. But
all right. Clem did already add on at least one of those starports. Again, just adding one, a bit faster than perhaps Cure plans on adding on 2. Cure not quite as rich right now, but finally getting his 5th down too, so we might see that transition.
Can we just take a look at the composition of the armies? How many Marines, tanks? There are 6 medevacs on the side of Clem and 7 on the side of Cure, as Cure just has a few more Marines. And it's all about trying to get value out of them. Clem has way more Vikings. Cure is basically not even trying in the Viking department.
No, not at this point, which, you know, if it's a very slow game where they're both just siege hopping, then that's brilliant. But Cure is trying to make sure that it consistently, well, threatens base trades and run buys, which is one of these. Now, those Liberators tried to help, but there is just too much army there for Cure, as he does take out Clem's defensive army, but once again, only left with tanks. No more Marines to help out.
I love how Cure immediately prioritized the Liberators there with his Marines, where he's like, I've got so many tanks, I do not need to worry about anything you have on the ground. I need to take care of these Liberators, and he did. That was well done. Clem does manage to siege up in range of the sensor tower, blows that one up immediately. It's going to make it a bit more difficult for Cure to keep track of this army of Clem on the bottom side of the map.
Everything looking very even down to that +3 vehicle weapons. As I had pointed out, Clem got that additional starport, and he is using it, so 3 Liberators at a time now. Oh, and a Fusion Core coming down too. He is maybe starting the late game TVT a little bit faster than his opponent, but here I think is actually very intently looking to be aggressive and engage over and over. Yep. Not to the point that he's adding on more barracks, but actually at this point he probably should be deciding which he wants to go for. But right now it's all about where are my units and how are they taking fights.
Cure's got a lot of army supply in the top left side. It feels that Clem has way more over here at the bottom, but it's still hard to run into the guy that has the tanks already sieged up. Wondering what Cure is going to do with that big blob of red that we see on the minimap in the top left side. Not really moving it at the moment. There we go.
I'm a little confused. Cure has so much bank, but he hasn't added additional production. And usually at this point it is either 3 starports or 8 barracks, but unless I missed it, which is possible. The supplies are still close enough, but now that Clem has managed to do that siege hop and gotten close to Cure's base, his Viking lead leads into the Liberator position, which means that Cure cannot respond without a heavy sacrifice of his own units.
Yep, I think Cure is going to have to give up on this base eventually. Just doesn't have the right amount of units. Let's see how quickly Cure can clean up this base of Clem, as Clem did leave a couple of tanks behind, but not enough to deal with all these tanks of Cure. But Clem obviously immediately pushes the issue on the bottom side of the map, so it's a base for a base, but Clem ain't done yet.
No, he is not. And that's 4 tanks sieged up for Cure, so that's going to be tough to break. We are having ourselves another base trade. The question is, will it go on kind of full base race? Is it just command centers going down, or are we going to be into each other's production? It looks like Cure did add on those extra barracks, so now 15 Marines at a time. It just took a little while, but he will be able to replenish very quickly. And it's a question of whether Clem can continue siege hopping at a rapid enough pace to maybe win this, well, increasingly larger base trade.
Well, Cure's about to lose a few more tanks, as I think he was just trying to send way more units over to the other side of the map, where the Marines can come in really handy, but losing 3 tanks like that to a few Liberators sieging up, that is painful. It's about to get very chaotic though, because these armies are all over the place. Clem obviously has a lot of defensive units at this point that are sitting in his natural. They're both going to flank each other, but it does seem that Clem is just getting the best of all of this because of these Liberators that have been the absolute MVPs.
He's getting us around as well. He's going to come in from all different angles, and Cure cannot do much about that. His supply plummets. He is now down 70 overall supply, 50 of it in the army. Now, Cure has a couple of bases that I suppose would be able to buy time if Clem prioritized bottom left to, top left to bottom left. But, Clem really could just go for the throat, go after that natural, go after that production, and Cure would 100% be dead. I think he's probably dead anyways, but 100% if Clem goes for production right here, right now.
But I think this is really that bit of the 2023 Clem, where he's not trying to be that same Clem that always went for the kill, where he's like, no, this game is going fine. I'm working towards advanced ballistics. The Liberators have already shined for me, and they're about to shine a whole lot brighter than they've ever done before. I don't need to take any risk here. I'm just going to close it out calm and steady. And Clem really has played a mature TVT, where it felt maybe he made life a bit harder on himself than it had to be, but he was never truly in trouble.
He really did play out the nice macro defensive play style, kind of a flip of the last game, where he was the one that had to wait to grab his 3rd CC. He was the one that waited to max out and add on the starports, as opposed to the barracks, and he has played it out very, very well. Cure, not really able to play out his additional rack style too well, and I'll get more into that once we're past the action, because apparently despite the supply gap, Cure is not going to give up. He is trying to take down a Planetary with his tanks, taking down the Marines, running into the natural perhaps is an option, but Cure is still, well, in trouble if Clem ever gets to his production line, which Clem's looking for.
Yep, that's a lot of SUVs going through the meat grinder. Clem needs to be careful, obviously, that he doesn't keep fighting with tiny armies. Clem a little bit indecisive on our minimap right now because he was sending back, oh my goodness, and there were a whole bunch of Marines there for Cure. Cure just sniped a bunch of Vikings and Liberators that Clem was sending to the right side of the map, but now decided to click them back into the main base.
Cure is still in such trouble here. He tries to take advantage of maybe the Liberator sieging up without a tank, but Clem actually had one already on that high ground, and Cure's army is just stuck. It can't go anywhere. It's going to eventually die. Nothing that Cure can do about it. He has one base mining the top left. He still has an army, but it is 40 supply lower than his opponents. He would have to consistently find Clem on siege and out of position to actually win this game.
Yeah, Clem is starting to clean up a few units. There are a lot of Marines and tanks here on the right side of the map, but very few medevacs. So every stim hurts this army of Cure like no tomorrow. And even 3 tanks I think would be way too many to run into, but Clem has a whole lot more. Cure's going to try one more time over here in the bottom side of the map, but not even this fight I think is going to go all that well, since Clem has still a few Marines to protect all these tanks. Now doubling the supply of Cure. Tanks getting some good shots up in the center of the map as well. And I believe we are seconds away from Cure typing GG, and we can get ready for a nice game 3 between these two excellent Darren nerds.
Absolutely. Clem even having +1 armor, because he was moving over into Vikings, but that kind of helped the tank war as well. Clem has got this. It's going to be painful as he loses another orbital, actually, and there's always that thought like, wow, can I really lose this one? But the supplies are now a drastic difference. There's just, Cure would have to win a literal base race, like kill Clem's last building to actually win this game.
If he had 5 medevacs, I'd always believe, because then we can keep on stimming and keep on sniping, but Cure just cannot heal up his Marines. And It seems absolutely impossible. Final planetary went down. Cure is gonna try with his less tiny army, but he knows it. GG gets called. Clem ties things up, and he's sending us into a game 3.
Yeah, I think he, well, it started out differently. They really did kind of flip the script there. So it was Clem being on the more defensive, right? Starting off with the 3 Reapers and then going into the drops and then just being more aggressive. But Clem played it out really, really well, and then he did get across the map. So I briefly mentioned during the action, it didn't really feel like Cure was able to use his more barracks play, right? So you go 3 starport or 8 barracks, and then, you know, technical advantage on the starports versus just numbers advantage on the Marines. Well, Cure was very consistently maxed out and not actually trading, I think, as much as perhaps others would, like a Byun, I suppose. So that's why I always doubted, like, does he have extra barracks? Because he was never making as many Marines as possible, close to maxed out, and never found that momentum. Never seemed to actually make Clem constantly second-guess the move out. It was like Clem decided to move out, boom, he was suddenly on Cure's side of the map.
And that one Widow Mine here in the center of the map as well. Well, kind of fight once the Marines are already dead. I thought initially this was going to be good for Cure, but I think he had to step in a bit deeper. If you want to go for that surround, if you feel like you've got a surround, you got to full click into it and hope that your Marines can get on top of all these units.
Yeah.
And I do think in the end, it's just a liberated play by Clem. Even before Advanced Ballistics was ready, was phenomenal. Clem easily got like 6 or 7 tanks.
Yeah, you know, 2 clips ago, unfortunately it's already gone, but 2 clips ago there was that attack on the left side where Cure had all those tanks survive, but none of his Marines. And that was actually the opposite, I feel like, what would want to happen, right? Losing all those tanks would have absolutely sucked, don't get me wrong, but he was going for that action, fast style of play. If he had 20 or 30 Marines left over, he's engaging a faster base trade when I think he still has a bit of a bank, and of course that faster production, but he ended up with only tanks. So he was just like, well, you know, I can't really move forward very much with that, so let's just hold on and wait here, which is not what he was really setting up to do.
Was that near the planetary, that fight you met?
It was kind of like the... No, it was the 3rd orbital. The top left, yeah. I wish I had brought it up during the clip, but missed the opportunity. The point is, Clem actually able to play out that macro game with the defensive macro style. Cure wanted to change it up, and I loved it. It just didn't work out. So now what will happen for Game 3 on Royal Blood? In the bottom left, we have the Red Terran, Cure.
The winner of this map will immediately be top 8 in this tournament. In the top right side of Royal Blood, we are looking at the main base of the man who would love to take Saturday off. Representing Team Liquid, this is Clem.
You're also looking forward to taking another day off for his, you know, injured arm. It would be nice.
Yeah. Maybe it will help, right? One more rest day.
There's always a chance, man.
What if it's just like one fake story and he's like, I'm gonna pretend that I'm really injured and all these nerds are gonna think that I'm bad and then I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna play my best StarCraft of all time?
I kind of mentioned that, you know, I didn't think he was doing that, but if he was, you know, just like pretending that he was like on a crutch or something and then he just throws it away and he's like, ba-bam! Just kidding.
The call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, exactly. Whips out the gun. Yeah, no, but Cure is, I think, very actually injured. He just is able to play out so many styles of TVT confidently that even if maybe his micro is 100% or maybe he's feeling twinges of pain, we have no idea. He's just so confident in the matchup. He knows what he wants to do next. Like most of the time, basically, right? It was really that last game where the momentum just really hard stopped for him, and then Clem got to his side of the map with the superior technical army that things got extremely difficult for Cure.
Clem did check around his base for proxies with the SCV, but didn't send it fully to the other side of the map this time around. So we had 3 completely different SCV openings from Clem in that regard. Game 1, no scout at all. Game 2, all the scout, at least to some degree. He didn't get into the main base, but he sent it to the other side of the map. And here in Game 3, he just kind of checked very close to his main base to see if he could get away with a reactor first. And yeah, he's like, all right, I've seen enough. I feel like I'm safe.
That's kind of fun for Clem there. He positions his barracks behind his factory wall off, so his opponent cannot determine if his barracks is building, well, a reactor or, of course, just continuing to build Reapers without a reactor. So Cure, even if he had dipped up in there, would not have seen it. That's kind of clever. I wonder if Cure is going to underestimate the amount of units Clem is getting in the early game.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty greedy opening by Clem, right?
Well, there is a disadvantage of not getting that wall off immediately, but I feel like, it is a risk occasionally worth taking.
Mm-hmm. And we know how good Clem can be in the early game in TVT with Reapers and Hellions, and he's definitely going to try to make some magic happen. Cure is going for a Widow Mine. Now, one Widow Mine is obviously sweet, but it kind of feels that against this style, you would rather have a quicker Cyclone. But we'll see. Obviously, it does really suck for Clem to have to give up one of these units. Ideally, you run it into the army of your opponent and drag that Widow Mine shot over it, but that almost never happens anymore on this level.
Yeah, Clem should be paying attention. Going to decide to go for his Hellion Sacrifice, but Cure with the counter micro. I mean, the longer that this just stops Clem from pulling the trigger, the better it is for Cure. So that Widow Mine actually quite helping out, but Clem is not going to give up on the aggression, just sends his Reapers into the main base.
He's going to try to gun down the Hellion, but that's not going to be easy. Medevac shows up, but Cure did end up losing a Reaper, but Clem also falls. Loses 2 Reapers even, so an excellent start for Cure. In the end, the Widow Mine does go off. I think if Cure really wants to, he could have maybe saved that Widow Mine there, but instead he's just focusing on stabilizing with the Marines, and as long as the Marines, I think, are in a vertical line, they should be fine. We do need some extra units. That Cyclone is seconds away from showing up. Feels like it's really taking its sweet time, but then we do finally have it, and I think once the Cyclone is here, Clem is just forced to disengage.
This is a really nice start for Clem. It was really cool micro, of course, but then the start as well as Clem is going into his own medevac. He's going to kind of continue the aggression as well. I mean, if he keeps up the aggression, Cure is also aggressive opener as he ends, wants to go for a medevac and across the map, kind of just gets nipped in the butt a little bit. But they both seem to be. Did I missee that medevac? Where is it, Clem? Did I just make that up? Maybe cancel it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So he is going to continue being aggressive, and Cure is not being able to be aggressive at all.
Now, if Cure is out of position, as maybe underwhelming as a drop like this may look, 6 Marines and a Hellion, it can get a lot of SCV damage done. So it's incredibly important for Cure that he at least has 1 or 2 units in the main base. Cure just loaded up a medevac. We can see that on the minimap, and it's heading out. I feel like that's very painful, because now he's going to take way more damage from this 6 Marine single Hellion drop than he was ever supposed to. Incredibly unfortunate for Cure, and very fortunate for Clem.
Obviously, if he knew that Clem was also going for a medevac, he would have had something in position, but this just turns really awkward. Now for Clem, he should know that Cure has a medevac somewhere. He doesn't see it responding as he goes and picks up his units, getting maximum amount of damage. Still sticking around and getting even more damage. Going to force a cancel on that 3rd CC. 100 minerals down the drain. I don't know if he can take on a tank, but Clem thinks that he can. Okay, that was maybe an overreach, but he pulls back. The drop of Cure also commenced into Clem with double Cyclones. Takes down the medevac, loses his Raven, but will now entirely clean up the attack, as well as do some damage to his opponent with his own medevac still alive.
Yeah, that's painful for Cure right there, because obviously it went on so much longer in his main base, and he was able to create any sort of chaos in the main base of Clem, if we can even call that chaos. Sure, killing the Raven is nice, but it still got shut down so quickly, and Clem is not even done yet. And even with a single Reaper and a couple of low HP Marines, Clem will still be able to find some damage. There is another, is that the medevac as well? No, Raven now heading towards the main base of Cure. Clem definitely got the best of Cure there. I think Cure got a bit unlucky with the timing of picking up his units and sending it out to the other side of the map.
No doubt about it. Even though Clem had the benefit of scouting, which is a great benefit in StarCraft 2, there was always that chance that Cure just said, my medevac timing's kind of off anyways, like I'm just going to stay at home, prepare for the future. But no, he picked up at the exact wrong time. Very unfortunate. However, is that really enough to say that the game has gone already so bad for Cure? Not necessarily. He's only behind a couple of workers, not even. A little behind on the 3rd CC as they're both on the high ground initially. He's a little behind in every regard, but a little behind can be made up with proper tank positioning.
For sure, but it does always add up, right? It's like if you're just a few SCVs behind, then it's not that bad. If you're just a little bit of army supply, it's not that bad. But if you're a little bit behind in everything, as we can obviously see that Clem already has that orbital on location now. Like right now it looks close, and then you blink twice and suddenly it feels that Clem has a 15-20 army supply lead, and it's going to be hard for Cure. But of course, indeed, if you're a strong defensive Terran, you can absolutely make up for that deficit.
Yeah. Which, I mean, Cure has really been showing that he's still very good as far as defending, but once again, a very different map than Neo-Humanity. In fact, maybe even more brutal than some other maps out there. Royal Blood having a big concave opportunity to the right of Cure's 3rd base, something that Clem might be looking to punish, as he also had that Raven, could go for a very, very useful interference matrix. Reaper getting some scouting, as well as, of course, some damage, because, of course it does. 2 SCVs went down.
Yeah. I mean, Clem is the absolute master of still getting something done with a Reaper 8 minutes into the game. Stim finishing up for both players, and Cure does have a tiny lead in the upgrades, so that's perhaps one thing that he can hang on to. And he has a lot of energy on the Ravens. That's something that we can't ignore, because Clem obviously has been a bit more active with the Ravens. A, he lost one. B, he dropped some other turrets. So Cure has a few more spells to work with when it comes to, I think, the first big fight between Marines, tanks, and Ravens.
Clem's not going to try and break through the middle, but he is going to try and encroach on the left side. So basically saying, Cure, I'm not sure you're going to have enough tanks properly positioned forward on your command center, so I can at least shell away at it. But actually, Cure saw that coming, repositions, and is totally fine. However, that opens up the natural a little bit, as Clem has a drop hitting it. The tank had moved on, I suppose. Reinforcing one comes through, and that will be enough to clean it up. I mean, Clem gets 5 SCVs, takes a slight worker lead.
Yeah, for 3 Marines only, because I believe the other 5 Marines are still in the medevac. Clem just kind of flew in there, dropped 3 Marines. He's like, okay, my medevac's taking a lot of damage. Picks up 5 Marines, so for 3 Marines getting 5 SCVs, it's obviously sweet. It is important that Clem keeps on producing SCVs, especially since we are screaming Maru here, dropping a 4th CC. It feels that Clem should have been a few more workers ahead than what he actually is, because he's not losing any, but he's absolutely killing a few.
Yeah, perhaps. Might have been some priority, or maybe just, a couple of missed SCVs. Yeah, he's getting a faster second factory. His upgrades were a little bit behind. I don't know if Cure is going to have the cash to immediately start 2-2. I actually don't think he will, so those probably won't be a problem. Clem is just trying to find that one weak point, but when a Terran gets on a 3 base, especially now that Maru has shown the way in the last couple of years, it gets really difficult to kill them until you might have that super technical advantage with Liberators.
Yep. And we saw it in the last game. Liberator shining. Definitely not easy. And maybe that's why Cure's Marine count was a few times towards the end a bit lower than he would have loved to be. Obviously because he was playing that super heavy barrack style, but he was forced to gun down those Liberators over and over again. And that is obviously something that's going to cost you a lot of Marines if you don't have any Vikings, which Cure didn't have in the previous game.
Well, Cure just had barely enough, stood up 2-2, but again, very, very even. Once again, Clem faster second starport. I do wonder, is this something that I've missed, or just a Clem special? Second starport, not third, not waiting to put down 2 at a time. Think about that later as a double drop from Cure hits Clem's main base a bit awkwardly. SCVs will certainly fall. Clem probably won't take too much more damage afterwards. It is a lot more about making sure this army does not get the jump on you, and that's what Clem is watching out for.
Yep. Does feel that Clem's army looks a bit better here, but obviously if Cure is the first one to siege up, there is no way that Clem can run into it. Not a bad drop there by Cure, took down a couple of Marines, got 8 SCVs as well, and just created a little bit of chaos, which should allow him. I mean, that 4th CC is quite a bit later, actually, on the side of Cure, no?
Yes, very much later. It's only just started. Clem's is on location, turning into a planetary, and he's already on his way to a 5th. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference. But Cure is looking to be the aggressive one, perhaps, and then kind of make the again, like almost lying, like, no, I'm in a better position, when maybe you really aren't. Clem is prepared to add on some more air, but it looks like Cure this time is contesting that. I think last game he really didn't contest it much at all. This time, at least consistently pumping out his own Vikings.
Well, Cure sending a lot of units to the left side there. Maybe he saw the dots show up at his minimap and he's like, I should have dropped, but it's just a couple of Marines that are chilling on the left side. Clem has something flying next to the natural of Cure as well. Are those 5? No, those 4 Marines chilling on the ground. Okay. Fair enough, it's all about the armies.
Yep, yeah, all about the armies as Kira sets up a bit of a double-pronged attack. And, Clem does see it with the center tower, but does he have tanks already in position in the natural particularly, right? He's rushing over with his Marines. Will he be there in time? It's a little bit awkward, but fortunately some tanks were pre-siege. Stops Kira from getting into that natural and main base, which would have been a huge headache and a big distraction from really the major fight. Speaking of distractions, Kira actually finds all of the tanks of Clem on siege. He's going to be able to siege up a bit faster on some tanks, but not the tanks that are actually firing. But of course, interference metrics also come down. And at the end of the day, Clem's tank count does take a beating. But does Cure find any more from this? Does he move forward from this? Probably not.
I bet Cure wishes he had 12 Marines there to stim forward, because then that would have been an absolutely fantastic trade. No, it wasn't bad, but it still feels like it costed Cure quite a bit as well. Obviously, he spent all the energy on the Ravens too. I think Clem can absolutely live with that, especially because he's been mining quite a bit more. So if he just buys a little bit of time for himself, he shouldn't really struggle to catch up in the tank count, as he's already adding in his first Liberators. But if Clem wants to play Liberators, he needs to acknowledge the fact there's a lot of Vikings as well on the side of Cure.
Having a double stim here is going to be kind of punishing for Clem. Yeah, he's not going to be able to show off his micro too much, as the 3rd CC does get saved. Cure properly reacting in the nick of time as well. But now we are talking about that potential late game lopsidedness. Again, Cure with a decent amount of Vikings, but he does not have that production should this go topsy-turvy for that. So it's 12 to... Well, actually, he's so winning in the Viking count that we don't have to worry about that for a while.
And that's definitely an issue for Clem, because going into Liberators very quickly doesn't make too much sense if your opponent has double your Viking count. Obviously, Clem is going to try to catch up, but Cure is going to try to force him to fight. And I don't think this is quite a fight that Clem wants to take, especially not if he's the one who needs to run into those tanks of Cure that were already sieged up. It feels that Cure is just getting a couple of massive W's on the board here. And to me, it feels that the transition of Clem was just a little bit off.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Perhaps Clem didn't really recognize how many Vikings it was, or was hoping that with the way the game was going, he would just kind of slide in the Vikings with the Liberators. But the engagement actually happened, and it gets a little more awkward. But now Clem does have proper production, 3 starports, 5 Vikings on the way. He will be winning that air eventually. But this is Cure's at least chance to position himself offensively, maybe take some leads on the map control, as he at least finds Clem's attempted 5th.
Now, Cure is obviously aware of what's happening, threw down his scan, saw the early Liberators, and he's like, you know what, I gotta keep on going. Goes for another big forward stim. There are a lot of tanks sieged up there, but Cure obviously will gladly fight with Vikings as long as he got the superior numbers, but with 5 Vikings at a time, obviously Clem is catching up very rapidly. And to me, it feels that even though Clem is down 25 supply, he survived the scariest phase.
Yeah, I absolutely agree about that. Now, Cure might be able to find a weak point somewhere, and actually exactly this, going to be able to kill a 4th base, and he knows about the 5th, which should be very vulnerable as well. He could at least go ahead and chip away at Clem's superior economy, and in fact take one of a very much better economy position for himself. He might not be mining, but he will have 4 bases to perhaps just the 3 of Clem. And Clem's air superiority isn't really that superior. I mean, Cure might be able to catch up. Bit of a slow breakout here, one at a time, and still a little bit of miscontrol from Clem.
If Cure finds that base in the top left side, then Clem definitely is in a bit of trouble. He already found it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go towards it, but that turned into a planetary, so now he has to bring the tanks as well, which is actually something Clem desperately needed. He needs time, right? He can't just let Cure just suddenly bowl over him on the rest of the map. Needs another base, and he needs to hold on to this natural defense.
Big fight there for Clem. Final Vikings of Cure going down. Clem now knows it's completely safe to go back into Liberators. He did start up Advanced Ballistics earlier, and I assume it already kicked in. Looking at how thick that shot is, absolutely, that isn't a Liberator with Advanced Ballistics. And it may very well be a repeat of that previous game, because Liberators with Advanced Ballistics backed up by tanks are just absolutely fantastic, even though Clem cannot do that kind of stuff with his Vikings.
Now, unfortunately, Cure is going to be able to kill that 5th base. Clem was not able to reposition his army fast enough, break out and contain fast enough, so he is going to lose the economy, but perhaps he can take a decent fight over here. It's very awkward. It's not really a lot of units from Cure, but even they were doing some decent damage. And now also I want to remind people that Clem never started +3 armor. So he has the Liberators and the Vikings, but it's all over the place, and then a Marine battle, a direct Marine battle. Clem's not going to do so well.
And Cure is once more playing a beautiful TVT, but he still needs to be careful. This is a big army of Clem, even if it only has a single medevac, so Clem obviously needs to be incredibly cautious with his stims. Tanks and Liberators with Advanced Ballistics are absolutely amazing, and they can make up for the 20 army supply deficit that Clem is currently looking at, but needless to say, time is not on Clem's side. After losing all these bases, Clem needs magic right here, right now.
Oh, Kira setting up for a very big surround. He's got 20 more army supply. He's got that upgrade in effect as well. Some of the tanks might be auto-shooting on the planetary too. Is Clem paying attention? He stims, he reshoots his targets on the tanks, and it might be at least somewhat of a trade, but Kira is going to clear this up, save all of his bases, all of his mining, and Clem is in a lot of trouble.
Clem still had all the Vikings chilling in the top side of the map. That is a whole lot of supply that obviously could have helped out. Don't know if it would have made the difference there, but perhaps would have kept these tanks and Liberators alive a little bit longer. Kieran right now feels that he's got Clem right where he wants it. He's going to stim forward one more time, and I don't see a lot of Marines here in the mix for Clem. Clem's supply is plummeting. It's just Vikings left, and Cure, he may have shown up with one arm in a cast here today, but he played some great TVTs. A 2-1 over Gumio, and it looks like the 2-1 versus Clem is inevitable.
Yeah, showing up with an arm in a soft cast, I suppose, and then just defeating two fantastic Terrans to actually go right to the playoffs. A fantastic result for Kier, again, really showing just how good he is at this matchup. One of the only contenders to Maru. He will be moving on, and Clem will have to try his luck in the lower bracket.
That is one hell of a best of 3 by Cure, and it is one hell of a day for him. That means Cure is already guaranteed a slot in the playoffs, quarterfinals of the ESL Summer SC2 Masters. We'll see more of him on Sunday. Of course, don't be worried if you're a big Clem fan. We'll see more of Clem tomorrow. He will still have a chance in the knockout bracket. Actually, no, we'll see more of him today, right? He will play one more series today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He'll be facing Classic, so a TVP, which he's been doing rather well in. So he definitely has a chance, but Classic showing some of his PvT prowess by defeating Kelazur to get into this position.
But I guess no matter what happens, we'll see Clem tomorrow as well. So at least
yes, you are not a liar.
That was a great TVT series. Congrats to Cure for advancing into the quarterfinals. Let's hear what Kolaris and the boys at the desk have to say about it.
Jokes on everyone, it was a mind game. He does a handstand as he flips off the stage and cartwheels away. No, he is actually hurt. But amazing stuff coming out from Cure, able to take down Gumiho 2-1, then Clem 2-1 here in the bracket. That is... I'm a little bit flabbergasted, Ben. This is amazing.
I'm kind of blown away, honestly, because when he went onto the stage, you know, and the shake, like, he went with his left hand, couldn't do it with his right, and then he's, like, really struggling to put on his headset, like, doing this kind of thing. I was like, oh, no, this is going to be a disaster, you know, but holy crap, did he bring it. Like, he's playing really damn good. He should break his arm more often.
Wait, whoa, steady on. I mean, the crazy thing about it is that he's playing this well, but before the tournament, in the kind of lead up to hurting himself, I suppose, he looked amazing then as well. So who knows what he could be doing if he wasn't injured. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous because I don't think he's played that much. I don't think he could play that much recently. Because obviously I think he's obviously recovering, so maybe he got to a point where he can move his arm a bit. But there was definitely a period where he was giving up tournament positions. He was not doing anything at all. It's bonkers to show up to a tournament, barely be able to move your arm to get like headphones on, and then still play StarCraft to that level. Like, I can understand if you have some movement or whatever, but to like play to that level in long games, I thought if he won maybe like a couple cheeky fast games. Nah, not at all.
Oh. I mean, he did try and do a cheeky game with the 3 racks kind of thing after being 1-0 up, which you don't expect from Cure especially. But, you know, I think it's also one of those things, like we've seen how much the mental game can play a part. You see a player like Byun absolutely fall apart with his wrist kind of thing. Yeah, there's his cast. Like, we weren't joking. We weren't joking. Immediately, as soon as he's done gaming, it's like, hey, that's a man that's moved on to the top 8 right there. But I do think it can take the pressure off you a little bit. You come here, it's like, hey, you know, I'm actually like, wounded pretty badly here. I can barely do anything with this arm, but yeah, I'm going to try my best. And you know what? The pressure's off, and he played absolutely phenomenal, and it's been a slugfest for him all these games as well. Like, he's actually put on more than a show, so well played to him.
I love it. He's Cyborg Cure now as we take a look at the replays from all of this, and it will be him being victorious. He took it into the later stages of these games as well. Didn't really look like he was even flinching in a lot of these scenarios here, Wardy, and just looked, you know, spectacular.
This game 1 is such an example of why Cure is so good at TVT, because that was such a weird situation. And actually, when it kind of got to that scenario, I was like, I think Clem loses, even when it was like very even. Because the Korean Terrans especially are so good at figuring out those weird scenarios. They're so good at thinking on their feet, and that has been an issue for Clem. He can look very good when he's in a lead, when he's controlling, but it gets a bit crazy, it gets a bit wacky. The Korean Terrans are just something else when it comes to that. And I think we saw that a lot in game number 1. Game 2, Clem, like I say, got ahead. It got into a good position. It took a long time to close it out. Cure made it difficult. And this game 3, Cure again, man. He just takes great fights. He puts himself in good positions. His TVT is absolutely amazing.
I feel like it's not just great fights as well. It's great disengagements when something goes down, like the anti-armor missile hits the entire army. Okay, let's back off. Let's not take this fight. And then getting these kinds of surrounds, these moves in here, Ben, he just looks... It looks brilliant across the series.
I mean, TVT is so damn technical. Like, Clem is obviously very fast, like, you know, almost second to none, but how can he utilize that speed in TVT? The answer is you can't truly. Like, you have to know how to slow down the game, how to play methodically, how to come back from any situation. And the thing is, Cure, he's always been so good about the posturing. Like his TVZ, very often it's not about the flashy things, it's about how well he does these things, how well he sets them off. You'll see that he's always off creep, always on the edge. The APM 215 there, I can tell you, Cure is not a 215 APM guy. He's a 300 plus guy. Yeah, we know he's having to play calmer, cooler, more calculated, but yeah, he just showcased some phenomenal TVT, and that's what we know him for.
Exactly, and this is, of course, I mean, for any player that moving through into the playoffs straight away, it's best case scenario. But this is especially, we would say, best case scenario for Cure, because he doesn't have to play extra games tomorrow, so he can kind of, you know, mentally prepare for those playoffs as well as rest up a little bit.
Rest up, take a day, get a little bit of practice in, don't go overboard, and then show up on Sunday and play your best. Because, I mean, if you play anything like you played today in this TVT, if your other matchups look like that, you are in a very good chance. I worry maybe a bit about TVZ if you do have to slow it down, because I guess in that regard, maybe TVT is one of the better matchups to play.
I get what you're saying.
You know, slowing it down, being technical. But yeah, I mean, he played great, and maybe he really can still play fast if he needs to.
Well, that's that. We now have our 3 Zergs and 1 Terran moving through into the playoffs. What a showing so far here. What a showing for Cure as well. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have one more series here to get things done in the lower bracket. So we'll see you soon.
Love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
With so much emotion, look in the mirror and recognize my own face. M-M-M-A-A-S-K. M-M-M-A-A-S-K. I'm okay, I'm okay. Why they keep asking me, am I okay? I'm okay, I'm okay. Why they keep asking me, am I okay? I hide my scars beneath my clothes. I wear my smile to cover my soul. Beneath the makeup, beneath the pain, peel back the mask, you'll see the real me.
Hold it, wait, thinking they're taking a bait. Looks like they're top of the chain, but guess who is coming to play? Winner, winner, saint or sinner, future brighter, watch it glimmer, let it simmer, they're seething. Hearing them gas belly breathing, easing up, faking a sweat, wheezing and catching their breath. Haven't seen anything yet, looking for more, never settle for less. Calling off, I go and look for the rep, falling behind you, they're left. Every mistake it will cost.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Yes, that's right. Here at the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters, we're gaming out of control, and you should be gaming out of control at home as well. To my left, two members that game out of control. Yeah, I guess so. We've got Pig as well as Loco here to talk about our final series here of the day on the main stream. It's going to be Dark going up against Gumiho. Pig, looking at how this may play out, what do you think? Why are you slightly smiling? What's wrong?
I mean, I just enjoy your intros, James. I find them both coherent and straight and to the point. So, you know, I was just admiring your efficiency there.
Yeah, thanks.
We're gaming out of control over here.
Get out here gaming, okay? That's all you need to know.
Okay, fair. How about the match? What do you think about the match?
About the match. Oh, okay, StarCraft. We'll talk about that, I guess.
Yeah!
Historically, Dark praise on Gumiho. Gumiho gives him good matches. Dark always finds a way to kind of wriggle his way through. But they did have an absolute banger back at the Gamers Without Borders tournament a few months ago. It was one for the ages, some fantastic back and forth play. So I really look forward to seeing that. I do feel that Gumiho definitely can get the better of him with mech. But with Bio, it's hard to catch Dark out. And Gumiho does like to kind of switch between the two styles and catch him off guard. I think a lot of this relies on him blocking Dark, scouting, and surprising him.
Loco, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, both of these players play a ton of online tournaments, so they actually face off against each other a lot. And I was thinking the same thing. I was like, yeah, this could be kind of close. I think I'm slightly favoring Dark. But if you look at their stats, the last 13 times they faced against each other, Gumiho won a single time.
Oof.
Which is, yeah, not a very good statistic to have. And since Dark is very well familiar with what Gumiho does, I mean, he likes playing some cheeky games, he likes playing... You know, he likes at least mixing in some crazy strategies. I think this is going to be a really difficult one for Gumi, because Dark just seems to have his number statistically.
There's times where Dark looks rough around the edges in execution, but he oftentimes gets the job done.
Yeah, he steps it up for offline tournaments.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, if you think of their two styles, Gumiho likes to surprise his opponent and then win the game with it. Dark... he just doesn't leave the game. So he just survives, and Gumiho just gets dragged into deeper and deeper waters. And he's like, hey, man, we're just going to hop in this quicksand and have a bit of a wrestle in there. And eventually, somehow, Dark just survives. He doesn't need to breathe. He can go underneath for like an hour. He'll just come out a few hours later and be fine. Gumiho doesn't seem to have the same staying power. It's hard for him to keep up with Dark in the long game.
But as you say, at Games Without Borders, even though Gumiho didn't advance to G8, he still looked great in a lot of his series. But anyway, that's by the by. We are now ready to head on over to the stage. It's the final series of the day. Let's get it on.
Welcome, everyone. We are finishing off the day. Zombie Grub here with Demu, and we're going to be casting Gumiho versus Dark, which is going to be very interesting. Let's go ahead and introduce the players.
Thank you so much. For our last match of the day, we do have Gumiho versus Dark. Gumiho, of course, lost to Cure earlier today, but did beat out Haas to get here, and Dark did beat out Classic, but he lost ultimately to Serral. Now they'll be fighting for seeding in tomorrow's knockout tournament, and of course, the winner will face Astrea. Let's check out this video and then this match.
All right, last match of the day, Terran versus Zerg, Gumiho versus Dark. Historically, a very dark-sided matchup. I mean, pretty extreme here, Demo.
I actually did not realize, because the last match between these two that I really got to thoroughly enjoy was the Gamers Without Borders match, right? And it was 3-2, and it really went all the way. And I didn't feel that Gumiho was super outclassed or anything, but as it turns out, Gumiho just rise to the occasion, because I think in the last 10 series or so, Gumiho's won just one of them, and it's been exceptionally one-sided.
He has won 2 series out of 14 in 2023.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
That's pretty brutal. But I guess more specifically, after that very close Gamers Without Borders results, which Gumiho, I mean, was actually up 0-2, wasn't he? Like, yeah. Anyways, there is 6 more matches afterwards in which Dark was pretty convincing in every single one of them, defeating Gumiho. So, I mean, it might come down to being able to perform when perhaps the stakes are a bit higher than some of the open cups, and that's great for Gumiho, but Dark is such a trickster that you just can't help but favor him most of the time.
I mean, Dark, he is a real beast. Like, there's very few Terrans on the planet where I'm like, Dark is the underdog, you know? Like, he really is just so damn good. It's like the Marus of the world. I haven't seen him against Clem, actually, in a long time. But, yeah, when it comes to those guys, yeah, I can absolutely see Dark putting up a fight, but maybe kind of dying a slow death. But here, against Gumiho, he's the overwhelming big dog. There is one thing that gives me a little bit of hope, though. I was in the player area yesterday, and I saw these two specifically practicing with one another. I definitely saw some victory screens over on Gumiho's side of things. So, speaking of, spawning over in the bottom right here, currently teamless as I read Terran, it is Gumiho.
And in the top left, as the blue Zerg for Dragon Kaizi Gaming, he is Dark.
Sitting here because of a narrow defeat to Serral there, and he put up a real darn good fight. He made very short work of Classic in his series. It was a quick, swift 2-0. And you know, you can do that sort of thing against Terran as well, especially if you catch them off guard, trying to get some mech going, which Gumiho is more than capable of. And this game, he's going to opt for a very quick CC on the low ground. No barracks to speak of just yet. It will obviously come online sooner rather than later. But nice greedy opening here from Gumiho on a large map, Gressvan.
Most likely going to get away with it. If there is one player who would try and just randomly hard counter it, it might be Dark, but in a best of 3 where he is heavily favored, it is completely unnecessary. So this would just be like, if Dark saw this, when eventually he will be like, yeah, okay, you get that, like, I don't care. We did see this start off similar with Solar versus Byun, this exact same map, exact same opener. Gumiho might go into something very different, and already is, I guess, only 1 barracks. Remember, Byun went for the 2 racks follow-up, and then that tricky Banshee, which I really would have expected something, that might be something that Gumiho will try. Gumiho might be a mech player occasionally, but he also is just generally a weirder player. So a couple of, multiple starports can come down and all that good stuff.
Yeah, even like Hyperflight Rotors as well on the Banshees, some BC builds here and there. But the thing is, he's very good at just kind of swishing it up on the fly. Like, one time he's a mech player, one time he's a bio. He can do either. I remember for a while, he was one of the guys that was doing the mech into bio.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it was many years ago kind of thing, but I thought that was damn cool from him. But yeah, going up against a guy like Dark, you have to be so careful, because if you do go for the mech style, it's obviously a bit weaker to get into it. Yes. You're a bit later on the tanks and whatnot. And Dark is very acute about his scouting. And so if he sees that something's a little bit awry, he's the kind of guy that can pull the trigger very quickly and shut you down before it gets going.
Dark's just terrifying to play against, whatever you're playing, right? Because he can pull the trigger kind of almost at random, but of course he knows why he's doing it, as far as choosing to cheese or all in, or just simply have an army and go, you know what, I can take this fight, when a lot of the Terrans, a lot of the Zergs would not. So it's very difficult to play against him. Gumiho is difficult to play occasionally because he is such a build order master. He has so many different styles of playing. Actually, this game, he's setting it up on the wall to look like it could be whatever, actually. It could be a 1-1-1, it could be a fast third command center, it could be a lot of things. But we know there's a second barracks somewhere in that main base, and Gumiho then will, of course, be going into bio. Something that Dark will eventually know, but yeah, right now, a bit in the dark, yeah.
I mean, a bit of a rough start for him. Does get scouted on what he's doing and gets to see that it's a very, very quick reactor. There's no follow-up with a Marine, so you can obviously have a nice Overlord in the base to just scout whatever you do so, please. But yeah, definitely unfortunate to lose an SCV like that early on, because I was expecting some of the little tricky micro, you know, where you press T and you go to the other side and stuff, but nothing from him, and that Zergling almost got away with 2 kills.
Yeah, almost. You could send the Overlord in, but it looks like, I mean, I feel like Dark just like doesn't. He's just like so confident with other scouting, other ways of scouting, I suppose. And he does often play into roaches, which if you get the roach one at this time, could be used offensively and very effectively defensively against a lot of what-if builds, you know, maybe not Banshees, but a lot of other what-if builds. And this is a very interesting build from Gumio. I did wonder if he was going to go into basically the 2-1-1 Hellbat all-in, but I mean, I don't know if he's going to add the armory here. So it's like a 2-1-1 with Hellions that make the Ling micro a lot more complicated, but it doesn't make Roach micro a lot more complicated, and that's maybe going to be the conundrum.
It looks like it's lining up to be a slightly later 2-base all-in from him, because the fact that he's only gone from 1 engineering base so far, unless he's put it at the front, he's trying to fake that, but that means he's most likely just going to be relying on that +1 and getting some tank follow-up behind it, right? Like, that's what I have to be leaning towards.
That's what Byun did as well, though. Even after the weird Banshee thing, he went for single engineering bay, and I was in the same thing you were. I was like, well, most of the time this means 2-base attack, and then, well, Byun does a lot of those openings and then just kind of smoothly makes it into a 3CC. I think Gumio is less likely to do that, so I am once again on the 2-base attack hype train, but we'll see. Obviously, at this point in time, Dark has a better understanding as to what the opener was. The Hellions really only used to safeguard the very opening stages, make sure you don't get overrun, otherwise they're not really helping out. But hey, speaking of being overrun, Dark was just holding on to some of the army hotkeys, and now he is on Gumio's side of the map. Gumio had no idea this was happening.
No idea. I mean, we barely did either, really. I mean, like, this army's turning up at this front door very quickly, and you see this big wall off. There's already a tank. I think Siege on the high ground over there. That was a good shot, but Stim is already done. He's got a good amount of Marines out, but I don't think they're where he wants them right now. They're on the aggressive on the other side of the map, and they're waiting that main base. Wow. And we're going to start to see a lot of death on both sides of this map.
So Dark thought he had some time. He was just going to go ahead and break down every single supply depot, not a, pad chunk of change that Gumio now has to rededicate to, but I'm not sure he actually knew about the drop. It seems to be handled just by the mass Ling reinforcement, which is quite nice. Now he can focus with the Ravagers. However, stimmed Marines plus a tank helping out, plus the SCV pool, unsuccessfully getting a surround, so Dark will be able to escape. Things get pretty awkward, but look at the supply. It is more awkward for Gumio.
It is, but I kind of like his position, Zombie. Like, he did start that 3rd base quite early in the main base of his. He's getting the +1 going as well. He has to be kind of careful. Oh! That's a full medevac there. That was quite the shot by Dark. And yeah, he's going to be smiling about that, but Gumio goes unflinched. But if he kept that alive, I think his army would have fared really well against this massive Ling swell,
Yeah, no doubt about it. Dark was going to be, he is put into a position where he's the awkward Zerg at this point. He made a bunch of army units, and then they didn't really do a whole lot of damage to his opponent, so now he has to recover the drones. I would usually say most other Zergs, even top tier Zergs, that this would be a very weird, awkward scenario. Like, they're going to be so uncomfortable. Dark plays in this position so freaking often, either of his own doing, because he chooses to all in and it doesn't work, or because he gets attacked and it works for the Terran, either way. So Dark's really a master of recovering from a scenario like this, and in general, if the game is going to continue on longer, I do favor Dark.
Me too, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right, but as far as weird game scenarios go, I think Gumio is also one that kind of thrives in the chaos of the game that he kind of brings to the table. Like, he has all these weird builds and like he's more used to it than the other person. But maybe that's why Dark is so well matched against him, because he's the Zerg that absolutely puts you on the back foot straight away.
Yeah, that might actually explain it. Gumio might be able to, I guess, adapt intelligently. He's not exactly the fastest player, but he can kind of see how the movements are going and do the right thing. I do feel like sometimes those sometimes lack of mechanics, the lack of multitasking and drops, if you compare it to Byun in such a desperate position, can be why he doesn't do well as the game goes on. And I feel like it's going to happen here. He is trying to do a couple of drops, which is absolutely, go for it as long as you can. Nothing can attack your medevacs, but Dark is doing the recovery thing. He's had his army already intact from the earlier stage. He gets another medevac with corrosive biles, and he's moving on into an infestation pit.
This is actually buying him so much freedom, Because, like, Gumio's supply, if he had all those Marines alive from before, like the first drop that died, you're talking like a 20 supply, like, deficit kind of thing, which isn't bad against this mass roach flood with upgrades finishing earlier. And Dark, it looks like he's lining up for a big 1-1 timing here. I say that, but he's got a really sick drone count. He's getting the Balin Nest online as well.
Yeah.
he's so hard to read.
He is, absolutely. For the Terran in particular, right? We have a bit of God vision right now, but even we're like, well, could he, he couldn't, and then they maybe do this. Yeah, he's going into the macro game. Gumiho doesn't know. Gumiho doesn't know if he was about to be attacked. Now, as Dark is adding on so much technology and is playing into that macro game, Gumiho's move out might be totally warranted, but he still has to be careful. Dark's army supply is fine, and the technology alongside it with those infestors now makes it a bit more potent. It's no longer just a direct numbers game.
I love the upgrades when they came online as well from that 1-1 just finished as this push kind of got to the midway point. And Gumiho's super committed to this. He does have 2-2 on the way as well. Dealing some nice little damage here with this drop. And I mean, the eco of both of them, it's not out of control yet for the Zerg, but Dark has a way bigger army. In fact, how many Lings are on the map right now? It's got 78 Lings, 10 Ravagers, 10 Roaches. I feel that Gumiho's one bad move away from just getting caught completely with his pants down.
I imagine so. Ling run by hits, distracts, Fungal hits the main army, Lings come from behind on top of the tanks. I can absolutely envision that exact scenario. And well, it's not happening here. Dark is just playing the long con, taking out the tanks as he can. I just feel like his setting up potential is so great. Gumiho is adding on a 4th command center. He's got those upgrades on the way. He could be playing into a decent late game TVZ, but is he better than Dark in a bio late game TVZ?
Dark's playing a dangerous game here because he's absolutely hoping that Gumiho does run into him. Because if you do get into the late game and you're on 74 drones, you have to be a little bit worried, but tier 3 upgrades do start for him. And like these kind of trades, Gumiho's actually microing really well here. Nice playing the snipes by him, and all of a sudden he's the one in a supply advantageous position here. But 2-2 is pretty close to coming online here. The tank count's obviously been climbing. He's kept most of those bad boys alive. Lovely snipe by Gumi. That's not what you expect to see from him.
Gumiho is like, you don't think I can do what Byun does? Show you. Nice Baneling snipes. And now Baneling speed is done. We have a bunch of other upgrades on the way. I was about to make a joke about Dark not appreciating Vipers. He just loves his infestors, but he actually does make some Vipers, and that is very important to deal with the tanks. Again, it's just that Dark is in such a comfortable position for him. Not for other Zergs, but for him, this is where he actually can thrive. If he dislodges this push, it is just, for me, a totally Dark 1 game. But dislodging this push is going to require a lot of finesse. Could be easily messed up. Dark's going to pull the trigger on it after a decent Fungal. A couple of tanks, not Siege, but that high ground, that choke, the amount of Marines left over off of Creep. Dark's got to respect that!
Oh my goodness!
No! Oh, but Gumiho needs to respect the Fungals.
Oh, I don't even know where that Fungal came from, Zombie Grove. Just his whole army was green for a moment there, and that felt like the good old Wings of Liberty days, with everything just absolutely going bye-bye. And now Dark feels comfortable enough to get the +3 carapace on the go. Kaiken has played on the go as well. Ultra's going to be the next thing for him on the field. And right now, Gumiho has nothing to deal with those.
Oh, man, that was like a perfect bait, He just... Man, you look back at the replay, it's just so obvious that Dark was probably like, yeah, I'm going to do it. Like, this investor's right here. Yeah. But, of course, to us, it was just all of a sudden out of nowhere. Dark is an excellent player when it comes to infestors. He's one of the only Zergs that seems to make them reliably, and then he also just uses them so intelligently. And now he has done a great job dislodging the best push that Gumiho is going to have. Now it might be turtle time as the rest of his tanks get cleaned up, the rest of his army as well. He's reinforcing, actually, but I'm not sure that's correct. I'm not sure he actually can. Off of Creep, though.
Only one Ultralisk in the mix here. I mean, like, that army from Dark, this is not a great
it is not.
fit. I mean, the big Ultra will stand strong here, but wow, that was not super clean on either side. And Dark's economy behind this, he's only on 77 drones. Like, this is something we've talked about throughout the game. He's just been on a low drone count, which is kind of where he thrives. But yeah, he needs to get richer. And Gumiho, I love the sensor tower positioning from both of them. He's completely cut the map down the middle, which kind of shows me that he's ready to play a much later game. He wants this to go here, or at least he's been forced to make it go here, but he looks like he's ready for the challenge.
I mean, I think he's, as good as a lot of the other top-tier Terrans when it comes to late game, but he's one of the best. That is right now what is in question. Now, Dark definitely made his own mistake there. That was apparently an overcommittal. Initially, the Terran army didn't look that big, but then the off-creep factor really started to impact the supply of Dark, and as you said, it was kind of sloppy from both players. Awkward indeed. But Dark is setting up for more run-bys, dealing with the drops thanks to the Vipers. He's now dealing with a couple of Marauders. Marauder slow will be done soon, but the Queens are going to die anyways. And this is important for Gumiho. I would say not necessarily for killing hatcheries, which might be a little too far out of his reach. but at least having some position on the map, so he isn't just turtling.
Yeah, Dark's definitely stabilizing economically. Like, he's getting an army now that doesn't just trade out and blow itself up, right? Like, the Ravagers are costly, they've been very good for him, but he has to be careful, because Gumiho, he's quite decently well off behind this, getting a 5th base behind it all, even getting these random turrets around, like, just to make the Viper's life a little bit more tricky. And now he's adding on a lot of ghosts as well, and yeah, he's prepping up. This is almost Spirit style here.
He's very much set up for the late game. You know, it was a very quick transition from, okay, those are Overlord drops coming in here. It was a quick transition from mostly Marine Tank, then Marauders, and boom, right into those Ghosts. So he is on late game for sure. But Dark is about to have a huge drop of, I guess, all of his cracklings.
Yeah, and I see that sensor tower at the bottom there. There is one little gap at the 6 o'clock spot of the mob. I think he's going to utilize this on the group. And I see that green line going over there. So we know exactly what's going to happen. And those Lings are really well upgraded. Holy crap.
I love this.
Gumiho's getting prepped for this already. I mean, that won't stop it. It will definitely slow it down and maybe kill a few Lings on the way, but a Nidus Worm afterwards as well.
Oh, man, the double, triple whammy, whatever you want to call it. Only if there was lurkers involved, that would be the absolute worst. This is still going to do some damage, but Gumiho is really trying his best to minimize the damage, minimize the chaos, so at the very least he can focus mostly on the front attack, which is really usually where, you know, something goes well. If the front attack goes really well, you could just lose your entire army. Gumiho is clearly paying attention. He's stimmed up. He's splitting his medevacs. The snipes are coming down. It's entirely off of creep for Dark, so he might once again be going too hard here. And then he's completely denied in the main base. Gumiho playing one hell of a late game TVZ.
I tell you what, I love the way that Dark approached that, making a big, crazy fight at the top, and he kind of took that fight not to lose it, but to distract, right? And then Gumiho, more than prepared at the south there, like we saw before, and all of a sudden, Dark's getting himself into a stage of the game that I don't think he expected Gumiho to survive.
This must have been like something that Dark recently did against Gumiho, you know? Like it's obviously reading 20 seconds ahead, which doesn't necessarily guarantee Gumiho's victory, but it does make life a bit easier as he now knows where he can focus, what he doesn't have to worry about. So that's just excellent play here from Gumiho. Dark's going to find him a tougher nut to crack than perhaps he was anticipating, but Dark has now taken the entire map, more upgrades, more opportunities for harassment. He is going to need to probably even add on that Neural Parasite and really go deep into the late game, but we're now setting up for that potential.
We absolutely are. Like, Dark's really enveloping the map here, just getting creep absolutely everywhere. This is a map that you absolutely can split down the middle as a Terran player and get things going. I was speaking to Reynor quite a bit earlier, and he talked about hating the Terrans that split the maps and whatnot, but here, I'm actually loving what both these guys are showing this game. This is exactly what I wanted to see from both of them.
I love it. He made sure to bring the medevacs so that he could escape. He knew that was going to happen. Some great SimCity to utilize. If he doesn't get completely surrounded, that was a little bit dangerous, with Planetary really helping. There's not a lot of SCVs that are going to die that really matter. And
look at that supply!
Dark's supply just absolutely plummeted. That was a catastrophe of an attack.
Oh my god, I want to see the resources lost tab after that fight, because that was absolutely 12k resources lost more. He has not been trading well whatsoever, and he is not rich enough to pull this off. Gumiho, if he launches an attack now, Dark's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Man, Dark must have thought that Gumiho was just going to fold. He's like, why aren't you folding? Why aren't you folding? Just get out of the game. Gumiho is holding on and absolutely has potential for a bit of a counterattack. Now, it's difficult to really deliver the killing blow to a late-game Zerg that has all these bases, all this creep spread, but it does mean that Gumiho can now further his leapfrog of command centers and really, truly split the map. So then his Planetary is up here, helping to, add the offense with the bio, but a couple of bailing hits makes it a little more awkward. Dark's not going to entirely give up the northern side of the map quite yet, but absolutely Gumiho could take a base up here.
It could start getting to a really awkward situation where the Terran hits that +3 weapons on their mech, and then they start transitioning to the Hellback kind of combos, you know. It deals with the Lings. Once they hit +3, they can one-shot Lings with any kind of armor upgrades, but we're seeing Burrow Infestors come into the mix here, and that's obviously going to be a bit of a problem, but Dark's pretty much gone for every tech. You talked about the Neural Parasite. We're going for the Spire as well at this point.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Did you see that?
If he must have done. When you have the Burrow Infestors, you obviously see the little bit of smoke trailing them as they're going about, but Gumiho is on point in this game, man.
It's so difficult to track that, you're also attacking the left side and waiting for the defense, and well, here comes the defense for Gumiho. He splits once again. A couple of fungals come out, but the EMPs also countering. Liberator sieging up too. Dark once again trying to make a good battle off of creep, but it's not really that great. It's maybe better than the one previously, but it's not really making a lot of headway for him.
He's really giving him everything here. And the supplies, they look kind of close after the fight, but that's because he produced 80-odd lings in the blink of an eye there as the fight was going on. And Gumiho, he's holding on. He's not rich, by the way. Like, I don't know what his orbital count is at. It's definitely decent. Okay, what have we got here? A good 5. I mean, I feel if he was on a good 10 or so, he'd actually be looking very pretty in these kind of situations.
Yeah, despite winning out on the resources trade, still hasn't mined as much as Dark, especially as Dark is added on, 70, then 80, now at 94. So that is a lot. We got the nukes involved. Gumiho wanted to go for one in the north, I believe, but now it's going to settle for the middle, which, I mean, if you catch him by surprise, it's fantastic. If you don't, it still could be that one very important distraction that then leapfrogs your army to that top side, which I think it just did.
That was a very fast reaction from Dark, by the way. That was he was immediately pulling as soon as he saw a nuke detected on the correct base. Now his drone count is insane. This army that he has doesn't really want to be fighting off creep, and Gumiho, you can see how he's postured. Like, he just doesn't want to let the creep get past these points, and he's utilizing that nice smoke, the nice terrain that he's got to work with here. And Dark, even though he's got half the map here, Zombie, I feel he's a bit kind of cornered.
Well, he doesn't seem to have a very good solution for the actual fights.
No.
Yeah, so that's the cornering effect kind of happening, and it is going to be that very long, drawn-out game where Gumiho wants to continue taking very efficient trades while also starting to take over more of the map, so Dark just can't mine enough, basically, and then the Zerg withers away. Dark is desperate to find something that just kind of dislodges Gumiho's pace, so Lurkers are coming in. Not usually that effective if you run them straight first into someone who already has 12 ghosts, but maybe they can go for a run by somewhere.
If he starts causing a lot of chaos, right, with a lot of Niduses going on here, there, and everywhere, I wouldn't hate if he goes up to like 3 Nidus worms if he does want to break him, because I feel once you get lurks on the field, that's the way to do it. Lovely snipes, and the Medivacs will save most of those ghosts. I mean, Gumiho's trading really well here.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. This is the encroaching army that is really terrifying for the Zerg player. Now, they still have a lot of mining on the south side. We're not quite towards that very late game on Grespon yet, but it's heading that way, unless Dark starts taking some better engagements. But he is looking a bit lost. He's going to try and get into Broodlords, I suppose, with those Corruptors, but again, Ghost's pretty good at that. And Gumiho, if he actually sees this coming as well, might start adding in, as you were talking about, that more battle mech. Maybe some Thors get involved, but not quite there yet. Just a lot of back and forth on this particular engagement. Fungal's finally appearing and helping out against those ghosts. Some of those nice bailing connections we can hear. And I do love the Nidus Storm with the Lurkers on top of an orbital command. That might have to be lifted, or certainly have to be lifted. It might die. The Dark Space just died, and he lost a lot of army trying to defend that.
He certainly did. He's still maxed out. The gas is pretty low for Dark, but you got to remember, like, he is farming his side of the map so damn fast with how quick he was to take all those bases. And if it really does come down to a gas game, Gumiho is miles ahead, and he's been far more efficient with the trades as well. But did those Lurkers just get out of there as well through the Nidus? I think they did. So Dark is being kind of efficient now, and I think that is his way back into it. You just saw those factories, right?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so the factories are coming down. He's going to go in. And I said battle mech. It's mech, sorry. So it's not even bio mech. It's not even spooky mech. You really just go into mech. So Liberators, Thors, and Hellbats, and well, actually Ghosts. So it is spooky mech. But that's going to be perhaps very well timed as Dark starts to add on those Broodlords. They're already going to have trouble against the Ghosts. They're going to have extra trouble against Thors. This attack finally breaking Gumiho to a degree. It was because he was out of position, however. Now he responds. Forced the lift, but now he's going to get all of the Lurkers and perhaps even save the Planetary. He'll get a repair.
He saved it, and he's killing the base in the meantime. And I mean, he is losing a lot of SCVs. Actually, weirdly enough, even though everything I was seeing, I was like, hey, I kind of like this for Gumiho. Dark is still... He has a bank, but... Okay. I think it's crazy.
I don't think that Gumiho should have also tried to attack the south. I mean, I think something to deny this base is always nice, but to be honest, Zerg players, they eventually get to it, and it sucks, obviously, but if you're taking the best trades possible to the north, it might not matter. Or, put simply, actually, 8 Marines constantly harassing that probably would have been better than moving his entire army. He just lost the top side because of it. He's going to struggle to re-max. He never had that much of a bank to begin with, and these Broodlords actually are perfectly timed, able to get so many of them before the Ghosts are here and before the Thors have actually popped out.
okay, I like the use of these tanks. This is kind of like the old school style where it's like Broodlords in one place, your tanks go to the other. He might be able to shut down quite a few bases with how good those tanks are, but there is a massive swell of Dark here. And even though he's been battered and bruised this game, he still has a massive army that he's pushing forward with. And if he gets in between all these rally points, that big spot where all those ghosts are, Gumiho is in severe trouble.
You know, if it wasn't for the double whammy, Gumiho losing his position to the north and not quite being on that tech transition, I really don't think Broodlords are maybe that great in late game TVZ. Like, they have to get like 30 of them with the fungals and the late game spore crawlers and stuff. But this ended up being absolutely perfect, hitting at that right time and being very intimidating. Now returning home to deal with the tank bio, which will go wonderfully for them. And then maybe something else can deal with the ghosts, which are still around. Not sure what the count is right now.
It's a little game of cat and mouse now. These Broodlords are trying to hunt down that big army, and I mean, they are slow. They fly incredibly slow. In fact, where are they on the minimap right now? I'm looking for them. Okay, hovered all the way back to the base, so he is being a little bit careful about it. I thought he could have run into the main there, or at least like the natural really got something going.
I think he was way too afraid of those ghosts finally being controlled and positioned, and then he loses all of his Broodlords and 2 or 3 of his important mining bases, and he is not that rich. Should he be on 5,000, 5,000, maybe he would have gone for it. But it kind of settles. You know, we had Gumiho really dip down in that supply, but he has recovered. He's finally taken the topside bases again as well. And we're back to where we were kind of 3 minutes ago.
I like the Blue Flame edition, though. That's kind of what I was hinting at, is once you start really cementing your mech play and getting that +3 online, getting the Hellbats out, those Ling numbers that are really scary, you've been relying on your tanks and whatnot to really deal with them, then the Hellbats reign supreme, and no longer will Dark be able to just do what he's doing with these Lings right now, which is just running so deep into the army of Gumiho.
There's also an additional anti-Broodlord defense that is the Thor. Now, the Neural Parasite is the counter to the Thor, but then the EMPs are the counter to the Infestors, and so on and so forth on the dance. But it is absolutely turning into that spooky mech, which a lot of Zerg players have had trouble against. I know that Dark has recently played a couple of very late-game TVZs. One against Byun, where he ended up adding on 28 Infestors. He did not win it. And so I think he just was like, you know what, that was not the plan. I'm going to try something else, which, I mean, maybe this is going to go better, but this is actually what a lot of Zergs have been trying, and it's still very difficult to kill the Terran in this position.
It certainly is, because that army that Gumiho's mustered here, that is a big, scary army. Especially with Liberators with range, because if you can keep those Infestors at bay, like you can't use the tanks anymore to do it. I mean, you can, but a lot of friendly fire damage, but those Liberators really do the job there. So Gumiho, as long as he's patient, as long as he's cool and doesn't let Dark mine from this north 12 o'clock base, it is a split map scenario.
With the Liberators and their range, it really is the perfect composition for the Terran. You know, like if it's only the EMPs available, then maybe they miss and it still goes disastrous, but everything combined together, and if they're the one defending, of course, then it's, oh man, it's so tough. Dark has gotten up to his own, like, almost supreme late-game composition. I say almost because maybe he wants to trade out more supply for something else, or more drones even, as we get into later and later TVZ. But unfortunately, now Dark has lost the exact 12 o'clock base. Looks like Gumiho is eyeing to take it.
I'm worried, because these are the kind of fights, the engagements, where it really comes down to one little error, or your opponent really taking the pounce. And the way that Dark's been utilizing the Infestors, I'm surprised the count isn't actually a lot higher. He's just had like 5 scattered around here, there, and everywhere. And a lot of it's been shut down by Gumiho, especially some of the burrow being caught by the Scanzo and whatnot. But this army that he has, and I love the ghosts in the medevac as well, getting ready to pounce on those casters.
I'm not really sure what Dark could give up to get more Broodlords. I mean, use the Banelings eventually, I suppose, but...
I mean, it is a hell of a lot of Lings that can maybe cause damage on the other side of the map.
Yep, that's true. They will definitely have to be sacrificial at some point. I mean, they're not going to help out with the main army with those Blue Flame Hellbats on the front lines. Now going for some run-bys. Very quick reaction from Gumiho to at least minimize the damage, but they're crackling, so they actually can even threaten the orbital before Gumiho gets around a lifter.
And here we have a little bit of a skirmish down here, just trying to get some damage done. I like the Hellbat in the mix as well, just to make that a little bit worse. Dark is trying to cause some havoc at the top side and just really utilize the multitasking. You talk about supply and how to utilize it. This is a good way to do it, Zombie Grub.
Yep, and he built 7 Corruptors and 3 more Broodlords. That's exactly his plan. He's like, what can I give away? Oh, this army. And I can do it efficiently, too. I can actually cause some real chaos, maybe get on top of the production. Gonna further antagonize the main base. I'm not actually sure what's in that Nidus Worm, but if there's something in there, Gumiho will lose control of his production.
He could very quickly make a lot of cracklings and get him out, right? If he has a lot on the other side of the map. Or he could use it as an escape.
Yeah, I was gonna, because that was all of his Lings, and then you replace it with Corruptors, so I just, unless he had those Lurkers still around somewhere, but that was a bit funny. it might have at least caused more of a reaction from Gumiho, but there's no secondary attack, so that was just kind of funny. The Broodlords were the emphasis. The perfect late game Zerg is the emphasis, and well, right now I guess we consider perfect is just literally mass Broodlord Infestor Viper.
It could get the job done, but 14 ghosts, 7 Thors. You got those 6 Liberators that aren't the anti-air. They're against the Infestors, and I guess to some extent the Queens as well. The EMP is going to fly in here on these Ghosts, trying to get all those Fungals out of action here, and now the Ghosts can really get to work. I mean, this is a messy fight here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Fungals came back actually too soon, but the Broodlords came too late, either way. And the Ghosts were able to still get those snipes before they all got hit by the Broodlings as well. Gumiho sees an opportunity, but it's still a lot of Zerg left over. It's not like he's just winning, and he's still pushing, as if he's like, no, I'm going to win this.
I mean, pushing through that. Dark's being pretty patient with his Infestors. He's still got a few alive, I do believe. And oh, look at that Broodling army here. He's getting funneled into a bit of a choke. I mean, the snipes are still landing. The Queens are dancing in the liberation zones here. I have no idea who's winning. The Broodlords are still trying to get damage done against the Thors, but those Broodlings are getting work done, and Dark's dancing back and forth with the Broodlings, with the Broodlords here, but Dark's out of cash. He is broke as a joke, and Gumiho, he's still got a lot of minerals to spend.
A lot of minerals, not a lot of gas. He's going to have to go back into pure marine, which I guess could definitely do stuff, but I just I don't know.
Hellbats as well.
That's true.
They'll absolutely be really good against the Broodling.
I definitely love Hellions right now, just straight up Hellions, right? You're going to throw them around all of the bases, make sure that Dark does not have any further economy, and then turn them into Hellbats, right? Because something that chases them down. What are you going to do? Send your Infestors over there, then they're going to be out of position on the front lines? That could be very tough. Yeah, Gumiho, I guess was right, continuing to push in there. It was a little sketch, and if there were more no parasites available, that would have been absolutely sketch. But there wasn't.
And I mean, I don't know how many factories he has on the field. I mean, we've got a lot of Hellions in production now, and they come out quick. So let's have a look. 7 factories, 5 barracks still to work with. So still a good amount of production. It's not as if he lost it all in his main or anything. I think he has a few factories kind of scattered around the map. But this army that he's starting to accumulate here, getting that big Hellbat count together with these 10 Thors. The only thing he's missing is a lot of Ghosts, because 20 Infestors!
Oh my god.
Holy crap, I barely even saw that.
Yeah, no, I saw the mass Infestors at the bottom, and I was like, okay, he definitely made more. Having watched the game where he made, like, in total 70 Infestors, often 30 at a time, that was too much. But I did see the appeal of having more than 10, for instance. So that's where he's going for now. What I was shocked by was the lack of Ghosts. That was absolutely the problem of the battle, was that he put all of his bank into Thors, which is great. But then if there's no EMPs, the Neurals can come down, and that with 20 Infestors, you could literally Neural every single Thor.
Very nice use of these Hellions, by the way. Like, they're at 6 o'clock killing drones, they killed the Great Spire as well. And all this costs something. I mean, Dark, I think he forgot about his second Spire, because he's making another one here. I see it at the bottom of the screen, but these Hellbats, you have to respect this. You're going to start losing more than just these, like, peripheral buildings here.
I thought he was going to use them for Hellions a little bit longer, but I guess the bases that are mining are actually protected by the main army. Dark's, not protecting this base, but now turning him into Hellbats, he's like, wait, you can go after my technology. I don't want to let that happen, because he's not rich. But placing a lair and a hive would be quite a lot of money for Dark. So, you gonna respond? No, he's got to worry about the main army too.
I mean, that's a full-on mech army here. And he's having to clean this up using gas as well, which he actually has quite a bit of, but it's not something that's going to last forever. And Gumiho's managed to crawl across the map with this very slow, buxom army, but he is here, and we're getting ready for a bit of a clash, I do believe.
It's got to happen eventually, right? So I don't know how it's going to go. It depends a lot on who, basically, I would say, initiates and gets all the actions done first, right? But if this were to continue along this pace and there's no direct battle, I mean, I really favor Gumiho, right? He's still got that huge mineral bank, and he's also getting some gas finally.
You know what I'm really scared of for him, though? If these Infestors get some big Neurals going down, like, it's not even just about the Fungals anymore. Those Neurals can be really damn scary. The Hellbat count isn't super big either. In fact, he's kind of just said, hey, I harassed with them. Now I've got 5, or 8, including the 3 Hellions, I suppose. But is that enough to deal with all the Broodlings that are going to be spawning from a good 16 Broodlords? I don't think so.
That is an excellent point. I mean, Marines can kind of do similar jobs, I suppose, but not as good of ones. So that is a very, very good point. Gumiho is going to try and push the 6 o'clock base. His drop in the main or whatever it was gets cleaned up, not a problem. It is all about this main battle, the 2 almost perfect late game armies for each race, but maybe a little more imperfect for Gumiho right now.
He's struggling. Like his gas count, you can see that little dribble of income that he's got going. He's getting a lot of, a lot of Liberators. Okay, now he's resupplying on those Hellions. Where is the gas left for him?
8 more Infestors. He is going up to 28 Infestors again.
It's the magic numbers, Obigo.
Apparently, but he lost that game, so I don't know how magic it is. I mean, I don't even remember really saying, oh, well, if only this went that much better. It's at the end of that game, I was still kind of anti-28 Infestors, but you know what? Dark knows way better, man. He's just like, Infestors are still as good as they were back when he was Liberty.
These parasitic bombs are brutal. That's one parasitic bomb hitting a good 5 or so Liberators there on the right side of the map. That is value for money. And Gumo is like, all right, I'll get on out of there, but the damage has been done. Those units, I mean, they are coming back on the field. It's 4 at a time kind of thing. But yeah, Gumo is making this look quite tricky. But while this was going on, 21 drones fell. That is actually so hard for Dark to resupply here.
Yeah, he did. That was where most of his minerals went, into 12 more drones, but then actually getting the mining is still a problem. That Terran army is still there, but a lot less on the Liberators. In fact, only 1 still available. Hellbat's still looking after technology buildings, anything to really put Dark into a difficult position, but where's the Infestor count? Is it at 30? Oh no, it's at 24. Okay, a little bit less.
Still needs 4. Still needs 4.
Yeah, but he has so much energy on all of them.
You know what's super cool? Just before this game, we're like, yeah, the last 14 series between them, Gumiho won 2. Looking at this game, you'd never think it was that one-sided, right? Gumiho really, these big moments, he's been living up to his name. And like, he's playing phenomenal here. He's playing out of his mind, because Dark is not an easy opponent whatsoever, but he's going toe-to-toe, and he's doing it in Gumiho style.
Yeah, no more Vipers. The Hive goes down. I'm not sure Dark necessarily won it anymore by his preference of spellcasters.
Nice to have the option.
It does. Yeah, absolutely. That is the problem. But yeah, Gumiho is playing so crazy good, and this is reminiscent of that Games Without Borders match, but you know, that still did not end in Gumiho's victory. It just was such an unfortunate tale, and I fear that it's going to be a little bit of a similar story here, where it's like such amazing Terran play, but just a little bit too few, you know, gas units, right? Too few ghosts, too few Hellbats, whatever it is, and then suddenly he loses and he's demoralized.
Oof.
I'm actually quite scared for Gumiho, even though not much has actually happened as far as the main battles.
I think him throwing away all those SCVs, despite them having auto repair on, so that was a bit wasteful of resources. It was great for what he's going to be making. Like, he can get Vikings, Ghosts, you name it. I really love these little hit squads of these Hellbats as well. Like, this may not seem like a hell of a lot, but he's remaking the lair and stuff. It's costing him money.
Can we get a unit check? Because those Vikings popping out might be the biggest brain thing ever. Oh my god, he has 2 Vipers and a Queen. That is his anti-air. Oh, 2 Corruptors. That may say as Corruptors, I suppose. But the Vikings will beat all that, is the point. Dude, there was a game like 8 years ago where Gumiho lost all of the ground battles, but he had 20 Vikings left over. Long time ago in TVZ where you actually depended on Vikings. And he killed all the Overlords. It was amazing, and he actually won that game. But in this case, not only could he do that, he could just start running around the Broodlords like 2 Vikings at a time. Bait out the Fungals. It'd be really annoying. I don't know if it'd be effective, but I really want to see how this works out.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, like, with just 2 Vipers alive, and I think he's remaking a Hive, or probably is going to go for it at some point. You just have a lair, newly made lair kind of thing. Oh, he's working on it. He doesn't think he has an infestation pit still alive, but he does. But Fungals, they are a big, big enemy of the Viking. I mean, both these armies can really obliterate the other. It just really comes down to where they do it, on whose terms.
There's a reason that the Viking response is not done anymore. You know, it's just Vikings do not deal well with the Fungals and Parasitic Bomb combination. I mean, you can control them, you can try and catch them without enough anti-air, which might be what Gumiho's trying to do, but then all it takes is really one of those spells to create a lot of chaos, but both of them, and then suddenly that plan's just gone. It's like, are you really going to still commit to it?
I mean, only 1 Viper left. And I mean, if he just keeps on going around, hunting those highs, those Hellbat attack squads, I mean, there is kind of a world where it can pay off. But Dark, he's very patient, but he is broke as a joke. I see that he's got gas, but minerals, he doesn't have a lot to work with here.
As long as he's got Infestor.
Okay, and he's got this base as well, and he does have a lot of Infestors, let's be real. But Gumiho's back maxed out again. I don't know with what units, but this is not an easy game for either one of them.
He put a lot of his extra resources into those Vikings, and I'm giddy because I remember the good old days.
Thors.
But you know, is it actually helpful? I don't know.
How many Liberators does he have? Because that's going to be one of his big ways to shut down these Infestors. It's a decent number. It's a decent number. Going for more Thors right now. that just makes me think like, it's just more ammunition for those infestors to get things done.
That is also a problem, is that even if maybe they deal with the infestors, if they neuroparasite for, let's say, like 3 or 4 seconds, 4 Thors, they kill the Liberators really quickly.
Absolutely.
So
they kill the Thors really quickly.
Yeah, that too. I mean, they kill everything really quickly, but especially those Liberators, and it's, I think, a worthwhile trade in this type of battle to say 4 Infestors, you're getting entirely rid of the Liberators, right? Then all the rest of the Infestors can do their job. Now they are actually being used as Hellions, trying to kill all those drones, like I mentioned earlier, but you know, not really getting too many. I do think if he killed almost all the drones, Dark would be in a very difficult position, but the Hellion run by's not doing that yet.
It's so hard for Gumiho to move down this ramp. Like, as soon as he moves down it, it's just Fungal Town, isn't it? But the last Viper does get shut down here. That's actually a big deal. Now these Vikings only have to truly worry about the Fungals, which, you know, you can dodge around a little bit, but it's really allowing him to move forward a little bit here with this army.
Yeah, I do like Vikings when they can be controlled, basically. Like, their micro is really nice because their range is really nice. And also the recent patch buffed their micro a little bit, but their range is great. So taking care of the Vipers, if you can, without being fungled, fantastic. If you can chip off a Broodlord or two because they're one-shotting, fantastic. If you continue to micro them in a clump and they get fungled, not fantastic. They're just a waste of resources.
Yeah, he needs Liberators, Ghosts, you name it. Like, Liberators really help him push down a little bit. If he had like 1 tank now, because in fact 3 Vipers just joined the field here. I was going to say you can start using tanks to shell at the army, but it's going to be problematic. And you see how many Broodlings spawn in the blink of an eye here. Ooh, that's a bit rough too, because that's pretty much the only gas left for Gumiho, isn't it? I mean, you've got maybe 1 more base.
Yeah, we're really mining out of Gress spawn. It's 40 minutes. We're almost at that timer. The hour marker's coming up, guys. But not quite there yet, so there's a little bit more on the resources for the map. Finally, we have the big engagement. Dark thinks he can go for it. Blinding Cloud helping out, as well as, of course, all the parasitic bombs, the fungals, and he is pushing through. How many Broodlords? 18 of them trying to target fire down some of these Thors. There are the neural parasites, and that's the disaster we were talking about.
Oh, and the fungals are juicy as well. I mean, these air units from Gumiho, they're not doing their job right now. You want to be stopping those infestors from getting so close, but Gumiho's been mortally wounded here. Now he's fell a good 50 supply down from being max. The ghost count, I hear them dying. I don't see it. There's just pure chaos going on. And right now, he's fighting into this big concave of Dark. Dark feels he needs more infestors. Oh my goodness.
They are truly the answer to all things in StarCraft 2. From 2010 to 2023. Thank you, Dark. Here they go, all shark attacking, neural parasites coming down on almost every single unit, and Dark, after 41 minutes, will take game number 1.
Wow, I mean, that was a true slobber knocker between these two. Like, that was really good play. It's one of those where I'm like super impressed with both of them, not just the winner, but the loser as well. Like, there's maybe a few things that Gumiho could have done. Like, maybe trying to take the fights on that ramp there. Maybe it should have been like, I'm going to move around a little bit, try to give myself more space, because fighting down there, that was just the dream scenario for the Broodlings, the Fungals, and all that.
Yeah. It's at a certain time, both of them really do want to be the static turtler, right? Like, you move into me and you're going to be at the disadvantage. So while moving the army around, if it's effective, it is fantastic. You're faster than the Broodlords. If you're not siege, if you're not scanning ahead, if you're not getting the EMPs and sieging up the Liberators, then you're also going to be getting off units. So it could actually turn around on you. So, I mean, there's a reason, basically, that we see that as a choice. You know, Terran players will take that risk or they won't. And Gumiho thought he could take the direct fight. Yeah, I can't forget how this game kind of started, which was that Gumiho was in a, you know, decent position and then got fungled all to hell. And now we see the kind of return of the bit of a throw here from Dark, and yeah, 30 more minutes later.
It's weird that this is all the same game, you know. There's a lot of action, a lot of things going on. The Corrosive Bar's taken out 2 full medevacs early on. That really took the wind out of the sails for Gumiho, and I mean, those fungals from the high ground there were really, really cool as well. But honestly, there's not many Zergs that can play this patiently and this well with the casters.
Yes.
Like, he was very good about spacing out these infestors for most of the MPs and just darting forward one at a time kind of thing. He made it very hard for Gumi.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It is kind of amazing to witness both of them trying so hard. I was going to say, I think that Gumiho might have been a little more optimistic about his chances in these battles, the very, very late game battles, because of one of those earlier ones that we saw, where he kept just pushing and pushing, and he actually almost pushed through. But as we can see, it kind of got perfected for Dark a little more at this very late stage, and then he just decimated the entire army, right? It wasn't as much of a contest.
It really is nice when you have that many fungals and that many neurals to work with. Like, you just splatter the whole army. And even though it is nice transitioning to mech, it does make you a lot more brittle. You know, like that HP that's lost, it's HP lost. It needs to get repaired at that point. You start getting very slow and sluggish against dodging it as well. Really cool game one.
Yeah. I wish I remembered more about Dark versus Byun when he got those many investors. I think Byun played more on the bio. Yeah, I mean, Gumiho did not go very fast in the spooky mech. It was actually later than we anticipated, in fact. But still, I think there was a lot more back and forth as far as the economic damage. It was a different map as well as Humanity, but I mean, Dark apparently does have that sort of figured out, but Gumiho was missing some integral pieces as he ran out of cash and couldn't quite get the absolutely perfect army. In the bottom left, sending out some SCVs, we do have the Red Terran down a game, Gumiho.
And spawning over in the top right with some phenomenal late game, it is Dark.
Both of them looking, I mean, especially Dark, unfazed about that last game. Gumiho going for the classic, well, that was a really, really long game, and I don't want to do that again. So I'm just going to proxy barracks. Or two.
We've all been there, we've all been there. These aren't the fastest barracks, by the way. Okay. It's
or three.
It's the 3. If it was like a 14-14 kind of thing, you know what you're going up against, or 14-15 even. But here, wait until 16 supply. Now he's going for 3 barracks. And I mean, this isn't a location that you scout immediately. It's a little bit further away. It's a bit tricky for Zergs to find out exactly what's going on at every point, but this is a favorable Terran map. Like, Royal Blood is predominantly good for Zerg. So the fact that he's doing this kind of thing, don't think Dark's going to expect it.
Exactly, that's what they least expect, right? But, I mean, it might be unscouted, but it is also going to be a little bit later. At the end of the day, it's going to be about the execution, how good Dark is at... Oh, come on. The Roach Roaring comes down blind. Wow, that just makes things a lot easier, actually.
He went pool first, didn't he? Obviously, with the hatch being so much later, so this is an absolute clash of builds. This is not what Gumiho wanted to go up against, and this Overlord does get to see that he's up against something rather cheeky and dark.
That's funny.
Oh my! You know, good players they get lucky more than the bad players, don't they? And I mean, Dark. Well, he's played him so much in the past few months where it's just like, I kind of got a good read on you, and this is more than a good read.
There's like one reason I feel like this might be kind of smart, which is that, you know, it's a good map for Terran otherwise. So you're like, oh, I'll do the thing he doesn't expect. For Dark, he's up a game, and he is totally willing to be that Zerg who like throws a game away just because he's like, whatever, I might win off of this. And 2, it is a Terran favored map, perhaps, so Dark's like, I'm going to cheese. So it actually made more sense for Dark to do this, perhaps, but it's just unfortunate. It's obviously just unfortunate. It doesn't always happen this way, but Dark... It's going to have some tools against this, more than he would usually expect. Gumiho still, of course, delivering on the attack, but the Roaches coming out so fast just really makes it very awkward.
That is interesting with these Roaches. I mean, they would have to wait to mortar Ravagers to deal with these bunkers, so I like the move out by him, just going through the fire here and just... If he can get on the other side of the map, you have to make a bunker defensively, you have to get some Marines over there. And this 3-Rax has been super shut down for now. I mean, he might get the hatchery for his troubles, but probably will actually. He needs quite a bit of gas to get it going, but at least the Marine count is going to be very low in those bunkers.
The supply block for Dark was kind of punishing for dealing with this, but it looks like the numbers are just big enough. The number of Marines was not that intimidating, so...
This is so bad for Gumiho. So bad for Gumiho.
Yeah.
I mean, there's more Roaches on the map than Marines, like I think by quite a considerable margin. He did a good job of getting 2 Marines back at home, but if I'm Dark, you have a few options here. It's like, hey, I macro up a little bit, I throw down a bit of extra gas, get some good Ravagers flowing, because those Ravagers that can inevitably pop out, what do you do? He's going for Marauders and Concussive Shell, which I think is a good choice, because what else can you do? But it's still like not the best.
Yeah, you can scout it all day long with the floating barracks, but you just don't have the units. You don't have the production. You're just now getting that up. Factory will finish, and if you can buy time for a Tech Lab and a Cyclone, I believe, but the supply depot has already been broken. The Roach Ravager is already on that high ground. 3 bunkers will be available, but soon to be 2, or perhaps you just avoid them, right? And just go for the SDVs. Behind this, Dark will be doing a lot of things. Currently, he's supply blocked, so that's not ideal. And some nice target fire here from Gumiho is really mitigating this damage. I think he's responded literally as well as you could have.
That was really well handled. I was scared of seeing 12 SCVs fall, him getting behind the mineral line kind of thing, but the way that he managed that, very well done, very impressive. And now he's got the concussive shell as well. I mean, these two depots are probably not going to be able to stay alive here, but behind it, Dark's just been droning up. And now he's in a phenomenal position. Is there even a second CC done for Gumiho? No. Oh, this is...
One base all in. Pull the SCV is actually kind of effective against Roaches, to be honest.
And Ravagers, yeah. Like, if you can catch him, especially if you can slow them down kind of thing, but he's a wounded boy over here. Now he's the one that supply block. Now he's getting doubled the supply by his opponent. He gets to scout everything. It's like, oh, you're in good shape, aren't you? It's like, yes, I am.
Plus, like, he's going to have to wait for Stim, so... I mean, Darks have so much time to scout that, yeah, hey, you're all in. I'm like, oh, okay. You know, this would even be more of a disaster for Gumiho if Dark did not get supply block twice. One was forced, one was not. But Dark would be even so much more ahead. He's even trading out here with the Ravager range, and that will be the end of it. Dark takes 2-0 at the end of the day. First game, just one of the coolest and certainly one of the longest games of the day. Second game, made it a lot easier. Dark will advance on, whereas Gumiho has to try on his last life in the knockout bracket.
Honestly, if game one is anything to go by, Gumiho is going to be a scary opponent to run to for anybody. He also narrowly lost 2-1 to Cure, and I heard that was a pretty good series, and we saw how well Cure played earlier, but Gumiho is definitely playing solid. Definitely sad to see him drop, but he's not down and out just yet. And Dark, honestly, he's played some damn good Zerg today.
I should clarify, they both go down in the knockout bracket.
That's true,
but it's just Gumiho's even in more danger than Dark is. So anyways, we are going to let the desk talk more about that, so take it away, guys.
Oh boy, that first match was grueling for these two players to try and get things going. Grassfang gets mined out, but it will be Dark in the end getting himself the victory. And as mentioned here, moving on to a later match in that knockout bracket. Joining me, Pig, as well as Loco. Pig, I thought we were locked in forever after that first match.
I told you Dark doesn't need to breathe, man. He just drags you into the mud pit, it gets you underwater, and then, you know, an hour later he decides to finish you in a really quick game in the next one. But that really is Dark's special quality. In the matchup between those two, they have these hard-fought, close back-and-forth maps. Just Dark almost always comes out on top in the series. He just has this inability to lose in those late game scenarios. You never know when the big fungal's going to land, when the blinding clouds, the parasitic bombs are going to turn everything around. And I mean, I feel Dark was far ahead in the mid game, but he then took some very bad trades in the early late game, went to Broodlord Infestor when there wasn't that much money left on the back, on the map, and he just made it work because his spell casting is next level.
Yeah, here is one of many highlights from that first game. It's funny actually how we've skipped to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, I'm like, wait a minute.
I was thinking the same thing. There were so many highlights in this particular game. It was difficult to choose what to show right here.
And then we get on to game two, of course, and it felt like Gumiho kind of had enough, Loco. He just went for the cheeky 3 racks, and, well, this is what resulted.
Yeah, Dark decided to respond with some Roach Ravager play, and this just simply dealt a lot of damage, right? Even though he does hold on here eventually in the main base, the damage has already been done, and Dark obviously happy to play the longer game on the back of this if he needed to. Overall, though, very long game number one, very quick game number two.
Yeah, you know, I think my favorite part, it's a shame we didn't see it in the highlight clips, but 7 missile turrets finishing on the edge of Gumiho's main as the drop's coming in. I'm like, this man's been dropped by Dark before in the late game. He knows what's coming.
When he dropped, he still put down a Nidus Worm too before returning. I'm like, okay, that might be a little overly ambitious. But
I mean, that's like 3 or 4 full overlords on that.
Yeah, but he was still ready to commit.
Yeah, he's 1 in a million, that's for sure, that's for sure. But Dark does advance on now. That means that he's moving on to knockout round 4, which is technically the final knockout round before you actually are able to potentially move on into the playoffs once again. So he has a good opportunity to be able to get it done, whilst Gumiho is going to have to slog through another round as they're going into that round 3 pick.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so big. Having a chance to get an extra round or 2 deeper, it really gives you a lot more time to prepare for your opponent. The people who are going to be going in from knockout round 1, if they end up making it to the final bracket, they have shown almost all their strategies. There's no more secrets up their sleeves. There's no more hidden plays that they can pull out. So, I mean, obviously, I always hope we get at least one person who makes that sort of grueling run where you're like, I mean, they're probably not going to do well, didn't have a great day one, and then they go through the slog. We're hoping for some of those storylines, but it's unlikely.
It's kind of wild because the players coming from the open stage to be able to try and get themselves into that knockout bracket, you've got crazy names coming through. I've just actually looked at the remaining names that have qualified through, but the ones that we already showed are the likes of Lambo, DRG, Hero Marine, and Shadown, who had a great run, Loco, beating out Nightmare after being knocked down originally into the lower bracket of an Open by Nightmare, which is what a run by him.
Yeah, in a tournament like this, we have so many games going on at the same time, so it's difficult to keep track of everything that's happening. But for sure, there's a lot of really great players that are signed up here, and sadly, we're going to have to say goodbye to quite a few of them, right?
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at the brackets then and get everyone up to speed at home, just in case they're not constantly refreshing things like Wikipedia, etc.
I already have a few Pro Tools tears dripping down my cheek.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're doomed.
I mean, there were quite a few of them, to be fair.
All right, we have, of course, Serral and Cure that were able to make it through into... Wait a minute. Yes, that's correct. I am a little bit tired. We have them making it through into the playoff alongside, of course, Reynor and Solar that were from the previous bracket. So 4 great names already make it through, Pig.
Absolutely. Really, not entirely surprising other than the fact that Cure, with an almost broken arm, is able to play top-tier StarCraft.
It was a keyboard hand, I guess, so as long as he can move his fingers around, he doesn't need to actually move around his elbow.
That is true.
And as you can see, Dark's name just popped in there, and to round things out, as we will have Clem moving into a position where it is knockout round 4, and also Dark moving into a position where it is knockout round 4 as well. So they just need to win, to reiterate, 1 best of 5 to be able to move on to the playoffs. And tomorrow, in fact, yes, we start with a few best of 3s here and there, but beyond that, then, Loco, everything becomes best of 5. So there's a really good opportunity to really kind of grind into your opponent and try and get it done.
Yeah, we may very well see some more Zerg versus Terran on Gressfin as well, guys. A lot of European Zergs have been avoiding it. Exactly trying to avoid the scenario we just saw in that previous series, but there's a good chance we're going to be seeing some more of it in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
It's been quite the day. We've had a lot of best of 3s here go down as we take a look at some of those open stages. So this was Group C to finish things off. Now, the 2 players that qualify into the first round of the knockout stage will be Skillus and Reynor. I do feel like I'm doing a lot of explaining every single time.
I mean, there's a lot of matches going on, but obviously heartbreaking for Showtime there. Shout out to Ragnarok. He lost first round to Geralt. Fought back through the lower bracket, taking out Spacey, Maisie, Christianer, got the rematch with Geralt, and then took down Showtime. But it's a shame to lose Showtime, because he is one of the best Protoss players in the world. And likewise, another bracket here, where we had a Laser defeat Creator, and knock him down, qualify, and then... we also had, of course, defeat Hero.
Yeah.
But then Creator eliminate Hero in the match, so we don't have Hero in the tournament anymore. He's been eliminated, and that is, of course, very sad because he has been the best Protoss player in the world, the leading Protoss player for a while.
That is pretty wild. I mean, Elaser apparently having some amazing Zerg versus Protoss right now.
Yes,
that is definitely a shame, though. I think a lot of people expected Hero to just straight up qualify for this tournament, first and foremost, and then he had to obviously, grind his way through the open bracket, and he gets eliminated. What seems to be relatively early on.
A Laser is very good at ZVP when he understands the matchup very well.
Yeah.
And his whole bracket was Protoss players. So he's just been like, grind Protoss.
Yep.
Did really well, and obviously Creator is absolutely no slouch as well. So, it's not like it's the craziest result. It's just weird to see Hero not making it through to that knockout bracket.
Yeah, usually you would expect Hero to be able to make, say, for example, top 4 of a GSL. However, it was very Terran dominated, so he didn't quite make it through via that path. And it's going to be up to Creator now in terms of that head-to-head between them to be able to fly at the Protoss flag. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here today. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. A huge thank you to our partners. We have Monster, we have US Air Force, we have Blizzard, and we have ESL Shop to thank for everything that's going on here at the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for day number 1. We had a marathon, an extravaganza of StarCraft. Tomorrow, we are back where we'll get that knockout bracket ramping on up once again, and then from there, we will figure out the playoffs. So we will see you tomorrow for more StarCraft action.
It's my time, 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 it's my I think about everything that I've done, challenges overcome, sacrifices I made in pursuit of being the one to take us out of the slums, ready to scrap for crumbs. A million laps on the track until I clasp my lungs, but I ain't done. Let's take it to the maximum. I was fast before, a champion in class of bums. Ain't never stop my rhythm. I'm like a massive drum. I set this beat on fire until the ashes come. I'm swinging until they finish, man, somebody better get them. Told them I was the realest, but nobody paid attention. Now you go up against them, get a ticket to the clinic. Been about my business, I wait past the limit. I'm trapped, so I react and attack without feelings. Everybody else chilling, but I'ma continue drilling. Keep hitting and hitting until I break down the building. Say, be the man, you gotta beat the man. So for you, it's lights out. Say, be the man, you gotta beat the man. So for you, it's lights out. I'm a warrior, you know my story. It's my time, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time. I got one shot, to where the crab, hold up a line, it's going down. It's my time, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time, it's my time. Shine, I stayed on my grind. Every boy's like a hook from Iron Mike in his prime. My eye lead a light speed is just blowing your mind, and you ain't got enough heart to try to challenge a line. I'm holding it down, toe to toe, controlling the crown. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. I'm eating you clowns. I've been the undisputed champ the last 300 rounds. I'll put your lights out now. You ain't making a sound. I got one chance of glory. I'm a warrior, you know my story. It's my time, it's my time, it's my time.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
Braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them roll out, rush in, drop back, defense. What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back up.
And make them braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast. I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
Braise in the belly of the beast. Braise in the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all pro. Braise in the
Charged up, charged up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all. What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back
And
up.
make them, and make
What
them.
would you do? And make them back up, back up.
Make them, and make them.
Go loud, rush in, drop back, defend.
What would you do?
And make them back up, back
And
up.
make them, and make them.
And make them back up, back up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up, charged up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all go. Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up, charged up.
Raising the belly of the beast. Raising the belly of the beast.
Charged up.
I'm ready to go.
Charged up.
That's all go.
It's my time, 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 it's my time. I think about everything that I've done, challenges overcome, sacrifices I made in pursuit of being the one to take us out of the slums, ready to scrap for crumbs. A million laps on the track until I clasp my lungs, but I ain't done. Let's take it to the maximum. I spaz before a champion in class of bombs. Ain't never stop my rhythm. I'm like a massive drum. I set this beat on fire until the ashes come. I beat them in the time. It's my time. It's my time. I got one shot. To win a grand. Hold up the line. It's going down. It's my time. 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 It's all coming in line. I'm destined to shine. I stayed on my grind. Every boy's like a hook from Iron Mike in his prime. My eye leader, light speed is just blowing your mind, and you ain't got enough heart to try to challenge a line. I'm holding it down, toe to toe, controlling the crown. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. I'm eating you clown. I've been the undisputed champ the last 300 rounds. I'll put your lights out now. You ain't making a sound. I got one chance for glory. I'm a warrior. You know my story. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
And make them